I'm still muted. Yeah, greetings, everyone. I'm gonna try to, slow it down until everybody joins. Thank you all for joining us today. Let's wish the Americans amongst us Thanksgiving celebration. They are on holidays this weekend, hence why Dr. Damages is not here today. And so I will be moderating the panel. And don't worry, I'm not going to be myself. I'm going to try to be as much as possible, Dr. Damages. And until you get to the next one, then I revert back to myself. So I really appreciate joining us today. And we are going to be covering the news headlines. And of course, as tradition dictates, then the people that's the Nigerians and everyone else that wants to have their say on the headlines can come in and share their opinion freely and not necessarily fact checked. Not necessarily. This is not a fact based. This is, people should be allowed to air their opinion sometimes. I think that is actually quite valuable. So that is what we are going to be doing here. My own advice to people that join the panel is to remember that in the end, we are all one family. And even if you look at it from the point of view of the human race itself, we are technically one family. And let's try to keep things as civil as possible, no matter what we think about different people and different situations. And do your best to try to keep things truthful, as honest as possible with yourself. So that too will be helpful. So we are going to be covering the news ranging from the coup plot in Guinea Bissau, and which turns out not to be a coup, which is a bit strange. I don't know how that happens, where a coup happens and it's not a coup. That we will be covering that. We're also going to be covering the fact that Atiku has now gone on to join ADC. I don't know. I thought he was the founder of ADC. These guys, I don't understand them. He already owns ADC anyway, so he's gone on to join them now. There is also the news of Sheikh Gumi that has is now said something about giving conditions for Nnamdi Kanu's release. And some people are not very happy about that, which, I guess the viewers will decide on what they make of it. And then those are the main ones. We're going to be covering others too, like Obasanjo coming out yesterday to talk about, how Nigerians are, losing their lives because of insecurity, that we shouldn't be talking about religion and stuff like that, that we should focus on the fact that we are losing our lives. And he went on to say something quite dramatic or controversial, saying that we should invite the international community to come and help us. That if we cannot defend ourselves, then they should come and help us. So, and if myself, I would have said something, but since I'm not myself, I will keep that to myself. So yeah, that's Obasanjo coming in to really, he had a very strong opinion about this, and I was quite, taken aback by Goodluck Jonathan, former president, Goodluck Jonathan's statement about the coup. He seems to show an element of conviction that you don't often see with Nigerian leaders. That conviction, whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. He just seems to have a conviction about what was happening there, and he wasn't very happy, and he felt, so that would be interesting for us to cover too. So I'm going to be playing some of the videos as tradition dictates too. We are going to be, it's showing some African and Nigerian traditions in terms of culture. I've covered, I think this week we're going to, try to leave the south now, so that we now go towards the southeast, head to the westward, and then before we start heading for the north central, north, and try to be covering them bit by bit. So right now I'm going to be playing you this video of I think we're going to leave the South today, actually, but only that the Niger Delta itself. That's what I mean. We're going to be leaving it today. So I'm going to be playing some of the, something for us to remember about the Ibani people. The Ibani people that seems to have been forgotten. So I'm going to play them. And they have quite a rich culture. I must say, I'm surprised I missed them all this while. They have quite a rich culture. So I'll just play it. And then we go, people are still joining. We give them time to join. And after they join, then we can fully start covering the headlines. But in the meantime, I will introduce you to the Ibani culture.
$50,000. What do you mean 50?
Oh, that's it.
You will dance especially for me today. Yeah. Yes.
surrounded by the country's top brass, General Orta Enta, adjusting to his new role. He's the new strongman following a coup. The military seized power just as election results were about to be announced. The man named the new president of transition says the army stepped in to stop outside forces from destabilizing the country.
The intense activity was carried out by well-known drug traffickers who, taking advantage of the electoral process, sought by all means to infiltrate, manipulate, and ultimately capture Guinea Bissau's own democracy.
According to drug enforcement agencies, Guinea Bissau sits on a major cocaine route. The Sinaloa cartel in Latin America and the powerful Balkan drug gangs use Bissau as a transit hub to move cocaine into Europe's booming market. They do so with the cooperation from officers and politicians inside the country.
In this fight against corruption, and in particular against drug trafficking, the High Military Command for the Restoration of National Security and Public Order calls for the cooperation of all Guineans.
Trained in Russia, the former army chief of staff has deposed his longtime ally and friend, President Embalo, just as exit polls suggested he may have lost the presidential election. Since then, several opposition figures have been arrested. The main contender, Fernando Dias, is now on the run in hiding. He calls the coup a sham.
I simply want to inform you that once again, we are the target of a fabricated coup attempt. I am the winner of the elections. I have polling station reports confirming my victory. I won the elections, so how could I possibly orchestrate a coup? After all, who is behind this?
Air, sea, and land borders are shut. Social media is restricted. Despite condemnation from the UN and the regional body ECOWAS, Horta Enta says he will stay in power for 1 year. Another coup in a region plagued by coups where democracy is held hostage by men in uniform in a country caught in the booming global drug trade. Nicholas Hawke, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera.
Mission monitoring what was expected to be a decisive vote for the country's future before soldiers seized power, suspended the electoral process, and shut national borders. Arise News correspondent Yolanda Roberts spoke with the former president after his return to Abuja.
What happened in Guinea Bissau, I wouldn't call it a coup. It was not a coup. For want of better word, I would say maybe it was a ceremonial coup. Because for two things, it is the President Embalo, that announced the coup. Before later, a military man came up to address the world that they were in charge of everywhere. Then Embalo has already announced the coup, which is strange.
So speaking about President Embalo, what would you advise him and the political class of Guinea-Bissau at this moment?
Well, I know what the political class will do. I don't even need to advise because the political class will want those results to be announced. The political class will want the results of the election to be announced. Nobody should take citizens of a country for a ride. People did not go to work. People wasted their time, queued up, voted, and when they're about announcing results, then you come as soldiers and you scuttle the results. So the political class will never accept that.
Your Excellency, how soon do you expect a return to constitutional governance?
Nobody can say. Nobody can say. But I believe if ECOWAS, supported by AU, are firm, yes, they may not, because after all, Burkina Faso has not returned, Niger has not returned, Mali not returned. Well, Guinea is returning in December. The military head, land and the military head is contesting, so we know who will win the election. So, but at least we can some kind of pseudo-democracy, which is better than core military formation. But at least Guinea is making an effort to return. So you can't say, nobody can say exactly. But even if they will stay on, First, they must release Fernando Diaz. He has not committed any offense. Second, the results must be announced. Let the world know who won the results.
Well, Your Excellency, speaking about ECOWAS, as of this morning, there was an update that ECOWAS leaders have suspended Guinea-Bissau from decision-making bodies. What comments do you have towards that?
No, that's traditional. Because ECOWAS, though, if you follow the history of ECOWAS started when a number of West African countries had military leaders. But later on, when leaders now see that for your economy, ECOWAS is economic communities, the emphasis was the economy. But for you to develop your economy, you must be politically stable. So protocols were changed, and we agree that in ECOWAS, we must not go back to military rule. While we are in Bissau, and this so-called coup happened, the information we got was that the whole country was agitated, young and old, irrespective of religious divide or political divide. And I sincerely appreciate Nigerians, and I want them to hear directly from my mouth that I appreciate their concern. And secondly, to thank my president, President Tinubu, and the Ivorian president, President Ouattara. Both presidents were to send aircrafts to lift us, but somehow, Côte d'Ivoire is closer to Guinea-Bissau, and there's always some relationship between Francophone countries and the Lusophones or among the Francophones. They were able to penetrate their system to get landing permits first before Nigeria could do that. So the Ivorian aircraft was already on their way to pick us. So when we learned about the Nigerian aircraft about leaving, we asked them not to bother. And that is why, if you see the pictures, I was brought by an Ivorian aircraft. So we thank the two presidents, President Ouattara and President Tinubu, and indeed thank Nigerians, young and old, for that.
Nigerians, Nnamdi Kanu, make una make sure say all Igbo politicians come across this video. Make una see the news when I come across today for Inside Sahara Reporter. Today be on the 25th of November 2025. Make una see what they say Sheikh Gumi talk allegedly, and make una share the video. Nigerians, Nnamdi Kanu, make una make sure say all Igbo politicians come across this video. Make una see the news when I come across today for Inside Sahara Reporter. Today be on the 25th of November 2025. Make una see what they say Sheikh Gumi talk allegedly, and make una share the video. Nigerians.
All right, I think I've played quite a bit already. There are more to be played, but I guess we can commence for now. And as I can see, James, Mr. James, thank you for joining us. Clearly, it's your next door neighbor where all this is happening. And Tony, thank you for joining us too. James, there's a feedback. Okay, I think it has stopped. There was a feedback. All right, James. So, what do you make of this coup that Jonathan is saying is not a coup? What do you make of it? And it's next door to you, so I don't know what you make of what has just happened in Guinea-Bissau.
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Loud and clear.
Good. In reality, the government has been changed, so it is a coup. Although they are saying that it's not a coup, but one thing we should know is this. People are basing their opinion of what happened on what Jonathan Goodluck said in Lagos or in Abuja. That is his own perspective, which tallies with ECOWAS' perspective. What is on ground could be different from what ECOWAS as a body is thinking. This country is it's an extremely special country, Guinea-Bissau, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the whole of West Africa, they are the only one who went through military action to gain their independence. They fought the Portuguese consistently, they shed blood, and they are afraid of nobody in whatever they do. So it's a very special country, And they are very quiet because in West Africa, I think, they are the only Portuguese-speaking country, apart from Sao Tome and Principe, which is in Central Africa, but close to Nigeria. So they live in a world of their own, in a way. Now, there have been numerous cases of military coups in the country since their independence. They are grappling with certain problems which the outside world is not seeing. And this is the interference of Portugal in their internal affairs. I don't have empirical proof. This is what they are saying, that the Portuguese do not let them know peace. That's number one. Then number two, another problem they have is drug trafficking. Because of their geographical location in West Africa, I think very close to the extreme of West Africa, it is easier for people from South America to either come by sea or by air, use their transit point, and do whatever they want to do, and ship their precious commodities to Europe. Now, drug trafficking, not the type we have in Nigeria where you sell it in bits and pieces, container loads of drugs pass through that territory to different parts of the world. Any country that is involved in that kind of trade cannot be a normal country. And this is one thing disturbing them. The rate of violence is extremely high in Guinea Bissau. So when they have their internal problems, we should not just jump into conclusions. The reasons why the sitting president decided to announce that the government at the top, or why he handed power over to the military, we do not know the details. So we need to get close to them to find out exactly what happened, why certain people could not even contest the election. The party that fought for independence, I can't remember the name, is PGI something, could not contest the election. So they have a lot of internal problems, just like we in Nigeria. It is it's amazing to members of the international community that despite the military schools we have, we've got to Sandhurst, we've got to Aldershot, we've got to different military institutions, the country where Nigeria, thousands of people are being killed every year and nobody is being prosecuted. It's strange to the whole world. That is exactly how Guinea-Bissau is. So it is too early for us to conclude.
But do you think that Nigeria could have kind of ensured, you would think Nigeria, given the size, would be ensuring that at least this smaller nation, maybe Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire could be rogue agent, but this small nation, Guinea-Bissau is barely, am I not mistaken, is it 2 million or 65 million or so? So how is it that they are able to just, military could just come take over? It's like military could take over Ajegule.
It's not easy like that because there are 177 Nigerian military troops in Guinea-Bissau as we are speaking right now. Check it on Google or any of these AI facilities. Apps. There are 177 military officers there from Nigeria stationed there under ECOWAS. The same thing happened here in the Gambia in 1994 when the military was toppled. The Nigerian military contingent were stationed here, headed by one man they called Lawan Gwadabe, was their commander. When the military coup took place, they could not do anything because it is the will of the people. It is the will of the people they are expressing. You see, democracy has failed people catastrophically. Every 4 years, they just go for ceremonies, waste a lot of money, they come up with results, and they don't deliver any good at all. Personally, I've been complaining. In Nigeria, I prefer military rule to civilian rule because when I was growing up in Benin State of those days, what Samuel Ogbemudia did in 8 years, all the governors we have now since this present dispensation, they could not do half of what Ogbemudia did in 8 years. And he did it as a military head of state. He was not a university graduate. He could not even complete his high school. So to me, the military, they deliver goods when it comes to infrastructural development. This is how I see it. So we should be a little bit careful
The thing about Nigeria is that even when we have military regimes, we don't even have proper dictators. You know how dictators in other countries, they will stay for 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years in office. No, not for Nigeria. 80 years
No,
is too long.
yes, you are correct. Even when it comes to freedom of speech, under military dispensation in Nigeria, we had freedom of speech. Fela was very, very vocal, you remember. Fela took government to court. Government took him to court. He won some cases. He lost some.
Yeah.
Government dealt with him ruthlessly. So people were even taking the military government to court in Nigeria.
Yeah, Ganifa Oyemi, I remember that. Ganifa Oyemi,
Exactly.
every time they are fighting him and he strikes left and right. The unions are fighting government. Like, even Abacha had to cope with it. Nigeria is a tough country.
Even as students, this was Shagun Okewo, I can't remember their name, Ali must go. They were able to find the government to stand still and get what they want, although not totally, but so anyway, the problem in Guinea-Bissau, I don't want to agree in total with what this man, Jonathan Goodluck, is saying. He is speaking for ECOWAS. Since ECOWAS was formed in 1975, what have they accomplished? They will tell you there is free movement of people. Before 1975, Africans in West Africa have been moving up and down. It's not ECOWAS that made it possible. There are a lot of Gambian families here who have relatives in Nigeria, particularly Western Nigeria. You get the point? And there are many Gambians who are bearing Yoruba names in this country.
So do you think, let me ask you though, because Jonathan made an assertion about when he, in that speech, when he went on to say, carry on talking, he said something about those countries that have gone military, that they are going to return again, that all they need to do is govern very well in the democratic states, that if the democratic states perform well, that they will return. You see, so right now, is it like becoming like the military regimes are a kind of opposition party to these?
Because himself, Jonathan Goodluck, when he was president of Nigeria, what legacy did he leave behind? Apart from conceding that he lost election, what legacy? Point it out, let me see.
Yeah, all you hear people talk about is that he was a good leader. He was nice. That's what they say.
Because he conceded defeat. What exactly did he do? I can tell you what Yakubu Gowon did. The universities they established. They fought a civil war. They did not borrow money from anybody. Samuel Ogbomudia distinguished himself beyond compare in Benin State. Mobolaji Johnson, the same thing in Lagos State and all over the country. The present road network linking all the states in Nigeria were laid out during Yakubu Gowon's time. Those flyovers you see in Lagos, they were all Yakubu Gowon's handwork. Even Murtala Mohammed Airport, he started it before Murtala Mohammed toppled him on the July 29, 1975, if I'm not mistaken. The 10 million bridge, they could not complete it before they left office. So the military has been of more use to Nigerians than the civilians. And all these projects I'm mentioning, they employed millions of people across the country. An Igbo man could come to Benin City and look for a job, millions. There was demand for labor during that time. But the issue now is that people are unemployed, people are hungry, people are angry. The government do not even bloody care. So Jonathan Goodluck should backpedal. He should look, even as I was saying, what has ECOWAS achieved for the people of West Africa? I cannot report anything. Even this free movement of people they are talking about. If you are traveling from Nigeria to Ghana, to cross the border from Seme to Cotonou, you need to pay money. And no receipt will be issued. When you get to the border with Togo, you do the same thing. When you get to the border with Ghana, all over West Africa, you keep on paying money. Who is receiving this money? Nobody knows. Here they will tell you it's free movement, no visa. Here in Uganda, when people buy, let's say, bonga fish, because we have surplus of it in the waters here, to transport it to Nigeria, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for those things to get there and you make profit out of it. The custom men will never let you know peace. Where I work here in the Gambia, when we are admitting students from, let's say, Bissau or French territories, we find it extremely difficult to understand their secondary school system. Should we place them in year one or preliminary? Because the ECOWAS could not synchronize anything. But what I expect ECOWAS to do is what the EEC did in Europe before it became EU. For example, the hospitals in West Africa should be of the same standard. The markets in West Africa should be of the same standards. The stadiums in West Africa should be of the same standard. They should pursue standards. Proper road network, railway transportation. It is cheaper to fly from here to UK than to fly from here to Lagos, Nigeria. So what has ECOWAS done for anybody?
Yeah, you would think so, though. But okay, ECOWAS is a failure. But right now, I believe that these military regimes may be the only opposition party we have against these dictatorships that we have as presidents now, because they seem to be behaving like dictators. Look at Ouattara of Ivory Coast, not wanting to leave office, and they clamp down on people that talk against them or criticize them in any way. And you mentioned something about Jonathan that I find interesting, because Jonathan, people don't like, they like him, but like you said, he didn't accomplish a lot. So maybe the only thing he accomplished was to allow Nigerians to express themselves more. If you think about it, Jonathan was one of those leaders that you can insult him, do whatever they like, they're not going to arrest you, you know. So I remember when somebody said Wole Soyinka called his wife hippopotamus or something like that. So all kinds of stuff. He received a lot of insults and different things. So maybe Nigerians like those sort of leaders that they feel like they can just insult, do whatever they like with.
That is how we live in Nigeria. For example, on this program, I've never called Bola Tinubu president. I call him Mr. Tinubu. I've never been arrested. If he wants to arrest me for doing that, he's going to arrest millions of people. You get the point? People insult Obasanjo every day. There was a time he said, I no longer read newspapers because I know they are going to write rubbish about me. So we don't revere anybody in Nigeria. That is how we live. When you watch Nigerian movies, for example, all the good and bad things and the ugly things in Nigeria, we show it in our movies. Men of God, honesty, dishonesty, incest, robbery, everything. We don't hide anything about us. That is our characteristic. There's nothing anybody can do about it. So any leader who is not prepared to receive insults should not aspire to be the president of Nigeria. So Jonathan Goodluck had no option.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Let me clarify something. I think there's been a bit of a kerfuffle with the way the video is displaying on Dr. Damages. I really apologize for that. This is the second week this has happened. It is showing on Dr. Damages in a kind of mobile format. Well, so the screen is not very large. So if you want to view it fully, you either go to, I know on 2Nigeria it is showing normally. So you just click the link and you be able to view it normally like you view it on the PC. I don't know how it slides into mobile mode whenever you are on Dr. Damages. I don't know why it does that. And I will check for that for the next streams to make sure it is normal. So sorry about that, all the Dr. Damage viewers. I really apologize because they will be surprised to find that it's so tiny. So Tony, what do you make of this coup now? Jonathan says it's not a coup. Personally, either way, it's a coup. If the president that is in office was supposed to lose, because from the way Jonathan was talking, he thinks the other guy won. If he was supposed to lose, then he invited the military that are his friend to come in. Then you can see that's a backdoor kind of coup. And what is this thing that they said drugs is always going through there too? That's a big problem, What do you make of it?
Good evening, good afternoon, whatever it is. Greetings to you, forefather. Greetings to my friend James. And good evening to those who are listening. Yeah, I think that the coup in Guinea Bissau, raises a fundamental question about our ability to hold a free and fair election. That's on the one hand. On the second hand, it also draws our attention to the upsurge of coups in the West African sub-region. And it's important to begin to interrogate why these things are happening. I mean, if you stretch it, you look at the African continent, you would see that elections have always been issues. Management of elections has always been issues, and sometimes leading to coups, sometimes leading to civil strife. I can mention quite a number of countries, over the past 3-4 years, where this has happened, including Nigeria. And you are wondering what is wrong with us? What is wrong with our sense of political culture? What is wrong? I mean, is this the way that we should go? But if you look at the history of Guinea Bissau, you find out that since independence in 1974, it's been a history of coups, attempted coups, and so on and so forth. It's not been a stable politics.
Yeah, but Tony, is there something seriously wrong with our politicians? Why are they so irresponsible? Like, they go into office, their 2 terms are off, and then they want to extend it again. Why is it that almost every single one of them want to try it?
That's the question. That's the question. In fact, some people have, looked at that and they're casting aspersion on the black man to say, why this? But this is not only peculiar to the black man. You find it in Latin America. It's
It's not only Venezuela we've seen that. I've not seen it anywhere else.
Oh,
and Venezuela one is different because of the instability in the country.
No, you see it over Latin America.
Okay.
Yes, of course, you see it. And then you see the issues of drugs and all those big power play and all that interfering. Similar to what you have in Africa. People being greedy, not wanting to leave when they are defeated, not wanting to leave, wanting to extend their tenure, wanting to change the constitution, or even, wanting to oversight the constitution and arrogate to themselves powers that the constitution didn't give to them. So, but to go to, I don't subscribe to the fact that we shouldn't take Jonathan seriously. I don't. I don't also subscribe to the view that ECOWAS has not done anything, and that James's view that he prefers a military regime over civilian dispensation. I don't. For me, that those arguments don't gel, and I tell you why. Like they say, the cliche, that is that we hear, that the worst civilian government is better than the most benevolent military regime. If you look at Africa and you want to look at the best times that Africa has had, it's not military regime. It's not.
I wish I was me. It's all right. That's the thing you make us now. But it's okay. I'm Dr. Damages. It's okay. Go ahead.
It's not, because the military created another class of aristocrats or looters, of people who a new plan of millionaires. In Nigeria, you can see, people who just feel that if you plan coups, then that's a way for you to become a millionaire, to own oil wells, to become directors of banks, and so on and so forth. You cannot question them. They take decisions that are popular or not unpopular, get a few civilians to support them, and then they loot. I mean, we had a Gowan who said that Nigeria has so much money, didn't know what to do with it. In fact, the beginning of our problem started with Gowan. Maybe let me stretch it. Let me be charitable to him. Started with the first coup. If they had left the politicians to make their mistakes, we will learn and we'll grow from there. Our democracy would have been stronger than what it is now. Our regions would have grown much better. Today, we are clamoring to go back to the regions.
But Tony,
a lot of people are clamoring to go back to the regions. They recognize.
Tony, when you say the politicians would have learned, are you talking about politicians that want to give themselves lifetime in office?
No, but
and hand over to their children?
No, these were not the way Nigeria was structured and the caliber of people that we had. We cannot directly say that they are like the ones we have today. Whether it's Adwana, whether it's Tafawa Balewa, Zik, Awolowo, and so on and so forth. And the young intellectuals that we had then. And if you look at the situation, the political and economic situation at the time, if you see that the East, the West, the North made more progress than we are seeing today. But let me leave that because that's just a division. I just wanted to chip in that. I don't agree that the military has done well for Nigeria. I think military ruined Nigeria and took Nigeria away from what would have been a gradual development to what it is today, and now people are wishing, to go back. People are hailing the old days, where our economy was strong, Nigeria was respected, Africa could hold its own, and so. But let me leave that and go back to the Guinea-Bissau issue that we're talking about. You see, if you look at what Jonathan said, and I mean, this is somebody who was there, and he's giving us an eyewitness account. We can't just dismiss it. Apart from his personality, apart from the fact that he saw things in the areas that he covered, we can't just wave it aside. There are critical issues that he raised, which anybody would, like to ponder about. Today, as we speak, President Embalo is in Senegal. A plane was sent to him from Senegal to extract him from Guinea-Bissau. Now, it has never happened that you see a coup where the ousted president is just free, and planes can come in and pick him and take him away, So, what are we talking about? You see, according to Jonathan, and I want to quote him because that's an eyewitness account. If you go to court, they call an eyewitness. So he is the first hand, his testimonies will be accepted over a third party. And he was there, so he's not a third party. He saw things for himself. And he is saying that the first person who made the announcement of a coup was the president. Even before the military people.
What do you make of it? Let's say you believe Jonathan. What do you make of it? Is it a coup or not?
That's what I'm telling you. From the way we see it, the optics, from what Jonathan explained, that's why Jonathan said this is not a coup. What is likely to happen?
Technically, is it still not a coup? Because it looks like even what he is reporting
it's not a coup. They are protecting a particular interest. What you will see. Let us wait for the results to be out. What it appears, the picture that I see from what Jonathan is saying, is that the president lost, and he won't take it. He lost to the opposition, theirs. Mm-hmm. He won't take it, and therefore he called his military general to say, take over. That's the only reason why they can be soft with him. That's the only reason why he can make an announcement.
Maybe you can call it a friendly coup, but
it's not a coup. That's not a coup.
It's a coup against the winner, isn't it?
No, it's a coup against the winner. Whoever won. So there's a likelihood that the president saw that he was losing, and he wouldn't take it. And he will call his friend, to stay in for him.
Because imagine, let's say someone like Peter Obi wanted to win an election, then whoever was in office goes and invites this thing, goes and announces a coup. Then the military guy comes and takes over. How would you read it? You read it as a coup against Peter Obi. That's what it is.
Yes. But that's not the way Jonathan was looking at it. Jonathan was saying that the president is saying that there's a coup. Not a coup. He's not the one that will say. I mean, how can they overthrow you and say there's a coup? You are not calling for help. You are not asking, for international help. You are not asking the people to rise. You are not asking. You announce that there's a coup and you're holding conferences in a coup situation. That's not a coup.
Like Africans have invented new types of coups. I've never seen this time. This is a new type.
That's what I'm saying.
A new type of coup.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, I'm wondering whether there's a Nigerian who went there to go and teach him what to do, because this is the kind of thing that we would.
It's a whole new type. I've never heard of coups like this one before. Maybe we can check whether there's a coup like this where the civilian regime invited the other guy in just to thwart somebody that won the election. I've never seen that before.
That's why Jonathan was saying, let them release the result. Let us see what happens. Because if the result is released, because from what we hear, it was free and fair. It was free and fair. And why would there be a coup at the time, at the point where they wanted to release the results? Not after they released the results.
You know, there was a time Nigeria could have easily been there, like, hey, mash, and it'll be over. But what a shadow of where we used to be, you know.
So,
But it's just
I say that to say that yes, there's that I see some points in what Jonathan is saying. I see some issues. I see some red flags, you know, because both the timing and the optics is not good, you know. And this excuse about, they didn't say that the president was ruling badly. He didn't say that the president was doing badly. He didn't say he was talking about cocaine, because Guinea-Bissau is a hub, just like what you played, is a hub for cocaine trafficking between Latin America and Europe. So, and people in the army and civilians are involved in that business, you know. So, and that's what he's saying, and he's accusing foreigners. You know, he didn't go to explain how the foreigners, you know, have affected the election, how the foreigners have, you know. So I don't see any substance in the announcement, because I mean it's shallow, it's watery. If you are saying foreigners are the issue, then you should be able to tell us how and how. I mean, we saw it in Burkina Faso, and we saw when you know, Traore was speaking, and or in Niger, you know, we could see, you know, facts and figures, you know, as to how France was making them dry and enslaving them and so on and so forth, and that they are tired, and so on. You could see it visibly. You know, we don't see that kind of a thing in this announcement.
Thank you. Let me move it to Daniel Onyemechi. Thank you for joining us, Daniel. You see, I really feel paranoid about this drug, you know, kind of route that they are using Burkina Faso for. The only reason why it is leaving West Africa, because we cannot buy it. So it poses a threat for us when we start growing, because now they'll be using it as a port to bring it onto the continent for, you know, for our people to start using drugs. So it's something we have to keep an eye on.
But let me just chip in one thing about ECOWAS. You see, if you look at the various economic communities that you have in Africa, you know, whether it's the SADC, South Africa, or the one in Central East African Economic Council, all of them are moribund now. They all copied ECOWAS, you know, and they have not been able to, you know, be meaningful in the lives of the countries and the people within those economic zones than ECOWAS. If you go and read what you call the Lagos Plan of Action, it's you know, I think of 1982, you will see a plan that is well crafted and laid out for the economic integration of West Africa. That plan failed because of foreign interference. It's a perfect plan. You can Google it, you know, Lagos Plan of Action. You know, so the problem with ECOWAS, you know, to write ECOWAS off is, it wouldn't be fair, because apart from the fact that you are dealing with a sub-region that is diverse in terms of ethnicity and language and their colonial history, which itself poses a problem. Because if you look at the way France handled its, you know, you are tied to France. It's unlike those of us who are Anglophone.
You are looking for my trouble today. Oh. You are coming with all these wrong views. Looking for trouble. I'm trying to behave. Let's bring Daniel in. Then we are going to fight next this thing.
Okay, let me stop there.
Daniel, so what do you make of this coup? Is it something you welcome, given that politicians have been, you know, to say the least, disappointed?
Of course, now. I'm in total support of what Mr. James said, you know. Because sometimes our biggest problem in Africa, especially Nigerians, educated, so-called illiterates, sometimes I don't understand what they are talking about. I'm sorry to be very direct. Some people go to school, but sometimes the analysis are just disgraceful. You know what is wrong. And when there's a measure, some people come to solve the problem, you people will be defending what, I don't know, can you fool all the people all the time sometimes? The military, anywhere you see the military, Nigeria glory days were under the military, whether we like it or not. All these politicians, they only come there to steal. That's what they do. and they don't even do nothing for anybody. Let us take the history of Nigeria. What since these politicians came to power, Nigeria has just been nosediving downwards. They've never brought nothing good for that country. You understand? If there's a coup in Nigeria today, forefathers, you will see the joy. The hallelujah where they go shout for that country, you go fear. You understand? If something happen now, they say coup come for Nigeria now. The hallelujah where they go shout, they go hear them for anywhere in the world. They go hear that hallelujah. So if we talk about something, you know what I mean? If we really want to talk about Nigeria and Africa, especially where the blacks are more, if we want peace and we want something to happen in that our West Africa, if it will ever happen, let me tell you, we should start speaking the truth to ourselves. Not be said because Jonathan a professor, okay, you self you go school, you go begin the support them. You think say those of us we no go school, we know the reality of pain. Now they say who wear the shoe, no wear shoe they pain now. You understand me? You sit in a comfort, you see Jonathan talking bullshit. He was there in Nigeria for how many years? What did he do for Nigeria? The time when he's supposed to die for Nigeria, I say no, Nigerian life is not worth dying for. Why are you a president? You're a president to die for the country, for crying out loud. But when they reach the time where they go perform as president, they go say, no, I beg, the thing what happened to Abiola, no one make it happen to me, please. Let me just leave these fools. I think he gave the fools the power. Where did Nigeria live today? If he has stood up for himself that time as a good man that many people claim that he is, Nigeria for no fall into this hand of this Tinubu, Emilokon, Buhari that taking us back years. We just a joke with it.
But there is this school of thought that I champion that maybe Jonathan triggered the need to go into the Sahel to get people to destabilize the country, because it was a turn of the Northerners to rule, and he has been running, and he ran again for the last time.
Forefathers.
So what do you think of that? Because he pushed them too far.
Excuse me, forefathers. Where is in the Nigerian constitution that there is a zoning? Where is it? Do you see it anywhere in the constitution that not after not 8 years, the East 8 years? Where is it? This is not the thieves. These thieves, I'm telling you, these criminals, what they give to themselves. Oh boy, if we chop small, pass them us to us, make we chop small. That is, they brought it for themselves. For crying out loud, this is a game of this. This is why the civilian governments in Africa are very bad. Look at Ivory Coast, for example. What did happen before Ouattara coming to power? I think he was with Gbagbo. He said Gbagbo want to do something. He's technique. He's that. I think so. He went and brought the French and whatever. He entered power. What is he doing? Is he doing? It's even worse than that. The guy he removed, and those innocent people. Because what the politicians do, they protect themselves and allow innocent people to die for them. Now, Ouattara now is now in power. He refused to go. He's serving the 3rd term, and Constitution saying a 2 term. You understand? The military rule, for example, if you enter and the military people know say you are not doing well, they remove you through themselves. Another change go enter. You understand? So for me, what happened for Guinea Bissau is highly welcome. Whether Jonathan come here talk rubbish to support ECOWAS, like Mr. James said, just to put themselves like, oh, the civilians, Nigeria, they will say, you know what they used to say that annoys me? Oh, we have grown past that.
But Daniel, let me ask you this question, because this one is I fear that it's gonna choke you a bit. But because what if Peter Obi ran for an election, was about to win, then Tinubu decides to invite one of the chief of army staff to take over? What would you make of that?
First of all, let me just make myself clear about Peter Obi. First of all, Peter Obi, I'm not a supporter of Peter Obi. If you still say we support Peter Obi, just because Nigerians felt that it was the same turn of the Igbos, which I just made my point clear now. This gentleman agreement of the upper class. Okay, when I chop small, we chop small. Me, I know they support Peter Obi, depth from my heart. I support Showore, the people who want to revolutionize Nigeria, clean up the mess that is in the system. all this class system.
Okay, then I will switch it up. Let me switch it up. Let's say Shiwore ran one great election. Clearly won, just like the Abiola won. But before he took over, before they announced, then Tinubu goes and invites military to take over to prevent him. Would you be okay with that because it's military?
Forefather, you know this thing you are asking me now, just personal opinion of one crazy guy called Jonathan. I think you know that this thing you people are now trying to make as if it's a
no. I'm just trying to you know, how do you know which one is better? That's the question, because there's an opposition guy that it is said that has won the election that they are preventing to come in. Maybe he's a good leader, like the type he won, like Shiwore, but they are preventing him from coming in.
Yeah, this is the game I'm telling you that is going on now. You see the game that we are saying now. Jonathan, you know, African people, when they don't fuck off finish, they can't give them statesmen. Anywhere where election go, they go say make them go there. They paint themselves now as Jonathan is a very good man, because only what did he do? He stepped down. You know what I mean? Because it is not it's not usual for people with the power to step down. No, let that glory Jonathan the chop. Not be said the time when they do anything. He just be saying he decided to step down. Oh, it has not happened before. Other people will do this and do that. Now, this question you're asking me now, say, now this theory why they tell you, say they go on, where they tell you, say Nigeria, no revolution will change that country. So that people will be of the same class. You know, because when this guy, this story where Jonathan carry come now, say the president, my brother there said that I thought he knew he was losing. So now because he was an ex-military guy, instead of him to go, let me just pass it over to my guys. That is not the type of coup. That if say nothing happen, no. If that is what happened, this is what they are just telling us now. People in power, in high places, this is their own analysis. Not that it is true. Whether the election was going on, whether the military took over on their own, or, you know what I mean? Maybe the military saw that, according to waiting a year for that election, I think there was underground problem looming. You understand? And maybe the military coming, they see, say, these people don't come again, this rubbish civilian, let us step in and take over. But maybe they told the president, my brother, announce this thing that we are coming in so that you go for free. If not, if we announce it ourselves, we pick you. Everybody is just procrastinating on how on our way go school they use that English. People just they talk whatever they feel say happen. But for me, to submit my last stop, this is the highest time I've spoken so long. I don't like talking too much because it's your reputation. Only that sometimes when I listen to all these educated illiterates, me I know they like to, sometimes they try to confuse people because they think say they get some kind certificate. They think say other people are fool. Not only Nigeria they see say not only people where go school, they always they for power. Make them carry market woman as INEC chairman, make I see where the election no go dey fair for that country. Because they stand for sun 24 hours. They know how things they be. But when the election reach now, they go carry one idiot professor, carry a position, give them, they go
forefathers.
Everywhere.
Forefathers, I thought that there is the language that people use in this panel. That people shouldn't use in this panel because what this guy, because what this guy has just been saying. What this guy? Hold on now. What you have been saying is to be insulting people, insult Jonathan, insult everybody. You know, it just shows your level of. It just shows your level of illiteracy. You have not said anything. All you just said is just insulting people for nothing. You are not there. The person who was there, you are dismissing him.
Were you there yourself?
I'm speaking from an eyewitness that you are insulting a former president of the country. You be ashamed of yourself. Look at the way you are looking. You are insulting somebody.
Tony, I'll take you out. Tony, since when have you gotten hot tempered like
this? It's my turn now.
It's your turn. Tony, since when have you gotten hot like this now? Tony is not this hot normally.
Okay, let me
his language is foul. He cannot be using that kind of language in the platform.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. What language did he actually use that was so offensive? I didn't hear anything.
Okay, let AY speak, and then we'll tell you the language that they're using.
Let me conclude, please. Don't jump over. Let me conclude. What's a second, please?
Okay, please go ahead, Daniel.
You see, forefathers and brothers in the studio, you see something that we have to learn in that our country, Nigeria. We have been fooled many times. We are still being fooled by some kind of person go just come, you go for ECOWAS. First of all, they say Jonathan escaped. He's now, it's like says the whole am. That was the first news we had. Jonathan have escaped the blah, blah, blah. I said, what thing happened? At the next moment now, he came back because the way he was speaking, he wasn't speaking like somebody where they catch, when we escape. You understand me? But the media was telling us Jonathan will have escaped. As if say maybe the coup plotters hold up. You understand me? And now, when he come to give us the press, he can't turn the whole story upside down. Saying that the president do this, let them release the election. The time we're in there for power, which election were released for us? Thank you for the opportunity.
I really appreciate that. This is the dynamics that is at play here that, you know, it's not very clear cut. I think AY, thank you for joining us. You know, you know, there's only one educated illiterate here, which is Okpegolo. He's very, very proud of it.
Good morning, everyone. I want to come for. So, Mr. Daniel, to be honest, coming here to attack educated people with some degree, the way you call it, I don't think it's fair. So, even me that that are not educated, we don't insult people like that on the channel. So you don't need to actually insult people, right? It's really unfair. You can make your point, make your argument. Please stop attacking educated people like forefather. You know,
I'm not educated. Hold on. So, don't include me in your bracket.
Aside,
what do you mean by what was the insult? I don't understand. Why is that an insult?
That aside, it's an insult, actually. It is.
To say that educated people are giving us wrong advice and gotten us to all this mess.
No, okay, let me go, right? Here is it. We have to state the fact. President Jonathan he has the experience, he's in the position. He was the leader of ECOWAS in that country to monitor the election. This is a man that was the president of the largest black nation for 6 years. When you hear him speak, you know President Jonathan, to be honest, to be fair to him, he does not talk anyhow, does not make all those viral allegations. I completely align with President Jonathan. He is telling you what happened. This is not the first time he's monitoring election. He did in Ivory Coast. I remember in the case of Ivory Coast, he told them, hey, you lost an election, you have to go. This is not the first time. So I strongly believe in what he's saying, that it was not a coup. It appears to me it was similar to what happened to Abiola. Before the president knows he's losing the election, he basically, you know what, call the military, take over. How can you announce? How can the president of a country announce coup by himself? Have you seen that before? How can they allow the president after a coup to exit the country? Have you seen that before? How many places have you seen that? So, what happened in Guinea Bissau is not a coup. It was is the failure of the ECOWAS, I will still call it, because if they were serious, they will move troops into that country and tell them you have to give power to who won the election. Just like what Buhari did to Yaya Jammeh.
Yeah, but technically, is it not a coup against the winner of the election?
Hold on. Yeah, you might call it, I don't know if you would call it a soft coup, but it's just a planned war. There was an underground war, like, oh, if I'm not winning at this election, instead of me adding over to the winner, I will add over to the military. So if the military want to do justice, if they want to work with the people, they should allow the electoral committee to declare the president winner who won the election, and you hand over power to him. So when people come and tell you, oh, military is the alpha and the omega, we don't want military in Africa. I'm not really a fan of military because it seems we don't understand what we are calling for. What we need is to fix our continent. We can fix it. Let the people fix their continent. This is the truth, right? So, and Daniel argument, I'm really baffled, right? So you have a country that is not up to a local government population in Nigeria holding the president of Nigeria. You are defending them that no, they didn't do it. Honestly, we are too gentle. Tinubu, I would have just make one call. I tell you, in the next 1 hour, if you don't allow the president to exit, I'm going to deploy troops to that country. That is nonsense. We have degenerated so badly that every Dikahari can just disrespect Nigeria. You can't hold the president of Nigeria to ransom. Who the heck are you? Which kind of ragtag military in Guinea Bissau? I was actually pissed. You got to send a strong message to them. No.
Yeah, but don't you think that maybe
a country of 2 million people?
Let me just ask you, don't you think that maybe, because you can argue that maybe when Mali happened, the first coup in Mali, that's when they should have stepped up their act, because now you see this Sahel nation come together, and if you threaten Burkina Faso, what if they say they're going to join the Sahel nation?
So yes, that is part of it, right? I wanted to also discuss a lot of the drug dealers, right? They use that country as a transit route to push drug to the Europe. Not only Europe, even what you see, like all these Boko Haram, these terrorist people, they use drugs. They get drugs from this kind of environment. Because what I've seen with us is Africa, Nigeria, we are not able to open our mind and analyze our problem and say, okay, where is this problem coming from? How can we block this problem? How can we make sure we stop it? We don't think in that way. So it's always division. We don't open our mind to think. If you look at the whole of Africa continent, they are all the same. Look at what the woman is doing in Tanzania. Look at what she's doing in Tanzania. That is why I kept saying when people want to divide country across religion line, across tribal line, I'm like, bro, you don't understand what is going on. They are the same. All of them are the same. Go and study what that woman is doing at Tanzania. Go and watch what Uganda president is doing. All of them, when they grab power, they don't want to leave power. You know, they want to do what they like.
But what do you think is, as a way of just trying to dig deeper, what do you think is really at the core of it? Why is it that our politicians can't see they are being dangerously irresponsible
because of greed? They are short-sighted. The problem you see in Nigeria today is because we did see the future. Countries are planning. A politician is looking at, oh, me and my family. Today, all of us are engaged. The politicians, they are not free. The people are not free. Instead of you, for example, to protect the whole Lagos, make sure Lagos is protected in such a way that even the governor can walk freely on the street, you will give 100 policemen, 100 soldier men to governor to protect the governor. You will give 10 policemen to protect the commissioner. The people, nobody to protect them. So nobody protect the city. That is what you are seeing today, is the effect. So all of us, they have children. They are also scared. Some of these politicians, their children are protected by our military, our police.
Yeah.
Because you don't protect individual. That is how we empower individual. You protect a city. You protect the city, so that everybody will be protected instead of protecting individual. Now, even them with the military, with all the convoy, they are also scared on the road. So all of us are in for it. So that is how you see we degenerate to this point. Look at the crisis going on in Nigeria. So Africa
let me ask one more question though, because I heard you said you like democracy. Democracy is good. Do you think in the context of Nigeria, given that we are practicing democracy to this point, and it is facing a significant test, do you think, let's say, having a southeastern president will take away that, at least that top layer threat where they like, oh, we are locking us out of government and presidency, you are not allowing us to, we are being marginalized. because now by that time, almost every region would have had, to an extent, a president. Do you think that will stabilize the presidential races?
Bro, it's not a regional problem at all. So let me ask you, President Goodluck Jonathan was in office for 6 years. What did you see in South South? What did he do? Go to Bayelsa. What did he do? How did they benefit? President Buhari was in office for 8 years. One of the most ravaged military states in the north was Katsina.
But hold on. I think there's something we are missing. Because what if his time in office, because he stayed in office way too long, when the agreement was that Northerners would be in office, Jonathan.
Okay.
It led to quite a lot of unrest in the north, to the point whereby you see people saying they are going to form alternative government, that nobody could touch them. You can see that may have caused quite a lot of problems that we are still dealing with it today. So my point is that when Tinubu take over now, you don't see that behavior anymore, because they don't feel that it's their turn. They know Buhari has already ruled. You see what I mean?
I will not blame Goodluck Jonathan for anything, for father. Where I will blame Goodluck Jonathan, he failed the people. See, you see the way we are still divided now. What Nigerians, they know what they need. If they have a president that will start doing what the people want, they will forget about this tribal thing.
I believe
that's
so.
Basically, so that was where Goodluck Jonathan was kind of defeated. Like, I remember I was in Lagos then when that campaign was going on. Goodluck Jonathan, a lot of people, they're like, oh, this is the first educated man. Oh, is this the youngest president ever? A lot of support. I think Goodluck Jonathan was like 54, they were 50 something, early 50s. That was how they brought him to power. What Goodluck Jonathan needed to do was to redirect the country, to prosperity, rule of law, direct the country to the positive area, what people are yearning for, so that the people will support you. If you watch 2015, the argument was so strong. If you listen to the people, even in the south, in the north, they don't want Goodluck Jonathan. Forget people that say, oh, the election. No. People were able to say any other person, but not Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan actually failed the people. That's just simple, because it's too gentle to be a president. You have to have everything to be a president. You have to know when to be soft. You have to know when to go hard. Not two ways. You can't be a perfect gentleman survivor as Nigerian president. It's not possible. You have to know.
As the last question, sorry, so I can move to Jagun. I think he's looking at me funny. Do you think if Yar'Adua hadn't passed on, he would have, at least based on what he did before he passed on and his capacity and his demography, where he comes from too, do you think he would have done relatively well if we hadn't lost him as a president?
I believe if Yar'Adua was fit, I believe he would have been able to do some good things. From even the way he started, from his antecedent in Katsina, I think he would have been able to make some changes. But unfortunately, he didn't last long. The last thing, there is a ambassadorial list released to the Senate. Maybe you discuss it later.
So he wants to fill his ambassadorial positions now.
Yeah, because that is what I'm saying. Because now there is a pressure on him. He sent 3 names last week to the Senate for France, UK, and US.
Wow!
So why do you have to wait? Why do you have to wait? That is the problem. So now I'm sure this list at some point it was flying around. People said no, it's fake. Because FFK was there, Reno was there. People said no, it's not true, it's fake. Now you are. Why do you need another country to mount pressure on you? You don't know the function of ambassadors. You don't know you need to have ambassadors that will protect the country image. Like, I don't understand it. Same thing Buhari did for 6 months. He elect minister, and people get. It's frustrating, to be honest. Hopefully, we get it right at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know, man. After many years, and these are important countries that. Oh my God, I can't believe some of our people. Jago, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So about this coup in Guinea Bissau, it's a coup to me, because the guy that may have won the election seemed to have been shortchanged. And then this idea of drugs being used to, traffic through there, but no names are being mentioned. They just say drugs. Whom are these people that are using the country as some kind of a drug port? You are muted.
Yes, I was muted indeed. Let me say good evening to everybody and welcome to today's show. I see, forefathers, that you have been able to galvanize about 14 people who are now watching, where Dr. Damages would normally have about 200 people by now. So I'm sure that's part of your talent that you are sharing with us now. Sorry. I just have to make certain light of the situation of this our Africa. You see, my brother, a few things. I've been listening to the conversation, and I've got a few things to say. I am aware, obviously, of what happened in Guinea, but I'm not so in depth in it. What I can tell you is that I believe, in certain readings I've done, that this is another joining for the AES countries. I believe that after the dust is settled, that you'll see that the AES countries would more than likely bring this guy in. He would more likely fit in with what they're trying to establish over there. There's been certain serious successes that they're having in these AES countries in the short time that they have had their coups. And I still believe that as an African governance, their urgency in what they are doing is better than any other African country. I believe what they are doing is what Tinubu should have been doing. I believe they're going in the right direction as far as an African leadership is concerned. And I know a lot of people would not think that. I wasn't happy with what AY said as per who is this small country compared to Nigeria. Nigeria is not any kind of boasting that we do. We know what Nigeria is. We know who we are. But we're not performing to those levels of who we are. We're just not performing as a country. And most definitely not as a leadership. I don't believe we're performing very well as leadership. As far as West Africa being used as a portal for South American drugs, this has been going on for a very long time. Nigeria was being used for a long time. That kind of dwindled. But the other countries, and it dwindled mainly because of the level of Nigeria's wuru that we do. We're just making light of the Colombian and South American stronghold over the drugs. So they switched to other weaker countries, Guinea being one of them. It's going in through Sierra Leone. It's just going in through Liberia. There's quite a few countries that drugs are being transported to Europe and further afield via Africa. And it's a much better market for many of them than their normal routes, or they can't even go directly to Europe anymore. There's a lot to say, and it does still boil down to Nigeria and what kind of leadership is going on in West Africa. I'm afraid, whilst I really take on board Tony's position of trying to police the language of Daniel, I'm on Daniel's side to a large degree, because all the boasting of education, all the boasting of I'm a PhD laureate, Nobel laureate, I don't know what it's meant for us. I really don't. You know, I had an older brother. He's passed now. He's just 4 years older than me at the time. He was a sportsman, and there was no sport that he couldn't play. But he wasn't a intellectual necessarily. He could make sense of anything, but he wasn't a how do you put it, a person of high education. But unfortunately, my parents didn't see the talent that he had in sports, so they were pushing him away from sports and into this education matter that he didn't gravitate to. But what he did, you know, he had such common sense that when he looked at Nigeria and where everything was going, he was wondering, why are these people being educated, going back home, and all they're doing is stealing? The country is rubbish. I'm never going back there. The only time he went back was the year before he died, as though he knew he was going to die. And he went back basically to say goodbye to the greater family. When he came back within 6 months, he was gone. So when I look back on it, I know that's why he went, because he knew. Now, I'm using this just to let you know that people are extremely frustrated with that country, Tony. People are extremely frustrated with that. It hasn't worked for them. If it's worked for you, Tony, that is somewhat has some gravitas within the world of education, within the
sorry, the argument is not whether it works. My point is that you don't come to the panel and be using foul language and be insulting people. That's what I disagree with.
I mentioned that. You see, I'm similar to him because I get frustrated to the point I have to start insulting, and I don't care how people necessarily take it. I don't care, because the country needs an insult. Because the country is an insult to me. It's an insult. The country is an insult. I don't know why all these well-mannered people, I don't like them generally, because they're just appeasing the whole situation like it needs appeasing. It doesn't need appeasing. It needs rejecting. It needs to be rejected. And people are rejecting it because somebody is swearing. So what? It's still language. It's still language. All these ways that we have as Nigerians, they're all rubbish. They don't mean anything to us. They don't mean anything. Because somebody's speaking the Queen's English, it means that this person must be respected. Fuck off, is what I say. I'm sorry, but that's what I say.
Oh my God! Come on, man. Let's try
go
to keep
away.
it simple.
Go. Wait, Ejo, please go away, because that is not for me anything. It doesn't mean anything that you're speaking the Queen's English. It means something if you're making sense.
I think
so if somebody is making sense and they're not using
Jago, I understand what they are saying, but even I lean towards your position, because the language he used wasn't as sharp as yours. Actually, he just said educated illiterates, and if you are not educated illiterate, why are you offended?
No, he said more than that. He used the F bomb. He used the F bomb a few times.
Did he do that?
But
did he do that? F bomb?
For me,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did. But it doesn't. As I said, we're grown-ups, man. We are grown-ups, and we have to behave as such. Because sometimes people say things and they may seem like they're insulting the whole panel, but that's not the case. If I want to insult an individual, I'll call their name and insult them. But generally, if I'm speaking openly, and I didn't call anybody's name, I'm just speaking openly, and there are certain people on the panel who would feel insulted because of what I've said, it's like, come on, man, grow up, grow the head up, because what I'm saying is valid. It's still valid.
Do you support?
The country
are you in favor of the coup, or you are reserving judgment?
Well, you see, my brother, I just like AY just said that I'm not in favor of military rule. But it comes to a point like that. What if we have a democratic so-called leader and they're not behaving in any leadership way? It's like, who do we call? Ghostbusters. Who can we rely on? How can we be active?
Yeah, that's it.
Especially in a country where people are especially in a country where people are generally shy of their leaders. They're weak. They will talk behind their back, but they couldn't say in front of their face. People aren't like me. People are not like me. And what I mean by that, me, I will say anything to anybody. I don't give a rat's ass. I will say anything to anybody if I believe that they need to be told this thing. But we here on the panel, generally, we're not like that. There's a few of us that are like that, but generally we're not. We want to be using all kinds of words that we don't even understand to let people know that we're intelligent.
And also the question one could ask and say, okay, how many nations were transformed just by democratic government, really? Because most nations they tend to be transformed by from military to.
Yes, correct. You see a man like Che Guevara or Castro, these aren't people to play with. They picked out America out there. It's right next to them, out their backyard. That's what they did. And they stayed there in front of their face for as long as it's up to today. Who could do that? Yeah. Who has done that?
Wow.
Who? You feel like these people are going to be using polite language with you? They'll tell you to F off. That's what they'll tell you to their face. Guaranteed. These are the kind of leaders that they are, because they'll pull out a gun and shoot you directly. They will do it themselves. They won't go and hire somebody else to go and do that for them. They will do it. Unless you are like that.
So Jago, what you just said just now is
unless you are like that.
No, I think you are delayed.
Unless you are like that in a continent.
Because sorry, Jago, you are delayed. So let me just say that what Jago said just now is quite remarkable, that Castro and Cuba, right next door to America, has endured. I can't even. One thing about it is quite remarkable. It's a miracle that they survived, given that they are right
They've
next
had
door.
all kinds of forces against them. Not just this is a country, an island country that hasn't just been fighting the U.S. government. They've been fighting the U.S. mafia, the Jewish lobby, all kinds. They said, not in this country. We're going to stay poor. We will stay poor, but you ain't coming here to run our country ragged and turn it into a dust bowl because you want to fornicate it all over our country. No way. No way. Now, for me, if you're not that type of person, you can't beat the powers that be. If you can't beat the powers that be, you remain a slave. You remain a slave with your nice, highfalutin language. You remain a slave. We have to be serious. The only serious nations in Africa are those AES countries. That's it. The rest are a pile of God knows what you want to speak.
Yeah, and let me go to our educated and illiterate. Our proper educated and illiterate. Welcome. See, we are in a quandary here. Democratic politicians are extremely responsible in Africa. They are very, very responsible. And at the same time, you have military. Most people prefer democracy. They would rather go with democracy if it works. But the problem is that democracy, they are doing shakara. The politicians don't want to do their job. So what do you make of this coup in Guinea Bissau?
First of all, let me drink to Akpako rescue. You hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
See, I never, I know the day will come, but not this soon, that those who actually go school, they go to reject their education in public, It takes one man, Akpako rescue. You go rescue them one, we are rescuing them one by one. Everybody is coming to the realization that our grammar and education has actually done harm. But admitting that is not just enough. We want them to just take back seat, at least for the next 20 to 40 years. Let the Akpako rescue car see where they will take the country to, On your question, I think Mr. James started very, very well. I like the way Mr. James started by literally touching on the history of that country, of Guinea Bissau. Now, them be the only guerrilla fighters that actually succeeded in defeating whoever they defied. But even the Portuguese admitted that that's the first battle they've lost. and it was led by just one man. It was led by what's it with that man? Amelia Cabral. To those where they speak Portuguese and French. I'm sorry if I destroyed the guy name. That guy led that guerrilla for about 11 years successfully. And not just that, even after they negotiated their victory, despite they said they are military, they did not they decided to actually descend on every other person, but the man set up a nation that, you know, even his legacy is the standard for any politician that is coming. How many 40 years on? How many years on since he was assassinated in 1974, if I'm not mistaken. He wrote a book. What's that book called? He wrote a book called Weapon of Theory, where he argued that defeating the colonialists is not just about liberating yourself, it's about building a new society. So to Nigeria, when they ask why could it always happen, try to factor that part into. This is an attempt to build a new society. Of course, you will face challenges from all every various interests in and out who don't want that to happen. And that's exactly what is happening. This, I think, is a palace coup. I call it a palace coup because if you look at, I mean, the violence wasn't that much. People were not killed randomly. And an inner cycle from the leader of the military and just within themselves, you know, carry out the thing. And one can, you know, theorize it in so many ways, in the sense that the guy, even after the whole they give an access to media, he announced a coup and they give an leeway out. That's a classic wanting whatever that they are building, whatever this cabal who hold power then are building, they want continuity. That's what I see here. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, they want continuity. They don't want to, you know, give power out like that. So that's a palace coup. And Nigeria, that can happen in Nigeria at the time whereby pressure is coming out everywhere, from inside, from outside. The elite cycle is growing bigger. You know, they can decide to say, you know what, let's ease out the big boys, you know, the older guys, and see if that will calm the situation down. Or the military guy minus the military establishments, you know, because this of the generals, the police, I mean, all the security apparatus, they might decide to say, come back together, say, come. Now our country with this. Whatever that this administration is building, we like it, we want to continue. They will ease Tinubu out, without shedding any blood unnecessarily.
So, like military now, don't you think that these Democrats, they are so irresponsible to the point whereby they couldn't even decide that, you know what, to protect our interests, let's form an alliance of West African states, that any nation that is under attack will be, there will be an intervention to restore this is civil order. In other words, there will not be coups, except maybe in Nigeria where nobody can take over, come and force Nigerians, these coup leaders out. But you can't see a situation whereby West African leaders could have done this, and the fact that they didn't do it, what does that tell you?
Well, one angle to look at it is the caliber of people who are seeking for power. At what length are they ready to go? I mean, if Tinubu is ready to starve his brothers, neighboring country, by sanctioning them just so he get power and stay in power, what do you expect? So all the leaders, you just have to examine them individually. Most of them are people who either compromise or are either Russian lineage, American lineage. So all of them. I mean, again, goes back to the man that took power now. The current military guy now was a Soviet trained military guy. In fact, they hang the flag as a badge up to all the service days. So when you look at the people who are, you know, taking power, you understand that even if there is an underlying plan to bring that thing here, one or two will sabotage it. So as I said, I mean, Tinubu is no longer a conspiracy theory that he went ahead to actually sanction Niger. For what? Is it because they carry out coup? How does that affect you? Right? So that's why even those who the argument in favor of the the EES, right? These guys, you can understand where that argument is coming from. It's kind of a collaboration, and some forces outside make it obvious that that should not happen, right? And it's going on successfully. All they need for that to destabilize is for one person who is alleged to those forces who wants to destabilize is to take power, right? Either they leak secret or you go decide to. So I think for me, that's one angle. And if that is the case, even the normal, ordinary African, it will be very hard for us to come together in that way. The fact that we don't even have resources, but that doesn't say that we should give up, or if there's anything like that going on, they should not. I mean, isn't that what what's it called? Nkrumah is known for, trying to unite the African liberators in terms of having one goal, having one military, having one economy, and all that. And I think all of them understand that. But as I said, the greed, the power that be capitalized an individual who wants to get power by every means necessary, right? If you want to get power by every means necessary, it's very easy for them to support you, put in resources and everything. And once you go there, you have to. The choice is not between.
Yeah, but the argument I'm making is that if they had an alliance amongst themselves, even if they are corrupt, they are rubbish, military can't take over from them. If the military tries to take over, the other states will intervene.
The military are also human beings now. As I said, the military are also human beings. Once you see, let's say all of us here now, we have this agreement. All of us, we are leaders of we lead our state separately. We have that agreement that we should work together militarily. What if they just come finally they overthrow you, for instance, or if they overthrow Jago or anybody, and that person that will overthrow you is somebody who is a kind of a traitor to that our alliance? What do you think is going to be doing? Will they sabotage us now? You know, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that should not be an epidemic for us not to push forward. But I'm just telling you, most of the time, for what is out there for us, that's what we are seeing. Right? Because there's a Lumumba, what happened? Right? After those people come to power, everything, the resources that we're opening to
the thing is, if they had an alliance like in Europe now, if let's say there's a military regime in Europe, and the country that the military regime occurred is like a non-nuclear nation, chances are that the nations will force that military regime out. You see what I mean? Because they are powerful. But if it was in England or France, it would be difficult.
Okay, Nigeria, for instance, how they force Tinubu out?
No, Nigeria, you can't, because Nigeria is the biggest country.
So what did they do? They just decided to carve their own out of the West African nation, right? On a good day, the rest of the West African countries should have gang up against Nigeria and say, "Come, this is not going. It's not acceptable."
But Nigeria has had 25 years of no military regime yet, but there are so many of them occurring now. My point is that if they had put that arrangement in place, maybe they wouldn't be in this mess. So the fact that our corrupt politicians that are very, very self-serving didn't do it, that for me it feels like something else, something more significant.
No, to say they didn't do it is to say they didn't do is you are being intellectually lazy, right? That's why I just put me as an example. You're right. There's always an alliance going on, and the West African state is an example.
Yeah, but not to intervene when a government has been destabilized. They are supposed to be able to put that in place, so that any government that is destabilized, apart from Nigeria, of course, then the military can, like the way we did with Sierra Leone, you go in there and you restore order.
Hold on. The West African states that decide to leave the West African marriage, what did they do? When Mali, our neighbor, when the Nigerian state feel that the military coming to power now, destabilizing the situation, as you put it, what did they do? They press harder. They are not being a big brother or as the father of the arena. No, they decide to say no. We will sanction these people to the amusements of the West. That's what I'm saying. Rather than say come, rather than even to say come, no, you guys should not go. They were pushing out for them to leave. Now I don't know where they go. Just like what we are saying, we don't know we don't know the agreement on the ground, because there's still conversation between the West African states. Both of those way don't come out and those way still there. right? I don't know what reason, but for the sake of conversation, what you are saying, there has always been that agreement, either politically speaking or military-wise, right? But again, the outside power, or even within, they always find one way. As again, Nigeria is always a typical example. How come we don't have a national agenda? Even within us. Before we even they say, okay, outside that they call destabilizer. What is our national agenda? If
What
I
do
ask
you
you as a
mean we don't have a
Nigerian,
national agenda? That's
okay,
Tinubu 2027. That's the
We
national
don't.
agenda. It's Tinubu 2027.
That
How
is
can you not be clear? It's
absolutely.
a very, very obvious national agenda.
that is the administration agenda.
Mhm.
Right? Because if you come in, anybody that will come in now, if Peter Obi come in, he will come with their own agenda. They not go follow that what is on the ground. We don't have a national agenda. Why? Within us. So even we can even go outside and say, hey, don't destabilize your government again. You guys should put your hands together. You can't. Because even from our good Lord Jonathan short interview, you can tell that he was on the message by the West. It was very obvious.
But are you sure though? I felt like he was a bit. He spoke like a believer though.
He said two things.
I think he believes in democracy.
He did not call it a coup, but he admitted at the end of that interview that maybe before we see stability or before they hand over, it will take another 1 year. What do you mean? What do you
It
mean?
is a coup. It is a coup. It's not fair on the winner of the election. It is a coup. I don't know why he said it wasn't a coup. He could have just said, okay, yes, this is a more friendly coup. It's a kind of conspiratorial coup where they hand over power to themselves. But it's a continuation of the same kind of government, really. Basically, that's what you should be arguing, not that it's not a coup. It's a coup against the person that won the election.
So if it's obvious to the blind, why is the man denied? It's on a message. Then the drug narrative, right? That is the American playbook, at least 2025. Just look the other side of the angle, which is Maduro, Venezuela. What is they accuse them for?
But whom are these drug people that are using it? Why is it that we never hear it? It's like terrorist funders in Nigeria that we never hear them, their name.
That's why I call it a narrative. You understand? Then they declare once good American way, they will declare the people they term a drug trafficker as terrorists. Terrorists means opportunity to go what? All in, whatever that is necessary. So that's why I say it's a playbook.
They say the state is a narco state. It's a narco state, meaning that it's basically being controlled by drug lords.
That's why I say now American playbook. Now the American narrative, that is the easiest way to invade you now. I just say it's happening to Maduro right now. It's happening to him. Why are they what they want to destroy?
Yeah, but is it not real? Are you saying it's not real?
My guy, who pushed drug past the Empire State? Nobody pushed back right the Empire State. You don't have what it takes to push drug as a country. You understand? But the easiest way for a government that have a secret, right? That when I mean national agenda, the easiest way to actually keep funding yourself is through drugs. By the time the power that be sanction you in and out, the only way to survive is drug. But again, the only way to destroy society is through drugs. That is what the Chinese people tag the 100 years of humiliation. When the British no fit afford spices again, what did they do? They begin to sponsor opium drugs. In fact, they pay the farmers off to stop farming real food, to start farming opium. So they know what they do. As I said, Trump from say, okay, these people are drug pusher to what to terrorists. Now, if the government of Guinea Bissau no go their way, they go tag the drug route as a terrorist organization. They tag the sitting president as a terrorist leader just because he believes in that the drug then is sustain them. So that's why I say it's a playbook of the America 2025. That's the way they will. Why I'm surprised they don't use that playbook for Nigeria. They decide to use Christian genocide, which I don't understand. Maybe not because 90% of us are ingrained in that way of life, spirituality. Because if you say the Nigerian are drug state, it's easy now because after all, throughout the campaign they said Bola Tinubu are drug lord. So it would have been very easy to peg Nigeria as a drug state and it will sell easy, right? But the fact that they didn't go that route is what I don't understand yet. Because again,
I think it is because Nigeria is a little bit too big. If you look at some of these drug states they've named, they tend to be relatively small countries. Nigeria, and half of Nigeria is Muslim. To call that kind of country drug country is very, very hard. They barely even.
No, when the president we brand them as a drug lord, either rightly or wrongly, that's all you need. Because your leader, once the leader is identified as a drug, that means your country is a drug, the government is a drug.
Maybe you're right there.
But
let me bring some other person in.
Because we are all of us.
Sorry, Okwegolo, so that we can change the topic to another one. I think we've covered over almost 2 hours now, and I think we are going to be bringing it closer to home from now. So I will give you like 1 minute to round up. Then I go to the Fulani boy. Then I'll give you 1 minute to speak on this thing. Then we move to the Obasanjo intervention in Nigeria, and Gumi statement and all the rest. So use 1 minute to round up, please. Wegolo.
Yeah, so the coup, I mean, as I said, I tag them as a palace coup, and the history, just like I said, Mr. James started back everything up. They were another legacy that they actually still they follow when they accredited to the past leader was no lie, say tell no lie, claim no easy value, right? When they came out for that negotiation, these were the principles of the leaders, right? Tell no lie and make sure the leadership, this office that you are holding, do everything that you can to make sure you put honor first before every other thing. But that's the opposite that we are seeing today. And pretty much you can also attribute that why the elite of that country, even though they successfully fight for their own freedom, they are still open to compromise from everywhere. So again, these are unfolding developments, so we'll see. But if we want to go by what Goodluck said, everything is there. Nothing is going to happen until next year, when the man will be willing to either transit to military and civilian governance. But again, at the same time, Nigeria is not far from it, the way due to the pressure that we are facing, either from the inside because of due to their own greed and corruptness, which opened themselves and all of us up to the international big boys. We will see how it will end. Assassination is not far from the situation too, either from within us or from outside. But either way, as I've always said, the next 10 years, Nigeria will change for the good or for the better. I don't know, but we will not remain the same again.
I think I concur. Thank you for that, and I appreciate everyone that has joined us. Please share and share. I noticed that the like is so low, and it's a shame the Dr. Damage's layout is not ideal. So I've shared a link. You can go to the other channel and watch it in the normal layout so that you can see all the panelists. But right now, some people can see only 3 of us on the screen. So if you want to see everybody that's on the panel, don't worry, Jackson, they can see you.
I was wondering if you could actually take that out. I didn't know that we have two screens on.
Yes, and the other screen, they can see everybody. So you can follow this link, and so that you can be able to view on the other screen where you can see everybody like as normal. And this is something we have to be watching closely every Sunday now, because it looks like the error has happened twice now, where this 2-layer system seems to be causing confusion. All right, so I'm going to give people time to do a little bit, a bit of a break, like the way Dr. Damages does it, and play some, traditional stuff, then play some videos. Then we now go into the new topic. Obviously, I'll give everybody that is coming in a chance to comment 1 minute on the coup. If they have something to say about it, then they can move on to the Nigerian situation. All right, so let's just play some of all this, just to lighten up the mood a little bit.
Yeah, this is $50,000, not any other currency. Governor, I said, no wonder you're not handsome. Awesome. I'm tired of this, What is even your problem? I'm giving you enough money and there's nothing I can do. Do you even think I care about these people? Oh, do you think I care about them? I don't care about anybody. His Excellency, you don't have to say something like this. Of course, I know that nobody cares about them. We don't care about them. You're not doing it for them. But for your own sake. Do you know people are already talking out there? Do you know the kind of damage this will bring on your government? Bandy, you know we started this together. Yeah, we are in this together. You helped me during the election. My dear. Oh dear, my bandy. My dear, my bandy. I know game money. Please take my ransom. $60,000. Only money I get. My dear, my bandy. My dear, my bandy. Thank you. My dear. Let's see the edit. Today, our government carried out what I describe as one of the largest rescue mission operation in the history of mankind. And as I speak to you, the 13th that we abducted 3 weeks ago has all been rescued and ready to reunite with their parents. Commander Mama Mia. The moment we got information, he swung into action. Please, give them details on how we rescued them. Well, I won't say much because the moment His Excellency called me and said that this is what is happening, I said we are going into the bush. The governor said, you are not going alone with your boys. I will go with you. And he went with us. He was shielding us. Gun was coming. He was dodging bullets. He said, instead the bullet will hit the children, let the bullet pass through him. Governor, sometimes I wonder where you got your heart. We have gallant soldiers, but I must tell you, we have gallant governors. Thank you.
One more question, Your Excellency. Was any ransom paid or the kidnappers were ransom?
What is that? You don't mention that. Do we speak that language in our states? Do you know who we are? Do you know how dangerous and deadly we are? No! That's an insult to us.
All right. All right. Where are the people? Where are the people? Let me get back. Hold on. Let me get everyone back. Everybody's gone away. All right. So let's get everybody back on normal. Yeah, those are our people of the Ibani, and we are going to be leaving the Delta region and be going up north to our Igbo brothers and the Edos, and before we get to the Yoruba people. So we are going from south to north. All right, Righteous Man, long time. Thank you for joining us. So now I'm going to introduce you to the video that came out yesterday evening, surprisingly from nowhere. Obasanjo had made an intervention into the situation of the country. It's funny, I never heard from him all this while, so he just came out from nowhere. And let me play the video so that you guys can hear what he said.
And security of its citizens. And for anybody, at any time, anywhere, saying that when we are being killed as Nigerians, all you will say is that those that are being killed, another group also are being killed. Is that an explanation? I believe that is nonsensical. We are being killed. We Nigerians, no matter what religion you belong to, no matter where you come from, no matter what profession, we Nigerians are being killed. And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting us. We are part of the world community. If our government cannot do it, we have right to call on the international community to do for us what our government cannot do for us. And for anybody to say because those who are being killed belong to this region, belong to this religion, belong to this tribe, and then others too are being killed, cannot be an acceptable excuse. If we are being killed, it is the responsibility of government to do something about it. Government should stop the killing of Nigerians, no matter what religion they belong to, no matter what part of the world they belong to, no matter what tribe they belong to. We are being killed. And the killing of Nigerians should be stopped. We have right as Nigerians to appeal to the international community to help where government cannot help us. And we should have no apology for that. Those apologists who are saying, well, those who are killing, they are killing this type of people, and then they are also killing this type of people. That is not acceptable. And nobody should accept that. We will pray, and we will continue to pray. But when we pray, we should also work. We should do what we have to do. We should ask government to do what it has to do at all levels. We should ask our leaders to do what they have to do at all levels, in all walks of life, to preserve life in this country. And we should also, because we are part of the world community, we should also appeal to the international community to help us. We will be irresponsible as citizens to start saying, yes, those who are being killed, and then, yes, these also are being killed. For me, every Nigerian life that is lost is a shame for Nigeria. Every Nigerian life that's lost by those criminals, no matter what reason they give for it, it's a shame for Nigeria. And we should make sure Nigeria gets out of that. And I believe that it's not a task that should be said, oh, only one group of people will do it. It's a task where you should have all hands on deck. People of goodwill, people who know what to do, people who can help locally and from outside Nigeria should be required to help. In these days of technology, there should be nobody to hide anywhere after he has committed a crime that cannot be seen. With the present day of satellite, before I left government, I know we had capacity to pick up anybody in Nigeria who commit crime anywhere. The capacity that we didn't have then is after we have identified and located such a criminal, we have no capacity to be able to pick him up without moving on land or by air. Now we have capacity. With drones, you can slip them off. You can take them out. Why are we not doing that? Why are we not apologizing? Why are we negotiating? And after government has paid these criminals, government denies. And then it continues. It has to stop. We should appeal to our government to do what needs to be done to stop Nigerians being killed. We are being killed. We are tired of being killed. And we want the killing of Nigerians. Whether they are Christians or Muslims or pagans, they are Nigerians. And the life of every Nigerian matters.
That's right.
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. A few other people have joined us while the video is playing. As you can see, he had a lot to say. I think the next person is Fulani. Where's the Fulani boy? I guess when he comes back, I think he has dropped out. He will be back. Then the next will be Femi, if I'm not mistaken, or should we go back to Femi?
Sorry,
You're there?
Naja. I think
I'm here
Tinubu
right
was
now.
said to be a
I'm
citizen
here
of
right
that
now.
country, right? If I'm not mistaken, during the campaign. He was
Sorry,
said
he
to be
said
having
what?
a passport. I think Tinubu was said to be having a Guinea Bissau passport during the campaign. That
I
was
think, was he not Conakry? I thought it was Guinea Conakry's passport that he had. Diplomatic passport he used to have, yeah.
one of those Guineas.
I think it was Conakry, not Bissau. At least from what I remember. Because I remember him going there and they were showing them together with the Guinea president at the time. All right. Let me bring in Femi. Oh my, what's that sound? Femi, welcome. I think there's a noise in the background. I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, that's Ernest. Let's see. Yeah, all right. Femi, thank you for joining us. So you can use 1 minute to refer to the coup in Guinea-Bissau. But what do you make of President Obasanjo's, former President Obasanjo's comments? You know, what do you make? I think you heard everything he's got to say, so I don't need to kind of contextualize it for you. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So just to add a little to the Guinea-Bissau and pivot to Obasanjo. So I suspect there's more coming. We should expect more coming because obviously this democracy is not for us. We probably would have to pivot back to whatever form of democracy because we did have our own African form of ruling ourselves before the colonialists came, and even which democracy is even working for the West that brought it to the rest of the world? Is it working? Look at Europe, look at Germany, look at what's going on in Germany, even in the UK. Where is it working properly? So that's perhaps just to round up as well. I don't know if anybody saw that it was like a mini debate between David and this guy, Yaga Africa. It was quite incisive. It tells everything you need to know about when people complain about how there's influences even in our so-called democracy with this aid that they get in the form of non-governmental organizations and especially European and even to an extent African American agencies that claim to try to help foster democracy and the rule of law. You know, it's slavery by another method. If we are being honest with ourselves, you know, some things. The more you look, the less you understand. So that's that for that. Well, let's explain.
Femi, it's funny because the two of them are product of that system, no governmental process too.
Let's continue. Maybe the play good. Now, as for Obasanjo, there's several layers to Obasanjo. Of course, we know on one hand the issue of Boko Haram. Boko Haram is not just that. There's a history behind anything that you want to call terrorism, probably related to maybe in this case Islam now. Of course, we've mentioned this over time. It goes as far back as even because there's other foreign actors involved with that too. That's not that. But to part of what he said, a lot of what he said I agree with, in the sense that I refuse to agree with the opinion that
your audio is suffering a bit. Your audio is suffering a bit. I'm not sure. Just hold on for a second. Let me check whether it's James's this thing. Okay,
no,
please go ahead.
My audio. There's someone that's moving.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with my audio. Someone's moving around there. Anyway, so my belief remains that while I'm not oblivious of the fact that there's some seeming truth to there's a lot of truth to the fact that there's the angle of Christian genocide of sorts, if we choose to use that word, which we try to couch when it comes to what happens in a certain Gaza and all that. However, just like he said, everybody is being is involved, whether you're Christian, Muslim. After all, you see what's happening in Kwara, you see what's happening in other parts as well. at the end of the day, whether it's banditry or terrorism or what have you, there's insecurity in the country. The insecurity is going to the point where it's not. If you decide, if all except what all we want to do is just isolate it to just Christian genocide, which again I'm not. It's nobody's denying that. But if who among us will find it will be confident enough to pass through, to drive from Lagos or maybe the east to the north without their heart skipping? Whether you're Muslim, Christian, or in fact, in some cases you could even be Fulani widows. Who among us will be confident? So that's the angle from which I like to look at. I like to look at it more holistically than that. Despite the fact again that I'm not oblivious of the fact that I mean there's general despondency, period. Nothing's working, you know. So, and as far as he mentioned about technology, I've often wondered about it. But then I'm not even surprised because I remember, I don't know if it was late last year, when there was someone that was interviewed on, I think it was Barry Bay, that was interviewed, if any of us remembers, about when he had, he was in the office of, I believe he might have been a senior naval officer, and he had prime view of the cameras that they have and the fact that they're able to see a lot of things. I think it's a lot of things. It's lack of will on seriousness. After all, we also heard about how these senators and these dishonorables and representatives that were being invited to come and eat jollof rice, and they were saying it gleefully, that showing you how unserious we are. And amongst them are Muslims, Christians, pagans, and Igbos, Yorubas, and what have you. So I think we're just an unserious nation, if one is being honest. And then even when you go back to Obasanjo himself, have you noticed that a lot of times it is these same leaders, when they're out of office, that's when they start complaining. Doesn't that even bother you? I'll rest my case there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Fulani boy is still behind. He's always like, yeah, sorry about that. I seem to have kicked myself out. So yeah, the Fulani boy seems to be going in and coming out. So, but his turn is preserved. I think he's here now. You are in Nigeria, aren't you? So it looks like we have to kind of give him priority. And so, but outside that, welcome. Can you hear me, Fulani boy? I think he can hear me. Let me go to Ernest. I think Ernest came before Righteous Man. Am I correct? I think he came before Righteous Man. Ernest, so what do you make of the comment from Obasanjo? And you can also comment on, the coup if you wanted to say something about it.
Forefathers, are you talking to me?
Yes.
No, it's me. Okay.
Ernest. No, Ernest.
You hear me, right?
Yes, Ernest. Yes, I'm
Okay,
going to you.
yeah. I think Obasanjo's stand, I think it's the same thing with what Peter Obi said last time, that he won't ask, he will not start asking US whether it's Christian, arguing with US whether it's Christian genocide or no Christian genocide, that they should come for help first. Then after that, they will settle whether it's genocide or no genocide. And as Obasanjo said, that Nigerians, not government, Nigerians can seek for international help if the government cannot help them. But the problem I have sometimes is not even with Nigerian leaders. The problem I have sometimes is Nigerians, because they're too docile when they're supposed to act or stand up for themselves, especially Christians. I don't know whether they are afraid or not or what. This is the right time when Nigerian Christians should stand. At least if there's protest now in Nigeria, in street of Nigeria against insecurity, government will stand up. But everybody is just sleeping. Unfortunately, I think the thing will reach everybody's house, whether you are in the east, in the west, or in the north. It's just a matter of time. And as I'm seeing things now, Tinubu knows what to do. The government knows what to do. But the people that gave Tinubu power are the bandits. Forget about the vote in 2023. The bandits are the people that elected Tinubu. And he has agreement with them. There are some do's and don'ts. And for him now to go to for second tenure, he's relying on the bandits again. So that's why when this thing started, the Sultan of Sokoto met him. The main problem of Nigeria, the main cause of insecurity in Nigeria is Sultan of Sokoto. I have listened to one of those missionaries from America. That man that Reno Mokri brought to Nigeria is the former mayor of somewhere in Texas. So he knows much about Sultan of Sokoto, how he fought, I think, in Afghanistan or in Pakistan. And he came back to Nigeria and he brought Islamism and jihadism in Nigeria. So as I'm seeing things will get worse before it will get better. So for Nigeria to stop this security, Tinubu has to go. If Tinubu wins 2027, that is when you see what is insecurity. This is just the beginning. Unfortunately, the people in charge of Tinubu's government, the only person who is, pardon my word, terrorist sponsor, who is not in Tinubu's government is Erufai. If you talk about Matawale, Minister of Defense, even Ribadu knows what is going on. The problem is not like if Nigeria wants to fight insecurity, it will not last up to 1 month. If Tinubu now wants to fight this security, we don't need international help. But because of compromise, Tinubu's political ambition, so you have to hear them. And so Obasanjo is right, but the problem is, will Nigerians agree? Nigerians, those are everybody sleeping. So until the water comes and swallow everybody, then maybe we'll wake up. So I think Obasanjo and PO, they are on the same page. Nigerians, not what Obasanjo says that not federal government, not Tinubu, not state government. Nigerians should ask for help if the government cannot. So it's left for Nigeria whether they want to act or everybody want to be sleeping. So that's my own contribution on that area. Then when it comes to Guinea Bissau, even from day one, I know what fits Nigeria or what fits Africa is more of military rule, not democracy. Africa, we are not ready for democracy. Democracy is for enlightened people. Like in US, if you see how they debate, most of the time the debate between Democrat or Republican is about whose policy, whether it's a Republican or Democrat, is best for Americans. That is not the debate of Nigerian politicians or Nigerian democracy. It's not about whose policy is best for Nigerians. It's for themselves. So, but Americans, they're enlightened. That's why if they vote for Democrat, next one, they will lead towards maybe there's area that the Democrats are doing well. Next one, they will find that Democrats have solved that problem, but there's a problem of immigration where the Democrats are not doing well. They will now vote for Republican to solve those areas. So next one, they will go back to. So that's how Democrats will, because everybody's enlightened, everybody knows what's going on. But in Nigeria, you can't tell Aboki, who does not know anything, or somebody in Southwest, pardon me, that this person is the best candidate. No. That's why when Tinubu said Emilokan, he won the whole Southwest. So Emilokan is Tinubu's best he can give to Nigeria. And that's why Southwest followed him, because they thought that, yeah, this is our turn. But it doesn't work like that in a developed country. So for me, whether there's queue in Guinea Bissau or no queue, I think they are the same. When Lawrence Babu, or what is his name? Alata wanted outside Lawrence Babu or somebody like that in I think is it Ivory Coast? What
Yes.
happened? Yeah. So what happened thereafter? Ouattara now is worse than Lawrence Babu. So all these things, whether democracy or military rule, is almost the same. In fact, democracy is better in Africa. Sorry, military is better in Africa. Imagine that Sani Abacha is the president of Nigeria, and somebody is talking about bandit and going to kill somebody in his sleep in middle belt because he's not a Muslim. It doesn't. So for me, even if there's military coup in Nigeria, I don't give because Tinubu is worse than Abacha. Everybody has seen that. Tinubu is worse than Babangida. They're better than him. So I don't give much interest whether it's democracy. In fact, there's no democracy in Africa. That's the bottom of the thing. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And it's so sad because all these Democrats, they are very, very responsible. If you see the Nigerian ones, it's like these people, they don't have shame. They don't know what they are doing at all. And it's so sad. Let me bring in Righteous Man. Mr. James has been around for a long time. So after Righteous Man, James, Tony, and then we go around again. And maybe just open it up so that we can actually have more open discussion because Atiku has now officially joined ADC, and then we'll also bring this together with Sheikh Gumi's condition for releasing Nnamdi Kanu, that he was willing to support this in Nnamdi Kanu's release if Nnamdi Kanu, shows remorse. In other words, so all right, let me bring in one Righteous Man. Righteous Man, what do you make of what you've seen in Africa this week with the Guinea Bissau nonsense, and in Nigeria with the government is scrambling now to recruit and do all kinds of things in Nigeria. Whether it's a joke or whether they are serious, I don't know, because 20,000 police officers is nothing. It's a drop in the sea of ocean when we are talking about security. So what do you make of it? There's noise coming from the background. Who is that? Let's see. I think it's NS. It's not NS. Oh my, Righteous Man, your background is very, very noisy.
Yeah. Okay, just give me 2 seconds. Let me relocate where I am. Okay.
All right then, no problem. Take your time. Let me, in the meantime, bring Unga James in. And so you heard what Obasanjo, former President Obasanjo was saying. I like, from my own personal opinion, I like the idea of saying don't look at different regions, look at Nigeria. Nigerians are the ones being targeted. But what do you make of his request for foreigners to come and, he didn't specify, it could be anybody, to come and assist us.
Okay, forefathers.
Go ahead.
Is it Mr. James or me?
Let Mr. James go, then you can come along. Sorry about that, because since he's already there, let him just go since he's already talking. Okay, I didn't know how long you're going to be. Yeah, just he's not going to talk too long anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Righteous Man. Yeah, you are truly righteous. You are truly righteous. Thank you. Now, Mr. Obasanjo do not know what he's talking about. He is a former military officer. For you to tell a foreign country, come and help us to solve this problem. We live in a world where nothing is free. When they bring their satellites and what have you, they are going to map the whole country thoroughly, pretending to be looking for terrorists. The information they will gather will be of use to them from now till next century. There will be no need for them to come to Nigeria anymore. There's nothing you do that they have no knowledge of. This is what Obasanjo seems not to do. It's very, very disappointing for a retired military officer to be talking in this manner. To solve this problem in Nigeria, all we need internally is development of our internal espionage network. I remember when the Americans went to Vietnam, I was a very little boy, but I read from books, they lost the war. When they lost the war, they went back home to the drawing board. Why we lost? And they discovered that the techniques they encountered there, the Vietnamese were using, they were not used to it in their military institutions. Consequently, they developed their air power and espionage activities. Anywhere America is going to war right now, though they might put boots on the ground, but they rely heavily on their air power and espionage activities. In the US military, you have Catholic priests. They are not genuine priests, but they were trained to be fake priests. Jehovah's Witnesses, even Olumba Church, all of them, they are in the US military as part of their espionage. Nigeria should develop our espionage capability to handle this problem internally. It's just like Obafemi Awolowo when he brought his free education program. He did not go to any place anywhere in the world. They went to Okene, his hometown. There they put their heads together, studied the Nigerian situation, and formulate the policies there, and they implemented it in Nigeria without going anywhere. And it is second to the best education policy they've ever implemented in Africa. The best is the white education in apartheid South Africa for white people. Apart from that, Obafemi Awolowo had no rival. This problem can be handled internally, but who is to bear the cat? This is the problem we are confronted with in Nigeria right now. He is one of the problems of the country. During his military dispensation, I remembered 2.8 billion naira got lost in the Federation account. Fela sang with it all his life. This is the man whose administration killed Fela's mother. You get the point I'm making? Because of his personal push and pull with Fela. Now, this is turning around now to tell us to go for foreign assistance. Now, when he was a military head of state, there was a military coup in Sao Tome and Principe. All Nigeria did was just to send a warship to their territorial waters. The people, they backed down. But I think the president of Sao Tome was in Nigeria on a state visit or something like that. When he sent a military warship to their territorial waters, those guys, they quit the state house and the president returned to office. This would have been possible if they run the country responsibly. All they need to do is just to send a warship to Bissau. When they get to Bissau, they will disembark. If you like it or not, we are getting down. They will stay at the port. We give you 48 hours. We either live there or we send missiles from this warship to reduce you to rubbles. These guys will quit. So the country has collapsed. This is the problem we are facing now. So he's crying over spilled milk. They spoiled the country. They promoted corruption. They promoted nepotism and all sorts of obnoxious isms. Now, as the English will say, the chicken has come home to roost. They're all crying. Bola Tinubu is this, Bola Tinubu is that. All we need in Nigeria right now are two things. One, a new political dispensation. This present crop of leaders, the whole of them should give way. And then secondly, as I said earlier on, our espionage activities should be well developed. Let me round up by explaining one thing we accomplished in our espionage sector. I think it was the days of
I beg your pardon. I thought you had finished, and I wanted you to answer me one question if you can. If they get rid of this dispensation, which I agree with you 100%.
I will lose my line of thought. Please, just a little point.
I beg your pardon.
During the days of drafting that bill, I can't remember, the man developed a technique. Members of the Nigeria Security Organization, as it was called, the NSO, they normally go to orphanage homes. You know, there are some women, when they give birth to children, they throw the children away. Good-hearted people pick them up and they are brought up in orphanage homes. Those children had no moral attachment to any family in the country. That was where they were recruiting members of the Nigerian Security Organization. Somebody must have brought it.
Wow. Sorry. I didn't even know Nigeria had it in Nigeria. There was a time Nigeria used to do that. Oh my God.
Yes.
Russians do that all the time.
That was what they did in those days. And the organization was super effective because you cannot, they don't have family attachment. And I'm sorry, Mr. Jago, let me just explain one more thing. When this woman, the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Grace Alele Williams, when she was confronted with these cult boys, she went to the NSO office in Abuja and complained to them that this is the problem I have. The NSO man said, okay, you go, manage the affairs. In about 6 months or so, we will resolve the issue. The NSO men, what they did, they went to their boys. These boys brought up in orphanage homes, who are already degree holders. They told them to apply through JAM to the University of Benin, different courses. They were super qualified, so they were all admitted. When they got there, they infiltrated the court, all the courts. When they infiltrated the court, they collected all the names, including their own. They submitted it to their master, then they left. Then the master called Grace Alele Williams and gave her the list. These are the boys giving you problems. So Grace Alele Williams went back. They instructed the lecturers, no matter what these boys have written, they should be failed. So they were all flushed out for academic incompetence, not because they are called boys. That was how the woman solved the problem. It's the NSO that found solution to that problem. So Nigerians have the capability to solve this problem, but who is to bear the cat? That is the problem. It's not foreigners. No foreigner can solve this problem for us the way we want it. Mr. Jago, thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just wanted to ask you, if I can just ask you a quick question of him.
Yes.
Okay.
Forefathers, please. Quick question. It's just to ask, because I ponder on this a lot. Very brief, don't worry. Could you, if you know, could you let me know if this crop of our present leaders are wiped away, as it were, who do you think can come in their place?
Who do you think
can come in their place? Who do you think? Yeah, because I'm going to clue.
No, please, my line is not very clear. Who is to think?
Can you ask for me, forefather, if you heard me?
Okay, let me ask. He said if this crop of leaders are removed, whom are the people that are going to replace them? Basically, whom are going to be their replacement?
This is why I agree with Mr. Showore of a revolutionary government, but it does not necessarily mean that he should be the head of the government. It's a revolutionary government, a government that will collapse the whole system and build a new one. In the course of building the new one, they know each other, and those they can work with, those they cannot work with. It's just like the Industrial Revolution in Europe. When the steam engine was invented, they discovered that the slaves are no longer of any use. So send them back to Africa where they belong, to go and farm and bring produce for us to process. They industrialized their country by the new ideas, the discovery of the steam engine, introduced. I think it was George Stephenson, if I still remember, or James Watt. No, James Watt is electricity. It should be George Stephenson who discovered the steam engine. I'm sorry if I'm mistaken. So
I think it's probably Watson, if I'm not mistaken.
We will not be able to pinpoint any person or particular people for now, but a revolutionary government will be able to sweep the whole nonsense out of office. Then we start afresh. There's absolutely no way we can build on this present monumental rot and hope to see the promised land, let alone get in there. So, Mr. Jagu, I do not know if I answer your question appropriately.
I think you did. Thank you.
Thank you for thanking me.
And you, thank you for thanking you for thanking.
Yeah, please, can they permit me to sign out? It's already dark here in the Gambia. We have longer
Thank you.
days and shorter nights.
Thank you for joining us. I learned some things already. Thank you. I really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you so much indeed.
Nice
Good
one.
night, everybody.
Good night. All right, let me bring in Righteous Man. Where's Righteous Man? He's gone. Okay, let's get Righteous Man up and listen. All right. Righteous Man, sorry about that. And you know, we know you're in Nigeria and all, and it's not easy to be able to join us here. The Fulani boy has been going in and out. So what do you make of this whole chain of events from a coup in Guinea Bissau? You had the intervention of former President Obasanjo, and I can bring in the Sheikh Gumi stuff just to so that we can cover that from now, because they are all linked. Let's face it, the Gumi one and what Obasanjo is saying, they are all linked. Apart from that of this thing, let me play this quickly. Let's see, where is it? Oh, where is the screen? I can't see the screen. All right, it's not there. Oh, just hold on for a second. Let me just share this screen quickly so you guys can hear about this Sheikh Gumi stuff video. All right, so that should be it. Sheikh Gumi seems to be the poster child of northern clerics.
Nigerians, Nnamdi Kanu, make sure say all Igbo politicians come across this video. Make una see the news when I come across today for Inside Sahara Reporter. Today be on the 25th of November 2025. Make una see what they say Sheikh Gumi talk allegedly. And make una share the video. Nigerians, Nnamdi Kanu, make sure say all Igbo politicians come across this video. Make una see the news when I come across today for Inside Sahara Reporter. Today be on the 25th of November 2025. Make una see.
In other words, he's just basically saying that he would champion Nnamdi Kanu's release if IPOB leader shows remorse. So if you want to comment on that, because some people are not liking what he said. Personally, I don't know why that is offensive, because if he wants to champion, after all, what's his name? Showore is championing it. So everybody wants to get on the bandwagon to champion the release of Nnamdi Kanu. The more the merrier, isn't it? This is a Righteous Man. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening from here, Mr. Forefathers and all the panelists, both in the comment section. It's been quite a while. We thank God for life that we have today. Actually, it does irritate me when I hear fellow Nigerians say Nigerians are docile. And for every space of opportunity that one gets and leaves the shores of Nigeria, he considers those that are still within the space of Nigeria as being docile. I don't know why such statements should be made. I believe 98% of members of this platform are all Nigerians. By virtue of providence, you have the opportunity to live outside Nigeria. Does not make you a different person from those who are living here. So that word that Nigerians are docile should be withdrawn with apology. There is no docility. It is just that the environment we find ourselves are not too good enough for us to behave as those who are living outside the shores of this country are behaving. The right for protest, of a peaceful protest, the right for justice from the judiciary, the right for self-defense, self-determination,
all those rights have been logically withdrawn from us. It's not as if Nigerians can act, but there is no force, there is no law effectively enough to back every reaction of any Nigerian. So as a result of that, we look like orphans, but that does not make us or qualify us to be called a docile people. So I was just irritated by that word, please. Back to the issue of the day. Forefathers, the truth is this. Within the space of time that I have lived on earth, the time that Nigeria walked has come and gone. Right now, Nigeria is not working. Absolutely not working. It's like a dead field, filtered with ants and all reptiles, poisonous reptiles with venoms that can kill at one strike. It is quite unfortunate. I was sharing with some people yesterday when I finished school, the first salary I received, and how I was able to manage that salary, got a house for myself, was taking care of my younger ones, and was also doing some things back home with that salary, of which today, if a graduate in Nigeria, unless man no man, and you are put in a very good, juicy position, your salary may not be more than 70,000 naira or 8. Even those who worked in the bank here, they are contract staff. They are paid 70, 60,000 naira. Nurses are paid 30, 35. Gate men are paid 30, 35, 40. And when you look at it, this cannot afford to buy a bag of rice. So Nigeria is no longer working. And it is quite unfortunate that the supposedly giant of Africa has gone beyond repair. We used to be the strongest economy in Africa, the strongest military in Africa, the most intelligent people you can talk about in Africa. But today, PDP left our economy at the value of $500 and something billion. Today, it is just about either 230 or $180 billion. That they have brought this country to the lowest point of the emergency of APC as a political party in 2015. That was the greatest downfall of this country. APC have never, since they emerged as the ruling political party in Nigeria, brought any single thing that is good to this country. Nothing can anybody mention that APC have brought that have alleviated the life of Nigerians or that have alleviated the status of this country in the Committee of Nations. You can't point to one thing. Economically, militarily, the standard of living, education, judiciary, social life, there is no part, no aspect of life that you can say APC have done well. And there are some still elements who will come to tell you, oh, APC should continue. If there would be a revolutionary change in Nigeria, it must be politically. Our votes must count. Nigerians living in diaspora should champion because they have all the liberty to do that. In Nigeria, we don't have the liberty. If not that Sowore had those backing him, that guy may have found himself where he's not supposed to dream to be. He's still walking around making statements because he has forces backing him.
An ordinary man, ordinary Nigerian that goes on the street to do what he does, will find himself in the bottomless pit. So, but Nigerians abroad can do much more. It's not about sending money here. In fact, the money that Nigerians are sending here is what is still holding Nigeria. The day those Nigerians living in abroad stop sending resources to this country, within 24 hours, Nigeria will collapse. That is the truth. Nnamdi Kanu started championing his cause of agitation from abroad. And the thing resoluted across the globe. He was able to win, I can give you statistics, he was able to win 75% the Southeastern youths. And even in other regions of Nigeria, he was winning people because the base where he was making his broadcast permitted him to do that. He couldn't have done that if he was here. When he was here, he saw how Operation Python Dance was carried to his home base, to his hometown, and a lot of people were gone. So the environment does not give us the right to do what we're supposed to do. Not as if we don't know what we do. We know, but we can't do it because the environment is not cordial, it's not friendly. We are living as slaves in our own country. Those they call expatriates that come from China, Lebanon, Mauritania, and the rest of, they have more rights than Nigerians in our own country. I challenged a Chinese man some weeks ago. I said, why will you be insulting a Nigerian when you are a foreigner here? Can a Nigerian insult a Chinese person in China? I was talking to the man. I said, that's bullshit, unacceptable. Because our government are giving you people right. Do you know Chinese at Alaba market, they rent shop now and sell phone accessories? That's the same people we are importing from. We go to their country, pay them millions of naira to import from them. It's not enough. They not bring their own container down to Nigeria, open shops at Alaba, and crash the price, not considering the investment we have made to import from them. And government allowed them. They are not dragging sales of phone recharger, earphone. At Alaba market, Chinese people owns shops there now. Because we're not protected.
Righteous
Our
man.
governments have not protected
Can I
us.
talk to you? Can I talk to you, righteous man?
Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
asking you. Thank you. I'm sorry, panel, but I have to say this, righteous man. You cannot complain on one side that Nigerians complain that Nigerians back home are docile. And at the same time, you are expressing your docility within the Nigerian circumstance. The two can't work. We have to accept one or the other. You can't have both sides of the argument. The Nigerians back home are docile. They may have all the reasons for being docile, but that is the position. That's the status quo. The status quo, the way I'm looking at it, is that you guys,
I disagree
wait, let me
with
land.
you.
Oh no, I know you do. I know you do. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's one side. And then on the other side, you are seeing right in front of your face how your government is failing you the more by allowing foreign nationals into your country to compete with you. That's two sides of the argument. You cannot have two sides of the argument. If you do not want to fight for your own justice, then you have to take what's going on in the country. Simple. Because there's no way. I'm sorry, but that's all I want to say. You can't have both sides of the argument. It's either you're ready to slap a man in his face.
Okay, Joe, I understand you from that point of view you are mentioning. Okay, the point you have highlighted, I understand you quite very, very well. But the point I'm making here, which you may not seem to have understood very well, is that if Nigerians that are back home here are not docile, we know what to do, and we have attempted to do it, but we were massacred. And when we were massacred, the likes of you, my brother, that is living in abroad, did not show any concern. You did not go to the street of London to protest and march against the massacre of innocent Nigerians whose sin was only carrying the Nigerian flag. We were expecting Nigerians abroad to go to their various cities where they're living, converge, and have a protest in support of what those children that lost their lives were doing. And then call on international communities in their various countries or cities to see what is going on, how the Nigerian government was killing her own citizens. The Nigerians in diaspora never did that. But look at the issue of Gaza with Israelites. The Palestinians across board anywhere in the world showed support for Gazans back home, organizing all sorts of meetings and protests. So that is the area I'm talking about. We are not docile. We don't have those who are backing us up. Those abroad are not backing us. They only make rhetoric statements and they don't back it with force. So back to what Obasanjo said. I am waiting on Onanuga, Bayo Onanuga, to respond to former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Because if you look at the statement he made, was almost the same statement that Peter Obi made. And Bayo Onanuga said, we will never forget and we will not forgive you. So let him use the same language, the same statement to reply OBJ that the Nigerian state will never forget and they will never forgive him. To start with,
Righteous man, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You took that away from my mouth. Thank you very much for that statement. Go ahead.
Yeah. To start with, have we taken time to look at the number of Nigerians, whether Christians or Muslims, whether traditional African worshippers, that have been sent to early grave? And for the past 15 years, this country had been bleeding. And they have, as I'm talking to you today, Kwara, Kogi, Sokoto, Katsina is bleeding. Kidnapping by the terrorists and bandits. What has our government done? Kanu was brought here. They said it was the game changer. What has the Kanu brought to us? So it seems the political will to handle and crush the Nigerian enemies is not with this present government. Cannot protect us. It is our right to ask for neighbors. If you are beating your wife mercilessly, your wife can cry out to neighbors to come and deliver her from the hands of the wicked man. So since our government cannot deliver and protect Nigerians, it is a rightful thing for Nigerians to seek for help abroad. Coming to strike the terrorists is not coming to invade Nigeria. Coming to handle the terrorists is not handling the government of Nigeria. It's only trying to tell the Nigerian government, you have failed to do what you ought to do. America and the rest of the world is not coming into Nigeria to take over Nigeria. They are coming to remove and uproot the evil roots that have made us beggars today, that have made Nigeria to become the capital, poverty capital of the world.
For righteous man, can I ask you, has there been any nation that America has done this for? Yeah, that was it.
Hello?
Yeah, the question was, has there been any nation America has gone and saved them from terrorism and cleared their terrorist problems?
The word terrorism, if you Google, when did it come into being? As far back as 50 years ago, the word terrorism was not a common word that is being used. So you will ask yourself a question. When was the word terrorism birthed into existence that will attract a nation? United Nations has passed a law or a vote that the superpowers of the world has legitimate right to strike any terrorist organization anywhere in the world without the approval of such countries' leadership. Check it, and I know you are aware of it. If our government cannot remove these terrorists, my brother, listen. Do you know traveling from Lagos to East is like going to hell? Do you know that traveling from Okene in Kogi State to Kaduna is like going to the pit of hell? Why will we be living in fears when we have the military? Why? Why must Nigerians suffer? Why must our farmers not go to work?
Bros.
And these people are borrowing billions of dollars. Okay, so it is good for Nigerians to borrow money from the US, but it is not good for US to help us and deal with the terrorists that is ravaging our country.
Righteous man, calm down. Righteous man. Let me ask you another question. If America comes and they leave without the type of outcome that you expect from them, what would be the case then?
You said what?
I beg, help me out, forefathers.
At least you were saying if the Americans come, okay, it's true. Yeah, let's righteous man. After this, you take 1 minute to answer the question. I think it's about after the Americans come. Is that what you're saying, Jagon? After the Americans come, what would they leave behind?
If they come and they leave out the kind of thing that man is thinking that Americans are coming for, what would be his complaint at that point? Because you're just letting us know how desperate we are. We are desperate. We're living in a desperate state. However, it is for the Nigerian government to do their job, not for someone else to come and do their job for them. Simple.
Oh my God.
See, interjection or just make other people to wait longer than actually. I mean,
yeah.
Come on, man. It's a valid question, I believe. If you can't see that, that's up to you.
Wait for your time. Wait for your time. If it take you 5 minutes for you to get your time, you are making.
No, it's not. But I've got a question for him.
It doesn't matter. Wait for your time.
Do you have respect? Do you have respect? Are you somebody that has respect?
It's all right.
Well, more than me doesn't matter. More than me doesn't matter. Go sit down, my friend. Damn cool. Go sit down. Don't speak when I'm speaking.
You're an adult. You get gray.
Don't speak when I'm speaking. That's the agreement that we have. What's this? What's going on now? Is this respectful? Is this respectful?
Can we behave ourselves now? Can we behave ourselves? See, you know, a contributor, a benefactor has showed up on the panel. We have to show some, decorum. And people, please like, share, and subscribe. We have about 300 people watching.
Hold this in your ass.
Like, share, and subscribe. Click the like button and contribute to the channel. Support the channel. The work we are doing here is actually quite vital. It might not seem like that. The church where you will go tomorrow and you go and open your wallet and purses and everything in your account and give to pastor. We are just asking for a little contribution to support the channel so that people will have to put all these things together. You see what I mean? So Dr. Jame is spending his own personal money. I'm spending my own personal time. None of us are getting paid. And as you can see, this is an open platform. Nobody's being told what to say. And nobody's being told what to do. And you can see disagreements, natural disagreements. And this is what you want. And if you want to see more of it, you want to support it.
That's for those who think they can tell us what to do.
This is not disagreement.
Big man to you.
Age comes with wisdom. Respect other people's time. You are not that important than any other person here.
Fuck off. How about fuck off? Does that help
Professor, you
you?
have to moderate this thing.
Jargon,
You have to,
don't do that.
moderate this.
No more insults, please. If you insult
I
each other
can't take
again,
this kind of thing, bro.
you're gonna end up
He does
backstage.
the same and worse. He does the same and worse. At least I asked permission. He does
insult
the same
again.
and
Okay,
worse. And he's coming to tell me what to
move
do.
on.
He's out of his mind.
Let's move
He's
on.
out of his mind.
And I think it's between Okpegolo now
Hey, go sit down.
Tony. I think it's Tony that speaks next, actually.
I mean, if education
Do you have age?
Ovie,
Do you have age?
it's okay. Ovie, calm down. Ovie, calm down. Calm down, Ovie.
Ovie is an idiot.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not. But he's saying the fact. You are interjecting too much. Let people speak.
Tony, you saw the video of you know about the Gumi issue coming into, he wants to fight for Nnamdi Kanu now, and there is also the one from Obasanjo coming into welcome foreign intervention. For all we know, he's talking about China. We don't have any history of China doing harm to most nations, but we know
we have.
Which one?
I can tell you if you allow me to speak.
Okay, no. After I ask the question, then you have your chance to elaborate. Thank you. I would really like to know that, actually, because sometimes if you don't know something, you want to know, and that's why we're here. And then, what do you make of the response of the government so far, based on they seem to be running around now looking to recruit people into the security forces? I see they didn't know that was a problem before. Please go ahead, Tony.
Good. I think you started well by the last question you asked. Why is the government running up and down now, pretending as if it's serious about dealing with insurgency? This is something that started since 2009, and it does not show over time that we have had a government that has political will. And I think Righteous Man said it, to address this problem. Now we know the efforts that Jonathan made, which was resisted, because there is a systemic, deep, entrenched interest in the sustenance of insurgency in Nigeria. There are people who make millions out of it. It's a business for so many people. And if you look at the face of insurgency, the way it is now, it has taken a lot of colors. You have banditry, you have insurgency, you have terrorism, you have kidnapping, all of them with different motives and appearing at different places, structured at various different intentions. There is the international dimension to it. So when you put all of them together, they have become so complex that it's now difficult for the army that is overstretched, that is army that is overworked, that is the army that has been infiltrated with people, fifth columnists, government that is infiltrated with fifth columnists, all of them making it extremely difficult for the government to deal with the issue. Apart from the fact that, the government, the whole basis by which this particular government came into being is because there's some tete-a-tete, some strategic engagement where if you do this for me, I do this for you. This present government has entirely no political will to address the problem of insurgency. Now, and I think Obasanjo put it so succinctly when he said that if you cannot, it's only a tree that they'll be cutting, it will stand and it will not do anything. People are being killed, and I think Righteous Man just put it, and it looks like he took words out of my mouth. Righteous Man said, and I agreed in his closing remarks when he said that if you look at the number of people that have been killed all over the years, consistently, repeatedly, and the government has not demonstrated any will, and where you see some semblance of someone doing something, it is opposed. Jonathan was about rounding up the financiers of Boko Haram in the northeast when the high command and the financiers were holding a meeting. And they sent intel to him. They wanted him as the commander-in-chief to give the order so they would totally decimate them. He couldn't, because there were interests that said you must not do it. He employed mercenaries. They shouted. He brought in Hejirika. They reported him. They removed him. Now move from there, to when Buhari came in. He was in the US. That was when in Trump's first coming. And Trump specifically told him, do something about this killing.
And Buhari went all through his tenure. We didn't see any action. In fact, it got worse. And now passing over to this administration, we see a worsen. In fact, no, it has not been as bad as we have seen in this administration. Let me tell you what Major General Danjuma Ali Kefi said. And I shared this with Mazi Ezoke when I appeared in his channel yesterday. General Danjuma Ali Kefi used to be a GOC, a commander of one of the divisions in the Nigerian army. He was one person who was determined, you can Google it, determined to exterminate, to deal with this insurgency, that was ravaging the north. And he arrested some of the kingpins and financiers of Boko Haram. What happened to him? They detained him for 60 days. They arrested him, and eventually they retired him from the military. And in his letter to the president, this current president, he has said that we once had a CDS, Atahiru, who was alleged to have died in a plane crash. He asked the president to please set up a panel to investigate that accident because it was really not an accident. In fact, in his words, in his opinion, sponsors of Boko Haram created that situation where his plane crashed. It's there, you can Google it to find out. What am I saying? I'm saying that if you look at the body language of the government, even right now, with the present, some of the people who are in government, you hear the defense minister say that there's no need to bomb the forest because it's forest proof. Don't waste your time. It's forest proof. The forest is armored. So if you try to go and bomb them, you can't kill them. I've never heard that kind of a thing. You hear somebody, which a righteous man just quoted, say that Obi will not be forgiven for making a statement, and this is supposed to be a free country, for giving his opinion concerning what he thinks the pathway to deal with the problem of insurgency. And somebody said they will not forgive him. We will not forgive him, that's the word. And I'm asking the question, who is we?
Now, let me share something with you, because when you mention about some of these leaders that are in government not taking action and always seems to be pulling punches, then what is motivating them? What is behind? Let me just play this video so that you react to it too.
Some of that money. Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel, entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public. Yet somehow you're believing, and American people are supposed to believe, that this money is going for the betterment of the women in Afghanistan. It is not. You are funding.
So, and the reason why I play that is because maybe the reason why these leaders that are compromising our national security are getting away with it is because they have higher power supporting them. Maybe that's why you can't touch them. So what do you make of that?
Yes, yes, because I mentioned that there is also a foreign connection. I just give you an example, Zamfara. And it's not just the north only, because even in the south, this whole thing is going on, just that they have focused on Zamfara. In the south, in the southwest, and in the east, in Ebonyi, for instance, you have something like this going on. But let me just take Zamfara, for example. Now, the Chinese fly in and fly out. They come with arms. And they arm these people who are supposed to be gangs to protect them so that the mining can go on. So they empower them. And so by doing that, they add a very dangerous element to the fragile security in the region. And they take out these things.
They have sponsors, Nigerian sponsors who support them. And they take out this thing. It's a multi-billion-dollar business. And so if you are trying to deal with that situation, these people are going to oppose you. So because you talked about China, so I want to tell, and just giving you one example of what China does, in the name of coming to do business. And we have had so many Chinese people arrested. You can see some of them in video by Nigerian authorities who are carrying out illegal mining in Nigeria. So they help also to militarize the states, in a way to protect, for the extraction of their of minerals, which they sell and make a lot of money. And you have politicians who support them. Now, if you go from there, I want to draw your attention. I'm speaking about China. I want to draw your attention to there was what is it? 2 countries in Europe that Denmark and what's this? Denmark and trying to just forgotten this country. Norway, sorry. Denmark and Norway bought some buses, EV buses from China, from a Chinese company called Yutang. And just to help boost mass transit in their countries. And the Denmark authorities decided, just like the plane that they gave to Trump, by the UAE gave to gave to Trump. They decided that they have to strip those vehicles, sweep it to find out if there are devices, that are implanted in those buses, because these are some of the things that they do. And it was discovered that there was a chip. Every of those buses had a chip where the company from China can demobilize that vehicle. And they can tap in and get whatever information they want, whatever transaction that is going in those buses from China. And so what Denmark did was it deactivated those systems. And so when Norway wanted to buy those buses, that information was passed to Norway. So what I'm trying to say is that there's no all of them, whether China, whether Russia, whether America, all of them have interests that they protect. So
yeah, but Doctor, hold on, let me just confirm this, because you are basically saying the Chinese are coming and arming militants.
Yes,
that is something we've never heard of before. Arming.
You can Google it. We have the benefit of all these
I'm
things.
checking, because what I'm seeing is they are being arrested in Nigeria. And
For what?
Illegal mining.
Good.
Yeah, they have been arrested in Nigeria for illegal mining, and in Ghana, I think I remember one where with the Maya.
They are in Jamaica. They are in the Caribbean. They are in Kenya. They are in Zambia.
Let me try to
doing
explain.
the same stuff.
There is a difference between taking advantage of rules in the area to trade, then the difference between that and actually arming militants.
Listen. What is going on?
They've never been caught doing that.
What is going on in Zamfara is taking advantage of the security situation and the inability of government to control its airspace, to control, that whole area, to deal with insurgency, and taking advantage. It's very clear.
Yeah,
so
but the one I'm asking you is that, have you seen one where they were found to be the ones arming the militants? Have you found those ones? Because that's one I've
Google. That's why we have Google. Do chat GPT.
The ones I keep seeing is that they are being arrested. You look at them, they look like pathetic people being arrested, and because they are doing illegal mining, bribing people in the area.
How do you carry out illegal mining? You just go there
by bribing people from their area. That's
you just bribe. You just bribe, and then they allow you to do that.
Yeah, that's what generally what happens.
Have you seen?
You want me to play the videos? I can play the videos so you can see them.
The one I heard is that when the terrorists come, they will clear the place. And when the owner of the land left, the Chinese will come in and start mining. I've not heard that Chinese they have the gun, but I have the terror. I heard that the terror
who give them the gun?
Kill the people, chase the people around, then when those people left, the Chinese will come in and
What
start
is
mining.
that's what I'm telling you now. That's how it
Why the
operates.
terrorists will protect them? The terrorists, they don't go after the Chinese, but they
Fine.
go after the owner of the land.
Very good.
The
So
Nigerian military protect them, not even
the optics
terrorists.
is
Nigerian military is protecting them.
the optics is very clear, but let me make my point so that I can leave and someone else can talk. The point I'm making, going back to the Obasanjo thing, I just wanted to use that as those two examples, because you talked about China, you wanted to paint China good as being good boys and so on and so
They
forth. They
are
are not
far
good boys.
better than the great Satan. They are far better than the great Satan.
They are not. They are not. Jide, hold on.
Jide, you are going to end up backstage.
Jide, you are going to speak. So hold on. There's no better in this. There's no better in imperialism. There's no one that imperialism is imperialism. New colonialism is new colonialism. There's no one that is better. It's based on exploitation. So don't tell me, don't preach any gospel of
America
better.
is better. America is better.
Tony, let's calm down. Let's calm down. You know what they say? Let me just address something. Maybe I should just wait until the next one where I'm actually myself. Okay, please go ahead. I'm Dr. Damages.
Okay. So let me just, by rounding up, I'm saying that if you have a country where you are incapable, I recently I heard somebody from the government spokesperson saying that schools in remote areas should be closed. Should not be wrong. That's what Boko Haram is all about. Western education is haram. That's the motto of what that's the motto. What you are doing is you are regurgitating the motto of Boko Haram. That's from government.
I see.
If you so what are you if you let me tickle my brother Ovie. If you go to Ibilo, Igara, or Soso axis, that road is impassable. Apart from the fact that the road is very, very bad, the other thing is that it's not safe. You can't deal with security, and then people are dying, and then someone wants to come and help you, and then you just go grandstanding and you go telling all kinds of lies and denialism that they want to bomb Nigerians. America never said they're going to bomb Nigerians. That's not what they say. So we have to choose. This government cannot look at. You said it before I started, that you will now see the government, hurriedly doing this measure, that measure, and that measure, and that. I can tell you, if it wasn't because someone somewhere has told them, listen, if you don't do something, we're going to come in and we're going to do something. This is the same government, opposition government, that saw nothing wrong with going to see Obama and asking for help. This is the same government, this is the same Nigeria that intervened in Gambia when Yahya Jammeh was there and told him, listen, you lost election, you must go. Intervened in Ivory Coast and told Bagbo, you have to go, you lost election. And I intervened in so many countries, West African countries, Southern African countries. And now that same country.
Ovie has to go on. Not yet, because I think he has been on for a while. And
so what I'm saying is, what is fair is fair. We need help. We are incapable. We can't do it. We need logistic support. We need training. We need to end corruption. We need a template that will show, that will restore confidence in the military, that will arm the military. Because they are able, they can do it. But you have to have a government that has willpower.
Who can ever help you?
We need to have the way we are operating now. You can, if we continue this way, we can stay forever. This government, any government that continues in this trajectory will not be able to deal with insurgency. It will continue because it has festered. Let me stop there and let you hear.
Can I ask you a question?
No, sorry, not now, not now. No. We're going to speak. We are going to go to the next. It's already past the 3 hours mark for this one anyway. Then I can actually be myself and go deep into issues. This Dr. Damages is not one enough. Welcome, all the educated illiterates. This is the president of all educated illiterates in Nigeria. I really appreciate you for joining us, and I thank you for your patience. I know you have been a little bit frustrated with how long this stuff has been taking. So what do you make of the Obasanjo intervention, Gumi's intervention, and the Nigerian government, how they've been reacting to the emergency and that the country is facing?
I think we the Nigerian people are the pawn here. You know, they are pawning us for lack of understanding what is at play. I don't expect Obasanjo to speak different. I mean, I think me and you had a very robust conversation around that a couple of days ago on my platform. You know, and I mean, Obi coming out to say that. I mean, Obasanjo taking a contrary route is throwing him under the bus. So that's not going to happen. So I don't expect him to. I'm not surprised at all. But I think Gumi, we need to also understand who these people actually represent. Who are they speaking for? And in order to do that, we need to understand that the people who are operating in all these areas who are being termed as terrorists, they are about 2 arbitrary groups. And there's a reason why they are joining every day, all of them together as terrorists. I'm not saying their style of operation is just different, but there's similarity, right? The Boko Haram is the main goal of Boko Haram, as it was told to us, is that they rejected Western education, they want their own caliphate and all that. So the media make us to understand that they are Islamic terrorists, right? I mean, the activities and everything, maybe you can make argument for that. But what is actually people are not telling, what the other side of the story that is not being told, is that at the beginning, I think a lot of people at the beginning, there was heavy repression on them by the states, by the Nigerian states. They were killing them anyhow to the point that they killed their leader. And I think that's underpin what they are doing now. I'm not making an excuse for them, but I'm just telling you, once you understand that part, then you understand the next group, the ISWAP, the Islamic State of West Africa, right? The main goal, they want governance, they want taxation, they want their own Sharia courts, and you can argue that they are more brutal than the Boko Haram themselves, right? And that is already happening already. If you so pay attention to the people who are on ground, because the media don't go to the people who are on ground to tell their story, right? There are other people there who they are paying tax to, not to the Nigerian state, right? They are paying tax to other established government. That one there too is going on. Then you talk about the Fulani militia, the popular header with the Fulani, with the farmers crash. Right, again, within they want, their land, they want revenge, they don't want money. If you listen to the people on ground, you will understand those are the people Gumi is speaking for. They see themselves as a real victim of, the globalization, the deforestation, the expansion of other people. I mean, you can disagree or argue with them. Their own grievances is also different. So, but for some reason known to the military chiefs and the politicians and the foreign interests, they tag every fight as one, as terrorism. So it's not very hard for you to actually even know which is which and where they are coming from. And there's a reason for that, right? The military chiefs are getting richer today as we speak. So you get buildings everywhere, they're flying first class after their retirement and all those kind of things. Where is that money coming from? Now, through the unaccounted for military budget. In fact, when Buhari was able to expose $2 billion at that time when Dasuki Gate, the popular Dasuki Gate, the whole country went crazy because $2 billion was taken from the military budget. He doesn't stop. So if the narrative is like this, how do you want something like that to stop? Right, the politician in Abuja again is a cover up for their own incompetency and excuses in order for them to actually go there and take care of the land problem, the dispute between the farmers and the those are actually issues that governance, right? Governors can take care of. But because we ramp everything up in the name of terrorism, it gives them an excuse, not to do anything, to just keep lazy. The same thing with the foreign interests, right? The America, as we know, is one of their biggest export now weapon. Who they buy their weapon? We don't produce weapon. So we can argue whether Chinese they sell weapon or not. They are all in the business. If you go there, because people they argue, oh, Chinese people they come, they do money and they fly, go and they come. The truth is that now all the big Western nations have their companies there, and most of these companies are in cooperation with Nigerians. So we can make Chinese as a scope for all we care. And it's very ridiculous making case for anybody at all outside Nigeria. Because if history served me right, when the British were coming, they saw the word civilization. They were building churches, building schools, doing all those things. People were actually making case for them. That they are building schools for, they are doing this. Why would you do? But at the end, on the long run, are we not at the receiving end? The same thing when the Americans were coming in the 60s. Democracy, right? They begin to do NGOs, give scholarship, build all kind of institutions. Today now we want them out. So those who are arguing that the Chinese are coming in the name of what? Infrastructural development. They build your railways, they build your seaports. It is good. You find 1 million reasons to support them, you will find it. But on the long run, history tell me that better they train your grandchildren to know how to speak Chinese now, because always boil down to like that at the end of the day. As I said, history backs it up. So all these things, the idea, if you look at the main players, they get reason why they key on that, the idea of everything is terrorism, right? So if when Gumi they speak, if you can narrow it down to okay, the real Nigerian Fulani or West African Fulani, if you want to make them, that is making their case, not necessarily the Boko Haram people or the ISWAP, but the third party who anybody will go kidnap children for school now, they say na Boko Haram terrorists. Maybe not just ordinary bands away one hustle. Because the fact that they go rescue these people, nobody they bother to interview them. What is actually their story? If you carry one person, and watch that person where they finish on face media. So if you interview the victims who are on ground, I know this because I get friends and I get direct contact to most of those people, especially in Borno. You understand that their story, their nuances, that media is throwing out and just jam everything together. So that's why it's as if it's very difficult for them to actually solve the problem. Even today, the point that Nigerians even more no trust Nigerian military again, right? But they are not bothered because, as I said, budgets they come easily. But the military people too, and again, if you go ask people on ground, there are military occupation everywhere in the northeast and the northwest. I mean, the Saudis people will argue like that too. So those people where did that village where military occupy, where are they now? Are they happy that military are there? Those are the questions that the media will not actually, focus on. Because there's all these villages within the map, where those people did. Now all of them now Boko Haram, sir. No.
IDP camps, isn't it?
Yeah.
They are in
not all
IDP
of them.
camps.
Not all of them. Not all of them are victim of Boko Haram or ISWAP or the federal fighter. Not all of them. So they are different victims. But the point is that the majority of, again, another people where we know they ask, there are a lot of young kids, their families have been displaced. They are everywhere within the neighboring borders. Cameroon, Niger, Chad. In the next 10 to 15 years, when they begin to ask questions where they belong, what will go tell them? So even the future is not looking bright.
I think something just occurred to me now against what Tony was saying about Chinese people. Because the Chinese, they do illegal mining in Ghana. You don't see violence there. So they do illegal mining in almost every country in Nigeria. In Africa, So it means that there's something about those countries where there is violence that is independent of the Chinese. That is what he seems to be missing. The Chinese don't arm people. There's something in that
again, the people where they fight for whatever reason, now they complicate our issue. They are not just fighting, they go just maybe now the Boko Haram or not just bandits they fight on. You understand? So they join everything. As I said, the is something that our governance will solve. That one I know which is what Gumi is arguing for, right? As I said, you can disagree with their claim. They don't deserve amnesty, that they keep people and all that. If you listen to their claim and Gumi claim, it rhyme. But on behalf those Boko Haram and the ISWAP, I don't know who they speak for them. And I think that speaks to what Obasanjo is trying to say. These are literally enemy of the state. Let's go after them, even if you want to use foreigner. Even though it might not be the best messenger to say it. But as I said, there's a reason why he's saying the same thing. Then another thing, the question we should be asking, Why is it that at every junction, Washington, they ask for them to be our inner military structure? During Obasanjo, before they pay all the forgiveness of loan where Obasanjo they think about, they have to demand for them to go, the Americans to be in their our military structure. The same thing under Buhari. The same
Because
thing
they
under
don't want to
Buhari.
change the status quo. They don't want us to drift towards the east.
So as we speak, they don't form another military working together with the Badu being the head from the Nigerian state. But what I want people to find out, who are the military counterparts? There are about 5 people, maybe 10 people where they carry go head by the Badu and the rest of the military apparatus and the international agencies and all that. Now they make up our own team. The American team. Somebody should find out and tell me who constitutes the American team. Nobody they know. Again, when I asked that question because that Commodore where they come on air, they talk, say we have to beg the CIA to accept Buhari. Who was he representing? So there are so many things that are being left out. It's also a lot of odds. They just they jam everything together. This one, no, but now they don't everything on the subside now because they don't go meet them for Washington. They tell them say this. So, and the danger of that is that means we don't have a secret. If you're in a military apparatus, foreigner the inside, you don't have any secrets. You that put military at the top of everything. You ain't got no secret. When there's always
I know. I don't want to. Maybe in the next segment, then I'll be more active with my critiques. Let me bring eccentric as in before skirmishes start here. And Jaguar has been waiting for a while, and Righteous Man is there, so that I'll open up the panel so that because soon
I haven't spoken.
Yeah, but you came late now, and we'll have to rant, then go away, then come back again for the next live stream.
I haven't said anything.
Yo, God, let Jide speak, man.
Yeah, we'll let you rant. Okay.
No. If Jide speak, if you
my
allow
time.
Jide to speak, that means you missed your turn.
I'm giving him my time.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up with that? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Which means you're not going after him. I'm going after him.
That's okay. That's fine. Go ahead, man.
All right.
Fun, man. Knock yourself out. Let's go.
Is it troublemaker?
Thank you, man. I'll knock myself out, as you put it.
Thank you. Jide, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, you can. So, what do you make of all the events you know about Obasanjo, Gumi, about the Chinese debates, and all those things? What do you make of it?
Yeah, thank you so much. I know I don't want me to talk, but thank you so much, Cast. Thank you for.
I don't want you to talk. What we said? I don't want you to talk.
I'm just messing with you, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, like greetings to everybody on the panel. You see, I think there's a lot for a lot of us to understand. I think a lot of us are still very ignorant about what's really going on in terms of what is really, really going on geopolitically, politically, and also economically, because we need to understand the Nigerian situation. We cannot just come out and say, oh, the Nigerian US government should come and intervene in helping fight terrorism. It's not going to work. I was going to ask Brother Tony. The first question I was going to ask him is no longer online, unfortunately. But I was going to ask him, where in this world as America actually single-handedly went to intervene militarily to fight terrorism and succeed? There's no country. You can make any example. Maybe the best example, just to put things in a very objective way, is maybe Philippines. And even the terrorists there, they're not even terrorists. They are not sophisticated. I've forgotten what they call them. But you can see what I'm saying. Despite the fact that the Uncle Sam has intervened in over 100 countries, it has never, go and check it, anywhere, go and check, everyone listening to me should go and check it. Nowhere has America gone to successfully fight terrorism and defeat the terrorists. Nowhere. Is it Syria? No, it was not the US. It was not Uncle Sam. Is it Iraq? No. Is it Afghanistan? No. Is it Pakistan? I can give so many examples. Is it Somalia? Like, I can go on and on. And in fact, anywhere Uncle Sam has gone to, it has further destabilized those countries to the point that it takes those countries 100 years back. I don't understand why some of us fail to understand those things. We just come and get emotional. You see, it's a shame that someone like Obasanjo, all these people, I've always told that, I've always mentioned it on this channel. These people are enablers. They are puppets. They are puppets. They do not serve our interest. Peter Obi, Obasanjo, Tinubu, they are all criminals. These are criminals. They are all evil people. Look at what Obasanjo was coming out to say. And he even said that he does not offer anybody any apology. You see, it's a shame. It's a shame. And some of us are praising these people. It is a big shame. Instead of us to talk about how we are going to take power from these criminals, we are talking about whether their opinion makes sense. These people do not serve our interests. These people, they are willing to collaborate with the intelligence agencies, foreign intelligence agencies, to what? To further destroy our country. It's a shame. It's almost like we Nigerians, we do not see any humanity in ourselves, just as much as our government do not see any humanity in us. They don't see any humanity in us. The people ruling us, you know why they're so wicked? They don't see any humanity in any of us.
Let me just share something quickly. I really appreciate your points, because I think maybe Nigerians should understand that if, since when we say we are being engineered to be the way we are, there are evidence for this. Let me just play what this South African lady had to share.
Battalion with a small cadre of white officers, but all the troops and a lot of the non-commissioned officers were Zulus. And one of the things that was going on in my area, because I was the law officer covering a very large area of northern Zululand up to the Swaziland-Mozambique border, was a small group of recce officers. That was like our equivalent of the SAS, Navy SEALs type soldiers, training local Zulu men to go up to the townships and the mine hostels around Johannesburg and in the Transvaal to deliberately foment racial tension and violence with other tribes based in those hostels and townships. And this was a very deliberate strategy of the South African government and the South African military at the time to create black-on-black violence, to detract from the potential for black-on-white violence, which in those days was very low because we had a very strong and violent police force repressing that side of things. But there was this massive deflection that went on right up until I left the army at the end of 1989. And a lot of white people don't know that, is that there was a very deliberate strategy, because what white people in South Africa at the time, and no doubt for some period afterwards, were often saying is, these blacks can't run a country because they're always fighting each other. These tribes hate each other, right? The Zulus hate the Xhosas, who hate the Ndebele, who hate this guys, the Pondos, and this kept saying that basically that blacks were too violent to run a country. And what most people have no idea of is that violence, that intertribal violence, was fomented by the white South African government, army and police force very deliberately. So we need to revise our idea of history, not just the recent history, the pre-apartheid history of South Africa, but the entire history of European and white domination of Africa and the way that was presented to us.
Okay, I hear what he's saying, but tribalism existed long before the Dutch and British settlers came to South Africa. So
yeah, that man said it all. He said a lot of very interesting things. It's almost like you said, the social engineering has made us to lose our humanity among ourselves. And our leaders, they are perpetuating it. They are perpetuating it because for us to even carry out a revolution in Nigeria, we need to even see the humanity in ourselves. We don't see the humanity in ourselves, except if we are of the same family, or of the same religion, or of the same class. We are not there yet. It's quite unfortunate. And we are self-destroying ourselves. We don't know it. We are self-destroying ourselves because lack of...
Jide, this is exactly the reason why when I talk about national security, because if you had it, if you were protecting yourselves, what that man described cannot happen to you. You are less susceptible to it.
Yes.
And most would think national security is only when people are attacking you physically. No. you are less susceptible if you are focused on all these things, making sure you give them little space to operate. That's how it's supposed to be.
That space you mentioned, I want to talk about just some geopolitical analysis I want to explain. But maybe because I may not have a lot of time right now, maybe during my rant on next session, I have a lot to say. Because what is going on, I mean, apart from the books I've read this week and some other months, like, I understand what is going on. I may not be in Nigeria, but I understand what is going on even from where I am. I can see it. Just seeing it from the position of the world, how the world works, how they operate, how these evil elites, both in Uncle Sam and in Nigeria, how they operate to infiltrate our country with terrorism. We don't know what's really going on, and it's disturbing me. Obasanjo is coming. That criminal, that bastard.
Hey, come on, man. What is the matter with you now? Hey, Jide, come on, man. Chill out. What is this now? You gave him your turn, and he's now calling people B word on this thing. And he's a former president. Come on.
He's calling Obasanjo, dude. That's fine.
No,
that's
because
okay,
Obasanjo,
man.
remember, Obasanjo,
that's free speech.
He's doing what he knows. Obasanjo is a nationalist. You have to give that one to him.
Nationalist.
But he's doing what he knows. That's all he knows. He's a nationalist that is compromised without even knowing. This is why I say we want younger leaders. Younger leaders are likely to change their tone. They are likely to be more resilient, and they are likely to hold the kind of views you hold. But Obasanjo, he was around when we were subject of British crown.
Look at all this exposure, and look at what is coming up. Look at all the man exposure. Look how many years the man ran that country. Look at what he's saying. He should know better. Look at what that man is saying.
They can't.
All his exposure. This man worked with United Nations.
It's really sad. They can't see. Their scope is limited. They are schooled by these same people. What do you expect him to think? His scope is limited. He can't see beyond, and he doesn't want to take risk. They just want to die peacefully. The younger ones are ready to throw up the apple cart. That's why they always like these old leaders, because they know the old leaders have the old mindset. They are not going to change. But the young ones, even if they believe in what these old people believe in, but when they get there, they are more likely to change, and they don't like it. All the young people, they can flip on you very, very quickly, just like Charlie Kirk was about to flip on the Israelis. So that's the problem with young people, and that's why they don't like young leaders for Africa. So that's it.
Forefather, right? Like there's a concept in management called threats and opportunity, right? The threat in Nigeria, right, kind of presents an opportunity for Nigeria to kind of fix their security situation, right? So this is a perfect opportunity for Nigeria, actually. I mean, we can see it in a bad light. All the issues going on in Nigeria, right? It will push Nigeria to kind of strengthen its own internal security, right? Create technologies to deal with this issue so that way they can deal with another issue in the future. Kind of like how when we get a virus, our body creates an antibody to deal with that and treat the progenies to treat it in the future, right? So that could be the situation going on, right? So it might look all bad, but somehow it could be good. It could present a good opportunity for Nigeria to, kind of evolve their security, internal security. That's just my take on that.
That's true. I think they are already reacting to an extent. I actually believe that the current situation is an opportunity for our leaders. Something they would not have done before that would have spooked the West, like trying to recruit heavily. Now they can do it based on the fact that, hey, Trump says that the genocide going on. But they're not doing enough.
Forefathers, the one that we have recruited, what are we doing with them? What are we doing with the police officers that we have recruited and the army? What are we doing with them?
If I tell you, this is control. This is me now being me, not Dr. Damages anymore. If I tell you that our military and police are overperforming, would you like to hear that?
Based on what are we doing with them?
That's what I'm saying. They are overperforming based on what they've got, the population that they have to protect, and everything. The resources they have available to them. 1 man to 1,000 people. Can you defend 1,000 people?
That is what I'm saying. You say recruit more. The ones you recruited, what have you done with them? Not good housing. Have you seen the police college in Nigeria? Have you ever visited the police college?
Oh, you're talking about the welfare. So I hear what you are saying.
Yes.
But even with this poor state that we are in,
a man
see, try to
that
understand what I'm
said,
saying.
a man that said he want to have more children. The ones you have, what have you done with them? Have you trained them well? Have you taken care of them? It's not a matter of recruiting 50,000. The ones you have on ground, how is their life?
See, it's not that okay. I hear what you are saying, but if you want to improve the country, what you have now is to scale it up. You can't just say these ones have to be perfect first before you scale it up. Because even if you make this one perfect, it's not going to solve the problem. Because the reason why you know that is because America, with all their perfect security and everything, they are not able to tame terrorists with a small number. The only way you can tame terrorists is to deny them space to operate, and you need numbers to deny them space. They are in Okadas, but the problem is that Okadas can drive to open spaces, but if you don't have people there, they will just go there.
But
that's what they do.
Forefathers, excuse me just for a second, please. I don't have the time. See, remember that our government told Nigerians and the whole wide world that these terrorists are not Nigerians. They're from Sahel region. How would you allow a foreign body to come into your territory and operate and achieve their aim? Do you know how many billions that have been lost to these people? How many lives that have been lost? Communities have been lost, renamed after them, and they're not Nigerians? What are you talking about? Which country on earth will allow such thing to happen? You allow foreigners, foreign terrorist group invade your country?
No, we know that. What I'm saying is that we need to recruit more people, create more jobs in Nigeria to go and defeat them. Because here
he put in a recruiting 50,000 people into the police yesterday.
I thought it was 20,000. I thought it was 20,000. And is it up to 50? If it's 50, that's
what I'm saying.
They need more.
They need
but it all doesn't matter.
And in the military, not just the police, in the military too, and secret services.
Yeah, he said he was saying just the police. I thought police. Anyway, guys, let me take my turn before we get on to the rant.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My energy is low.
I appreciate
guys,
your patience.
Thank you. We speak about Nigeria as though it's a real place. And anytime I hear that's how we're taking it, I always feel how wrong it is that we are, how far our minds remain in some kind of strange security that Nigeria is actually a country with sensible people. It's not. I keep trying to tell these people that Nigerians are stupid. People want to ridicule me for that. But there are too many examples of our stupidity over the last 65 years. Too many examples. Too many. Nigeria is a crazy place. We don't know what all these people that find themselves as politicians.
Is it that we are stupid, or we just don't have the right experience?
No. You see, when I say that we are stupid, I mean stupid. I mean, this country is not working, and it hasn't really worked since its inception. It may be that we had 6 years, maybe when things were a lot better than they are now. Maybe the first 6 years. But that first 6 years ended up in a coup, which ended up in a civil war, and the coup was probably unnecessary, or at least the killing of those leaders was very unnecessary. But we did it anyway. Why would you kill leaders like that in a certain region, not kill anyone else, and just leave it? You kill them. It's not like you had a follow-up. It's not like you had something doing. It's not like you had a proper agenda to put in place that would secure the country. No, the country was left counter-coup, civil war. It's stupid. Stupid. Nobody can tell me that makes any sense. No one can tell me. Who can tell me that makes sense? How does that make sense? Nigeria is a stupid country.
See, it makes sense to people that were once colonial subjects. Think about it from
Look,
their point of view.
brother. You guys were speaking about Obasanjo just now. You know where Obasanjo was at the time in 59, 60, 61? Do you know where he was?
Where?
Obasanjo was in the Congo. He was in the Congo making sure that that man didn't come to power. That's where Obasanjo was. Now, if you believe that Obasanjo doesn't know what took place in the Congo, he knows. He was part of it.
Jack, which man? Is
As you said, he was being.
Jack, is it Lumumba? Sorry to interrupt.
Lumumba is who they were there killing.
This is new to me. I did not know this.
That's where they were.
Are you telling me Obasanjo was working against Lumumba?
Yes, of course. Come on. Who was he working? Who was he working for if he was there?
But no. If I won't be surprised, maybe for African Union.
Who was he working for?
Those days were quite Pan-African.
No, come on, let's be serious. See, this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, wait, guys, please calm down. All I'm saying, when I say that Nigerians are stupid, I mean it. Because they think they know, and they do not know. They don't have a clue. What I mean by they don't, not just me and you that don't have a clue. The people in power don't have a clue.
Yeah.
What has informed any of us that these people have a clue? What's informed us for all of the years we've had? For me, and you may call me biased, and I wasn't like this when I was younger, but having studied it myself, the only person to me who had a clue was Awolowo. And I say that with all fervency. I would like to think Zeke of Africa was the main man. I would like to think that because he had an expansive and an international and an Afrocentric point of view. But that point of view, unfortunately, was unrealistic at the time in a country like Nigeria. The only realism that was coming out of that country was from Awolowo. Realism. Everybody else is a dunce, as far as I'm concerned. Everyone else, everybody, all of them, they haven't done anything. So the situation that we're in now is that, just as Eccentric has said, right now is a fantastic opportunity for the government to wake up and do the right thing, or for the people to wake up and do the right thing. But I can guarantee you, neither of these things are going to happen. And I hate to say that because of the damn stupidity of our people. We're just stupid. We like just blocking people for the sake of blocking them. Not for any good reason. Just block him. I don't like him. I don't like him. So they start their rubbish. That's Nigerians. We have to wake up from our stupor. We're drunk with stupidity. I mean, I don't know how I can let everyone know that this thing ain't working and it ain't gonna work.
Django, when I told you that Nigerians have to experience a catalytic event that is going to increase our collective intelligence,
my brother,
I can tell you right now,
do you know what?
Based on what Trump just did, just that tiny stimuli, it has made the Nigerian government security-wise just. If you are giving them based on IQ, their IQ score has
the thing is, my brother. The thing is, once I follow your argument, but I disagree with you. You know, they said when you push a man to the wall, a man would react. But when you push a Nigerian to the wall, he will become the wall. That's what they say about us. He'll just become the wall, a new entity, a new level of stupidity.
We've not been pushed to the wall. We've not been pushed to the wall. That's why.
Well, we've been pushed to the wall too many times.
Trump's action is the type of action
Nigeria,
you need to push us.
No,
what he did.
Nigeria has been pushed to the wall. You see, a man like Fela was the only one standing up for an awfully long time until the man lost his life. They beat that guy senseless, not wanting to kill him, but wanting that he's not there. They killed his mother for God's sake.
Obasanjo
And the person who did it is Obasanjo himself. And these people are from the same location. They're from Abeokuta all together. They know each other.
Believe they are, you see, you don't understand that. That's why they believe they are doing the right thing. That's what they truly believe.
No,
People like Obasanjo, they thought they were doing the right thing by treating that guy like that.
If I'm okay, fair enough. If I'm Obasanjo and I'm in the middle of the Congo, and I know that this Congo of a place is even richer than my Nigeria. They may not be as organized as Nigeria or as well established as Nigeria is to take on its own sovereignty, but they are wealthy in their ass. And I see a man who's in a country, educated and not afraid of the Oyinbo. I see him. I cannot go against that man. I will do something within myself. And if I did go against that man, I would have learned the lesson from that place by the time I'm back in Nigeria. I would have learned the lesson now. I would have learned the lesson. I would have seen what's done, see what they got me involved with, been ashamed of it, and understood how to play the game. But no, he just carried on. Just like Fela said, everything that man Fela said was accurate. This is why, for people before who spoke about people swearing or people being rude, people not knowing how to speak, pretty speak is wonderful. I love an educated person and educated dialogue. But I know that there are too many educated fools in this planet, not just in Nigeria, in the planet. And then there are too many people who suffer fear. They have a lot of fear in their spirit. Nigeria is full of people who are afraid.
Let me bring Anel Chuku in.
Yo, Fafa, it's gonna be my turn, right?
Look at you. When you are giving
spot, right?
You are giving your turn
Yes,
away. And then Chuku came in now while Chuku was speaking.
But
Jide was speaking when Anele Chuku showed up.
Exactly. So I'm taking Jide's spot. That's what we did. We swapped spots, right? It's my turn.
No, they said you gave up your spot.
Yes, it should be like that. It should be like that for Papa.
Papa does now.
For Papa, it should be like that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's bring it. Since everybody voted, and then you can see how they hate Southeasterners.
It's okay.
We be saying how discriminated they are. They are Igbo haters. You see how they are behaving. One of them is Igbo there.
Dude, I'm Igbo, man. What are you talking about?
It's not your name. It's like, I'm not packing down again. So let's bring you in. So what do you make of this Obasanjo intervention?
So
Gumi's one too is there. Let's not ignore Gumi looking.
I don't know about Gumi. I think I saw
Nnamdi Kanu's release and all.
Yeah, I saw like Gumi's I saw kind of like a short video, where he said, I think it's just an opportunist, right? That's just I don't want to talk about that. Obasanjo is irresponsible. His comments very irresponsible, right? Like Jide said, the United States. I mean, if you look at Trump's his message on his Truth Social, right? He was talking like a freaking caveman. He's talking about he's going to go in gun blazing, right? I mean, these people they're not smart. You know what I mean? Like, they are not smart people. They since they have a big gun, it's like they see everything like how like Wild Wild West. What he wants to do is just go in gun blazing, like he said, right? That's how he solved problems. Gun blazing. After gun blazing, then what? The same problem that created the core issue that created this whole problem, and that's economic disenfranchisement, right? The ordinary people, the workers, are not getting paid enough to take care of themselves. That's why they are susceptible to being recruited by this questionable organizations, terrorists. I don't know if I should say that on here so you guys don't get banned by these organizations, right? If Nigeria fixes its own economic problems, we'll not be having this. This problem can be dealt with, right? Like, for instance, look at the financial systems, right? A lot of people, 46% of Nigerians don't have bank accounts, so you can't even track their monetary transactions, right? And that's how you can deal with this problem, because these terrorists and the bandits, right? They get financed somehow, but you can't find the money trail, right? So this is an opportunity. It's a risk, and it presents an opportunity, right? The opportunity is find a way to make everyone be a part of the system, the banking system, so you can monitor transactions. because if you fix the financial if you fix the financial trail, how these guys get money, you solve half of the problem of banditry, right? Because those guys they need money to buy food, they need money to pay their
but terrorists exist all over the world in countries where they have banking system that have all these.
Yeah, they get financed, but guess what? There are ways to track their finances. You know what I mean? I mean, Nigeria actually cooperates with international organizations to track the finances. There is NFIU. It's called Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, right? And then you have Foreign Financial Intelligence Unit working with Nigeria, right? And then you have
the one I think they should be able to track from CBN, at least if they are controlling banks, is when people's family are kidnapped, you monitor the account and make sure they don't go and pay ransom.
Exactly. Though the people that are paid the ransom, the people that paid the ransom, where are they going to put the money in, right? How are they going to transact with the money? They could track these things. It's just like Nigeria. This is an opportunity for Nigeria, right? To, fix all these loopholes. Listen, if you have loopholes, there's going to be a problem. If your roof is leaking, right? It presents an opportunity to fix your roof. This is risk. It presents an opportunity. And trust me, there's going to be more problems in Nigeria. And if you guys actually remember, the kidnapping thing started in the Southeast, right? It started in the Southeast. There were rampant kidnapping in the Southeast. And then it started happening in all the regions. It kind of spread in all the regions. But it started in the Southeast.
You see,
right?
You see what I said?
Oh, dude, I'm from Southeast.
Started again. Just keep watching.
That's how we need to look at it, right?
I've been in the background for a long time, so I know.
We can cry, we can scream and shout, but we got to be strategic in our thinking. It's a risk.
I was going to mention something. So I don't want to call the person a fool, but someone on the comments just said that Kuwait is an example of the country US liberated. You see, that's why I keep saying that there's a lot of misinformation. Oh my God, it's so wrong. US was not the one that liberated Kuwait. It was a coalition. In fact, I don't know.
But technically, you could argue that is the US. But what they should be worried about is which country did America go and bomb? You see, the country that's the what they call it, the important information, because the countries they bomb generally don't do better. And it was Iraq.
You're not gonna bomb away the economic problem in Nigeria, right? You're not gonna use bombs to bomb away corruption.
Terrorists will just go and hide. I don't even know why people think that the terrorists will just go and hide, and until Americans get tired and go away.
The Kuwait case was not terrorism. It was a war. It was a Gulf War between Iraq and Kuwait. So why the person mention Kuwait? But that's by the way.
So that's not even terrorism, even. So go ahead, please.
Well, like I said, this is a perfect opportunity for Nigeria to fix a lot of their problems, and I think they are making stride. Right, they are doing something about it. I think we kind of have this kind of myopic thinking, like Nigeria's not doing anything. Nigeria's fault. It's messed up. Everyone's just sitting down, not doing anything. They're actually doing something, probably more than we can actually suggest for them. But inviting the United States of America, because let us be honest here, right? Nigeria is part of the Belt and Road Initiative, right? And Donald Trump, before he became president, he was opposed to this. The guy was a hater, right? He hates the emerging global power, right? The paradigm shift happening. He's opposed to this paradigm shift. That's what empires do, right? Because they just want to be the only one that's so, they want to be Captain America, right? In the movie. Nigeria is part of Belt and Road Initiative. That's why people like Tony and these guys that come in here and talk about and spill anti-China rhetoric. Of course, there are some truth to that. But the anti-China rhetoric kind of makes me side-eye them. I'm like, who are these guys, really? We all come in this panel, but who are these guys, right?
No, because they love the West. They love the West. Yeah, they kind of people.
If you look at Time magazine article about the Chinese illegal miners, right? Here's the funny part, right? You will never find anything about European illegal miners in Africa. You're not going to find anything like that because they try as much as they can to hide those data. You're not going to find it. You find illegal miners from all the parts of Africa. I'm talking about West Africans, East Africans that come to Nigeria to illegal mine, right? You're not going to find anything about Europeans illegal mining, but there are.
Why? Hold on. Why would they illegal mine when they can take it legally? I don't understand. They steal our crude oil all the time. Why would they illegal mine?
Yeah.
They have a front seat.
They can
everything.
legally get the rights to mine. Right? The government can legally do that.
And
individuals.
Like, we hear that ships. We hear that ships leave Nigeria all the time without us knowing. They will turn their transponders off. We don't know where they are going with our crude oil. So those if they
don't know where they're taking either.
Exactly. So you can't track them. They are on the higher level. See what
you see. Well, no. Excuse me, everybody. Co-father. This is how it goes. They are the Chinese government level where they're doing things government to government. They know what's going on and they've signed their agreements. Then there are, I don't know if you know how many illegal Chinese are now living in Nigeria. They have actually run away from China because there are so many Chinese people who are illiterate, but they know how to work. They know what it is to work. All kinds of work. There are so many people, illegal Chinese people, who are prisoners from China, who are in Nigeria living their best life. These are the people who are digging up the ground and looting the country. These are the people. But we don't know. Chinese as far as we can.
Well, hold on. So here's the thing, right? About
that's what's
here's the thing. See, we got to be worried about this whole anti-China rhetoric. Like, what's his name? Righteous Man, right? Said, Chinese person open up a shop in Alaba, selling products. He's against that, right? There's a connection to all these things, man. I mean, there are Nigerians who sell things in all the parts of the world, right? You just open shop everywhere and sell stuff. But when it's the Chinese, it's a problem. But there are Europeans actually running businesses. Sheraton Hotel, Hilton Hotels in Lagos State. You know what I mean? Those are businesses. No one is complaining about them. It's the little guy that's opening up a shop. Like, what would that be a problem? You know what I mean? So there's a conspiracy here. That's what I'm pointing at. The Belt and Road Initiative. That's the target there.
The way I look at it, some people see the Chinese as just as bad as the West. And maybe there's some truth there because you can't always trust people.
What truth? When Africa was being colonized, our only allies were like the Soviet Union.
However, the Chinese have not been known. We don't have any blood feud with them. That's for sure. But we know the ones that have done us harm before, and I insist on still doing us because they have the chance to make sure
they did not colonize our continent, right? They're not France.
They didn't. So yeah, and I don't know why some people say I hate the West. I don't hate the West. I'm just being logical.
That's logical.
If somebody is being mean to you, should you love them? I don't understand. You want to pull away from them, even if you like them. You have to pull away from them, otherwise you are going to end up cacas.
It has to do with our own inferiority complex, right?
Well,
like, people in the global South have this inferiority complex. We look at white people, we put them in a pedestal, right? We think that, first of all, we think that culture is better.
Put them there. Thank you.
We put them there. That's why we think. That's why.
Well said.
Listen, that's why Igbo people think Nnamdi Kanu is smart because he's from Britain. You know what I mean? No, that's because he lived in Britain. They followed him. If it was someone from Igbo land, they wouldn't follow him.
British accent.
That's that inferiority complex, bro. I'm telling you, like
he has British accent.
That's it. He has believe it or not, in America it's the same thing. Anyone with British accent in Nigeria, in America, Americans think they are smarter. So there's a name. It's called.
In the case of America, it's perfectly true.
That's why Piers Morgan. That's why people think Piers Morgan is a journalist. The guy's an idiot. He's not a journalist. He's a YouTuber.
Oh, no, he's not an idiot. I think he's better at critical thinking than most people.
You gotta listen to Piers Morgan debate a scientist to see how stupid he is. The guy's a dummy. But we think he's smart because he has a British accent.
No. I think Piers Morgan. Let's not do that. Let's be factual.
What are you talking about?
Piers Morgan is better at critical thinking than me.
No, that's his opinion. That's his opinion. That's his opinion, forefather.
I agree with that. To be fair, I agree with you on that. I'm just saying, from my own opinion, observing him objectively, he appears. Yeah, I disagree with him for a lot of things, like the way he goes after Harry's wife and all. But he seems to have a bit of he knows how to pin people down sometimes. You know, he's not totally stupid.
He's very biased. He's very biased.
He's biased.
Did you listen to what he said about Christian genocide? I want you to go and listen to what he said when he interviewed former foreign minister of Nigeria. Go and listen to that interview. You will hate him.
No, I saw the interview. And to be fair, I think it was actually fair.
You said you were hating.
I wouldn't. That didn't change my opinion of him. I think it was fair. He allowed our foreign minister to abuse the other lady, calling her, "You are the one that divided Sudan, and you want to come to Nigeria and divide Nigeria too." That's your plan,
dude. Like I'm saying, right? This inferiority complex is innate. We need to uproot all the inferiority complex, right? If any of us come back to Nigeria with a white woman, she will get much better treatment than if you bring an Asian woman. You see what I'm saying? That's inherent. That's why we think Chinese are the bad guys. You know, the white person is the good guy, even though they colonized, they took our ancestors down here and treated them like crap.
Funny enough, logically, strategically. So let me just say this. Let me just add it before you finish. And we need to bring Enele Chuku in, please. Logically, I think the Chinese make better sense to have as strategic allies than the others, because one, we don't have any blood feud with them. Secondly, we have a common competitor that don't want us to emerge, so it makes sense. The others don't want us to emerge. If they want us to emerge, yes, it makes, we are closer to the West, isn't it? We have even relationship with them. We have our people there, but they don't seem to care about our emergence. But the Chinese, they would enable us to emerge as long as we also give them what they want. So they make a sensible ally.
Do you know that our only opportunity?
Guys. Sorry, my brother. I just need to say this to forefathers and the group. This. You see, in 65 years of our independence, we don't have 200 years like America or any other place to grow up. We have to grow up now, and in our growing up, we can't see the world as friends and enemies. We have to see the world as they have to be our friend, not we have to be their friend. But because we don't love ourselves, as being said, we don't have a clue of how to plan for ourselves. What our big brother from Senegal, who's living in Senegal, said, he told us that Awolowo and his small group went to Ekene, studied their thing, and came out with a plan of education for Western region. And that plan of Western region's education was the second best, apart from the white South Africans in the world. Me, I think it was higher than that. Me personally, you understand?
I don't know about that. We have not won any award for physics.
That's what he said. Did you not hear him?
Yeah, but just because he said it doesn't make it accurate. Now, I think I've spoken to people recently, and some people exaggerate our prowess.
The reason why I underline it is because the reason why I underline it is because of that education that was then. It's lasted until today. It's still with us. It is still with us. This is important. As crazy as you are, we all still have.
But let's try to be factual. He did a good job, but it's not like the best in the world.
Right now, all of us would complain about education. We have the right to complain about the education system in Nigeria. So I try to employ people in Nigeria. When I see the CV of a graduate, it's like a piece of toilet paper.
Thank you. Let's
no, seriously, we have to understand.
30 seconds to round up. Let's go to
the guy who's supposed to speak.
Well, yeah. Let me just 1 minute.
Yes. So sorry, my brother.
It's okay. Our only opportunity, right, to be part of International Space Agency or go to space will be through China. The West will not allow African countries, right, to be part of that. Like they excluded China from it, right? Because of their own inherent racism, because they believe that we are not smart people. No matter how smart you think you are, to them, you are below them, and they treat you that way. In the workplaces, that's how they treat you. They treat you that way in the normal workspaces. They treat you like that way internationally, anywhere. They actually verbally say it. You know, their place is garden. We are the jungle. They are the garden, right? They're not allowing us, you know, even like the CERN, they're not allowing Africans to be part of CERN or to be part of any type of a breakthrough in physics or technology. We're not part of any of that, right? But we are part of the world, right? We're part of humanity. But they're excluding us because they think we're not smart enough, right? But our only way to actually chart a new course and actually get to the president will be through China. Believe it or not, that's what it is.
I see.
You know what I'm
I get a feeling that may be our
to buttress essentially cast points.
No, don't buttress it yet. You people are, don't make me double down. You people are becoming seriously concerning. All this kind of behavior. Please, Enele Chuku, come in. You can see now, whenever a Sadiq has anything to say about this, he always has to be negative. Yeah, I don't understand it.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter. Hey,
you are welcome, sir.
What's up, buddy?
Please forgive us for interrupting your time.
No, that's all right. I've been in the background for the longest time, so I've been following the flow. I was watching on YouTube before I decided to come on. To come into the studio.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
So what do you make of the interventions and everything you've had so far?
All right. The interventions is necessary, because if you can't help yourself, someone should help you. I don't know how that is wrong, but the only thing is, how will the help be? That's what we should be worried about, not that a help is irresponsible, a help is not needed. If you are in financial challenges or in difficulty, you need a lifeline from somewhere who can give you a leverage, and then you get back on your feet and take over, your destiny in your hands. It's just like you have a flat tire. You do all you can and you can't fix your car. Somebody who has a jack or a spare tire can give you a spare tire. If he is willing to offer it to you, then take it. But if he's telling you to drive into the ditch, then that's why you say no. So I don't see any problem with this assistance America is offering. Rather, what we should be worried about is, can we do it together, or do you want to do it unilaterally? Then that's where the problem comes. So the criticisms, I don't see it as appropriate if we really want to make progress as a nation. Now, I've had a couple of things in the background, and let me quickly address a couple of them. One, kidnapping is an English word. It's been happening globally. Now, in Nigeria, it is actually wrong to say, it's not correct, not wrong, it's not correct to say that it started from the Southeast. Kidnapping started when expatriates were being kidnapped by the Niger Delta militants. That's why amnesty came in. And when that came in, it stopped. Now, criminality is criminality. The seed has been sown. The seed of criminality was sold, and it has extended to the Southeast. Now it has migrated from the Southeast. It is now in the North, where nobody ever thought it will ever be. Now they are now the people doing kidnapping. So now it depends on when somebody wakes up. A child who is like 5 years or 10 years hears about kidnapping, he wouldn't know about Niger Delta. He wouldn't know what is happening, what happened in the Southeast. What he would tell is kidnapping started in the North, because that's where it is rampant. Because the Niger Delta people never kidnapped school children. Those who kidnapped in the Southeast didn't kidnap school children. Now you see the dimension it has gone. There are no expatriates in the Southeast. There are no not that there is none though, but there are no expatriates in the North. Not that there are none though, because there are Lebanese there for the longest time in Kanu. None of them were kidnapped. So a bad seed is sown, and you never can know what the harvest of that bad seed will be. And that's why we as Nigerians, we should make efforts to stop what is ugly and what is criminal before it festers and affects everybody else. Now, I also do not agree. Jagun, you my buddy, but I don't agree that Nigerians are stupid. Some Nigerians are stupid. That I agree, 100%. So, because for 100%, I believe that you're not stupid. So if you say Nigerians are stupid, that means you say you are too. But I know you're not, because I'm not. So, but there are some stupid Nigerians, and I agree with you, and they are empowered today. So I think our problem is that we've been dwelling in the past for too long, and Nigeria is 65 years old as a sovereign nation, right? Not that Nigeria is 65 years old. Nigeria has been in existence as long as America and the rest of the world have been in existence. But the only thing is when we began to organize ourselves. But we can't, because we have not produced the vehicle before, we have not produced the tire or the rims before, and we say we need to wait until we start producing our own wheel. That's when we'll drive a vehicle. So why don't we drive the vehicle others have produced and use it to improve ourselves? And then from there, we'll be able to, start producing ours. We cannot reinvent the wheel. We don't need America to teach us democracy anymore, because every one of us here, I believe, are graduates. Every one of us here is educated. But whether we got educated in Nigeria before we would travel abroad, or we got educated abroad, wherever we are sojourning, it is education. So can't we see in those countries and in these countries where we live in, what is working for them, and how can we adopt those to work in our country, Nigeria? I think that's area where I believe all of us really have a work to do. Because sometimes when I listen to various panels and all these, people who post items on social media spaces, I weep for Nigeria, because just like Sanusi said, it makes me feel that if you take out all these criminals and all these idiots that are leading Nigeria today and put all of us, or some of us, select some of us, who end up becoming what the people already in place are, because of the mindsets that we have. So this is something we need to purge ourselves of. The problem with Nigeria is that we have institutionalized injustice and mediocrity. When something is wrong, we want to justify it. When somebody does what is wrong, we want to give excuses why it is done. Why don't we ask what this person does, irrespective of whether he is Slagbaja, or whether he is Okeke, or whether he's Okpebolo, or whether he is Amayanobo? What he did, was it right? What is it? Is it correct? What is it? Is it proper? The four-way rotary test comes in. The Lions Code of Ethics comes in. Question is, what is the trajectory we want this country to be? Now, irrespective of all that has happened in Nigeria in the past, for the past 65 years, question is, what are we today? Do we want to continue the way we are? And if we continue the way we are, where are we heading to? Look at the rest of the world. Our interest. Go on, Jack. You want to say something?
I've got to ask you a question.
Go ahead, brother.
I've got to ask you a question, if I may, panel. I like what you're saying, everything. The only thing I'll talk about stupidity is not for any individual, it's as a collective.
Yes, I know.
I'll put it to you. I'll put it to you. Over the last 65 years, when I look back at Nigeria's history, should not the South have come together instead of the South and the North? What I mean by come together is to lead that nation into a place, to have a plan of action, because the North never had a plan of action for the country. The only people that could have had that plan of action, those are the people in the South. And the people in the South, the Igbo and the Yoruba particularly, have just been squabbling up until today. To me, it's rank stupidity. Rank stupidity. I don't know what else to say.
All right, in that angle, fine. But that's some of them, and that's the people who are leading. So if we have stupid people leading us, there is no way we're going to have better results other than having these stupid people changed by the people who are not stupid. Perhaps you and I. Or if you and I do not want to do it, then can we look at people who could do it and say, hey, let's have these people go there to fix this for us, and we'll back him or back them instead of pulling everybody down.
Can I ask you a question, Atiku?
Go ahead, Judith.
Can you provide a convincing, compelling proof on this panel that Uncle Sam has gone to intervene militarily in any country to defeat terrorism as a country, to help another country? Please, can you give me an example? Thank you.
Okay. If Uncle Sam has not gone to any country and convincingly do what is right or defeat terrorism, does it mean they don't have capacity to do it or they can't do it?
Okay, I have another question. Okay, that's your answer. Okay, good. I have another question.
Go
so
ahead.
now, this is another question I want to ask you. Have there been cases clearly where Uncle Sam have gone, just like what I said, have gone to intervene militarily to defeat terrorism and the security threats, and have done this and have failed?
Okay.
I want to give me an example.
All right. This example you are asking for, you're asking question like the Jehovah Witness people, show it in the Bible. That's the kind of question.
But you've not answered the question.
I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying that's the kind of question you're asking. Where is it in the Bible? Now, if America, question is, do they have capacity to do it if they want to? Yes, they do. But if you remember what I said from the beginning, I said that it is on Nigeria. They are coming to help Nigeria. It is for Nigeria to say, this is why we need your help. We couldn't do it. I've watched several videos where military Nigerian soldiers say how incapable they are. In the show some 2 weeks ago, somebody on the panel said what a soldier in the front said that that they don't have the capacity to win or to defeat these people. But you understand that they understand that the soldiers we have, the military Nigerian have, unfortunately, appear not to have the capacity to do so, or they don't have the will to do so. So if for example, you have a bully who is terrorizing you in your backyard, right? You have a bully, and there is a greater bully who can take out the bully for you, and then you'll be able for you to thrive. What is wrong in asking the other bully to come and bully the bully that is bullying you?
Good question.
And get him out of the way for you to do what you want to do.
Hold on, let me just take the question from here. I think the issue is that the assumption that help is what is coming, isn't it? Because if America actually wanted to help, why would anybody not accept that? But the issue is it help? Because all the people they bombed before, their nations have been sent back decades.
All right, let's look at it this way. Okay, let's look at it this way. In places where America has gone in and they didn't succeed, as Jide was trying to point out, or from the flow of conversation I've had here is trying to project, is what has been their position? What we are in places if you observe, all of these places are Islamic controlled territories that have access to power, resources, and personnel, right? Now, how about places like Germany? America have basically everywhere in the world. America is in Japan. America is in South Korea. America is in Germany. America is in Europe. America is everywhere. The only place where America has been to, and they didn't make much of those progress that you are citing as examples, are only the radicalized areas that are controlled by Islam. These are the issues.
Please hold on. Let me just deal with one issue you raised. America dealt with Germany badly during the First World War.
Good.
And Germany made them pay for it. Sorry, let me give you my own narrative. Germany made them pay for it. They learned their lesson. And because Germany was a very strong country, they didn't want to make the mistake again. And instead of punishing Germany the way they punished Germany in the after the First World War, this time they helped Germany rebuild. The same thing with Japan. Japan was an ally during the First World War, and they downgraded Japan's relationship with them. And America was the one that insisted on doing that with Japan. And Japan went to the Second World War, fought them. Even after they nuked them, they built Japan back up again because they didn't want to make the mistake they made before. And also using Japan to counter this in the emergence of China and the Soviet Union. South Korea, the same thing. They went there. The people they fought the North Koreans to a standstill. Then they had to make sure the South Koreans were strong enough to keep the North Koreans at bay. So everything they do is methodical. It's not because they felt sorry for them or they like them. Otherwise, they would have destroyed them if they had the chance to destroy them. So, but we don't offer them any of those. And at least we've not made ourselves valuable for them to think we are worthy.
Okay, that's very good, forefathers. Now, we have seen where they have failed and have seen where they have succeeded, right? So why are we fixated to the places where they have failed without without accepting or expecting Nigeria to be among the nations where they have helped, yes, the direct destruction to actually have a handle, but at the end of the day, they held their hands and lifted them up. Is Nigeria better than South Korea?
Can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
Good. So those countries you mentioned, right? They were already developed.
They were. South Korea wasn't.
Japan was already developed.
Yes.
Germany was already developed.
Okay.
And even if you use Korea as an example, Korea's trajectory of development was not through liberal democracy. They had a completely different political structure. Even Singapore that we are talking about, that we praise all the time, it is not through liberal democracy they used to develop. They had a completely political structure, different political structure. So we need to understand those things. Japan and Germany, they were already powerful countries before the First and Second World War, right? And those two world wars decimated those countries. And the United States played a role in that. It was very important that to resuscitate those countries again, they could have resuscitated themselves all they want without US influence. But US needed, no, I'm going somewhere with this. US needed to intervene in those countries to have a huge influence in their resuscitation and development back, so that they can control their foreign policy, so that they will not be able to emerge and compete with the US politically anymore. That's number one. Number two, we're talking about terrorism here.
All right.
About a geopolitical conflict.
All right. Now let me come in here. You see, what is on the table is where Nigeria is today. What does Nigeria need to succeed? What does Nigeria need to be a developed country? Stable leadership, good trajectory on progressive path. That's what Nigeria needs. If we have good leadership, Nigeria doesn't need 20 years to develop. After all, how long does it take Dubai to become what it is today? How long? I was in Dubai.
Are you saying that we've had, are you saying we've had bad leadership straight for 60 years or 65 years?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Nation is not that. No nation has that much.
But you should see every country that makes progress. You will be able to see that they make progress sustainably. For example, in Singapore, right? For example, in Singapore, you see their sustained progress. For example, Rwanda, you see their sustained progress, for instance, right? Now, America, for example, forget about the fact we keep saying they are 2,000 years. Nigeria does not need 250,000 years before we become a developed country. We can get that done in a couple of years if only we have. Look at how Lagos has improved. Look at Abuja as at 1979, what Abuja was. And what is Abuja today? Unarguably one of the best cities in Africa today. Use Abuja as an example of what Nigeria can become or what Nigerians can do if we have good people in leadership. See, I want to appeal to all Nigerians, those who are hearing my voice and those who may hear it tomorrow. We really need to enthrone justice, enthrone commitment to make Nigeria a better country. It is a responsibility of everybody. It bothers me when we talk, what we're trying to do is to pull the other person's opinion, to pull progressive opinions, to prove progressive ideas down, instead of because somebody had said it or the person who said it. No. Let us begin to build the nation called Nigeria. It is possible. I don't believe, like Jagon, you said Nigeria South is more progressive. Nigeria, the southern Nigeria need northern Nigeria. Northern Nigeria needs southern Nigeria. You see, the flavor Nigeria has is because of the north and the south. The thing is this: Nigeria is being destroyed today, as we speak right now, by terrorism. Can't we eliminate this cancer that has kept Nigeria backward, disorient? Look at all that we're discussing about. Look at the man hour that we are putting.
If I was to ask you, what would be your suggestion to eliminate it?
Okay, my solution to eliminate it is the soldier, the military is paid, equipped to kill. And who do they?
Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt. This thing
No
is very
problem.
important.
Oh yeah, go
I
ahead.
want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you know?
No, don't do that.
No,
don't do that.
that's rude. No.
He has not even
That's
answered
rude.
the question.
No.
Don't do that.
He hasn't even begun to answer the first question. That's rude now.
Come on.
Are you more important? Let him finish.
Okay.
Come on, man.
All right. Now, my solution to this is this. These people who are terrorizing Nigeria are Nigerians. They have parents. They have families. One of the northern governors said that they know where these people are. So the question is, if you know where a criminal is, what do you do to a criminal? You arrest the criminal. If there is need to be, you neutralize the criminal. That's the work of the military. Neutralize the criminal. That's what Nigeria should do. Can we do it? The truth of the matter is that we can do it. After all, how many are these people? These terrorists, how many are they? In what military?
How are you going to actually do it? Because you said they should be arrested. We agree with that 100%.
Okay.
But how do you do it in reality?
In reality, how it can be done is deploy technology. If the military don't have the technology to deploy to do this, then let them seek help from wherever the government can get the help from to deploy technology to exterminate the terror. In the first instance, they are in the bush, right? Jesus. Reduce anything that moves. Listen, reduce anything that moves to ashes. It is possible. I have this concern and worry. See, Nigeria is not fighting any war. But there are internally displaced Nigerians in their thousands. In their thousands. Every Nigerian comes from a village.
Yeah, but your solution has holes that I need you to fill.
Tell
Like
me
when you said they should seek technology. America has the best technology in the world to fight insurgency.
And they want to help.
And they failed woefully in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya. They didn't defeat the insurgency there. In short, they didn't even bother with that one. And technically, in Syria, the Syrian one, Al-Qaeda literally came and took over. So where have they actually succeeded against terrorism?
We're dwelling in the past.
No, with the best technology. I'm talking about, because you are recommending a solution that has never been known to work.
Okay. Yes. But do you know what they have? What they
Can
have?
I help you? Can I help you?
You know,
can I help
you? Let me take one at a time.
Do you know? Do you know the technology that they may have developed that you're not aware? That you and I are sleeping does not mean there are no people who are walking in the night when you and I are asleep. That you do not know it, or I don't know it, or I don't have it, or you don't have it, doesn't mean that somebody does not have the capability.
So you are willing to put your own people's welfare and your survival at risk based on something you are not sure of?
No, it is. Remember what I said in the beginning. I said, where the Nigerian military do not have the capacity and capability to do, let them seek help. There is help everywhere. You that is there now, if you need $1 billion, for example, and you don't have 1 billion, but you can raise 1 billion, you can seek help and get 1 billion because you don't have that capacity to raise that fund. There are some people who can help you raise that fund in the next 2 days.
Okay, if you're talking about funds, I will agree. Please go ahead.
I want to help with this. What about saying it this way? That what about countries that have proven to defeat terrorism both locally in their country and in other countries. They've been able to somewhat historically prove that they have defeated terrorism. Why not Nigeria collaborate with those ones?
Okay, so at this point in time, do you know what is happening? What is going on is we are busy. We are very busy. We are very busy raising obstacles and bottlenecks and bombs, projecting propagandas and ideas and the devil's advocacy and conspiracy theories, whereas these criminals are strategizing, lying low, only to strike again. So, question is, for how long will this continue? Is it not a shame? Is it not a shame to all of us here as Nigerians? Because that's the way every one of us here is. It doesn't matter what nationality you're carrying their nationality right now. But all of us are Nigerians at the end of the day. Are you not ashamed that your country, my country, is being ravaged by a bunch of idiots and criminals who are not as educated as you and I, who are not as informed as you and I? Is it not a shameful thing?
I am embarrassed by it. I think we are all disappointed.
So forefathers, if you are embarrassed, so I am. Jide, I believe you are too. Jagun, I believe you are too. Eccentric, I believe you are too. Okwebolo, I believe you are too.
No,
Everyone
I'm not.
Is embarrassed. But assuming you are not, I am.
I'm just disappointed.
You are not. You're not, right?
He's still on our side. He's like, he's not happy.
No, I am not. No, because
disappointed, it means you're not happy.
Look at it this way. Everybody keeps saying where America has succeeded in beating terrorism, where everywhere America has gone has failed. I think the question is you ask, do you know the reason why Americans are going there in the first place? Before you say, oh, they lost or they won. The goal of going to Vietnam is not for them to win. It's for them to send them back another 40, 50 years. Did they succeed in doing that? Yes.
No, they failed in Vietnam because there was no regime change. They could not take over and topple the regime.
All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. Why should we?
I said it's to set them back. They destroy everything that they
build. We're saying the same thing. We're saying the same thing.
So why are you saying they did not win? If the
Okay, why then should we allow? Why then should we make it easier and possible for them to even contemplate the idea of coming into a country like Nigeria with all the manpower, resources that we have? So this is what this is a task.
If I may,
now this is a task for all of us.
Forefather.
Yes. I think Ogbegolo hasn't said much, and Dexter is looking at us with a side eye. I feel like I'm letting a lot of people down. Dexter, how are you doing? I really appreciate you for all your patience and all. So what do you make of the analysis of Anele Chukwu and clearly ignore eccentricals? He's an Igbo hater, so let's keep him aside. So you saw, I don't know whether you saw the video of Obasanjo talking about let's bring them to come and save us. And this is an ex-general. Oh my God. Ex-general doing this. When you have 250 million people in your country, you are asking for him to come and save you from about roughly 30,000 bandits in the country.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Thank you, Forefather. How many of us have watched the movie 300?
I have.
Yeah, good. What was the strategy of
bottlenecking, and
so the winning of wars is not about numbers. Forget about numbers. A coordinated unit is far much more effective than a million people that are not coordinated, that are not single-minded.
Oh, sorry. They actually lost. Numbers do matter.
They lost because of a sellout.
When the sellout sells, so that then they eventually lost.
The point is that they lost because the Persians found the alternative route But since there was a with that bottlenecking strategy, the patients were never going to go through. And that was just 300 men. 300 men.
Okay, tell us how you can bottleneck bandits that are on this thing.
The point I'm making is that we say, oh, it's 200 million people, and then 300,000, 30,000 people are stopping, terrorizing them. It's not about numbers. You understand? It's about quality. It's about coordination. It's about strategy. You know, it's we seem to be taking. You know, the point is that in Nigeria, or especially in Nigeria, we don't seem to have a high value for human life. And we don't seem to hold ourselves in high value. What do I mean? A general was murdered, literally shot on social media. It is a disgrace. And if we come here and trivialize it, anybody that comes here and say, oh, we are this, we are that, let's look, what you do speaks louder than what you say. A general was wasted. Is it not worth crying, mourning? A general was wasted by a ragtag army.
Oh, come on.
Think about it. A general.
I thought you said that it was quality that matters.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. If you listen to Captain Blade, he said something. He said Nigeria is supposed to have over like 5 different kind of armies. Okay? He said that if you go to what's the name of this place now? In like places like Bende, if you go, Nigeria is supposed to have like a forest army. Nigeria is supposed to have like a swamp army. Nigeria is supposed to have like a desert army. Different. But the idea is this. The idea is this. You are claiming that you have capacity. One of the best trained of your people was murdered by a ragtag army. And you are talking. You are talking. You are talking. You are still talking. It shows look, for what it's worth, okay, for what it's worth. You might say, oh, Israel carried out genocide. They did that. Brother.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did. Fine. But brother, they showed you the value of an Israeli life. They showed you that the value of an Israeli life is held to high regard. High regard. Next time, you ain't going to mess with them. In your own country, you are not having dispute. Nigeria fought. It just shows that when Nigeria fought the civil war, it was not actually Nigeria that strategized that civil war and forced the war. You fought a civil war for 3 years. You are fighting ragtag armies for over 15 years. You cannot even beat them. And then they waste a general. Do you know what it is to get to a general? Do you know what it means? Do you know the training the state has put on that guy? Do you know the training they have? If you, all of you here have a child, they have put a lot into the child and it's wasted on social media, would you be laughing about it? Would you come out and be there? Will you be talking how? Do you know the state resources that went into training that guy? And exams he passed.
What do you suggest they do? What do you suggest they do?
My point is this: until people realize, let us stop not holding ourselves to our watch. It's not about church. Listen to but not be church.
What do you think we should realize?
Yes. The point is this: until we start holding ourselves to a high value, nobody can hold us to a high value. And for you to have a general wasted like that, and what the country is still doing is church, and some of us are sitting, well, this person did that, this person did that. It shows we don't even know. We cannot even, it makes sense.
So what is your solution to deal with this ragtag bandits?
See. Look, the truth is this. The Nigerian ragtag, it's a hydra-headed system. You must realize it. It's hydra. At this point in time, whether we like it or not, Nigeria is being overrun. Let me give you a typical example.
So what do you suggest?
Just wait, forefathers, I have to lay the groundwork. See, today, I think in Mali, the terrorists were literally cutting off supplies to the capital. And these terrorists are considered to be less than the people. It takes you think
that was disapproved between that was disapproved. It wasn't true. Just go ahead.
All that is propaganda you're hearing. The point is this: whether we like it or not, these guys are gaining ground, and they are people until the Nigerian state is ready. You need to go and listen to Honorable Chinda from Rivers State. What he said among the legislators. There is no commitment at the present moment in Nigeria to attend to the issue. And typical example, they kidnap girls. They release the girls. No consequence. Onanuga came out on international TV and said that the DSS and the army contacted the people, told them to release the people, if not, they will deal with them. That doesn't that tell you there's a problem? Look, there has been a handshake. You see this banditry, this whole terrorism, there's a handshake between the people in government and those guys. And look, I've been thinking recently, time will reach. For all of us here that are talking, I'll be laughing. Time will reach where you will have to start buying weapons and sending to your family in Nigeria if we are not careful.
What's your solution? What's the solution? Do we nuke the north? Should we?
It's not a north thing. It's not about.
Well, you're not talking about solution. You're being shy about what you are implying because you seem to be going different direction.
Another thing is this: let us desensitize our mind, and the north is the problem. The north is the problem. No.
What is the solution?
No, you can't do that. You can't say that the north is the problem.
Dexter, do I help you? Okay.
Why are you trying to bail him out?
Sorry, no. Listen. We're talking as Nigerians, okay? Our country is burning. We don't have this luxury of time. What we need is to rescue this country, put it on a pedestal for it to run. Best if Nigeria runs on autopilot. So all of us will have peace. This time we are using to talk about bunch of rascals. We should use it to talk about legislation and things that will project Nigeria forward. My solution is those who are old enough may know. I don't know how. Maybe I don't know how many of you here know about the Tamil tigers. Yeah, do you still hear about them? What did India do? India told they know the regions where they are. India told all people who are in those locations, move. They all moved. Those who could move, moved. Within a deadline they gave. Those who could move, moved. Those who couldn't move, said they want to. They leveled them up. Do you still hear about it today? No, you don't. And that's the tactic. And that's the tactic.
Did you bother to actually check the details of what happened there?
But the point is, you still don't. The point is that uprising is suppressed, and India is in peace. Better than.
Sorry. I think that is where I'm glad Show is here. I can be a little bit more less Dr. Damages and be myself. So now, Tamil tigers. That is Sri Lanka, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And I hear our people using example of that country all the time. If we scale for population versus Nigeria should have about 4 million soldiers to deal with our problem, but we don't. That is how little we study the nature of the conflict that we observe. We just say they will overrun them. Did you check the number of soldiers that they have versus their population? You didn't.
Question is this: I think that's okay. This is still the same excuse we give when we need to do what is right. Sometimes what I call it is very good reason not to do good. That's actually how I.
So my point is that you need to recruit more, but you never said that word.
The number of
in your security forces,
the number of military men we have, one command will take care of this.
You see what I mean? Like, because our soldiers are spirit. They are spirit. They will show up everywhere.
Okay, listen, but these people are
Let
trained.
me
why
come
did
in
Tamil
if
Tiger
I
have
can,
so
real
many
quick.
men? Don't you ask yourself that?
I'm talking
Why
about
did
Let's
the
not go
Sri Lankan
there.
military have so many men?
All
No,
right, I'm talking
let
about ours.
me go to and to with him on this one. Please go ahead, because I really want our people to actually, when we are using other countries as an example, actually study the manpower. We just look at the top headlines for top reason, and then we always remember technology, but we never look at the manpower involved. Why?
Okay. Listen.
Brother Chuku, you already had a chance. You already had a chance to create a solution.
No,
I've been listening.
Yeah, go ahead. I only brought that in because it was a problem and it has been taken care of. So I'm saying that we can do same.
I understand.
Let us see what works some places.
Yeah, I understand. You see,
go ahead.
The thing is, thank you. The thing is, in my mind, we have to play with the land we lay on right now. The land we lay on right now in West Africa is that what's going on in Nigeria is going on in many West African countries. In fact, it's going on in many African countries. With the fact of our own area of West Africa, there are 3 countries that have come together realistically to fight the insurgency that they have from all the different terrorists, as well as to fight the Western system that wants to take advantage of them any way they can. West Africa, Nigeria particularly, needs to understand that they are in the lead of this whole thing. What Nigeria needs to do is to join those countries. I know they're not going to do it, but that's what they need to do. In joining with them, obviously they have to make their apologies and do their own diplomatic thing to say that they're a trusted partner. With that trust, I agree with you that Nigeria, that has done so much work militarily in the whole of Africa, can't defend its own country, can no longer defend its own region, because there's not the will to do so, and the politicians and the leadership are compromised because of their whisperings, if you like to put it that way, with said terrorists. If we're not revolutionary, we're not going to do anything, and the place will get worse. However, if we join those other West African countries that are really fighting these terrorists, we'll defeat them right across West Africa without the help of America. Now, I can go deeper, but I'm not. I'm just going to make it nice and simple like that, and for everyone to qualify what it is that I'm trying to put forward. Because we're in an existential crisis at the moment. And to me, the way Nigeria, things are only going to get worse. I'm there.
Chiku, let me just show you this. This is the reason why I really think when we are talking about what other countries have done, we should look at manpower. It's often very critical. We leave that part out, but for some reason we remember technology, we remember everything else. I don't know why that is. Now let me show you Sri Lanka used as an example here. So it will alarm you to no end. Now look at this. When Jide of a TVC used Sri Lanka as an example, when I went and checked it, I was shocked. Like, this guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. Now look at Sri Lanka manpower. They have 46,000 soldiers, 90,000 in reserve. So altogether 400 and something thousand, if you want to look at it. Now look at their population. The population of the country is 22 million. That's the population of Lagos. Nigeria's total military is not up to that. They have almost double the size of the military of Nigeria before they were able to tame the Tamil Tigers. So if we scale it up by the scale of their military, we should have at least 4 million. But we are not even close to that. And when I say we should recruit more, our people will go crazy. They're like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make, for me, it looks like madness. But I'll leave it.
But you know, 4 million, 4 million,
forefathers, let me come in.
4 million soldiers, 4 million soldiers will make us the largest standing army in the world. Can we afford to pay that?
No, I'm not saying we should go 4 million. I'm saying at least get to 1 million, like the way Egypt has gotten to. Egypt has half of our population, and they have up to 1 million already. and then have 1 million between the police, the security, secret service, custom, and all the other security forces. That should be more than enough to keep bandits at bay, and also enable us to actually stop some of the compromising actions.
Forefathers,
IDP camps everywhere. Why do you need that in your country?
Forefathers, it is not numbers. It is not numbers.
Forefathers, see what I'm dealing with. That is what I'm dealing with. That's what I have to deal with.
It is not about numbers.
Imagine that. That's what I have to do.
It's about the numbers. You keep on, see, it is not quantity. It is quality. No, it is not dependent on the numbers. Quality over quantity. Look, let me give you that's why I say, how many of us actually listen to things happening in Nigeria? Now, why do you think you have IDPs in places like Borno, Benue, Plateau State? Do you think it's just? Do you think it is just because of banditry? These things are tied to resources. They are tied to economics.
Have you tried protecting 1,000 people before?
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Have you tried protecting 1,000 people before? Even supermarket in Nigeria don't have that kind of ratio.
Forefathers, forefathers, what you are saying is correct. We need to scale up, fine, but that's not going to solve the problem.
That is something we've never changed. Since the colonization war, we've never been able to defend ourselves.
Forefathers, there was a question I want to ask you. And let me ask you this question. It has been on my mind. You keep on talking about how the Western world came and colonized. You absolutely don't like the Western, that the whites came and disrupted and colonized Africa. Do you like it? Absolutely. The answer is no.
Not.
Good. So why do you stick with their system?
I don't stick with their system. I stick with logic.
You don't stick with logic because
what is their system that I'm sticking with?
That's not a logical question, dude.
Forefathers,
what is it I'm sticking with?
Nigeria is a creation of the Western. Nigeria is not. The West Britain did not enter a place called Nigeria.
Forefathers, can I help you?
So they didn't enter a place called Nigeria. Okay.
So
that's how many countries were created.
So because the Spanish colonized Cuba, and Cuba liberated itself from the Spanish and the Americans. So that means that they are copying their idea.
No, system. You didn't hear my system. Jide, I haven't gotten to the end of the question. You got it halfway. My point is this. Some people invaded a territory, made something. You say, oh, I don't really like that thing. Okay. So why is it that we cannot say, okay, since the British brought this thing, they brought this thing together, let us come back and say, this thing that they actually put together, have we actually advocated for? Let us actually see whether this thing that they put us in, how can it work? Can it really work? Is it really possible? But what many of us just is, we just try to force solutions on the creation of something that you don't like. They are forcing the solutions on the creation of something you don't like. I have never thought. This thing, I said, I don't like these people that came in here. I don't like what they did. But they created something and I'm living with it. I've not actually questioned what was their motive.
I didn't say I didn't like what they did.
Oh, you like what they did?
I didn't say I didn't like what they did.
Oh, you like,
hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I didn't like colonization. I didn't like the idea, but the idea that you disadvantage yourself even further from what they left behind. Because what you are in a world now, personally, if I can get Africa to be united, I will get that to be done. So what are you going on about? Sorry, you're not understanding. You know what is poisoning your... Sorry. Do you know what... Let me say something, please. Do you know what is poisoning your logic? Because you just want Nigeria to be divided, whether it makes sense or not.
I don't want forefathers. You're not getting my point.
That is you're not thinking about strategically what it will mean.
Forefathers, disabuse yourself of any bias if you want to answer my question.
No, because there's no other logical reason why you are thinking like that.
Dexter, can I answer a question? That's a very
give it a try.
Okay. So this is the point. This is why we're talking about liberating ourselves from Western imperialism. It's not just Nigeria. So imagine if across ECOWAS, right? Just imagine every of those countries, they liberated themselves from France, from the United States, from Britain, right? We're not collecting IMF loans. We are no longer structuring our political organization based on what the West demands of us, right? We have our sovereignty. when we have our sovereignty, we can reconstruct those borders. We have the capacity to reconstruct those borders. Look at AES, for instance, right? There are 3 different countries, for instance, right? So they can trade, they can do so many things together. They can decide to even draw borders whichever they want. Maybe Mali they can decide to reconstruct their borders from what the French already constructed. So imagine if the entire of West Africa, not the whole of Africa now, just West Africa alone, we can reconstruct those borders the way we want it. I don't know what I'm saying makes sense.
Jide, let us start. See, Jide, my point is this. You've made a very good point. My point is this. You see, I seem to see Nigerians, people who are, first of all, what we must realize, first of all, Nigeria is just a country, it's not a nation. But I seem to see people who seem to, they seem to say something, but their heart is saying another thing. Okay? The point is this. If actually we truly want to be a people of our own, first of all, there's no citizen in Nigeria. There's no citizen. And it proves, how do I prove it in Nigeria? Look at the way they wasted the general. If he was actually a citizen, do you know the first? Try that, just go to Switzerland and waste the general that the Swiss government has trained. You would anywhere in Europe, you wouldn't live to see the consequences. There's no citizen because there's no nationhood in Nigeria. There's no nationhood. And we don't seem to want to fight that. Who asked the question? Okwebolo asked the question. He said there is no national agenda for Nigeria. And it's true. There's absolutely no national agenda. What does it mean to have a national agenda? Like in India, if they give you a 50-year national, whether you are party A, party B, party C, my dear, if you come inside, you must follow that agenda, irrespective of where you come from. Nigeria doesn't have a national agenda. So there is no nationhood in Nigeria. And if the people cannot come together and say, look, we don't have an agreement that makes us a nation. We seem to hold what the British did as the primary bond, legal tender for our nationhood. But we still want to be independent. No, you can't work that way now. You can't have the two of them. Because the truth is that on one side, we seem to be fighting for the creation of an entity that we say we want to dissociate from. But why are we fighting for its creation? Why can't we say, okay, you give us this thing, but let us look at it, whether this thing is actually what favors us, whether this is what is workable for us. Because now we are independent people. Let us now chart our course. Let us all sit down at the table and chart our course, and then we can get a national agenda.
Dexter, let me come in there. You see, I oppose anybody who wants Nigeria to be divided. Nigeria will be a better nation the way the British have brought us together. Whether we are one country or one nation or nothing, it does not matter. We have found ourselves in this bus. What do we do? What we need to do is to ask ourselves critical questions. Do we want to make progress as a people, or do we want to go backward? I don't agree with imperialism narration. Imperialism is in the past. And how then is it that hold on, Okwebolo. For imperialism is in the past. If they are manipulating imperialism today, why do you allow yourself to be manipulated? Why should you? Why not resist it? Resisting it is putting your house in order. For example, we have this issue, terrorism, ravaging this country. You blame imperialism. You have bad government. Tinubu rigged the election and have become president. You blame imperialism. Jonathan was kicked out of government. You blame imperialism. There was a coup in 1966. You blame imperialism. What about the subsequent coups that came after? You blame imperialism. It makes no sense. Why and how should we continue to blame other people for what we presume that they did or they are doing without us blaming ourselves for what we are doing wrong today? Because what we are doing wrong today is whatever the manipulation they are doing that is working is because we refuse to put our house in order. You don't take your shower. Of course, you should smell. You should have an odor. If flies comes on you, it's because you have body odor. Why don't you go and take a shower? Clean yourself up. Dress up like a man and a clean man. No flies, or nobody will say you are dressing shabby, dressing up shabbishly. For example, I don't brush my mouth and I talk. My mouth is smelly. Simply because I didn't brush my mouth.
Yeah, we get the analogy.
I'm not sure who is blaming imperialism.
No, Judah said imperialism here, and I've had imperialism. No, hold on. I've had imperialism because it's not because Judah said it here, but that's what we blame. We keep blaming the West. Keep blaming the West. Keep blaming the West.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me give you the. Have you considered that both things can be true at the same time? Hold on.
But none of us live in Nigeria. You see, none of us live in Nigeria.
Hold on. There's a bit of noise coming through somewhere. I think maybe. Where is that? Okay, I think that was Dexter.
Yeah. So we
blame both things can be true.
We blame the West. Yes.
Sorry. Hold on. See, it's like you have responsibility for your home. You are in charge of your home. Mm-hmm. If a robber breaks into your house. Mm-hmm. Are you going to say, okay, it's my fault, leave the robber, let him go?
I'll kill the robber if I have the capacity.
But what if the robber succeeded and you say it's your fault, but let the robber go? Let me not worry about the robber. It's not the robber has nothing to do with it.
If I can pursue him, I will recover what he's going to be.
No, the idea is that when somebody flags a robber, he's complaining that why are you flagging the robber? You see,
it's not.
It's good that somebody flags that the robber is a problem to be dealt with, even if you are ultimately responsible for your security.
I do understand what you're saying, but that's just argumentative. That we all know that's not what.
It's an important point because he's just dismissing.
Wait.
Sorry. I don't want to do this with you. He's just dismissing a point.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that.
I've had a lot of people make that type of point whereby they will just dismiss the logic that somebody is blaming some other person. Say, why are you just blaming some other person? No, because sometimes you have to call a problem out.
Okay, I've understood you. However, I still believe that's an argumentative argument. You see, we're long in the tooth here. We know what the West has done. You and I know what the West has done. I know you singly by yourself. You have come to the point where you yourself have been fed up of blaming the West. Fed up. Especially when you see the antecedents of the way our people behave. Once you understand that we have the power to do our own something, the power that has been used against us,
it has always been
wait. No, exactly, you don't. If we don't fix our house with levels of security, as you speak, with levels of what is the authority in this house and how do we move forward in this house? If we don't do that, then whatever happens to us is further our fault. But I need to hear from our brother. He will sit there being quiet. He has a back.
You already know
so I'd like to hear from him.
I have to respond to that. You see, let me give an analogy. This is a very simple analogy. You have a house, your own house. You have a big family in that house. And some members of your family, maybe 2 or 3, decided that that house, they are not happy that house, you are the head of the family, or they're not just happy with the presence of the family in the house. They are interested in controlling the house and eliminating all the others in the house. They are the same family. They now decided to collaborate with an outsider, not a member of the family. And that outsider is very smart. He knows the in and out of how the house can be destroyed. You understand? And he's also interested in that house being destroyed and taken over by that member of that family. And the members of that family should be eliminated. So they both understand that, right? And that outsider knows the in and out. It's an architecture. He knows where it can be. He knows all the in and out of, where the roof that can be damaged, all the infrastructure that needs to be damaged, the foundation, everything. But it's not going to be involved. He's going to use the members of that family to do the job. But he's going to give him, and he will tell them that if he does not do the job well, he will kill him. So now, that family member, even though he does not, he has to do his job because he also has interest. Now, he goes there and he destroys the house. And the people of the house resists. They resist. and they fight each other, right? Now, the owner of the house and the family members and the traitor of the family, they now fight each other, right? And the winners are the family members. Meanwhile, the outsider is still plotting. He's even bringing more, he's still trying to manipulate members of that family to destroy the house. As a matter of fact, he's even using different ways as an architect to make sure that house is never stable, it's never peaceful. He sends armed robbers, he sends criminals, Meanwhile, members of that house.
They don't go too far.
That's what I mean. Yeah, man. This is not argumentative. It's just this is an exercise in wasting argument.
Jago, don't do that. Don't do that. It's not only on that.
What have I done? Tell me what I've done. What have I done?
Argumentative. Why do you say it's only thing is argumentative? It's only yours that is not argumentative.
Nobody in that.
Why did you do that?
Among those family members, nobody knows who the architect is.
The solution. Because you don't agree. Because you don't agree. Doesn't mean I'm wrong.
People have to also add their own opinion and to call them.
No, I didn't say that. You see, what you said is just further from what it's not that we don't understand what he's saying. But all it is, if we go down this road, we just continue arguing back and forward.
Right.
That's what I mean by argument. We know this.
No, wait. He's making
He's making Atiku doesn't know.
He's making a
I do. The solution is I will cut off the head of the family member. I'll cut his head off.
No. Wait. He's making a counter analogy.
No, there's no point. There's no point in going down this road.
He's making
it's a useless road.
So Anela's analogy. Anela is saying that the problem is us. He's saying that the problem actually extends
my brother,
beyond that.
it's not that I don't hear what's being said.
We know who the problem
is. Which is true. We have proof, right? We have our religions, right? That were from our conquerors, right? From our colonizers.
From the architects.
These institutions that are preventing us from uniting, right? That are preventing us from uniting. Like anytime there's a problem, it has to be religion.
You see, what's being said here? What's being said by? Okay. What's being said by Chooks, if I may, brother, if I may, sorry to shorten your name. What has been said and understood by him is that we have to come to a point of responsibility. We have to do that.
But we already know that. Why do you talking about national security all the time?
No, we already know that.
Don't shout at me. Don't shout.
He's the one that
you guys
don't know that, and then you are happy to pretend as if we don't know that. We already
know
that.
No. But wait. Okay, calm down, forefather. Calm down. Whilst we know this, it means to me that we need to stick to a narrative. Bringing the narrative of blaming a white man is pointless at this time. We know that it's not like we. My fear about Nigerian Africa is that we are still Wait, my brother. My feeling is that we still wait, please, so that we go to the next person. My feeling is that we are still neo-colonized. In our neo-colonization, the Oyinbo, they've gone far ahead of us, whilst we are still squabbling amongst ourselves about simple things. Unless we get the simple things right amongst ourselves, we have nothing to fight the neocons with. Nothing at all to fight the West with. Nothing.
Neocolonialism is just under imperialism. What are we arguing about?
As long as it's colonialism. Whether it is free or neo.
Because the reason why I wanted to speak to Anele Chukwu about this is because hold on. The reason why is because I've had this argument over and over again, and all I keep saying is that both things are true. You can be ultimately responsible for whatever happens to you while still being aware of a problem. If somebody wants to come and burn your house, just because you are responsible doesn't mean you shouldn't deal with that problem. Exactly. So it's not a either or. And I think what he was doing to
however, let me finish what I'm saying.
Let me finish what I'm saying. What he was doing to Jide.
You shut me down earlier.
Let me finish now. Let me just finish. What he was doing to Jide was that he's acting as if Jide doesn't know that. Jide knows that already. And Jide knows that. We've had all these conversations before. We've had so many examples of it.
Yes.
There are dualities to these things.
You tell me. Okay. Let me ask you a question, forefather. because what you just said there is a lot more progressive than arguing over these things. It
wasn't
both are
arguing.
true.
It was giving an
And
analogy.
anytime
Giving an analogy, a counter analogy to.
yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm speaking now. I'm speaking. I began speaking. What you're saying is more progressive in that the two are true. The two are true. What I have to ask you now is what is more important in terms of where Nigeria is right now. Does Nigeria need a change of government, a more responsible government that knows what's going on? Or do we start worrying about things that we can't even fight the ragtag army of terrorists? We want to go and fight America and the West. Are you sure?
Yo,
Are you
your
sure?
audience,
He's the
one that is inviting foreigners to come and help us. I'm saying we should recruit into our military. We have them. We have the people in Nigeria.
Okay, but forefathers, to train the people you're going to recruit.
I would like to hear from our man show.
You know how long it's going to take for them to fight? No, how long will it take to train the people?
Hold on. There are other people here. Like, this is a proof. If you want to know if there are external countries manipulating Nigeria, try to change the system from capitalism to socialism and see what happens. Try to change the system to see what happens. You get sanctioned to hell. That's how you know that you're being. That's how you. If you are free as you think you are, you should be able to change the system, right? To meet, you should be able to fashion your system, right? To fit your own system, right? But we can't.
If we put our house in order,
are you listening? If we put what I'm saying, or are you just being intransigent? Listen to what I said.
Okay, I do. If we put our house in order, it's our responsibility to put our house in order. If we put our house in order, we can change any system we want. Let them bring their sanctions, but we have put our house in order.
But it's correct though. In the end, it's still up to us.
You see,
you are part of the work.
Eccentric.
All the organizations.
Eccentric.
World Trade Organization. You're part of all the organizations. They'll kick you out of those organizations.
Yeah, but he's saying that in the end, it's still up to us. Are you disagreeing with that?
No. You're gonna make the palm wine and drink it within yourselves, right? You're not gonna.
No, you'll give him very good reason. No,
I don't disagree with that.
You're part of the global.
You'll give him very good reason.
That's the problem right there. If we deal with that global issue is dealt with, right? If that global problem is dealt with, Nigeria can progress. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest here. Capitalism is not working for us in Nigeria. That's why we don't have any social programs.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Program that remove all the social programs. It's what's hurting Nigeria.
I don't see.
Okay.
All systems have to know to work. See, I don't believe in systems. Because all systems work. Communist system is working for communist system is working for China. Capitalist system is working for America and Western countries.
No.
The system of Saudi Arabia, I don't know what Saudi Arabia calls their system.
China
but somehow it's working for them. So all systems work. The people just have to be able to decide what they want and do it properly. Defend it.
China's system is fashioned to fit China. Remember, it's not socialism. There's no blanket socialism.
Why do you make it look like socialism is designed to fit?
It's not a blanket system, right? You have to fashion the system to fit your own.
That's what I agree with.
Your own system.
It's not necessarily socialism, is it?
What we adopted is American system. A presidential American system.
But our system is not necessarily socialism.
Exorbitant amount of money. Money.
All right.
Eccentrica, the problem is not the system. Eccentrica, the problem is not Eccentrica. Focusing on the system is not the solution.
Because you're not listening. You just
let's hear you.
You're not listening.
We have. Let's be productive.
Let's clear this space. One minute space for Eccentrica.
All right.
Please go ahead.
China has a socialist system that has a Chinese. There's a name. There's a way they termed it, right? It's
Chinese characteristics. Yes.
Chinese characteristics, exactly. Why can't Nigeria have a system? Call it whatever the hell you want with Nigerian characteristics, right? Like here, when we invited a lawyer last week, I mentioned like how come we don't even have our own judicial system that's fashioned according to the Nigerian traditional judicial system. Most of us here have been in the villages, right? You've seen how the elders treat issues, right? They will convey and pass judgment and then carry out, execute the judgment right away, right? Why can't we fashion that way, right? If Nigeria, right, deviate from the system that is practicing right now, that's when you see the hidden hands coming in, the hidden hands that controls the country. You know what I'm saying? Like they're even in the country, itself. Who do you think are housed in this hotel? Is this foreign hotels like Sheraton hotels? These are all foreign agents, right? They are manipulating our government, and we've heard stories about it. How what's the president?
We know they are manipulating our government.
The elected president.
Hold on. Senegal, you are mixing two things.
About the CIA, right?
Senegal, you are mixing two things. You are talking about the system that is more suitable for us. At the same time, talking about the manipulation. That leads to confusion. See what I mean?
Listen, the presidential system that we practice right now, the system that we practice, the American system we practice, does not fit Nigeria.
That's why we really practicing American system.
We automatically wait. It creates the elite class automatically. Listen, and you gotta understand, humans are very manipulative.
All systems create elite class.
You have this elite class. Wait. In China, the elites, you see them execute their billionaires who circumvent their laws.
And the West is dangerous China.
Of corruption, right, in their country.
Essentially, you are making a point, but you are contradicting yourself. You see, at the end of the day, whatever system, like you just mentioned the Chinese system, but you've now mentioned the actions. See, every system works as long as you have justice, law, and justice. If there's a justice system, any system, but the way you say, the Chinese system it will not work if they are allowing corruption.
I didn't say you should adopt the Chinese system. I said they have their own system that's fashioned for them, that works for them, right? And Jide mentioned the proper term for that, right? With the Chinese characteristics.
Yeah, right, and AES, yes.
Nigerian characteristics.
No, the question I want to ask is this: the Chinese characteristics.
I live in the United States of America. I look at our system here, our political system. It looks exactly like Nigeria. Like it's crazy.
It's similar, but it's not the same.
Like, hey, this is literally what's going on in the country.
Can you tell me what the Chinese characteristics is?
It's similar. It's similar, but it's not the same.
You have the forefathers. I mean, you have what do you call that? Here they have a lobbyist. Then in Nigeria, we call it a different name. I think what is it? The Godfather, right? We have the Godfather system, right? And America has the same system. They have
the cabals.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's the same thing. You know, we have political parties
that act like democracy now.
Political party that act like gangs. And you're talking about electing good leadership. They're not going to allow you to come into their political party and run for election because it's a gang.
And I want to say something that is very important. You see, there's a geopolitical context what Atiku is saying. I mean, you didn't explain it very well.
That's a broad.
I want
please. Okay. That is. What is it?
Yeah, I want to explain something to you. Just like what Atiku said. There's a geopolitical context. That's why I say we don't understand what imperialism is. You see, that is why the West, they propagate liberal democracy. You know why? Because they propagate liberal democracy to third world countries. Because you know what happens? Liberal democracy creates an open society. People don't understand what it means. When you have an open society, when I mean open society, right? Now, you now have infiltration of agencies. There's a positive side with foreign investments, right? Nigeria, talk about foreign investments, exposure to the outside world. But what comes with that is you have foreign agencies coming in. Those agencies can come in form of intelligence agencies, they can come in form of NGOs, they can come in form of foreign institutions. They enter your country. You know what they do? They come and propagate and pretend for social issues, right? But that's not the main agenda.
You allow them.
What are you saying? It's an open society. That is what liberal democracy works.
No, hold on. I think he does have a point. Let me finish. Just because you're a democracy doesn't mean you have to be weak. You see what I mean? It's not the same as being weak. You can have a very robust democratic system that is also very, very strong. There are many European countries that are very, very, like if you take Switzerland into, for example, it's very highly militarized, highly defended, and not today. It was defended long time ago. So you can, just because you have democracy doesn't mean you have to be this thing.
I agree.
It might actually be more dangerous to them because your system may be so advanced that their own people will start looking up to you. representative government is very attractive to people.
Forefathers, that's a developed country, a country that has an advanced system. Now I'm talking about a developing country like Nigeria, weaker countries like Nigeria. They are still developing. You can.
What makes us developing?
I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. So what you have is there's a correlation. If you look at the way the world is working, do you notice that sanctioned countries, they don't have this problem of terrorism? Sanction. Go and look at it. Iran. Go and look at it. Venezuela, Cuba. Tell me if they have Al Qaeda going to bomb their countries. I'll give more examples. Okay, Russia, they may have incidents of maybe shooting, or like last year.
Then let the sanction come. Then let the sanction come.
And brother, if sanctions come, you won't be able to stand.
It's funny. I've never had one bomb explode.
North Korea.
That's very interesting.
We give examples. Vietnam. Let's look at Vietnam. Where is Al Qaeda in Vietnam? Where's Al Qaeda? Now, those countries that have terrorism in them, Somalia, go and look at their history. You know, when they had a liberal democracy, Afghanistan, why do you think they planted terrorism? It was because CIA, they were initially an open society, agencies infiltrated, trained those terrorists, gave them weapons to come and cause destabilization. That became a cancer. I'm trying to make you guys understand something here.
Yeah.
Look at what's going on.
That's propaganda. Please, let's show talk. Let's hear show. He's been watching us like
saying it's propaganda.
Let's show talk.
Please. I enjoyed listening to you guys.
I don't know why. Suddenly they want to start fighting for a show now. Why not bring up Pegolo here?
Pegolo is a terrorist.
Let's think about Pegolo here.
No, Pegolo is a terrorist. Sure.
You say something that's fact and you call it propaganda. That's not
Ovi. So we got the strong face. Let me know if you speak.
Am I make I talk?
Hey, Ovi, you talk. I'll talk after you because I know say I meet you here and you don't have vex since I see you for comment section. No vex.
No, I no be vex. But this is it. I say if two elephants fight, the grass suffers. If our elite either in bed with the outside world or that they quarrel, we the ordinary people suffers. If people they interject a speaker either to ask questions or to answer questions, those people who are waiting and watching suffers. I said that to say this. As a professional athlete, every day, or any day when you wake up, you feel no pain. You begin to question yourself if all is well. Just check out first. May you wake up and everything, as you don't feel any pain. You begin to ask yourself if everything is okay. That is because every day you go out there to train, you push yourself beyond the limit. So your body, they adjust. That's where the pain they come from. We spend so much time, they argue about the same thing every day. To the point that inside those arguments, there are solutions. And when they begin ask what is the solution, we don't know. Between my waiting for my next turn, Jide has spoken 4 times. Nobody say ask question or respond to question. He spoke 4 times.
To be fair, in their defense, it was an open panel. It wasn't turned by turn.
Allow me finish now. It was an
That's
open
why I
panel
allowed it to
because-
happen. Yeah.
Let me. It was an open panel because you left without putting anybody in charge.
No, even while I was here.
Oh my God. I'm saying this because we are asking for solution every day, but we are not looking in the mirror. Again, you see they argue for the same error. Somebody say law and order should be the way, but they argue. Just for you to admit that you're fall short, you're a human being, is difficult. But we expect our leader to do the same thing.
What? What are you talking about? The situation was under control. It was an open panel. People are allowed to speak. What are you?
I am not. Who is arguing with
making
you?
I don't know. You seem to be talking to me. Am I making it?
Because you can relate to what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah, but because
for exactly my point.
you are literally talking about people speaking before you, and I'm saying the panel was open already.
You see, you're not listening.
Okay.
So we don't even understand our problem because we argue about them every day. We go come here. Those people that agree America, they come because of our resources, because of our numbers, because of what they have, not necessarily because of what they want to do. The same people, we argue that all their adventures, all the world and good and lost. They say Vietnam. The goal of going to Vietnam is not to do anything, it's to set them back, either the government change or not. The same they argue that war Vietnam they no get any terrorism. Yes, because there is a migration of factories from China where it is a go. But because we argue every day, we lost the nuances, even though we admit them every day that this is what the mission is. But they paint them as words. When they enter Libya, what did they talk? But what really the assignment, what was really the goal of going to Libya is to set an example for every other nation, African country that want to trade that part, that dare to nationalize their resources, that dare to make its people feel good. That's what is going to happen to you. How was the goal of going there? Did they achieve that or not? But we did every day. Every day, boy, we see they lost.
Who said they lost?
When they build, oh my God, I'm not. As I said, I'm not here to argue with you. Just listen. If you can't listen, I don't know what to tell you again.
I don't know because you're making assumptions that nobody actually agreed.
You are supposed to be a moderator. When you allow people to finish before you respond, that's what your job is.
Okay.
And you want to hold your leaders accountable when you cannot do your own job the way you are expected
to
do it.
Go ahead.
Come on. Oh, then build Germany back. Why? What is the result of war economy? After they won in World War II, their economy was booming. They had to turn all their factories of building war equipment to war, building fridges, building all the home equipment and all that. Who is going to buy it? Only people who are ideologically related to them are going to buy and pass. That is the whole point of building back Germany. But then shift everything back to build the economy. These are the nuances, but we argue. So when you say, what is the issue? What is the answer? What is the answer? What the fuck are you arguing? Excuse my language. What are you arguing about then? What will you argue about then if you cannot actually see the solution in what you are arguing about? The opposite is the solution. Organize against your leaders. But because we are too lazy or we argue every day, we don't even understand what organizing means. It means whatever you believe in or whatever that you are against, look for the people in that circle and go with that. At one point, we go meet. That's what they call revolution, when we finally meet. So the goal is not to argue when we know our problem. But again, as an athlete, when you wake up, you don't feel pain. You begin to question yourself. Why? Because they do them every day. We argue every day. That even the solution, we can't even recognize it. We agree that our leaders is the problem. So then what are you waiting for? But hell no, we are waiting for one Messiah. Now Konkozo go do it, now Obi go do it. No, nobody go do it. You have to actually look in yourself and your neighbor. Man, what do we got to do? That's how it's going to work. All the places that we argue about, that's how they did it. That's how Indian did it. The Chinese people. We are talking about the Guinea Bissau today. And I make example of the leader. What did you think he did? He conscientized all the villagers, about 65% of the people. Isn't that what Nigeria is about? Why are we so scared to go and conscientize our people when we know that's where the number is? Again, we know the solution. The solution is our argument, but because we argue so much,
for reason I don't understand. So just go and organize in what you believe. You are not wrong. We all see that one thing we do for. We want our country to be better. We can never see it the same way. That's why they say there's so many roads to market. But how do we get to market is the most important thing. Organizing what you believe. Let me organize in what I believe. We'll meet one day. That's the solution. There's no two way about it. That's how the elites do it. Anybody, that's how they do them. We come, they argue over what? Okonkwo, Things Fall Apart. It's all there. This one will be foreign book. Things Fall Apart. If you go find Things Fall Apart. You will see when Okonkwo was telling Obiarika, excuse my pronunciation of that name, that the white man says that our customs are bad, and our own brothers have taken upon the religion are also saying that our customs are bad. How do we think we can fight when our own brothers and sisters have turned against us? That's what we do here every day. Again, comes out of argument. Even when they talk about solution, I'll keep repeating it. Because the solution is not going to come from any book or anywhere. It's within us. That's why the people who they like book too much hate those who are doing it on the ground just because they cannot relate to them. Talking about my principal here. He's doing something. He is doing something, whatever that he's believing. That is it. That's the solution, whether I like it or not. But that's what it's going to take every one of us. But again, because we argue, and when you ask person, what's the solution? He's trying to give us that. No. You want me person to say this is the solution? No, okay, the solution is you. But if you want a straight solution, it is you. There's nobody that is going to change your Nigeria or whatever that you believe in. So when I'm pointing it out, because we just listen to ourselves. And when I don't say somebody spoke 4 times before another person speak, you don't understand where I'm going. It is not the fact that they are arguing. It is what some people actually take out their time to come here to speak, or some people are watching. If you don't respect that, how do you expect your leader to actually respect you? Let's be frank. I am also guilty. Again, what is the solution? What is the solution? You are the solution, my friend. You. It's nobody else. Nobody is going to come. We can argue from today. If you go back to January, what we argue back in January is the same thing we argue about in February up to today. If you think I'm wrong, prove it. That we don't discuss anything outside all these things we're talking about, corruption, the same thing. So what is the point? If we cannot see getting rid of that is solution, how do we get off it if it's not me and you? But first of all, that they say if whoever want to change the world should first of all start to learn his bed, Abi. Is it saying? So that's why I say let's look at us, how we behave here. Because as far as people who are watching who are concerned, they come here to listen to us as leaders. Not necessarily say we're the leader anyway, but they listen to us, but they take out their time. So those people time should be respected, even if you don't like my face or because I the smoking go. That's nothing to do with me. Now raise up your hand how you want. You've been saying the same shit for the past 3 months that I know you. So what did they raise your hand for?
No, not me. That's not my argument. Wait. If you allow me to ask.
She wanted to say something. She wanted to talk. Come on. Let's. The idea was after him, show speaks.
Okay.
No, you said.
They don't ask.
Did you hear what he said? He said something. We don't listen.
No, I don't want to hear it. I'm not interested.
No, not you. I'm talking about
Jide. Time to speak. That's what leadership requires.
What happened, brother? What happened, Jagu? You guys say anything?
No, you tried to crush him now.
I wasn't crushing him. I was just asking. I wanted to ask him something. I'm not trying to crush him. No.
You have the time for that. If
I too was now.
We're going to fight them. Just wait for your goddamn time. I waited. Even after you spoke 4 times.
Okay, do you want to be a special guest?
You see the problem? I'm using my tongue. When it reach your time, you see another observation here. Some people go come when you give them that time. Even when Mr. Dr. Lam is there, give them that time. They will use that time to criticize every other person. 3 minutes take the other person. Use 1 minute to talk about themselves. They'll come use 1 minute to make points. They'll say, give me time. No! You had your time.
No one does that more than you. Nobody.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
I'm saying the same point I'm making, just because, again, what we expect from our leaders, we can't even display it, even free of charge. To Nigeria, when they say, oh, they had their time, no. This is supposed to be the representation of Dr. Dameji. You took your time out last week to praise him, how he handled things.
Yes.
You had a chance. You had a chance.
Did I say I want to be like him?
That's not the point. You have to maintain what is handed to you. That's what
I am.
You couldn't.
Cannot be me.
Are we not derailing? Are we not derailing from the topic? Are we not derailing from the topic? You guys are wasting our time here.
Completely.
Have your say. I'm having my say.
Let him have his say, given that you guys have had your own talk.
He's a grown man. He's a grown man. Why are you talking to us like you're not grown man? Come on, man. We grown out here. Don't be scolding us the whole time. Like, speak your truth, son. Like, don't be scolding us.
Speaking it right here, but you don't just you can't stand the truth. I'm speaking my truth. I'm speaking my observation.
You scolding us like we're kids. We're not kids, man.
Stop acting like one.
You scold us like we're children here. Like,
no. I don't think I don't think he's succeeding in doing that. Even I mean, see, let him just finish. Let him just finish. Sometimes people have to vent.
This is a waste of time, man. Come on, man. Like, I gotta go do something. Like, I need to go grocery shopping.
Okay. Keep in mind that there's a time limit. There's a show waiting for you.
You see the point? All of a sudden, we are wasting his time. I am wasting his time.
Yeah, you guys say something that's in reaching, something I can learn from. I'm taking notes. Say something I can learn from. I'm taking notes here.
You don't even, if you are here to
saying you learn to take your turn.
When you hold on. When you were doing the same thing, I kept quiet. But you can't take it. That's just exactly my point. What we cannot accept from our leaders, we do it for free. The program say, have your goddamn say. I'm doing that, excuse my Yoruba. But you cannot be patient. But you did the same. That's when I say somebody spoke for time. Just look at that time.
I think
so when did it your turn? You don't talk whatever you want. They say everybody get out. You don't talk whatever you want. It's just like an opinion. It's like opinion is like an anus. We all got one. But just respect other people's goddamn time. It's as simple as that.
Hi, Okwegolo. Hi, time.
We are going to have to remind him of this very conversation. He's going to fail very soon. We know he's Nigerian.
After he just you want to refer to the same behavior, please, sure, go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. Good evening, gentlemen. Salute to the comment section and
show with your smooth voice. Why are you so shy?
What can I say? You know that it's a bit late where we are. It's almost 11. But yeah, good to see you all. I've listened to the conversation from when you started. Quite enjoyed it. There are certain things that make me come in to say, okay, let me come and pour cold water on the hot conversations. See, the energy, the anger is gone. At least it's dissipated. Maybe in a few years it might come back, something might trigger it. But these days, I don't have the energy to shout and get into it with people. So I just come say my piece and I'll disappear again. But I've taken notes. A few things people have said while I've listened. Some things I just want to, rhetorical questions. Please do not respond. If you can, hold yourself back. There'll be rhetorical questions. I don't need answers. I know the answers. I've made up my mind on some of your opinions. I had people talking about tracking bank accounts that the terrorist money go into. And I put in the comment section, is that a joke or something? You want to track the bank account so you can do what? Are you going yourself or is your government going after them? If you're going yourself, I'll back you. You won't come back, but at least I'll back you to attempt. If you're banking on your government, I don't want to call people fools, but it's close to that. So if you're looking for a bank account to track terrorists, Sheikh Gumi openly tells you that he goes to speak to these guys. He knows who they are. He's paid ransom on behalf of people. But you're looking for bank accounts to find terrorists when there's a Sheikh Gumi that walks around free. that's interviewed by TV channels, stations. That one you don't see, but you're looking for. So we're looking for what's not possible. The one that's possible, we pretend that we don't see it. If you're looking for something, start with Gumi. So that's my first point. And that points directly to your inept government. The government that lacks the will to do anything that you're talking about. That's one. Secondly, to go to forefathers, just about numbers. Numbers do matter when you want to fight. It does matter. What is even better is good numbers. Forefathers, I think what maybe some people are trying to tell you is, I went to my old secondary school when I went to Nigeria, and I saw the state of the school. I saw some of the teachers. And there's been talk in the, when we have our WhatsApp group, I see them talking about we need more teachers, all students to employ some teachers. And I thought to myself, I don't want to add to the current teachers. I think we need to get rid of these ones, get new teachers and maybe get more of them. I think maybe that's the point from where people are speaking to say, if you add more rubbish to more rubbish, if you add rubbish to rubbish, you'll be more rubbish. I think that's what people are saying, that with the current ones that we have, for some people, they would just think, I see you shaking your head. Some people would just think it means we'll have more police on the street collecting money. Yes, it might mean that you might have more that might go after one or two, criminals here and there. But based on the people's experience, when they see our police officers, what do they see? What's the first thing that comes to mind when they see a Nigerian police officer? Protection, safety, or a bully? So if you're telling the average Nigerian to say, get more police officers, thinking, oh, you want to recruit more bullies. I'm not saying it's correct, but that is the way majority of Nigerians see our police officers. So if you're asking for more, they're just seeing more oppressors, more people to carry bags of madam, more people. We saw our police officers snatching ballot boxes. The videos are still online.
But it doesn't make it accurate. Just because they ask for something doesn't make them accurate.
Of course. And I'm not knocking your position. I'm just saying, I understand your position and I'm with you. I started by saying more numbers is good. But I'm saying maybe see what these guys are saying. So it might be a different conversation you have with them to say, I get you, it's bad. Maybe we need to retrain. Maybe if you add all those Maggi and curry, maybe the people would eat it and say, okay, it's flavorful. But the way you're serving it, they're like,
I even served them in a worse way. I told them Nigerian security forces are overperforming because they don't seem to understand that one man has to defend 1,000 people. That is the mistake they don't understand.
Okay. Yep. Fair point. But I just thought I'd mention that. And also, since tonight is the night of analogies, I'll use mine as well. I'll use football or soccer, the way you call it in North America. So it's like talking about the Nigerian Football Association Super Eagles. We didn't qualify for the World Cup. We've not played well for a while. We can all see that our players are not playing well. Sometimes you look at a coach, like we have a coach from another African country, and we think, not this Korean coach, I'm just saying, imagine we think the guy is compromised. He's not working for us because it's from a rival African country, or maybe it's compromised, something's going wrong somewhere. And we can see that the performance of the Super Eagles has been, terrible over the years. And we gather every Saturday to discuss how bad the Super Eagles are playing. Oh, they are so terrible. And every weekend we come and discuss how bad they are. And some of us will come and say, let us change the coach. And you say, oh, that's such a pedestrian conversation. That's below us. Let's talk about Eusebio. You remember when Arrigo Sacchi was the coach of AC Milan? Did you see the things he did? I know about Pele. He was 17. He won the World Cup. I know about Maradona, how he went to Naples and changed it, and they named the stadium Maradona in Naples. And you talk about Abedi Pele, and you know all these footballers and the great things they achieved. And we say, okay, can we talk about how we fix NFA? Can we talk about how we get rid of this coach? Can we talk about all our energy? Let us channel it into getting the best for Super Eagles. No. They won't let us do it. Okay, they won't let us do it. They've perfected this rubbish that they do in Nigeria, and our people overlook it as if it's nothing, to the point that the perpetrators are being rewarded right before your eyes. Tonight, we've not discussed the ministerial list. Ambassadorial list. It's going to lose a teeth. A tooth.
It's okay to sound like a Paolo. It's okay.
No, God forbid. So ambassadorial list that came out, Mahmoud Yakub has been rewarded. His name is on the list. He was the one that selected our last NFA for Super Eagles coach that we complain about all the time. Mahmoud Yakub is there. But such conversations, I think we think is beneath us or it's not important. For me, where I stand is, if we don't fix the leadership of Nigeria and get it right, and I know you will come with, or you might come with, oh, but the imperialists won't let it happen. The colonizers won't let it happen. And I agree. They would fight it because that's their job. They would fight it. They would most likely take out the person. They've done it many times in Africa, right? So if you're saying that's not going to happen, I concede. What is your suggestion? That we come here and talk about geopolitics all the time? How's that going to fix Nigeria? It's not going to fix it. Let me just break that news to you. Discussing geopolitics, that we understand it, that we know it, it's not discussing it. So you're telling me that you know more than everyone around Tinubu, and everyone around Obasanjo, and everyone around Yaradua. We know more than them. Oh no, they know more than we do. We don't give them enough credit. They know, they're intentional about the way they run the affairs of Nigeria. They've chosen a side. So we have two choices. Keep quiet, let them carry on, or this energy of discussing these far-fetched things of geopolitics and all these things, channel that energy into say we'll die here, we'll choose our leaders, the one that we think we do our bidding. If they kill him, we'll find another one. The guy in Burkina Faso today is an African. He's not welcomed in most quarters. His people are behind him. It might be brutal in some cases. And we've all said Africa probably needs, or Nigeria needs, a benevolent dictator. So we can say we would get behind somebody that would do our bidding. How many of you can confidently say Tinubu will do your bidding? Atiku will do your bidding. Peter Obi will do your bidding. This person will do your bidding. Let us find the people that we believe in, support them, push them with our resources, with our energy. We know that the colonialists would always, they're not going to leave us alone. We have what they need. So what is the point of discussing it?
respect?
No, not yet, not yet. No,
Okay, not yet.
not yet. So discussing it all the time and saying that they are wicked, they are evil, they won't let it happen. How does that fix the problem of Nigeria? I personally think if we start channeling the energy into electing the people that we believe, we might be wrong, we might get it wrong. It's not going to happen overnight. But discussing this in every Saturday, please tell me, how is this going to affect? And so everything you've said, tape it, send it to Tinubu and his people, they will throw it in the bin because they're not interested. I say it all the time. The hardest man to wake up is the man that is pretending to be asleep. Our leaders are pretending to be asleep. You people are tapping them, trying to wake them up. They're not going to wake up. They know that the colonizers exist. They are friends with them. Somebody gave example of some buses ordered from China and they chipped the buses. And your president went to drop his own jet in France. Did the TSS even scan it? Did they check for anything? I always say it, our leaders will lie down on their backs and they will let the Igbo people tickle them and they will just giggle and laugh. Those are the people we have at the helms of affair. And these are the people you are trying to tell about the dangers of the imperialists. Stop wasting time. Don't tell them. They're not interested. Except we're just coming here to show off that I know, which I know that's not the intention. So please don't be offended. I know that's not the intention. Because it's coming across as if that's what we want to do. Because this Tinubu kind of people, did you see what they were discussing on Wednesday? Akpabio told the people at the Nigerian Senate that Mrs. Remi Tinubu is inviting us to a sumptuous meal on Friday night. Let us go and eat. Mr. Something something, looks like you want to travel. Don't travel. Those are the leaders you're trying to tell about the dangers of geopolitics. Please, please, please. Let's stop doing it. It's not fair on yourself, on me, on everybody. It's not fair. You're telling Akpabio. Akpabio will joke about anything. A Nigerian Brigadier General was offed. What has our president just said something, and they moved on. I watched the video of a lady, they called her something a military wife. She's a military wife, and she was saying even the wife of the military guys are quiet. Is it until your husband is involved? Do you know how much they pay a military guy when they lose their life in the line of duty? Do you know these things? I mean, our senators are fighting back when Tinubu said, take all the personal security away from these people, from their children. So our senators are saying, oh, we'll be the next target. These are our leaders. So I'm saying if we can spend maybe half of this energy on the local issues and trying to get the people that will be on our side, because they carry more weight. What they say, what they do, carries more weight. Look at Ekorimadu. Everything we're trying to do as people in the diaspora, good image. I'm a good Nigerian. I don't do fraud. I go to work. I do my 9 to 5. I'm a contractor. I'm this and that. Ekorimadu came, one action, and it will take us back like 50 years. Everything we've done as individuals. So these people are powerful people. Let us get the right people into office. That is what I'm trying to say we should do, because all this talk, I like it and I enjoy it. I swear to God, I enjoy it. I learn so much from all this geopolitics. I know a bit of it, but I learn a lot when I listen to you. But I just feel like I think our focus should be somewhere else. Keep an eye on the outsiders, but our own people. Forefather, you said it. You said tough times, some things they will fall in line. It's the message I want to be hearing, that if they don't fall in line, we'll grind them out. We will kick them out. They will pay the price. If that's the message, I'm with you. But if it's just the message of, oh, I know the danger of this, I know the danger of this. Okay, when we know it, then after then what? Tinubu will listen to you and say these people are not serious. And I'm exactly. So that's where I stand. I'm sorry that, like I said,
I hear what you are saying. That is a very, very. This is why is the way you convey your information is so clear compared to some, it's all right. So the point is, when why you being evil now? Why you be? See, when we're saying something.
You're correct. You're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yeah, when
That's
we're saying
why
something
I
about
like to
money,
show, because he will really remind everybody as
let me
to their
finish what I'm saying now.
responsibility
You just
vocally.
interrupted me. See, what I was trying to say was that you remember there was a week I talked about finance, and there's only as much as you can know before you actually need to start moving. And without finance, nothing moves. And we've come up with a lot of different solutions on this part. And we said you needed finance. And when I keep telling people to be donating to this channel, they think it's a joke. Because if you look at every movement that transformed nations in the past, they often are based on kind of subscription. You know, the Bolsheviks were selling leaflets about their ideology and everything and getting money for it before Stalin decided that let me start stealing money from the state instead. And major movement, that's how they fund themselves. They publish this in ideological leaflet pamphlets, and there are people that subscribe to them, give them money. You have to have finance to move. You can sharpen your knowledge in terms of sensitizing each other, learning from. I learned some things today too. I didn't even know that this in Obasanjo was in Congo when Lumumba was assassinated. So those are the kind of things. That's why it's good to have these conversations, and because people, you never know who from here will have access to those resources. You just never know who is listening that may have access to those resources, and events can trigger them to get to those resources or get to that state of mind faster. So what we are doing here is to try to sensitize each other. None of us know what is going to happen to us. I might walk away from here and never come back again. And so, but the conversation needs to carry on. And that's why we do what we do as much as we can.
Of course.
So I understand the need to act. And there was a conversation I was having yesterday, and because this lady was so awful, tribalistic like crazy. You need to hear some of the stuff she was coming up with. And I was like, when this country is ready to change, you will see people that will be ready to carry out orders. That if people like you stand in their way, you are gone. That you will be gone. Because when that time comes, when the move is ready to be made, nobody, because when the person has a clear vision that, okay, I'm going to save my people no matter what, millions of lives are at stake. Yeah, they will say 250 million lives are at stake. The remaining 5 million, if they are in my way, I will grind them out of the way. And history will remember them as an awful dictator, but they succeeded in what they are doing. That's what Chamamao did. They knew what they were doing. They were not crazy. Stalin did the same thing. They said if they had to go slowly the way Karl Marx told them, that they would be slaves to the Western Europeans. So they deliberately became a dictatorship and ruled their people with iron fists for that reason. And they succeeded. Today, Russia is one of the most powerful countries in the world, and nobody can take their land away from them because of the power they bestowed upon them. And one of that thing I always say is that Don't look at it like you are saving people just today. Because when I go back 2,000 years, all the superpowers that during that time are still doing fine today. That is how much good the people that laid that foundation then did. 2,000 years of success. Can you imagine that? And that's why when people are taking type of action, they don't think only today. Anybody that had that vision, when you stand in their way, they will burn you. Because they are not looking at you anymore. They are looking 500 years, 2,000 years into the future. And that's how you need to see it. If you really want to transform societies. But I will stop there.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
I
get you.
quickly come in.
Yeah. Sorry. Go on.
Brother, show.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I would like you to continue if you wish, but I want to put a few things to you in terms of what you said. A young people, especially in the diaspora. Am I breaking up? I do apologize. I may be. Hello, can I be heard?
Yeah. Go on.
4 5. Can you hear me?
Yeah, when you lower your voice, it seems to be clearer.
Okay.
Try it.
Okay, I'll try my best. I feel a lot of our young people, we're not young anymore. The majority of us, maybe Jide can be put in the front line just for the sake of fodder. But the rest of us, let me speak for myself. I'm not a young man, and I've had these things on my mind as for Nigeria and how it keeps going backwards. It's a country that since I've really understood it, it's been going backwards. We've all prayed for Nigeria, following our parents. We've all wished that Nigeria could be a different country or better country. We've seen the prowess that Nigeria holds, but it never seems to hit its potential. When I look at the Nigerian diaspora today, especially the young, they still have the force of what it is to be a Nigerian, but they are a lot more casual about Nigeria and where it should be stepping towards than my generation was, the generation that followed me, and the generation that's behind me. And I wonder, with all what Show has said as to putting things out there that make sense. This show, when I first came on this show, I thought really it was that kind of program, differently from all the other programs like One Man, whose program is just to lambast and talk nonsense amongst themselves. So many of these other programs, I don't really like them. So when I came here, I thought it was a much more serious outfit. But then I came across the fact that really the leadership of the program, not trying to call nobody's names, was not really going that way, which is fair enough. Whoever put this show together, they have the right to direct it the way they will. And I gave up on trying to make progress with the people who are like-minded, but is there progress in this show? I called it a long time ago that people are just talking to say how knowledgeable they are, and that kind of schoolboy something. It's got nothing to do with me. I don't like it. Telling me, it's like this Nigerians. Do you know I'm a PhD? All that shit that Nigerian people talk. I don't like it because there's millions of you that will just talk and do nothing. In my life, I've been a doer since the beginning. And I've gone against my parents in so many climbs because I've known that, not that they're great people, my parents are, but they've advised me the wrong way in tune with the Nigerian kind of context. So I took a lot on myself and I did things myself and I endured and I experienced and I earned. I'm not like the rest of you. I don't like to compare and say you Nigerians. I don't mean it harshly. But there's a way that we Nigerians do things. We're just mouth. We're all mouth. Again, I can only talk from my own experience. I remember being young in this country. You can't face me with idiotic arguments without entering into a fight. That's how me and my brothers were. Because when we came to this country, we were speaking Yoruba in a Yoruba accent. They were taking the piss out of us hard. You don't even understand this level. Hardcore. Every day we fought until we got our respect. That's what took place. Physical fighting. Most Nigerians don't do physical fighting. When they all come here, they'll just be shy. Big strong man, he'll just be shy, walking around. Meek it. What kind of fucking person is this? Excuse me. What kind of person is this? Then I'll find out that this is how we are, Nigerians. We're weak people when it comes to really facing the issue. Instead of facing the issue, what we do, sweep everything under the carpet. That's what Nigeria does. That's Nigeria. I'm not like that. But I always recognize that so many people are like that. They want to be polite. They want to be correct. But they get nowhere. They get nowhere because they're real. They're not trying to be real. So this show that really did have a lot of power in my mind, but now I just take it as a place to come, have a nice chat, see what's funny, see what's not, get some hatred from OVA, because he hates me for some strange reason. But he knows I don't give a damn. So he can use all the energy he has to hate.
Because you are ill-informed and ill-educated. That's why I hate you. That's not.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for interrupting. I feel you're behaving yourself today.
OVA hates you. I think OVA doesn't hate people.
No, he does. He can't help it. But I don't care. As I said, I don't care.
I hate slow people.
He's
slow. It's as simple as that.
There you go. There you go. Thank you for your rubbish.
OVA used
Because
to
of
have
people like
equal
that.
hate constantly because of Dele Ogun, but he's gotten over it now.
Bro, you don't understand. You don't understand. I don't give a damn. OVA is a smooth fry to me. So he can say what he wants. It doesn't matter. What it is that this is how we are. All we do is try to see where we can catch. We don't tell the truth. If OVA can tell the truth about who I am, he will be a sensible person. But he can't, so he has to bring rubbish to the table, like I care. So all I'm saying is that there's a way, talking to Show especially, there's a way we Nigerians behave that is less than human as far as I'm concerned. When we don't like the truth, we love to hate, we don't like to come together. These are the things that we need to pay attention to. We actually despise each other in our country. I don't know how we're going to make a nation of the country. I really don't. Here, all the display of our bad behavior, and I'm sure I have a lot of that, but all the display of our bad behavior is evident. It's evident every time we come here.
Are we being too judgmental? Sorry, are we being too
judgmental? We are not. Wait, forefather, wait, just please wait 1 minute, forefather. One thing we are not.
You've been talking for almost 5 minutes.
Oh, are you listening? My God.
You've been talking for almost 5 minutes. I just said one thing. Okay, please go ahead.
I'm trying to come to an end. I'm trying to come to an end without idiot provocation. All I'm saying is to show for everything that you said that I took on board and I listened to very well. We are not a strong people. We are a strong people, but we don't evidence our strengths. We don't. What we do is shy away from all of our responsibility as a nation of people. If we were a functional people, would we have a country like the country we have? The Igbo people that I know, the strength that I witnessed from them, I'm thinking, mate, these people are serious. The Yorubas, the way we do our thing, thinking, man, if these people were sensible and came together, the North, with their own level of flamboyance, they have something to add. But none of us are using our strength. Instead, we're behaving like idiot, like OVA, thinking that everybody who disagrees with him is an idiot. So that's where we are. That's how we discuss things. And that's what we have.
You too
I
slow
thank
to
you very
disagree
much.
Let me say this to let me just ask this to show. Let me just say this to show, because I feel like sometimes when I look at the scenario, that's the way we emerge as a nation and everything. Maybe it's just inevitable we are going to be here. That the leaders that we have were never meant to be. They were not leaders. They were just never ready. Maybe it was almost ordained already. We just think we had a level of freedom, but they didn't emerge in a situation that will give them the space and the bandwidth to be able to think like normal leaders. They were colonized people. They educated in the colonizers' universities.
No,
They
no,
handed kids
I
over to
disagree,
them.
bro.
What do you expect
They went
from them?
there. No, they went there for selfishness. And again, if we understand who it is that we
They
are,
were colonized. How can they
I
go
don't
there
know
for
if anyone.
selfishness? They were colonized.
No, bro.
They were not
Were
the
you
ones that
around?
lost
Were you
civilization
around?
was.
Let me ask you, forefather. Were you around in the 70s? I don't know your age, but
No,
were you
60s.
around
I
in the
was not.
70s?
Yeah, I was around in the 70s. Not that I'm very conscious of it. My
70s,
point is
not
that
60s.
no. So my point is that the people they handed over power to in the 1960s even were already compromised. They didn't have the bandwidth to think like that. They didn't fight for their freedom. How can they fight
No, I really
interests?
think that those people. I think that those people did what they could. I think the generation underneath them messed things up. They didn't follow correctly.
Maybe
If they
we're just
followed correctly before,
to be
wait, brother. This is us now. We're big people. We're talking big talk. Thankfully, Show came to bring big talk to the table. In those days, all of our leaders were sound. They were sound individuals, no matter their colonialism. These are facts of matter. We were colonized. So it's evident that somebody will come with a colonized mind. But they were strong. And there was a lot of Afrocentrism going on around the world at that time. 60s and 70s were serious times for Black people. Nigeria, as a country, dropped the ball. We dropped the ball, not as a nation. Ghana was doing completely different than us, but they were more manipulated to drop the ball. We did it ourselves. In the 70s, the kind of money that Nigeria had was mind-blowing. We, as a family, we had money, long money. But not a generational, within 10 years, it was done. Because there were some people that were honest, there were a lot of honest Nigerians, and then there were unscrupulous Nigerians. A small head of them, but they really knew how to steal money. They knew how to take money out of your hand. They knew how to be corrupt before you can even get to it. This is what happened. This is what happened. We have to understand that it was hardcore corruption, thievery and greed, and man past man, I'll stamp on your head because who are you? We had that attitude. That's the attitude that killed us. We have to understand. It was past all these things that we would like to talk about. It was just fleshly greed that was taking place. So we robbed ourselves now. We robbed ourselves. We practice it. We practice how to rob ourselves.
Can I speak?
Go for it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jamie. Yeah, I really liked everything that Shu said. I want to give a background of certain things. Like, yeah, I completely concur with what a lot of things, or I mostly agree, and I can reason with a lot of the things Shu expressed. But there's something I want to say. Maybe I haven't said it before on this show. You see, and I know forefathers might have, a lot of his monologue, he might have highlighted some of those things. You see, I'm really concerned. Why I'm always coming, it's always because from my perspective and from my understanding about life, particularly we Nigerians or we Africans, I feel like a lot of us, maybe not all of us, but I just have a sense that it seems like we do not understand our place in the world. And we don't know, I mean, there'll be those that will understand what I'm saying, and that'll be different, that'll be exempt from what I'm saying. But there are those of us, a lot of us that do not understand how the world works. And the reason why I'm always coming to this show is because I feel like knowledge, every knowledge that is being shared through learning is a path
to progress. So whenever I share information and analyze issues and I give geopolitical analysis, it's not because I know it all. I don't know it all. I'm willing to learn from other people. In fact, I learned something new today. I learn a lot of things every time I come here. But I'm trying to raise awareness about things that we are probably not aware of, or we are aware of and we are taking for granted. Because my concern is that it seems like we still don't really understand our place in the world. Not like we don't, we know ourselves, but we don't really understand our place in the world. And by the time we begin to understand our place in the world, even in as much as I would want us to, I will agree with you that we need to really look at our internal politics and make it better. And we need the right leadership. I completely agree. I do not disagree with that in any way. I completely agree. However, not even however now, at the same time, I think we need to always look at the bigger context of from what we do, how it has a huge influence in the entire world. It's very important. And how the entire world shapes our reality. That is why I keep talking about geopolitics. You see, maybe Russia goes to Ukraine, or America goes to Afghanistan. Of course, they are different from us, right? It's not in Nigeria this is happening. This is in other parts of the world, of course. But why I keep talking about these things is for us to learn lessons. It could be anybody that could be hearing. Tinubu may not be the one hearing, right? It could be Tinubu may not hear. He may hear, may not give a shit. It could be anybody from, in a way that I criticize the government. But I want them to know certain things because there are things that they know that I don't know, of course. But there are some things that I share they can learn from. There are things that I can share about lessons from other countries, other people, because politics is a huge and extremely complicated human organization. So whatever is being practiced in other parts of the world, we can learn it and use that. Maybe not necessarily their culture or anything, but what was learned, we can then adopt it to move forward and make progress. That's number one. The other thing again I really want to talk about is, you see, I have to always understand that even as much as we have bad leaders and we have we keep talking about corrupt politicians and all that, I'm always talking about geopolitics. I'm talking about a lot of the things I talk about because I'm trying to make us to see the humanity in ourselves. I want us to see the humanity because we keep talking about how our leaders are bad. Nigerians are the problem. I understand all that rhetoric. But the point is, if you look at what happened just this past 3-4 weeks, it validated my concern. It was when Donald Trump, because we need to understand certain things. It was when Donald Trump started talking about Christian genocide, and the American government are talking about Christian genocide in Nigeria. Guess what has happened in the past 3-4 weeks? The government have not started taking what? Some actions. Now we can criticize those actions, we can debate it. But the point I'm making is, it seems like we don't seem to see the humanity within ourselves, and we seem to not understand our place in the world. Because this is part of what I keep talking about every time, every week. Because if Donald Trump did not say all the things he said, perhaps we won't be where we are today right now, where there will be state of emergency by Tinubu and co. So you see, I agree, and I would support that we keep talking about what is going on internally, but we should not underestimate our place in the world and how the world really works, and how everything that goes in other parts of the world is even connected to our reality. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me just deal with this Maruda first, just in case. Okay. Is that the Simba that I know, or this is a new Simba?
Okay, sir.
Hold on, sister. Okay, good. Thank goodness. I thought you were the Simba that I know. Insults would have started flying all over the place, but it's not good. You're welcome, Simba. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Jide, thank you for trying to clarify your position on things and the angle from which you come. I think maybe I speak this way because, and this is not to say anything or to show off anything, from cradle, I've been in state houses in Nigeria, from cradle, like growing up, state house, like spend time. And you listen to the conversations most of these people have, and have friends who are in politics in Nigeria today. You listen to some of the things they discuss. And I'm not saying when they're just discussing having girlfriend, when they discuss Nigeria politics, the things that are at the forefront of their mind, if you listen to them, what you just said that somebody might be listening that honestly, and I'm not trying to discourage you. It's good to keep, pushing the message. The current crop, I keep saying it, they are the direct descendant of Shaitan. Directly. These current ones, they hate us more than the Igbo man hated us. I can understand why the Igbo man hated us. I don't agree, but I can see they look at us with different, flat nose, curly hair, whatever. They think we look like what. I can see, okay, whatever, but a man that looks at you in the eye and you look exactly the same and they treat us the way they treat us. These guys they don't care. I have a friend who is into politics, and I was speaking to one of our common friends in Nigeria. I said, "Oh, have you heard from this guy?" He said, "Since I started telling him that, oh, now that you're in office," and he's in Abuja, our friend is in Abuja, he serves in Abuja as an elected official. And he said, since I started telling him that now we are getting into office, you can be one of the voices that will start making changes and start speaking. I want to see you on TV speaking on behalf of the people. He said, since he started telling him those things, this guy will come to Ibadan from Abuja, like when they're on break, and he won't tell this guy because he doesn't want to see him anymore. He doesn't want to spend time with him anymore. We went to secondary school together. We were all close friends. These are the sort of people we're dealing with. The minute you start telling them the things that we're discussing here, and that's why I'm saying, okay, all this knowledge, let's even say we write it into a book and we give it to them. They will shred it in a shredder right in front of you. They don't care. That's the problem here I see. And the next people that we're going to raise, that we're going to train and put forward, of course, we need to let them be aware of this information. I just think your message is going to the wrong people. That's all I'm saying. Vital message going to a bunch of mob. Yeah, sorry.
All right,
no,
thank
that's
you.
fantastic.
I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Shu. That was
some of the stuff I'm seeing here is really juggling. I need to do a bit more research, but if this is correct, it means that our population versus our security forces has remained the same since we lost the colonization wars, all the way back to 1900. And at that same time, the number of military versus population in the UK is still where it was. It is still today. They are still militarized the same way. They didn't change posture significantly. That is crazy. That we maintain the same colonial structure while they maintain their own that is highly militarized for their own people. It's crazy stuff. Okay. Who hasn't spoken? Anele Chuku, you have not said anything for a long time. I've not heard you. So please go ahead if you want to add to the conversation. Like I would like ideas. Just in case people new ideas that we've not thought about before would be great to hear.
Yes, let me say thank you to Okwebelo because he started with him that the temperature was cooled down, and show sealed it. And I think this is the decorum we need to bring a change that we all deserve. I'm looking at the record. This is 6.5 hours quality time. So if we're going to be here putting 6 hours to conversation, but let it then be meaningful. And I want, if every one of us is coming on this show anytime, please come to provide solutions. Don't come to let us know how you can argue or your viewpoint is sacrosanct and it can't change. Come with a viewpoint. When you see a more superior viewpoint to your opinion or to your position, yield. It doesn't mean that your point must be right and correct at all times. So come with open mind, like Fela will say. That's what I'll suggest, moving forward. Let it be that we're coming here to provide solutions to the challenges that we have back in Nigeria. The question every one of us, like Shay was trying to propose questions. You might answer it at your time or in your inner chambers. Ask yourself, the Nigeria you have today, is it a beautiful country? Is it a country you will want your children to return to? Because the way I'm looking at all your faces, none of you live in Nigeria. Will you want your children to return to this country where you all came out from? The answer is no. Why? Because a bunch of rascals that came out from the asylum are in control and are in charge. So what do? Do we say, okay, let them continue, let them have the country? We don't care no more. After all, we are in a good and better place and spaces. Let's really reason together. We have a constitution in Nigeria. As much as that constitution is not so perfect, if Nigerians function, work, or operate with that constitution, Nigeria will still be a good place, better than it is today. But the thing is that because we have elements that have no sense of judgment and no sense of understanding, like what Show is saying, the truth is they don't care. They are so selfish. Sometimes I ask, why didn't you get there? If you look at the families of the people we reverence as four bears of Nigeria, those who negotiated and got independence for us. Look at their families today. Where are they? So if they had looted the resources and the treasury of Nigeria like these people are doing today, you can imagine what Nigeria will have become of. The laid foundation that these people could build upon, improve and better it, but they are not. For every one of us who is here, you have a representative that is closest to you, somebody that is appointed that represents you. Pick a phone and call him or her and see whether you give you a response. You want to suggest an opinion or an idea to him or her, whether he'll give you attention. But this is your representative. He's like a placeholder. This is what we fail to understand, that these people in elected positions in these elected offices that they are occupying, they are representing us. They are placeholders. We know them. They are schoolmates. They are friends. They are relatives. They are the friends of our friends. It's not as if they came from Mars or America imported them and brought them to us, or Britain brought them and imposed them upon us. No, they are one from amongst us. All of them. Can't we look at them in the face and tell them this can't continue? This is the thing we need to do. If we need to overhaul, the system. Put in people who will do good by us and for us. And restore this country that we are so called have. Let's begin to be objective. You see, the problem we have today is why you have all the stripes and all the hula baloo that is going on around is because the average Nigerian politician is very subjective and selfish. Objectivity does not matter. We reward mediocrity and stupidity. We reward people who shouldn't be rewarded. People who do wrong, we extol their virtues. Look at the election, like Sho was trying to bring up, the list that was submitted by the National Assembly, for example. Look at that. If you are not a Nigerian and you see Mahmoud Yakubu there, you see Reno Mokri there, you see FFK there, you see Okezi Pazu there, or is it Okezi Pazu Ifanyo Gwani? Look at the list. Which one of these are you proud of as a Nigerian to represent you as an ambassador? Sometimes I ask, where is the shame that we have as Africans? Where is it? The humanity in us we're talking about, so where is it? How do we present these people as the face of Nigeria to the world, wherever it is. It is the leadership we need to overhaul. Putting the right people, we can do it. It's not impossible. It has nothing to do with neocolonialism or pre-colonialism or whatever. We can do it. Let's begin to do what we can do right and begin to make those changes. One thing I keep wondering about is, let's assume Rino Mokri becomes the ambassador of Nigeria in UK. Let us say UK or US. Let's use these two places, or anywhere else in the world. And this is a man who was on TV and is recorded. The videos are all there. This is a man who says that Tinubu is a drug lord. He went and carried out a one-man show at Chatham House when Tinubu was there present. And he said Tinubu is a drug lord. And today, the same Tinubu is whom he's representing as an ambassador, representing the same Tinubu. And people around Tinubu cannot tell him, no, this is, it doesn't matter how, whatever reward it is you are giving to him, now that he's praising you. Just that fact alone, that this man is on record telling the whole world that you're a thief, you're a criminal, you're a fraudulent man. And that's the same man that will speak good of you today. It does not make sense. We rub shit on our faces and we allow it. The next thing you have is he's an Ishekiri man, right? The Ishekiri people will say, oh no, he's one of us. Why can't Tinubu appoint a more better? It doesn't mean that there's not a more better Ishekiri man that can represent Ishekiri, assuming this is their slot. Can't you get a better man? Can't you get a better Yoruba man that can represent the Yoruba interest, or the Yoruba, be the Yoruba face of an ambassador instead of FFK? You come to Igbo land, can't you have any other person that you can appoint instead of Ogwani that scuttled PDP, destroyed the democratic system?
Can I ask you something though?
All right, my God.
Let me give you a scenario. Let's say you are a great leader put in Nigeria, and you wanted to, do something great for Nigeria. Example, let's say you wanted to started some serious manufacturing because you don't want to, like lithium. You wanted to use lithium to start manufacturing batteries because Nigerian expertise is available. You ask them from the diaspora to come back home to start manufacturing. But somebody, the US comes on behalf of Elon Musk and says, hey, you can't do that. Because if you do that, there will be consequences. US aid that is worth $1 billion to you will be taken away. And if you carry on, whatever you have in the West will be brought back, it will be seized. And if that is not going to work, they will remind you of what happened to somebody that fell. What would be your options? Would you still go ahead with local manufacturing, or would you back off?
If I'm Elon Musk or what?
No, if you were in the position of leadership in Nigeria, and they threaten you with all that, and they give you incentive, they say, if you do it, you get more money, we'll just add a bit more money to the US aid we are giving you. But if you decide that you're not going to want to do it, these are the consequences. You're going to lose all this. We're going to support your rival. And if you have any assets in the West, we're going to make sure you don't have it anymore. And at the upper end of the this process, if all else fails, they remind you of how they can be able to remove you, whether you are alive or not, or you and your family, whatever you are like, whether they are alive or not. Would you back down, or would you go ahead and do your local manufacturing?
If it is against the will of, if it is against the progress of my country.
Yes.
If it is against, if what you're asking me to do is against the interest and progress of Nigeria, I wouldn't do it. What was the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario, I resign to become the president. Another Nigerian will take over from me.
So you resign, you're not willing to take the risk of remaining there and facing the consequences?
Hold on.
If you resign, then you have what you have now.
No, if I don't do what they want me to do, If I can't resist them, if the option is for me to hand over to someone else so that we'll still have what we're going to have, for Christ's sake, I'll let go. I won't do their bidding as long as it is not in the interest of Nigeria. See, that's the problem. You see,
hold on. Sorry. You made two statements here. You say you are going to hand over to some other person. The person you are handing over to is likely to be the person that is going to do their bidding. Would you do that?
Okay. If it is on me to take a decision, if the next person I'm going to take it over to, for Christ's sake, I will stick on to it as long as my interest is to protect the country, not to protect the interest of another person. At the end of the day, what we want is to have a functional homeland at the end of the day, because that is the core value, that is the core interest. It is not about pleasing someone else. In the first instance, the reason why that happens is because I've compromised.
I do apologize. My brother, I really apologize. I want to ask a question very similar to Forefather's question. But this was a dilemma of mine. If I was well, I would have been in Nigeria this year. It was my plan. I was ill and I didn't go. My dilemma this time last year, planning to go to Niger, was I had a massive plan. And I hatched it up in my own head. And I had it there for a good 4 years. This plan now came to hardcore fruition where I had the opportunity to strike. I had the investors, I had the white paper, I had everything I needed to make this plan happen. What I now needed was the go-ahead with Nigeria, West African governments. It was about currency. That's all I will say about it. So in my head now, I was thinking, I'm going to go to Tinubu with this. Am I going to work with Tinubu, who I dislike? And it came to me that, yes, I'm going to sit in front of this man who I don't like and deal with him, because he's not going to be there forever. But what I'm bringing is going to be there for an awfully long time. Now, just that Forefather, you or any of you guys in a similar position, I don't know whether you're a fan of Tinubu's or not, but would you ever conceive working with him or his party? Would you ever conceive of it?
If the outcome is going to be for Nigeria, I don't care who he is. If Trump, I work with Trump. If he's going to be good for Nigeria, anybody.
Okay.
That's the logic. Can we bring Simba in so that at least let him introduce himself?
Tunanja. Okay. Because I think asking that question that way is you're not helping the situation, right? Because first of all, you have to understand the dynamics of the power within the country first.
Who is Lion
Right?
King? Who is Lion King?
Country. Oh, look at that! Why? So, where did you see Lion King? Simba. Are you watching the TV? Look at Simba. Okay, see, it's a thought experiment. It's a thought experiment. It's not real.
Yeah, wait now.
It's not a thought experiment.
That experiment fits in the country whereby we have a group of leaders who wants to be progressive, who wants to do that. Where we have some people who still want the normal things to be going on. But in Nigerian case, we are pretty much three groups here who are rotating the power within them. They see the older guys, the class of 66 that you just found out that they were in Congo, then the political godfathers, and the young guys who are business billionaires who wants to come in power. So who among where is that person coming from among this group? Because you have to sell whatever that you want to do for the country to the rest of the group first before you can build alliance that will help you or those that will go against you. So the Nigerian system
that's very true.
It's more nuances than
the other thing is, in my case, let me just let you know. Let me just let you know that in my particular case, I had an open road. I had an open road.
Sorry, Django. Let's just bring
my
Simba
road was
in.
open.
Can go back to Eruku. Eruku, please just be patient. Let Simba come in.
No problem.
Simba, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm not sure I've seen you before, but I'm sure you have probably been on the panel before. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the conversation? I don't know whether you heard
It's
about the passenger welcoming. You saw the video.
no.
You
I
didn't see the
try to
video.
stay. No, I try to stay away from Nigerian news because it's quite depressing right now. I used
Okay,
to
so
come
sorry. Let
here
me
once
just
in
give
a
you
while.
this thing just before you say something. That's Obasanjo, just as a kind of background. Obasanjo came out and he said Nigerians are being killed. We shouldn't be looking at north, east, west, south. It's Nigeria. But that we should be happy to welcome foreigners to come and assist us. He didn't specify the foreigners to be fair to him, but he says we should be happy to welcome foreigners to come and help us out. So that was his position on that. And then Sheikh Gumi said that he's going to support Nnamdi Kanu being freed if Nnamdi Kanu shows remorse. So those are the two main topics.
A terrorist.
Oh boy. Anyway, let me just go to my points. Generally, I'm tired of this. I'm just tired of this because it's just like smoke and mirrors. I think for me, generally, we know that Nigeria has a problem. We all know that. We've had this discussion forever. We all say, oh, we have bad leaders, we have this, we have that. That is true. Every country has bad leaders. The UK has bad leaders. America has a bad leader or a good leader, whatever you want to interpret it as. The question now is, how do we move forward? Us, exactly. What exactly is the point of this conversation we're having here? Okay, we're coming up with ideas. And then we have to have a select group of people. When they say we are the bad people, I started distancing myself from that. I do not have the same mentality as the rest of the Nigerians. If I'm in power now in Nigeria, I will be a dictator, to be honest. I will kill a lot of people. That's why I cannot be in politics.
Hey, let's not use
I do
the
not have patience. Sorry.
No,
Okay.
hold on. And let me make a
Sorry.
disclaimer. This view is strictly and very, very legitimately not the view of Dr. Damage's platform and not my opinion, and that is only Simba's opinion. So if you're coming to collect anybody, leave me out of it.
Simba is not going to be in politics. I will never be in politics, and I look at it from my perspective, how I look at it, and I get frustrated really fast. Really, my tolerance for stupidity is on its. Anyway, that's another topic for another day. The point is, whatever we have here, I like the discussions we're having here, but we have to come up with tangible solutions on how to fix our country. Getting someone elected, like we have to elect the right person. If you are deceiving yourself, if you can select somebody in Nigeria, it is a group of people that have, you cannot put your candidate in that group. You're not as strong as them. You're not as corrupt as them. You cannot be as vigilant as them. The question is, how do you fix the problem? You have to start from a small group of people. You have to start shaming people differently. You have to look at history. How did these countries change themselves? How did China make themselves like each other? We hate ourselves. It's even beyond tribe. If people are in the same tribe, we hate each other. Why do Chinese men, they hate each other, but against a foreigner, they unite? Why does that happen? When we have a group of people, let's say we have a brotherhood, we have to start teaching ourselves, okay, you shame someone that is irresponsible. You have to focus it. You have to push propaganda. That's the only solution. I think I'm at a point in my life where all that so-called democracy and all that, that's not how this world works. This world works completely different. And then how do you play your part in that world? We should that's the kind of conversation.
Sorry, I think the answer was within your question when you said but your statement when you said the Chinese, when they have their issues, but when the foreigner shows up, they unite. Why? Because we don't tend to confront foreigners. Our own foreigners are shielded. We see only ourselves. And that is why we react and fight each other, because we see the other in each other instead of seeing foreigners. And when people mention foreigners, people will be like, oh, don't mention foreigners. They're not supposed to mention foreigners. You see the secular FRS world we are in here. So Because sometimes you need a foreign interest to unite the people.
Yes, but the problem is deeper than that. How was Lagos conquered? It was the
fellow Yoruba man.
Exactly. So it's not just the foreigner. The foreigner gives you the seed, but you have to eat it.
Oh no, we're aware of that. That conversation has been had already. It's a dual thing, isn't it? It's a dual.
Why do you think the guy in Burkina Faso is struggling for his life? Because his brother can kill brother. The issue is deeper than that, and the mentality has to change. The person that's going to fix Nigeria is going to have to be very brutal, because the issue is very deep.
Like Stalin.
Maybe not in a bad way, or let me try and soften it and put sugar on top of it for you guys to understand. But it's going to be brutal to fix that country. If it's not going to be brutal, if there's no red color, nothing's going to happen in that country. That's all I got to say.
So if they gave you like 1,000 men that shares your views right now and put you in a Sorok, do you think you can transform the nation?
Transformation is inevitable. It can't continue the way it is. But something will have to happen. I might not be the man for it.
No, I think if you have the right mindset, you probably. My fear is that, like, sometimes there is this thing nations do whereby if you are out of sync with the population, like significantly out of sync with them, they will turn on you. They will see you as a devil and they will turn on you because you are too far ahead of them. So you have to take the people along, and they have to see the reasons why you are doing what you are doing. Because, like you are saying, you have to kill millions. If you try to kill millions in Nigeria right now, you'll be like
that's genocide. Yeah, the world will hate you. The world will hate you. Saddam Hussein, what's that Libyan president? He did much for his country, and the world hated him for it.
And Gaddafi, isn't it? Yeah.
Gaddafi, exactly.
What do you think is like a uniting ideology in Nigeria? Like, what do you think can unite Nigerians? Because we don't have to agree on everything, right? Religiously, we don't have to agree, but there has to be something that unites everyone, right? Like in China, there are differences in ideology to a certain extent, but there's something that unites them, and that's their socialist system. But what do we have that unites Nigerians that you can actually?
I think in Italy, the example they gave with Italy, because Italy, they said Italy was more of a dispersal than different regions. But during the time of Mussolini, he actually did a lot of things to unite the nation. So because even rail tracks that he built around the nation, things that are inherently for the nation, makes the nation. People relate to the nation even more. Anything you do that inherently for the nation makes the people relate to the nation.
Yeah, but someone that had like nationalist socialism, right?
Let me help you, forefathers. Essentially, because let me clarify for you. So what essentially said is very important. What unites us to have something in common politically. Like in Italy now, you had fascism that time, right? But apart from fascism, you unified the country with one language. Because at that time, like you said, they had different like languages.
Some of them speak different languages. They don't even.
So you define them with a common language, an Italian language. Well, I will stop there.
He did that, and he did infrastructure. The idea of a nation is that when you do stuff for the nation, not just for one group, the nation is because they know now it's only for the nation. Like the Nigerian passport is only for the Nigerians. So all those things are the things that makes you belong to that club. That's not. There's no other thing. No other people have it. It's only unique to that nation. That's how you start creating a nation. And also, you have to back up the nation by not being tribal, by defending everybody's right. Try to be just. All those things. Don't do it, then everybody will fly.
The issue of tribalism will still be there, regardless. But you know, they're like, for instance, when Nigeria played,
you have to punish it. You have to punish when people behave like hate speech law that they have in the West. Even if there's hate in the West, but if you punish, especially during work or any professional stuff, if you do something wrong, you'll be punished for it. You'll be jailed.
Yeah, so
that needs to be there.
I think we're going in the wrong direction again.
You can use negative reinforcements, right? But you can also reinforce the positives, right? Like, you know, like whenever Nigeria go into like war.
You know that was the other thing I was saying was the positive. Now, why do we have to say something that's already redundant? Like passports, roads.
That was not positive.
When Nigeria
roads are not positive. Passport is not positive.
Oh, I'm saying that to stamp out, just like Eccentric has said, to stamp out tribalism, as we're calling it, it's more trouble than it's worth. It will
It's
bring a lot of
impossible.
trouble.
It's literally impossible because humans are
You're
naturally
not going
tribal.
to get rid of it. The toxic one is the problem.
Humans are naturally humans are
The toxic one is the problem. You have to punish the toxic one, otherwise you're going to have a
tribalism is
problem.
ingrained in our DNA. I mean, I'm just saying.
You already know that. See, I don't know why people keep saying things you already know. The area you are going to go after is the toxic one.
Okay,
Like
fine.
99%, 90% of black people voted for Obama. Is that not tribal? But that is not toxic.
You are looking at the. Okay, I'm saying like what you can you focus on
the first question you asked me was exactly what is going to unite us?
Yeah.
Common enemy, knowing who your enemy is.
Common enemy. Okay.
That's one of the biggest.
It could be corruption. It could be something else.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. I love that answer. I would like to comment for that.
Yeah, the idea of common
enemy is one of the biggest uniters people have.
Identify who your common enemy is.
That could be a uniting thing, right? But that's not the only thing, right? Like for instance, when Nigeria played in the Olympics, right? Everyone like agrees that everyone cheers for Nigeria, right?
That's common enemy.
You know what I'm saying?
Common rival.
Common rival, right?
But you see that
common rivalry, yeah.
You want to defeat the other side. That's your point. One side wants to defeat the other side.
Right.
The question is identify who you are.
In addition to all this, one thing another thing that will unite Nigeria is if the leadership of Nigeria begin to enthrone law and order, which comes by whatever we do, let it be according to the rule of law. The rule of law will imply that the Constitution will be upheld, and where a particular section of a Constitution is lopsided, for example, America has a Constitution. For the past 250 years of its existence, they had a Constitution from the beginning, but between then and now, it has been changed 27 times. So America is ruled by the Constitution, by the rule of law. When the Constitution is mentioned, it is the rule of law that is being talked about. So if everything we have said here, if the rule of law is not upheld in Nigeria, it's going to be a big problem.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's my problem with that, right? Nigeria, right? Our constitution, our rule of laws, right? These are things that we wrote in a foreign language, in English, right? English has a tendency to be abstract, right? So, in that abstractness of English lends itself to interpretations, right? Unlike our traditional languages, right? Igbo languages are pretty concrete. Yoruba language, same thing. House languages are pretty concrete, right? If we can write our constitutions in our traditional language, that makes it concrete. So a lawyer is not gonna come in and start arguing about words.
No, you're just making that one up.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't think
he just made up on that one.
No, okay. Here's an example.
That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right.
Here's an example. Here's an example. When someone tells you in English, "I love you," you can translate that into many things. When someone says "Aharam Ganaya" in Igbo, it means one thing only.
Okay, so now eccentric. You see, that's the thing we're talking about. The official language is English. The official language.
Anachuku, sorry. I just have to interject now. You talked about America has a rule of law. They live by rule of law. I think one of their laws says every man is equal. Is that correct?
Good.
That's one of their oldest rules. Correct.
Correct.
Did they live by it?
If they don't live by it, but there are people who are ready to die for that because it's in the Constitution and they want to uphold.
Yes.
I'm
saying they did not live by it. It might have changed. They might have accepted who is a human and who is not, or every man. That has changed drastically. Every country has some corrupt elements. That's a given. The question is, we have the laws in Nigeria. If we're living by those laws, those would have changed. But law does not exist. Even in foreign countries, people find a way to sideline laws. Our problem is not the law or having people to.
For me,
remember what I said. Uphold the rule of law. Remember that part, because that's what is important.
They don't. In America, they don't uphold every single law.
Simba and this. Hold on, and listen. See, when you say law,
I heard Simba.
Hold on. See, you see, under my this thing, I always put that there to remind me. If you don't have security, you are not going to have law. And if you don't have law, you cannot go on to become self-sufficient and do technological revolution that you need to actually survive. So you have to build, starting from security, then you go to law and order. The reason why you start from security is because the people that create that, they tend to have this type of a mind to uphold the law. Because if you don't have that kind of mindset, you cannot. This is why nations are often founded by either military or former military. Because they have that kind of mindset.
Oh, Father, you're cooking now. You're cooking now.
All right,
let me cooking now.
Hold on.
You're heading the direction I'm going to.
Look,
sorry.
Like you gotta understand. Like there's a way technology can actually, technology can be used to like uphold laws, right? Like I said, for instance, Nigeria has like what is called Nigerian financial intelligence units, right? So this is their way of like monitoring like the transactions that people make, like money that goes to like terrorist groups. Like they actually have found money that went from Iraq, from an Iraqi group to Boko Haram, right? You know what I mean? So you can actually, there's technological advancement can actually help you uphold your laws. So for instance, in China, there are surveillance in China. Like China is a very surveilled country, right? Where everything is monitored.
I think the way we are discussing Centricats is about the human factor first, because if the human factor is not taken care of, the technology, they will sabotage it. They will make sure it doesn't work.
What do you mean? What do you mean by the
except the technology is independent, and we don't have independent technologies in our society.
Could there be a way in which there could be a policy of encouraged intermarriage? That could also
you could, like the Pope. The Pope did something similar. The Pope did something similar in Europe, where he said you are not allowed to marry, I think, beyond third cousins or something like that.
Yeah.
So he forced people to go out, to branch out.
As Yoruba, you must marry Calabar or Igbo. You must not marry.
Let's bring Honorable.
Okay,
we've just ignored Honorable. Honorable, hold on, please, Simba. Let me just bring Honorable. First of all, let me apologize to our even-tempered host, KJ, for the ruffle I did last week and the week before that. I think he didn't deserve it. I have to say that. And so welcome, KJ. I apologize for the way I spoke to you last week. I don't think you deserved it. Even if I disagree with you 1,000%, but you are often you make your point with an even temper, and you don't insult people.
You guys showed yourself.
Oh, look at that. Welcome, KJ. The conversation.
When you're done, can we look at how technology can help us? Like,
thank you, forefathers.
I
apologize too if I probably also misspoke.
Go ahead.
I know that no matter what we say here, it may take a while, because just like most people have submitted here, the people are not listening to anybody. And I agree with the guy who said that these guys, they hate us so much. I think it's Jagun also. They hate the daylight out of us. And as I speak to you, just yesterday, Tinubu inaugurated the committee that will begin to collect the new tax as early as January. So the new tax system will come into effect, even though the people's salary is still the same, even though there's no new economic activities that will give them that leverage. So whatever you own already will be taxed, and more money will be extracted from you. I don't think it's people who like you. Why some senators are asking that their Senate allowances and salary should be increased? They are taxing you to receive more from you. Why nothing is being added? So we are dealing with a situation that ain't going to change for a long time. But you see, I also will submit, having listened to all of you, that I don't think these people actually want to build a nation. It's like, there's an Igbo adage that wherever the firewood burns out, you throw it away and continue to move. I think that is what Nigeria is set up for. Because a people who are interested in repairing their country will look at every region and what they are most outstanding for. That was what we used, the country used in the early days of the independence to build a nation. The western region had the cocoa, the eastern region had the palm, the northern region had the granite, pyramids. Now, that is what brought Nigeria to where it was before the discovery of oil. Now, if oil had been discovered in Nigeria, should it stop the agriculture from continuing to produce? No. So some people felt, well, now that oil has come, we should no longer work. Let's just move our pipeline and get stuck into one of the pipes of the oil and continue to drink from there. And so we began to import everything. In fact, I remember
asking the same question
a long time ago that Nigeria has so much money, that they even had to do an Udoji regime where more money was just doled out to people, because Gowan didn't know what to do with the money. So, but fast forward to this time.
So there was this weekend, I was going out with my.
If you allow me finish, you can go ahead. If you allow me finish. So, but basically, what I'm saying in essence is that we know what to do, but we're not doing it. We know that we can, and I say this without any fear of reservation. If you come to us, Jos, Benue, produce some of the best artists, okay? Why don't we build a film village there? If we come to food, cash crop and food crops, we know where to go. Jos can produce any kind of fruits, and on at least for all the European fruit that we so love, can be produced in Jos. So if we are really interested in building a nation, we'll have not even deal with the issue of tribalism, because we are all tribal, just like Eruku said. We're all tribal. Man is tribal. Okay, we will always be much closer to our, the people who speak the same dialect with us than others. That's the truth. And since I came to that realization, I don't mind if I enter into a hall and a white guy is discriminating against me. I welcome it, because I will equally do the same if he was probably in Nigeria. I won't go into a Nigerian hall and go and sit with a Igbo man. So also I don't expect him that when I enter a hall where there's an event, he will just jump at KJ and begin to, no. So we are tribal, but when we understand our differences, we can now work to bring, us together in such a way that will not be, knocking heads, and that's what they have refused to do. They have refused to do that. They constantly, open up that space of tribal, listen, they keep expanding it. They keep dwelling on it. They keep driving the knife so deep inside. And the truth be told, if you meet a Fulani man in the streets in America here, you don't ask him, oh, yeah, Fulani. You don't talk. No, you all relate properly. You relate until we come to that enclave called Nigeria. Then everything falls apart. This is my last example. I was coming from Kenya once with about 3 ministers inside that flight. Obi Ezekwesili was inside, and 2 other people, I won't call their name because I don't want anybody to begin to hold me. I call Obi Ezekwesili because I eventually walked with her to the tarmac. Now, as soon as that plane, the pilot announced we are now, descending into Abuja. Okay? All the ministers, the 2 of them, and those, high palm said, you got up, walked into the bathrooms. These are people who are normal, who were talking with, who were gisting with, came back with their well-starched agbada, okay, and sat down. And from that point on, they spoke to nobody. They became superstars overnight. Why? Because we are now over the space of Nigeria. But you and I were in the queue in Kenya coming back here. And then eventually, as soon as the plane landed and taxed to the stop, their vehicles drove straight to the tarmac to come and carry them. It was only Obi Ezekwesili that followed us behind. He followed the line. I said, let me carry your bag for you. He said, no, I got it, young man, I got it, no. And we talked, and then with other people also greeting her, We all walked together, followed the normal lines into the airport and waited together for her luggage. There was no special minister's vehicle coming for her. Now, those people, we know them. But the moment they leave government, or the moment they don't play the games, do the way we want, we don't put them back, we kick them out. And we try as much as possible not to bring them back. We bring those people who like to look at the Nigerians and call them stupid. You guys are so stupid. And no matter what you say, they're not going to listen to you. You see, somebody was talking about bringing people into government by prayer, people can do. No, me sitting here who have prayed, at least if I'm not mistaken, up to 3 governors into positions. And the moment they got there, it wasn't up to 3 months. Nobody could even access them any longer. You can't even call them. Okay? They went their way. They joined the class. Their vehicles changed. It became bulletproof. Their shoes changed. It became designers. So these are people who, just like somebody also alluded earlier on, who did not learn from those who fought for the independence. Because those who fought for the independence never had these characters. They never had this character. Yeah, you could say they were not all clean, true, but none of them ever, in any way, ever imagined that Nigeria will be the way it is today. So, are we going to move forward? It's left to us. Do we want to change the status quo? It's left to us. But the truth is that something got to give, just like what I said here. It's either now or only God knows when that is going to happen. So, I submit to the fact that I don't know if we want to build a nation. I don't think we want to build a nation. I don't see any nation on earth where foreigners will come and be ravaging your country and you say, leave them alone. You say, make peace with your neighbors. You say, the farmer said us. You know what the truth is. You yourself told us these people are not Nigerians. So then what is the purpose of the government? If they are not Nigerians, and now, did you guys follow the news this week? Everybody was running everywhere. The schools closed in some parts of Abuja. The schools shut in the afternoon. The women were running, to go and pick their children. Is that how we're going to continue? Is that how we're going to? It's not a circus that you are doing certain things to please America. And the truth is, I stand with those who say America should come. I also say America should come because we cannot. Life is so precious that we shouldn't take anybody's own. So if we are going to continue to lose more Nigerians, 35, 32 every day, people should come and help us. I stand with Obasanjo. Let them come and help. Okay?
Yeah,
After
but the bandits is not coming to help now. What if the bandits come, the bandits go into hiding? What happens?
No, see, these bandits, no matter where they go into the hiding, they are different from Nigerians.
KJ, can I ask you a question?
Hold on, so let me complete. Their faces are different from ours. Their language is different from ours. Majority of them don't know the way. Now, if you say
they are going to start attacking fellow Nigerians and looking for every Fulani, separating them, and Kanuri, they will start separating them. I thought they were going to just bomb strategic areas.
I think they are just.
No. The reason why I say that
can I ask a question?
It's true.
Okay,
they're going to melt away.
I have a question, KJ. Because you said that you welcome Uncle Sam coming to intervene, right? Okay, good. I believe for you to have said that, you understand the historical precedent of Uncle Sam. Oh. You are very confident that Uncle Sam has the capacity.
You want to ask me the question?
No. My question now, okay. So now my question is, do you know of any country that Uncle Sam has gone to intervene militarily to fight terrorism and have been successful? Do you have any proof? Any country at all?
Sorry, we're going back to this argument again.
I know I've asked you. I know.
Let him ask the question. Now, you can't stop me from asking question. Now, come on. He's asking the question.
Maybe 7 hours.
For you to have said,
if you allow me, I can answer
for you to have said,
you're asking the question and answer it yourself. But if you allow me,
he's asking. Okay, you have to finish asking.
Yeah, I've asked. Yes, go on.
Okay, so is mistake.
Yeah, which country America has gone to fight terrorism that they've actually succeeded?
No, let's put it this way. Which country that America have gone into that is in the situation that Nigeria is now?
To fight terrorism? Which is terrorism?
No. Which country? I
thought it was terrorism they are coming to fight.
No. You see, you are the one saying they are coming to fight. It is Nigeria.
This conversation has evolved past this.
So no,
man. Why are we going back to this?
hold on. Have you changed the parameters that America is coming here for now?
Listen. Let's
Don't
go back.
waste our time, please.
Don't waste our time. Exactly.
I need to understand what he's saying. I need to understand what he's saying.
Before KJ came here, we discussed this.
Yes, we discussed it, but KJ is coming from a different angle.
When KJ comes another time, not now.
It's only fair that we engage him. You can't just say because we have discussed it with
Sorry.
him.
Okay, my time is precious. I value my time.
I see what you mean.
The conversation has evolved. Like, why are we going back to this?
Father, please go ahead. Give Eccentrica my time.
Thank God. Yeah, thank you. Hell yeah.
Go ahead. And then after
please,
that,
let's go ahead. Let's not go back to this.
Wow, we have troublemakers here today. They don't want to go back. All right. Let's march forward.
I don't waste my time. I don't want people to waste my time.
Exactly. Let's evolve the conversation.
But Anna Ejuku, I think you're wrong. But well, that's how Fofana wants to moderate. But if not, you as a guest cannot tell the moderator what he wants to do. So, but that's for him. So please, okay, you don't go to CNN and tell the producer or the presenter what you wanted.
No, KJ, you asked me.
So let's leave it at that. No problem.
Okay. Can I answer your
And funny
question?
enough, they didn't get you to answer that question, which is interesting. And because that space was occupied, so KJ was trying to expand the scope of American intervention, and that would have been interesting to hear.
Yes. No, yeah.
I ask a critical question here. How can technology strengthen our laws and justice? This is a very interesting question.
Let me address your technology issue.
Our police does not wear body cam. The Nigerian police does not wear body cam.
I know about technology. Jude, when Rotimi Amechi was in government, that was the highest point of the militant activity going on in Niger Delta. I had the privilege to hold an interview with him and one other very senior producer in AIT. And we also had a privilege for him to take us around. And he took us into one particular, it was like a crate they had in government house. And there was gentlemen, someone said it here earlier on. There are gentlemen sitting in those places. And they light up the sky at the night of the Niger Delta. And every single person wherever those people were, who could see them. So if they needed to, they will eliminate them. You know what Rotimi Amechi did? He called their leader and said, come and see something. So if people don't want to change, I can take you out from here. It's as simple as that. This technology is out there. Right now, there's a group of Nigerians who are operating in Abuja there who make drones, military-graded drones that Nigerians can use. Nigeria can use if they wanted to. We're not looking for solution. Solution is there. We're not the first people who will be able to use that kind of solution to solve the problem. Okay? During Jonathan's time, the same technology he applied. There were just less than 30 of them. And they were able to deal with the issue squarely. So why do we look as if that we are helpless? These things are not possible to do.
The only way
are you also going to agree with the Minister of Defense who said that these people are in the forest, bomb cannot get where they are? Are you also going to agree with that?
My point is that we cannot
let's wake up. We cannot
escape our shadow. We cannot escape. I think when we talk, we always forget that you need to scale everything up. Do you know what is better than one drone? 2 drones. You know what is better than 50 drones? 100 drones. Do you know what is better than 100 drones? 1,000 against these bandits. When you scale things up, your power increases to shape your environment. That is, and if we keep trying to avoid that, we are going to keep having this problem. But let's bring gentlemen in. I think you wanted to say something, Simba, before KJ. I had to apologize.
Yes. Sorry about that. I'll try and be quick. The number one issue is how did UK, we're talking about universal common enemy. The question is, in UK, Europe, or America, they weren't fully developed at first. Something had to happen. Classism happened. So they had the king and the dukes. That's how they could share power. And through that system, they made their system what it is today. Technology is not going to work in Nigeria, in my opinion, because if you give the policemen 1,000 cameras, body cameras to put on, they would probably break it, lose it, sell it, something will happen. People are not held accountable. You need to have the system ready to receive that. There has to be consequences for that. If someone is corrupt in China, I believe it's a death penalty. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay.
The death penalty.
How did that happen? Exactly. How did that happen? And sometimes that death penalty is selective. It's not to every single person. It depends on who you know and how severe your crime is. But everything has a give and take. We have to understand, where did these people come from? How did they develop their systems? Because UK, the same problem we have now in Nigeria, that people can't go to school, that if you take your child somewhere, they'll kidnap your child. That happened in UK as well. Or am I wrong?
China has a facial recognition and massive surveillance systems, right? That's how they're able to actually have a justice system that works.
True.
You have to have
Wait. Let me interrupt. Would you like to?
Technology cannot make decision on its own.
Would you like to leave?
Sorry. One editing. Let me, because the Senators have been coming back with this over and over again.
Yeah, that's what I want to.
Hold on, please. And Senators, the technology you have, except it's totally autonomous and independent of human control, as long as human beings interfering with it, you have the human beings have to be ready to acquiesce to it and support it. Otherwise, it will still fail.
All right. So eccentricals, let me ask you a question.
Artificial intelligence.
Hold on, eccentricals. Let me ask you a quick question.
I'm not against it.
Would you like to? Is it okay if I speak, please?
Go
ahead.
Would you like to live in a society as autocratic as China's?
I live in a society where I'm being surveyed. Like if I say anything on my phone, give me ads.
Then you can move. Then if you would like that, then why don't you move to China or move to Afghanistan? Let me tell you.
I'm in America.
Of course, I know he's right here in Washington. I do know. So let me. Is it okay if I speak to him?
Let me talk. In my department, at my job, they have 3 cameras there that watch your front and the back and everything. I work in a surveillance environment.
In the United States, let me tell you something.
United States of America.
Hold on, sir. In the United States, there's something called the First Amendment. There's a reason we have this freedom of association, freedom of speech, and we have freedom of non-interference from governmental activities. There's a reason for that. Even as your job, can I please speak? Can I please speak?
No. You're speaking in absolute.
No. I am. Hold on a second. I actually was talking to forefathers. I actually was talking to forefathers because he has a tendency of just trying to interrupt because I'm speaking. But this is what I wanted to say to you. Even though the United States has all this.
Let me just clear something first. Sorry, Simba, you raise your hand. Are you looking to leave or ask a question?
No. I just said let him speak.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
His point.
So sorry. You go ahead, please. One brain cell.
Funny. Listen, even if the United States, right here in the United States, even if they had 1,000 cameras in your office, there is a limit that your office, even your job, even as a private organization, can go. Let me finish, please.
Go ahead.
There is a limit that your job. Who's echoing? There's a limit that you. Can someone mute themselves, please? There's a limit that your job can go in monitoring you. They have to be very careful that they don't violate your rights. They don't violate the rules of the United States, federal rules. They don't violate the state of Washington rules, and they don't violate your personal rules. So it doesn't matter how many cameras. It doesn't matter how many cameras they have. You cannot just. You can hold up. It doesn't matter how many. Are you even listening? This is not a surveillance state. There are rules to. There are rules to this thing.
So you cannot just run around surveilling people, monitoring people in the United States. There's something called the Fourth Amendment. We have the Fourth Amendment. Can I please? Of course it doesn't. No, of course it doesn't. Please let me land. If he knows about it, you tell us about the Fourth Amendment then.
Of course, the Chinese one has rules. How can you say?
No, he's proposing a surveillance state. He keeps propagating this scenario where, oh, it's okay to just surveil people. Oh, it's okay to monitor people. That is his position. And I'm telling you that you have to be careful when you put certain technologies in the hands of authorities so that they do not get abused. There's a reason, for example, in the United States, we do not have a national identity card. So you don't want to put...
They're already abusing it, though.
Well, you can... What do you mean they're already abusing it? What are you talking about?
They're taking more of our details than we are willing to concern. Sometimes they even...
Which is why people are fighting back. What is your position? This is what I'm saying. This is why most people in
you are exaggerating what we should use technology more.
He's saying no. What is your position that there needs to be more surveillance?
This needs to be facial. It's like I said, facial recognition. My question was, how can technology strengthen laws and justice? And
exactly. You are making.
He's been saying no, forefather, don't start this thing where you start trying to play this bumping head game. Me and him have gone through this. We've gone through this before.
We need to return back to the original conversation.
Instead of this, come on, man.
Okay, let's get back on track. We're talking about something else. Suddenly we are talking about AI and all this stuff. So please go ahead, Simba. You wanted to say something?
I like this. I like what Simba says, man. Let me listen.
Anyway, I think you guys are. I think we got sidetracked by that aspect. What generally, okay, what that guy was saying was, who's going to police the police? I think that was his fear, and it's a legit opinion to have. But we should focus on what we're talking about right now. How did Europe get to where it is right now? It's not perfect, but they do have a system. How do we make a system that's tailored to Nigeria as it is? I know Nigeria, we're divided, but what can unite us together? And which kind of propaganda can we push that will make people know who their common enemy is? We all know who the common enemy is, but there's a way you have to interpret it to those people. There's a way you have to push it to those people. Even if you don't have power, how can you push? How can you convince the majority of Nigerians to change their mentality? And then you have a sympathetic person.
Nigeria has created a common enemy. They call it the Fulanis. That's their common enemy.
No, the idea is the external enemy. See, I think what you are saying about the kind of leaders that will change societies, I think they, like I said, the leaders, they tend to emerge from a crucible of trials and by fire, basically. So when they emerge, they become very, very powerful people. And what they do is, with such leaders give you order, you better obey it, because to them, their order is, for want of a better word, which is very weird for me to say, sacred. When they give that order, you are meant to do it because they too hold themselves accountable. That it's not like they are asking you to do it because they are not giving. They are willing to give anything. They are willing to give their life for you. So it means when they ask you to do something, you are meant to do it. You see what I mean? So, but if your leaders are not like that, they will not have that moral authority to order you. Because when you turn down, you will see the fear in them, because they are not born of that. What creates leaders, and that's why I feel like we need that kind of.
Disclaimer, forefathers. Disclaimer, forefathers. Sorry, it's me. Forefathers.
Okay.
Mandela.
The musician. Okay.
Mandela went through the crucible.
Yeah, Mandela was in prison. Yes, he did to an extent, and he did assert some independence. If you look at Nigeria, South Africans actually are more self-aware in terms of politically than, especially geopolitically, not just politically, geopolitically than Nigerians generally are.
I agree.
If you look at Zimbabweans too, they tend to be, because they experience some bitter stuff and they fought for their independence too. People that did do that tend to be more aware. If you look at the Algerians, the same thing. Not to mention the Paris, all of them fought for everything. They fought for every single thing they have. And the idea is that those leaders, can you imagine a Simba, like the Japanese leaders now? Those crazy people that when they do something wrong, they'll go and commit harakiri. If somebody can do that to themselves when they make a mistake, can you imagine if they give you order? You don't want to fulfill it. They will take your head off.
Don't use Japanese leaders as an example. They're neoliberals.
The idea is to draw an idea. Stop. The idea is to draw the idea of. Can you just?
Why is everyone disrespectful today? What's going on? What the hell's going on?
Because you are changing topics.
Calm down, guys.
Interrupting discussions is not ideal. You can't somebody cannot be talking about one thing, you just change the topic to something else. It's not ideal. It's almost as if you are here just to change the topic all the time. It's not proper. So the idea is that those leaders emerge from a situation whereby, you see how two of them just jumped off. So those leaders emerge from a situation whereby they are able to project their own beliefs and what they actually want to get done, knowing full well that they are willing to give their life for you. If they are willing to give their life for you, if they give you an order, you are meant to obey it. You see what I mean? You are meant, because if you don't obey it, they will hold you accountable. And they will hold you accountable strictly, knowing full well that you just misbehaved on something very, very serious. It doesn't mean that all of them are to the level of the Japanese. Of course not. The Japanese are crazy. Do you know some of the stuff the Japanese did during the Second World War when they were fighting this thing? Some of them went and said they wanted to create the suicide torpedoes. That they were part of the military. They wanted to create the suicide torpedoes. And the military said, are you crazy? Why would you create a torpedo that is going to go and bomb somebody and you die with it? That's when this kamikaze thing started.
It's not that they wanted to, they actually did.
Hold on now.
They actually did it, true. Yeah.
When they told them they shouldn't do that, but this guy said no, they have to. So they had to write a petition with their own blood. They write a petition with their own blood and submitted to the military that they need to get this thing done. And during that time, the military was also under pressure with the Americans, and they gave them the go ahead to go and do it. So you see, the point I'm making is that the determination in these people can you imagine those people go and found a nation? If they give you an order, you better do it. They don't play. But you don't see that in our leadership. So I'm talking about not that extreme. I'm not saying we can be that extreme, but you have to have that element in you. You have to have leaders. Leaders are not ordinary people. They are not they are not ordinary people.
My point exactly. A true leader is completely different. These are different beasts. And how do you identify them? And where do they show up? So we look at history. How did Europe change to what it is today? Because they still fight themselves. They are still tribes. They're different languages, but they're unified. How did that happen? The Black Plague happened, and then things started changing. So the question is, Nigeria is going through its phase right now. People not being safe. That happened in Europe as well. We learn from history. Study. See exactly what are the elements there. Who are the people that were in the background? And then how did the country move in that specific direction? The truth behind that is very ugly. It's not something you're going to like. It's not going to be all fairies and tales and they voted and they selected the perfect leader.
Vote for a leader.
Exactly. That's not what happened. Trust me. So
can I ask a question?
What you want to believe.
Can I ask a question? Because I've always been saying that leaders need to emerge from crucibles of trials and stuff. But are there natural leaders when they show up? They are willing to rise up to the highest levels of, let's say, the kind of leaders I was talking about with the Japanese and all those other people. Are they natural? Because it must be that there must be people that are naturally like that, whereby what they say is their bond and they mean it. They are not playing around.
Forefathers, they exist. Those people get killed. Sorry about that, Jago.
No, not at all, not at all. I actually want to ask Speaks if he wants to speak, because he hasn't really spoken on any issue at all. Before I say, Speaks.
Okay, it Speaks. He's a one brain cell. Don't worry, he will speak when
Yo,
he
brother,
wants
you
to.
want to speak? You wanna have a word or what?
No, it's cool. I was going to say something regarding what they were saying, but my mic keeps getting muted, so it's cool. Sorry.
Did I mute your mic? I didn't mute your mic.
Yeah, you did. Like 3 times.
Oh yeah. Maybe there was when noise was coming through, so I had to mute quite a few mics. It wasn't targeting you. Last
I want to say a couple of things, Ross.
Yeah.
Before he comes in, let me quickly say what I've also been quite patient, even though new people should speak. I want to say a couple of things, if I may. Firstly, on your question, are there people who are naturally gifted to be so disciplined? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid discipline comes through trial and error, through culture, and through people who will discipline you. There are a lot of cultures in the world that have been erased, changed, rubbed out of history. Titarians, if you know anything about them. And we do this study, it's mind-boggling. Because even for me, I was wondering, what the hell is this? I don't know if anybody's read anything about the Titarians. I'm sure Speaks has got a version on it. But these people were seriously disciplined. And they had a long time of being that. In fact, the wall of China, because of where it actually faces to block China, as opposed to block any outsider coming into China. So the question is whether or not this wall of China is Chinese built, or built from another empire entirely. That's one thing to answer put your question as though it's a real question. The other thing is that we do have to listen. I think, this conversation today for me, it's been quite appealing and eye-opening in many ways. And I particularly like what Shaw had to say. I particularly like it. Because it's true that we don't really listen to each other. We have a mind of what it is we want to say. And things are lost, things that are very important. I said, as per a solution, that the solution for West Africa, at least, is for a country like Nigeria to go through whatever it has to go through politically, with the fact that we know that we do not have good leaders. We don't have, we're neck deep in bad leaders, if not more, drowning in bad leaders. And unless we can pick up where the AES nations have taken up, unless we can join them, there is no solution for Nigeria. If Nigeria can't take second and third and fifth position, but it may actually be relegating itself into those lower positions as far as leadership of Africa is concerned, because they're not really taking it seriously, and they haven't taken the leadership of Africa seriously for an awfully long time. To get rid of the amount of disabling factors that we have in West Africa, we can't do it alone, is the fact. Cameroon, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, further, Mauritania, all of these countries have problems with terrorism. They have problems with terrorism. People being killed anyhow. We're looking at Sudan. It may be a slightly different scenario, but it can fall into the same scenario. The country is in a complete mess. People would like to say that separation is good. South Sudan separated. We have the rest of Sudan at war. We have South Sudan at war at this very moment. At this very moment. I can guarantee you, I don't want to say anything ill to anybody's position.
Lottie Omnibus in so that you can
Simba
join the
wanted to
conversation.
respond. Simba wanted to respond.
No,
Yeah, no,
yes, we
I,
can. But
just to
can't
bring him
are
in,
you?
just to
You know, the
bring
way I
him in.
began. Wait. I
Okay,
understand, but the
use
way I
30
began
seconds
is
to
that
round
we're
up
not
so that I
listening.
can bring Losticia Omnibus in. Use 30
He
seconds to
will
round
come
up.
in, bruh. You know, he's one person. He will come in. I want him to come in. But I had something to say before he came in.
Sorry, Jagun, you've been talking for going to
Why
5
did you
minutes.
do the forefathers, please?
The reason why I have to manage the time, try to understand that. I have to manage the time. That's all.
I
not
do.
because I want to
I felt that the way I began, that you would turn your ears on, but somehow what
I
you're
was
doing
listening.
separately is always more important.
I was listening. If I decide to ask you a question, then it's just going to go longer. I have to try to bring others in, and we have limited time. We have gone almost 8 hours now. So try to understand. If you can use 1 minute or so to round up, so I can bring Losticia, then Simba can speak.
All I
One Bristol can
wanted
come
to
in
land
time.
is okay. All I wanted to land on is that we aren't really offering solutions. And I always felt that this panel isn't good for solutions. So I don't always try to bring solutions. Or if it goes missing in somebody's day, I don't mind. But as I said, what Show had to say today, I think we ought to listen. Because Show, to me, he was listening to the whole show. And he was seeing certain things. Certain things were laughable to him. I don't know if you read some of his messages. He came on to have that very word that he had to us. But I don't think we're taking it very seriously, to be frank. And that was the most sombering announcement made today. But it's really gone out of our ears. So I'll leave it there and let Forefather do what you do.
Thank you. Losticia Omnibus, thank you for joining us. I'm not sure I've seen you here before. It looks like your camera is taking some part of your this thing. Let me see. I don't know what's going on there. Oh yeah, you are fine. Go ahead. So what do you make of the conversation so far? Are you is that a picture? Oh yeah. Oh my god, look at that. Oh my god, I can't believe that. Did I just is that what's his name again? Yeah. How did I forget his name?
Yeah,
You know him now.
thank you, forefathers, for
Oh my,
having
long time. Thank you for joining us today. Man, it's been a while.
me.
I couldn't recognize you anymore. You were just posing far away.
Yeah,
Thank you
I'm
for
just,
joining
I'm just
us.
gonna greet you all and listen a little bit more to understand exactly where we are. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you joining us. Great one. Simba, please go ahead.
Okay, what I was going to was we said you asked the question if great leaders will arrive. Great leaders always existed. The question is, we kill them before our time or they get betrayed. And like the Burkina Faso president at the moment is being protected by his people. And if those people aren't protecting him, he'll be a dead man right now. I mean, I have to be careful with this word dead or whatever, but you know what I mean. He won't be here. And the question is that love for country? In Burkina Faso, there's something called patriotism right now. People love their country for no goddamn reason. They just love their country. And that has to be something that has to be encouraged. There's a little bit of propaganda there. That's what life is. Life is full of propaganda. We propagate bullshit to our kids sometimes. And that's the same thing that has to be done in Nigeria. And the moment we start talking about proper solution, we address the problem directly and don't waste our time with all this bullshit. Yes, they're bad leaders. Yes, there are bad leaders everywhere. Why are ours a little bit different? Yes, there's corruption. There's corruption everywhere, but why is our corruption crippling us?
Exactly.
That's the question we have to ask.
Pertinent questions.
Yeah.
But regarding what you said about good leaders being taken out, but does it not mean that the good leaders that actually survive in the world is also means that their followers are also a kind of leader that recognize the importance of what they are doing? So maybe Jagun is right. Sorry,
Can I answer him and I'll make my last listener?
Okay, go ahead.
I like your contribution, Simba, and you see, I go back to what I was saying earlier. While I was growing up, Nigeria was very good. I went to a federal government college where I paid only, in fact, it was free. My transportation from Makodi to Ogoja was, and my school fees and everything was 20 naira. 20 naira. I saw it. It wasn't, I'm talking about 1988. I'm not even going too far. So now, having said that, what has constantly been a problem for us is that those who are in the position of this corruption and corrupt behavior are the same people who are in charge of making the laws. So no matter what you do, they are at the end of it all. I can give you many examples, but what comes to my mind is when a particular community tried to recall a senator, not Natasha now. There was an earlier person who wanted to be recalled, who they wanted to recall. They couldn't do it because, first and foremost, the process is that when you have got your normal, your calculated your number of delegates who signed for it, that's the community who signed for it, then you take it to the governor or to the state assembly, and then the governor also, and then bring it back to the assembly, the National Assembly, that will now approve for that Senate. So who will have, in fact, when the people did all this, Yahya Bello blocked it at the National Assembly. So what am I saying? So I'm saying that the yam and the knife is with the people, the same person. The same person have the yam and the knife. So as much as it costs for you, you take. Even if the whole Nigeria decide to say today, we want electronic voting, we want the beavers to work, we want it to, if the National Assembly refuse to do it, we all chicken out. So we have two problems here. One, the people who are supposed to make the law change, they are not interested in changing it. It is benefiting them, both north, south, east, and west. There, they don't think of tribe. They don't think of religion. The language there is money. Everybody gets their cut, and we all go home happy. Two, the Nigerian people are so cowardly that we no longer, including myself, because if I was not a coward, I would be in Nigeria, okay? It was because I was threatened, and that's why I took off my life, because I thought of the fact that I want to train my children. I want to, So haven't done this, and I came from the position of being patriotic. Nigerian people used to be very patriotic. We used to be. I was in the Boy Scout. I was Mano Bay, okay? Now, at that point, we all serve the community for nothing. Saturdays, our cops, scout leaders say, come, we are going to cut all people's compound. So we go from house to house, cleaning, cutting, asking people to bring their clothes. We help them wash it. It was how Nigeria was.
Sorry, which one is Mano Bay? Just in case that word sounds familiar. What is Mano Bay?
Mano Bay is a higher point of those other, Mano Bay is almost the bridge between the soldiers and the civilians. They actually get responsible for security and all that.
Sorry, hold on, because I'm interested in that scouting, because you said you tied it to patriotism, which I find odd, because scout, they are the top people in scout. Are they not British?
No, the purpose is to serve your community. I'm not thinking about what it was, because now in a later life I know that that not everything that was the way it's supposed to be. But what I'm trying to say is this: that at that time, people were not too concerned about where they come from, what religion. People were ready to. We are proud being Nigerians, and those people who were on top of Nigeria, who were running Nigeria at that time, were also proud of building a nation. They were proud of what they were doing. They hoped that we were coming up to be who we have asked to be. Now, in my university level, when Bill Clinton came to Abuja, we were one of those people who went to meet with him in the Women's Center. And while he was addressing us, he said, Nigeria is expected. I can't forget that because it blew my mind. It's expected to be the leader in the next millennium. Now we go think about when Bill Clinton came to Nigeria and when he made that statement, and check what has happened now. Are we close to being the leader of the world as they had envisaged? We didn't. And see, this is self-sabotage. That's what
Sorry, KJ. Did you say that one of the Clintons said Nigeria is expected to be leader?
Bill Clinton. I'm not saying one of the Clintons. He said we expect that Nigeria will be That's what he said in that meeting we had with him. University people, university students.
There are many of them like that. Even when in the 1960s,
If he told you that, he don't clearly they don't intend it now.
They said Nigeria
no,
was
forefather. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. If you are trying to throw me and you give me hi KJ, I expect that by tomorrow you should be in 10-story building. And I build my mind to, even though I know you are mocking me, but you are giving me a target to work on. I now should go back and work on the target. I say, since forefather dared me, I will do everything possible to hit this target. And then that's how
what you mean.
Look, now our leaders are the ones sabotaging the system. That's what I'm trying to let you know. It's not even the Nigerian people, not the people in the street. The people in the street are working their asses out to eat, to make a daily aching. They are working.
But though, is that realistic? All the people, if that's the case, including the Okada driver that we elected into House of Assembly, why are they doing the same thing?
I'll give you an example. It's because when they go there, they see people who are better than them stealing, so they decide to steal. I'll give you an example. And I'll end on.
But it shows you that's what I'm saying. Now, why do you say that the people are not the ones?
Hold on. When Murtala Mohammed, Buhari's first regime, when he introduced the war against indiscipline, did Buhari ever left Lagos? He never left Lagos, but everybody fell in line because it was like Buhari and Ijagbon was looking at you when you're standing by the bus stop. You couldn't eat and throw your papers on the ground because it was like somebody was waiting to catch you when you throw it. Everybody lined.
KJ, correct me if I'm wrong. Did Buhari implement that, or was the second in command that implemented that?
No, I don't. My brother, you may be right, you may be wrong. I don't know. I'm just trying to say that regime, in less than the short time they stayed, were able to put certain things in place that everybody was happy with. We are all happy. We're no longer going to the bus stop and be fighting for the bus. We're all happy that the streets were clean. Okay, you couldn't go to school. Okay, and your teacher not be there. The same time we were discussing this, our parents told us when Murtala Mohammed took over, every civil servant had to be in the office by 7:30 because you don't know whether it's going to come to your office.
I hear they were flogging people for arriving to work late.
Because he was everywhere.
In the street, mate. They'll flog you in the street.
Yes, because it was everywhere.
It was Embalo that was the mastermind of that thing.
Those of us who were parents were civil servants. We are supposed to work 7:30.
KJ, you made my point exactly. You were happy with that system. There were many people that felt they were oppressed, and they said, "Is he my father? Who is he to tell me what to do?" Those people are the people in charge now. So people like you that have that ideology, that see that things are going in the right direction, you want that kind of thing. There are hundreds of people that have the opposite opinion as you, and they will sacrifice you in a heartbeat. The question is, how do you address those people?
I agree with
Can I respond to that? I don't know if I've said it on this show. I might have said it on this show. I might have said it speaking to myself. But if Nigeria is like North Korea, I'll go back to Nigeria. I swear to God.
Yeah, because it will be at least functional. No, seriously, it will be functional.
I understand what you mean.
It's not. It's how is a repressive society going to be functional?
Go ahead.
Because they are not starving.
It's a rhetorical question. Well, if North Korea is your yardstick, indeed they are.
I'm just letting.
I'm not talking to you, Jide. I'm talking in general.
It's not my standard.
Jide, I'm not talking to you.
Understood, yeah.
I'm just talking in general. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to forefathers. I'm speaking in general. So if North Korea is your yardstick, people actually are starving. I don't know if you've ever seen the undercover.
It's all propaganda. It's all lies.
Can I please? Is it okay, Jide? Please, can I please learn? If you've ever seen numerous undercover documentaries that come out of North Korea, this is not propaganda. These people are starving. So I don't know where this sudden love for dictatorship and authoritarianism is coming from. maybe people just have a
It's
very
the speech
short.
of desperation.
Right.
Sorry.
So maybe people
No,
also
it's
just
just
have a
desperate
short
speech.
memory.
Okay,
Right.
can I address that? Can I address that lawful
Now,
dictatorship?
Nigerians,
Yeah,
this is the fear. Because of the situation that Nigeria is in, everyone's desperate. And everyone thinks that everything is possible, just not what we're dealing with now.
I am not
Which is why,
desperate. I've made this position before Nigeria
why
was in crisis.
can I speak? Because I began speaking before you. Which is why that I'm afraid of the way Nigerians think about Donald Trump at this time. It's just a desperate thing. I don't trust Donald Trump for anything. I don't trust that he can discuss Nigeria's actual needs, and I don't trust that him coming to Nigeria is anything more than taking over the position of the Chinese in Nigeria. What he negotiates, I don't know. It's up to anybody's guess. But I do know that Donald Trump is a madman. He's a madix. He'll do anything, say anything. And what kind of person are you going to be dealing with that? Hey, this is why I look at Nigerians sometimes and think, haven't you seen enough of Donald Trump? You want him in your backyard? Are you sure? He's the same as Tinubu, but he's much worse because he has much more power than Tinubu. Much more power. So I always have to ask, what do Nigerians really want? And if whatever they want, don't they know that they have to get it themselves? They have to settle this score themselves. Otherwise, it would never be. The future of the world is going to be a dogma that most of us aren't going to appreciate. The future of the world is going to be under oppression, the West's oppression or the East's oppression, but it's going to be oppressive. And Nigeria is the most strategic country in the whole of Africa to corner that power that nations like America and the West need. Because these nations are paper economies at the moment. They don't have any real substance beneath them. Yes, they have all these weapons, they have years of intelligence, but they don't have an economy. They don't have an economy now. If they enter into Nigeria's economy, make that shit work, but all they need to do is to kill most of the Nigerians. Have you forgotten that there's what's this guy's name? Bill Gates. Have you forgotten all the things? You know what he's doing at the moment? Yeah, you people have no idea. He's desperate. The guy is prepared to kill everyone.
Well, even if you know Eric Prince,
he's ready to bring he's ready to bring the world population down to something like 5 million from what it is today. These are things that is discussed openly. Yeah, you people, because of your desperation, and let me run here or there. Terrible. This is what when I said earlier, the way I used to recognize Nigerians in England. Can you just be quiet a minute?
No,
I'm not shouting with you.
Because you're saying,
okay, guys.
I'm not shouting with you.
I didn't.
Nah, Simba, chill. You wanted to say something. Chill. I want to hear what you were saying.
Okay.
Chill. Don't leave it. Don't leave it.
Try to round up and don't go on too long, so that other people can.
I'm going to round up. All I'm saying is that what I said about my childhood and the difference between me and other Nigerians that were in this country in 1960s, 1970s is that most Nigerians would not fight physically. They'll run away. They'll be scared. They'll think they're going to get themselves in trouble. Some rubbish would enter their mind. Me, I was never like that. Never. Nigerians running away. Look at this big man running. What are you running for? I want Jamaican. They will beat you. They will beat you. Beat who?
This is why I find it incredible.
The way we are.
Try to round up now. The reason why I find it incredible that North Korea will be
I'm
starving.
rounding up. I was listening to what you were saying.
Why China has so much plenty next door?
Simba was going to say.
A bit off.
I was going to say that I'm not desperate. I've made this position even before, like months upon months before even Donald Trump even dreamt of talking about Nigeria.
What you said was a desperate speech. What you said, my brother. Unfortunately, it was desperate speech. Just like a Nigerian. Desperate.
This does not have anything to do with genocide with Christians or anything.
Simba, you wanna?
Can I
I know it doesn't, but all I'm saying is that kind of what you said
Can
I ask you a question,
I'm not
Jide?
one of them, please.
Can I ask you a quick question, Jide?
You are one of them all. Very imbalanced speech.
Jide, can I ask you a quick question?
You are more imbalanced, please.
Can we leave it? Can we leave it, please? Let's move on.
Simba, can you
Why?
you
Why?
wanted to say
I can
something?
tell you why, but you can't tell me
Jack,
why.
you are being disruptive
I
now.
can
You are
tell
being
you why.
disruptive. You talk for long and you start disrupting people. You are being disruptive.
Okay, guys. Okay.
Nigerians like North
Yeah, we can hear you, Simba.
Okay, I was going to say something.
Sign of desperation.
Jide, hold on.
Jide, I understand where you're coming from, Jide. Everything is okay.
I don't know why you always do that.
Can two of you just keep quiet for a moment? Can you two of you just keep quiet for a moment?
Okay. It's getting a bit funny. Okay, let's put a hold of this. I think I understand where both of you are coming from. I understand what Jaga is talking about being Nigerian being cowards. That is true. And Jide, I don't think Jide meant like he will go to North Korea now. I think he meant the structure, the security element or something. Or if there's a dictator that loves his country, maybe that's where he's coming from.
Sovereignty.
And when you come in, understood. And I think you said why the sorry.
My brother.
Let's see my line, yo.
Understood, man. Understood. And the issue regarding Nigeria's love for or people's love for dictatorship, I think there's something behind it. The Western world that we live in, I'm guessing most of you guys live in the Western world. The Western world that we live in was built through a sort of dictatorship or monarchy structure or classism or whatever you want to call it. It was built from that. And democracy kind of grew from that, or whatever we call democracy today. Something has to be built. And I believe, based on what I understand, Nigeria they need that koboko. He was saying when Buhari was in power, war against indiscipline. People are indisciplined. And they were flogging people. That's what you said. They flog people to get them in check. That exists. When I drive in Nigeria now, I stop at the red light. People are shouting at me.
Oh, they're ready to fight you.
There's no police there. There's no police there. What the hell are you? Are you idiot? I'm like, the common sense that doesn't exist. People just are unlawful, or people don't know what to do with freedom. I went to San Francisco recently. Dirty place. I think they said they allowed you guys to take drugs there or whatever. People don't know what to do with freedom. You're allowed to take drugs and people are just shitting in the street. People don't know what to do with freedom. It has nothing to do with nationality. Human beings sometimes need discipline.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter where you are.
But the discipline does not have to be physical. It's just a situation where
financial.
It has to be.
Calm down. Let me just get Losicia. He wanted to ask a question, and
sorry, man.
Losicia, please, if you wanted to ask Jide a question, please go ahead.
I don't know. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I think somebody already clarified it, but maybe if I could put it another way, what I'm just trying to emphasize that the so-called liberal democratic countries may have their own problems, but I don't really understand why people that live in those countries so much eulogize the dictatorship countries and admire them so much that they feel like to justify whatever is going on there. And then they cannot go to and they cannot go to the embassy to get a visa and relocate to those countries. It doesn't really make sense to me, to be honest with you. It doesn't make sense.
You see, I speak it true. When you want to laugh like that, please mute it so you don't.
Okay. So I hear you. So Simba, what I was saying was the punishment.
I don't know who gave you permission to just start speaking.
Please,
please go ahead.
Why is it only me you keep muting? Like, what's your problem? If you don't want me on your show, listen, I've always told you, if you don't want me on your show, I'll leave.
That he's doing it again. You don't like to be moderated. You just like to say whatever you like, whenever you like.
Brothers, please, let's have peace, huh?
I don't know why you don't like to be moderated.
But wait, just give me 1 second. Wasn't I talking to Simba before you told me to keep quiet and let Steph talk? And you did that when I wanted to speak. You told me to keep quiet, let Jagan talk.
No, because
so what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't like to be moderate. You keep cutting me off. If you don't want me on your show, it's very simple. I'll leave. And you and your boyfriend that keeps jumping to your defense.
This is exactly what
because
I mean. This is exactly what he does.
exactly because he has no reason.
See, please let me allow Oga Ike to speak. Let's allow people to speak. Please, welcome. Thank you, Ike. So, what do you make of the conversation so far?
Good evening, everybody, and good morning and good afternoon, depending from where. Hey, KJ, I came because of my turkey. Happy Thanksgiving. I came here to get my turkey from your Thanksgiving, right? My brother forefather, I've been I just came in. I just put my YouTube and I saw you people were talking. I just heard what Brother Jide was saying. And my brother Simba tried to give him a soft landing, right? And you are trying to say, you forefather is trying to say that there is no hunger in North Korea. You see, I think I will suggest for my brother Jide you live in the US, but you're admiring people in the North Korea. I think it's the best thing for you to do is to go and live in North Korea. And if it is too far for you, you used to love Venezuela and Nicaragua. You can come to Nicaragua. Right now in Venezuela, America has closed the airspace of Venezuela. You can go and help Maduro to come and fight in Venezuela so that, you can enjoy those things you try to promote here. You and, sometimes forefather also promote. Forefather now is telling me that he doesn't know that there is hunger in North Korea. I mean,
this is all propaganda.
Jide, just leave it. Just leave it. They expect to enjoy forever, and that's why they will remain poor. Because the idea is that, you see, when somebody like Jide says, if Nigeria achieves anything like North Korea has achieved, he will go back. It doesn't mean that he wants Nigeria to be a dictatorship or anything. He's just saying Nigeria is in a position whereby he thinks it's healthy for him to be able to go back. Like me now, I think the way we come across, it's almost, I don't understand. It's like we like to enjoy. Those are people that built that country. Do you know the hell they went through? Have you checked their history? They were not enjoying. They were probably living as harshly as the North Koreans lived. They were living like serfs.
I don't
understand why when somebody they are talking about fundamentals.
Okay,
here,
I understand this. Take your time because forefather, this is what's happened. This is what's happened. I'm speaking. I'm sorry, my brother Ike. I really do apologize. Forgive me, please. But
keep it within a window.
I will keep it brief. I was speaking. You cut me off to allow somebody else to speak. When I had things to say, I kept quiet. I was speaking again. You cut me off. You did it to me 3 times. Why are you allowing this guy to speak?
We do this all the time. We can't keep talking about each other.
No, this is the topic. It is not forefather. It is the topic because what I was saying to Jide is that
countries you want to live in.
What I'm saying, I'm coming to an end. I want you to think. What I was saying to Jide is that it's unfortunate that that kind of desperate speech is part of the Nigerian antithesis, and it's very wrong. Because as I said, if we really want to fix Nigeria, we've got to be a part of it. It's not that it's just going to be prepared for us so we can rush back. That's not what the war is. The war is not that. And you're telling me, do you know how hard it is for this, that, and the other one? I'm living in it, bro. I've lived in it much more than you. I know history far better than you. So you can't be telling me, are you aware of this? Who are you talking to? Who's Jide talking to? I'm serious. When I come here, I'm quite a serious. I may play, I may get myself in trouble with whatever, but I'm a serious person. I'm not here to write some school thesis. I'm not here for that. I'm too old for that. All he said was, I know that what I know about you, you don't like hearing what I've got to say. You don't like hearing what I've got to say.
I don't mind what you have to say. I really don't mind. It's your opinion. I can't, what am I going to do? It's your opinion. I don't know why this is. I think we have this thing whereby we feel like America, because the way it is right now, we have to want to remain like that permanently. By wishing for that permanently, not wanting to have any inconvenience of living in an environment like North Korea, you are ensuring that you will never get out of the servitude you are in now. You will never. There is no way the path to salvation will always involve that. You think the West is going to hand it over to you?
The fact of the matter is,
never hand it over to you.
What it is, forefather.
Can I complete or
Please. Nigeria does not have to be South Korea.
Can I
Brother, thank you.
Please let me appeal to forefathers. Forefathers, please. Can you cut Boom Boom Ray some slack? I think even when people are interjecting, whenever you hear his voice.
No, he's getting very. No, he's the one that changed. I didn't change.
No, he's been doing it for months. Ignore him. Listen, we know what's going on. Him and his little sweetheart over there. They've been doing it forever. Just ignore them. Like that one, I don't even talk to that one. Forefathers I'll talk to. But his little girlfriend over there, I don't even have time for that.
Because he knows he's the one that changed. He's the one that changed. I didn't change. He just needs to allow me to moderate instead of telling me, oh, you don't stop me. Don't do this.
No, I never said that. Each time you told me to keep quiet, you can rewind it and stop being a liar. I kept quiet. But I knew what you were doing. You do it. It's a petty, feminine way of trying to get me out of character. And I've told you always do it. You want me to get out of character? It's petty. But I'm not.
Can we agree on something? Sorry. Jide, when somebody is having a conversation with somebody, trying to read, especially if something.
Your darling has to defend you. He has to defend you. Go ahead, defend your boyfriend. Go ahead.
Why? See, Jide, I say the truth. See, let's have an agreement. When you are having your opinion, when I say try to keep it short, don't get offended. Okay, because I'm trying to regulate time. That's what moderators try to do. Please. Okay.
Do you recognize? Listen, no, but again, you're lying, and with all due respect, you're lying. One of the things anybody will know of me here, and Jacqueline's here. I always used to ask questions. That's why me and you will talk for hours, and we used to have this thing where I'll just ask you questions. That's always been my MO. All I wanted to do, as usual, if you listen to me, I always ask questions. I'll give my input, but I'll ask questions mostly. All I kept doing was asking Simba questions because I liked his point of view. I haven't said anything. I just asked Simba 2 questions based on things he said. And each time I tried to ask a question, you took it upon yourself to shut me down. I know what you're doing. It's not a big deal. So it's not about me talking and you telling me, no, I'm just landing. I'm just landing. So it's not about you telling me, oh, keep it short. It was never about that. It was each time I want to say something, you want to shut me off. And that's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Like, keep doing
your questions. I will answer your questions. We'll get there, man. It's just gonna take a while.
Because when somebody's moderating, you don't take control of the program and start questioning people on this. And when they stop you get offended by it. You see what I mean?
That's what I'm trying to let you understand. We are in dictatorship. I will read this thing out for everyone. North Korea GDP per capita is about 2 times of Nigeria's GDP per capita. Cuba, that was dictatorship, Top 7 is among the top 80 best countries. Listen, top 80 best countries in terms of social progress in the world. Cuba. That same country that is poor.
To be fair, almost on every societal metric, North Korea is higher than Nigeria. It's without saying even. And yet, many of them will go back to Nigeria.
Data provided by who?
Provided by the people that hate them. Provided by the people that hate them, like the UN and American CIA and all of them.
Yes, NGOs.
So their life expectancy is higher than ours. Their literacy rate is higher than ours. Technological advancement is higher than ours. Infrastructure is better than ours. Like crazy.
But you can't even
measure.
Forefathers, when you say things like that, you also have to take certain things into consideration, right?
Like sanctions.
This.
Can I finish my point and leave you guys to?
My own is
what I was saying.
It's not easy, bro. It's not easy.
It's not
Why are you not living there? That's my question. That's my only question.
Well said, Ike. Well said, brother.
All the economic indices are perfect, excellent. What the next flight to North Korea should take you there?
Oh, look at
Because
that.
they'll probably, if the moment
I never said I wanted to live in North Korea. All I said
It's
was
not from there.
Allow Ike now. I beg, allow Ike.
I will go back to Nigeria. I didn't say I will go back to North Korea, sir.
Ike, please go ahead. Thank you.
Please.
Go ahead,
Okay,
please.
guys. Yeah.
Thank you. You forefather said Nigerians like enjoyment. That's why. But he's enjoying himself in London, right? He didn't want to go to live in
Am I not
Nicaragua.
Nigerian?
And he doesn't want to go to live in Nigeria. He doesn't want to go to live in North Korea or Venezuela or Nicaragua or Cuba. But he said Nigerians like enjoy themselves. I don't think that you are suffering in London. I think you're enjoying your life in London. Just like Jide that is enjoying his life in the US. And just like all of us who live wherever that is outside Nigeria, that we're enjoying our lives. So all this, propaganda and conspiracy theories about everything is propaganda. That what is happening in North Korea is propaganda. And what is happening in a country like Nicaragua and Venezuela is also a propaganda. This is the way you conclude it, right? I think that one problem we Nigerians have is that once most of us are opportune to be in a better place, we begin to see other people as if they don't know what they are doing, right? You are comfortable where you are, and we are talking about how could Nigeria be a better country, and you are saying that North Korea is a better place. If Nigeria becomes like North Korea, you go back to Nigeria. Is it the only time you need to go back to Nigeria? This is the time that Nigeria needs you. The present day Nigeria reality today is the time we need people like Jide and forefather to pack your bags and baggages and go back to Nigeria and fight for a better Nigeria for everybody. So that you cannot be on your comfort zone in London, be your comfort zone in US, and speaking long grammars and big grammar, trying to, deceive people with long, big grammars that doesn't make any sense. At the end of the day, Nigeria is where it is. It's a reality check for all of us who are Nigerians, right? Like when KJ was talking about, there were, like my brother Simba made a comment that even that time we think there was discipline. There are people who are complaining also. This is life. Nothing is perfect. You can never satisfy everybody. Nobody ever gets satisfied. Even the billionaires are still saying that they don't have enough. The multi-billionaires in pounds and dollars are still searching for money. So nobody is satisfied, right? So I think that the reality of the fact is that people, some of us who are living outside, who really is feeling what is going on in Nigeria, we have to be honest about that. Nigerian government did not send you to US. It was your own violation that you decided to leave Nigeria to go and have a better life. So does Nigerian government have to decide for you the time you go to Nigeria? No, it's your choice. It's my choice. If I decide I say I don't go to Nigeria till I die, it doesn't change the fact that Nigeria is not working. And it doesn't mean that I am the person who stopped Nigeria from working. Because the people who are saying the truth are not allowed to, they are not given the opportunity to make Nigeria work. Like KJ was saying, the laws and everything that is being done in Nigeria are the same criminal people we talk every day. They are the people that making the laws. They are the people that is ruling the people. So how do you change it? Few people who had the opportunity to go to Nigeria to work for Nigerian government, they couldn't survive it. They left Nigerian government. During the time of Babangida, he tried to employ, professionals, Nigerians that live outside. And when they come into the system, they discover they cannot walk into the system, and most of them walk away because the system does not work. So I don't know why we could also be saying, oh, it is good. And when Nigeria becomes like Venezuela, Venezuela you are talking about, you don't know, you have not been to Venezuela, you don't know what people, the citizens of the country are doing, you don't know the way they are trooping out of Venezuela, looking for a better life. But every time you give us example of Venezuela, you give us the example of Nicaragua. These are the countries that are suffering, that their citizens are so much in pain and suffering, that are being ruled by criminal gangs.
Ike, have you considered that every nation has to go through that to emerge? Have you considered that? Because that's what all the other countries, in China, that we are buying most of the stuff you have in your house today, comes from China. They went through hell.
Who told you that?
Because you
most of
can't
the stuff
avoid
in my
it.
country is from China?
Because you can't escape it. Even that those glasses you're wearing, the materials there, you can't escape it.
Listen,
that same country went through hell.
Forefathers, quick point. Sorry,
It's a different
quick
argument.
point. Most of the stuff that we have are from China. That's true, yes.
No, it's a
But
different argument.
most of them are from, the materials are from Africa.
True, but the value-added manufacturing is done. My point is that what they said was basically saying if the Nigeria got to that stage, like when I was on the panel with Peter Obi, I said if he was serious about recruiting 1 million into the military, I will volunteer myself to join. If I thought the Nigerian government was serious about fixing our security posture, why shouldn't I join? Is it not one life I've got? If I stay here forever, I'm still going to. So what is the point? You go and do the right thing.
Okay, so now you believe that the Nigerian government is not doing the right thing. That's why you cannot join, right?
Because I'm waiting for them to want to recruit. I have a stipulation.
You see,
they are not doing the right thing right now. They are not doing the right thing right now. Yeah, of course not. That's what we're criticizing every day.
Like
they're about to
country.
Activate the open and carry law, correct? The Nigerians will be able to arm themselves.
That would be stupid.
You see, but where you live, people are allowed to carry arms. But
not the UK,
we are saying that everybody defend themselves.
Brother Ike.
Poor people carrying guns is not a good idea.
If Madura is a criminal, if Madura is a criminal, if Madura is a criminal,
poor people. If poor people are not allowed
when people are struggling to eat, they are carrying guns. You know what could happen.
So it is only Weekend and his group are the people that are qualified to carry guns because they
it's not just about the poverty, but the institutions to ensure that arms are not misused are not in place. So I think it'll be very unwise for Nigerian citizens, private citizens, to be issued arms.
It's true, you're saying, but these people that are killing Nigerians right now, where do they get the guns?
I want to say something.
With what you said now, the number of guns on the streets of Nigeria today, you think is almost equal to the number of, or maybe 1/10 of the guns that is in official hands?
No.
Huh?
I think from what I gather, it's higher actually. The ones in private hands is higher than the one in federal government.
Yeah, but if you give it to private citizens, especially in a place where the mental stability of people is not properly, they don't. What's the word I'm looking for? The medical term, when you don't judge it properly if a person is unstable or not. So I think there's a lot of mentally unstable people in Nigeria. So you want to give those kind of people guns?
The Western world, in Nigeria,
in Nigeria,
they had the same thing.
Right.
I mean, I understand in the Western world they had the same thing. How did they change it? How was it fixed? Every rascal had a gun. How was that fixed?
Well, but okay, so it's not been fixed. It's still a problem. The arming of citizens is still over 40,000 people die every year from gun-related violence in the United States. But the thing is, if say a person had mental issues, you could easily find out. There could be treatment for those kind of people. And if say they somehow evade getting noticed that they had mental problems, then there's a justice system, there's a policing system that will work in case a fatality or a shooting or an accident happens. We don't have these things in Nigeria. So you want to give these people guns that have shown to be very rational, they'll kill everybody. Everybody has beef with the next person, they're going to shoot them. And they bribe the police and get away with it.
I speak the truth. Do you know the problem? The problem is that all the people that are not supposed to have guns can always get it if they want to get it in Nigeria.
These people that are killing Nigerians right now.
Yeah, true.
So how does it make sense?
Are you not saying that those people are more mentally stable, more than myself, to carry gun?
No, I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying the overwhelming cascading effect if you gave everybody the right to carry guns right now with limited hindrances on licensing, what you're gonna get is you're gonna get more gangs. We don't have a terror problem now until everybody, imagine 100 million people in that country have access to assault rifles.
I think
Then now you will really have a problem.
let me
Armed
tell
robbery is
you,
gonna.
if about 100 million Nigerians has gone, people like Wike is not supposed to be living. These politicians that we have in Nigeria by today, most of them would have gone.
You see what you're saying now?
Which would be a problem.
What I'm telling you is the truth. What I'm telling you is the truth. All these politicians that have decided, that is decided to hold this country into ransom, most of them would have not done that.
But
I don't understand what you're saying.
So where does it start? If they start maiming or arming politicians, it's not going to stop there. Then neighbors are going to start arming neighbors, and siblings are going to start harming siblings, and then you have this
already armed.
I'm saying, well, if someone is shooting at them, you don't know if they're going to live or they're going to die.
I think you cannot go to join the military.
Can I talk about Venezuela?
One at a time,
about this rifle thing. It's going on in Venezuela right now. You see, but I criticize me that Cuba, Venezuela, like the leaders
I did not criticize you. I am not just trying to make you to understand that you are trying to make to say everything is all about propaganda. I am telling you, we've spoken about this issue of Venezuela before. Right now, America has blocked the airspace of Venezuela.
Yes,
right now, that is the latest news. That one is in propaganda. Is to tell you that I know what I am talking about. Yes. I am not accusing you, but I am trying to make you to understand that everything is not propaganda.
Okay. Yes. So now US is trying to invade Venezuela, right? And their leader Maduro, that I called a criminal. He has ordered that the citizens of those countries, he's a dictator, right? It's a dictator. People don't like him. He has ordered his own citizens, and they provided them with rifles to arm themselves to go guerrilla in case the United States, Uncle Sam, invades the country, which they're about to do now. So now, if truly is a criminal, I think by now he should have been unalived. Honestly, because if he's a criminal,
every criminal has his own gang, Danny.
No, it's not now.
What do you mean?
Guys, I have a little point for Jide. Jide, what happened in Libya to Gaddafi?
That was what I was about to ask.
People, his people killed him.
But remember he's extremist.
Yeah, but I think the mistake Gaddafi made was trying to. I think one, Trump doesn't want a long war. We know that he's not going to want a long war. Otherwise, they'll bury him at home. And secondly, if Maduro stretches it out, all he has to do is stretch it out, and nothing. I don't think this. I did say that America is going to look for a war.
Yeah, and maybe what do you mean? What do you mean stretch it out?
Mean that he just has to endure.
Yeah, for how in your own estimation.
Even if America puts their person in office, they will be able to remove that person because
no, but in your own estimation, endure.
What I say, endure
for like how long?
A month, 2 months. America will pack out after a month or 2 months. They will live there. That's if they even survive 2 months.
That's assuming That's assuming he survives 2 months.
Yeah,
because
I think Jide wanted to
will survive. He'll make sure he survives.
I wanted to explain something.
That's all he needs to do. Survive.
So there's a difference between what's going on.
You've not considered the possibility that if America is taking it serious to invade, before they reach that conclusion, there might be an insider that is ready to betray.
They'll get him out of there under 72 hours.
But they haven't done that.
I know they are going to try to do that, but like I said, if Saddam Hussein was alive today, if Saddam Hussein was alive today, he would be able to come back to power. That's why I say all Maduro needs to do is survive.
Yes.
So you think Bashar Assad is going to come back?
Oh God.
Bashar Assad is different. I don't know if
how is it different?
No, Bashar Assad can come back. Things get even worse than it was when he was around.
So
what I mean?
Wait, no. I'm saying you're saying if Saddam, this is what you say. You said if Saddam was alive,
would have
and he basically escaped, he would have came back. So I'm saying, do you think, because it's basically the same with Assad, do you think there's any time in the future you envision that Bashir al-Assad is going to come back and become president of Syria again?
Assad one is different. Sorry, listen. Assad one is different because Assad one, when he left, things were really, really bad. His country had been decapitated for more than 10 years before he actually completely fell. But when
Saddam.
The country was more intact.
It's different.
When Saddam
fell. Because Saddam, there was a no-fly zone.
There's some truth to what you
there
are saying.
There was a no-fly zone in Iraq. It was bad. It was bad.
But he controlled the whole Iraq. It's not the same as Syria, where some parts had already been cordoned off and everything. So, and also, even with that, if Syria gets worse, Israel takes their territory and the leader cannot do anything. This is
listen.
Assad he could come back. He could come back.
You think Assad could? No, I don't think so.
So if it gets worse, he could come back. Why not? That's what people. That's how human beings react. When he was there, he was better to come back.
So what happened in Libya is completely different from what's going on in Venezuela right now. You see, Libya before the intervention in Libya, they already removed. That's what I was talking about. They already removed from sanctions. Libya was a little bit open. CIA infiltrated Libya and sponsored extremists to take out Gaddafi. That's different from Venezuela. Venezuela right now, they are trying their best to try to manipulate and support and fund some groups, extremist groups, but that has failed because the people of Venezuela are in full support with Maduro. So it is very difficult. Let me give an example. Just last month, CIA were trying to use their embassy to orchestrate what they did in Libya. It failed because, like I said, the people of Venezuela are on the side of Maduro.
It's not that the people of Venezuela are saying, hold on. It's not the Chavistas are in charge of all the critical apparatuses regarding security. So of course it's hard to have that penetrated. But what I guarantee you is this: the first time a Hellfire missile drops in Caracas and destroys their defense building, they're going to be thinking about how to get that bounty that's on Maduro's head right now.
They may destroy
I think you are looking at it from that point of view. Sorry.
They're prepared for that. But yeah.
You didn't see. You are assuming that Maduro, maybe he's a vain and leader that doesn't know what he's doing. But if they make a mistake and miscalculate that this guy is stupid, what if he has prepped his people already? Like someone like me now, if you are coming to attack me like that, I'm not going to fight you. Why would I stay there so you can be blowing me up? I'll send my guys, go away, just vanish. Let them do whatever they like. Let them come and take the country now. Let's see.
The only way Venezuela has a chance if America was to attack, which I don't know if America is going to try to take that gamble. But if the United States was to put Marines in Venezuela, the only way would be if China and Russia turn it into a proxy war just to bog down the United States.
Exactly.
That'd be the only way.
Now you see all the dangers. You are beginning to see all the dangers that are coming up.
So
there are so many dangers for America. Like just hold on, please. This one is my own. Don't worry, your own is coming. I will give you that you can roast it before the roast it. See, I believe that this guy has so many cards to play. One, Trump doesn't have time. Secondly, if the Chinese gets involved, then they can drag him forever there, and then he will lose control of other arenas that he wants to control. So, if I was Maduro, I will make a plan, just like the way Russians do. Just leave them. Let them do whatever they like. Don't even risk your man's life. All your maybe 100, 200,000 you have, just set them aside. Let them bomb whatever they bomb. Go hide. Because the Americans, they are not going to come on the ground. If they are going to come on the ground, you keep picking them off one by one. Let's see how long they stay there. Let's see how long. They are not going to win. They will never win.
You guys have to know the game they're playing. I don't think America is going to attack Venezuela directly. But it's going to make people want to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
There's a price tag on his head. And there will be some people, the same thing that happened in Lagos, how they initiated it and brother killed brother, that kind of thing. That's what they're targeting. That's the same thing they try to do in Burkina Faso. You have to know the game these people play.
And that's
not
easy
rocket
to
science.
thwart. That is easy to
Yeah.
thwart. I feel
guess
like
so, yeah.
I feel like either it's a distraction or they will have to go in big. They really will have to go really, really big and get their people to actually totally replace Maduro's people. They have to replace them,
That's why
otherwise
I'm saying that
they
it
will
has
come back
not
and take
worked.
over again.
That's what I'm saying. Does not work because people are in support of this man. They are really in support of this man. And in fact, let me say something. Okay, I was going to say that Russia and China and even Iran, they are beginning to supply. This is speculative. I'm not sure, but it seems like
I like that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
speculative.
he better because I'm gonna check
So
that.
yeah, you have to qualify it now.
Yeah, I think it's speculative, but I think they are beginning to provide military support to Venezuela currently. So,
Jide, can I tell you something about Venezuela right now? Please, if you can allow me, you are miserable. Listen, what I'm speaking to you is fact. 95% of Venezuelan people are not with Maduro. Like Tuna just said here, why Maduro is still in power is because of the military in Venezuela, because they are the people that are eating the money of Venezuela. The day the military that is Chavez, the day they decide that they turn their back against Maduro, he's gone. They nobody. 75. Let me not lie. 75% of Venezuela population is not with Maduro. So I am giving you facts. Maduro is still in power because of the power of the military. Because these are the children of Chavez, and they are solidly standing with Maduro. It's not because of the population. The population want him gone for a very long time. He is not loved by nobody. So when you are saying all these things, like
how come elections have not worked?
I just said, America might not end up not trying to invade Venezuela, but they want to get this man. They want to get Maduro. And it's going to be tough because, like Tuna just said here, that defense headquarters, if America can raise it down, that is the end of it. Because I don't know where it's going to go. Colombia, it doesn't have a good relation with Colombia. It doesn't have a good relation with Brazil.
Colombia said they will support him. Brazil said they will support him.
Forget about those support.
They said they will support. No, they said those are mercenaries. Petro said it.
No, they will fight with him.
They
will fight with him.
They will support Venezuela.
Fighter jets.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? The people of Venezuela are in support of Venezuela. I'm very confident of that.
I think from what I'm gathering, I'm looking at a report where they said, I don't know where this people's poll is showing that 65% of people actually support him, while 28 don't support him. And let's see one more. This is 2015, 25, I mean. And then another one in some past measurement. This one is some past measurement. Led voters' preference shows that 55% support him. So he's always had over 50% support. And
55% support you. That means 45% don't.
And it's
that's a high number that wants you dead.
No, look at this other one now. The one that rejected this, it says 86% of respondents wanted Maduro and his collaborators removed from power. So evidence of rejection or lack of support. So that poll, if somebody tells me that it's from the opposition, there's no way all the people that he's giving social program and everything, they want him out of power.
I mean, let's even give it 50-50, right? Let's say 50-50. 50% of the country wants you gone, your goose is cooked.
It's huge, yeah. It's huge.
No. Actually, if 50% want you gone, that is quite a lot of strength, because the 50 that want you gone don't feel very strongly about it, while the ones that want you to stay actually feel strongly, especially when you're about to be attacked.
I think it's the other way around.
You think so?
I think normally it's true, but when your country is about to be attacked, it
half of them are not going to fight to keep you.
Right.
True.
But they'll do everything to sabotage you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Guys, look at what's happening in Ethiopia. Look at what's happening in Ethiopia right now.
Thank you. With your Romos.
So now the president.
What's happening with Ethiopia?
Have you guys?
They've been having a civil war forever. Yeah.
I thought that one has ended.
I mean,
no.
there's always something popping up. But the issue is, look at now, the president, he won a Nobel Peace Prize and he has gone to war. And now people have seen the transformation he has done to the city, Addis Ababa. And one of his main focus was to give them libraries with free books and everything. And people will ask, like, why are you building this? You can build other things. And he said he has to teach the poor people to be educated. And they can educate themselves with the new technology we have today. So he's developing his country. And he knows Ethiopia was landlocked, for instance, I believe. And actually, in my opinion, Eritrean and Ethiopians are the same people, but they were divided by Italy. So now,
but the Eritreans wanted their own country too, though.
Before that, you gotta know what happened before that, and that was the
no. The Eritreans actually had to fight a war of independence against Ethiopia.
Before that, I know, but before that, that was brother fighting brother. They're the same people, the same tribe. They don't need to fight, but that was the brother against brother. They were brainwashed through the other people that came in there. You go to Eritrea right now, that's like Italy. They speak fluently. They eat pasta. They're actually proud to be more Italian than African.
Not really, though.
That's my
ex-fiance was Eritrean for like 6 years.
Okay, they have the port right next to them. What have they done with the port?
They really, because so Eritrea is more of it's a very laid back society.
Gotta go, guys. Bye.
Thank you for joining us, Jide. Nice one.
Very laid back.
That's topic for another day. What I was getting to was the president has done so much for his country, and he has fought wars that he didn't want to fight. He had to fight them. Still till today, people hate that guy because he maybe killed your brother or killed your sister, and they don't look at exactly what he has done for the country at large. So leaders that do something right for their country sometimes are hated, regardless. And that was
not everybody's gonna like you.
My point exactly. Yeah.
Right, not everybody. But there was forefather. There was something you said before this whole conversation trailed off, and when you Simba, Steph, and Ike were talking about nationhood, and you said, "Oh, Honduras is Nicaragua and Venezuela. Basically they're new countries. They're going through their development. No, these are very old countries. These are old countries. Like they got their independence in the early 1800s. All that Latin America, they're not new. Maybe they haven't developed as like the Western counterparts, the Caucasians, but these are countries that have had their own nation building problems back in the 15, 16, 17, 1800s. So they're not new. They're not like 65-year-old Nigeria or 68-year-old Ghana or whatever. Like they're old. These countries are old.
But that's standard, you say the UK is relatively new too, because their formation was being formed relatively gradually from one stage to another. But I also think
the UK is new. No, hell no, I wouldn't say that.
It depends on
England is 1,000 years old. What are you talking about?
Yeah, UK is old.
England, but not United Kingdom. It's different.
Yeah, I mean, well, however you guys use the words, but I'm just saying the countries I know.
United Kingdom is made up of Wales,
they're old. It's old.
So no, they are different. So when they are coming together, I think maybe the last time they actually finalized their current state, it's not as long as we like to believe. It's not that long. But that said, in terms of I think maybe it's a valid point to say 60 years doesn't seem like enough time, but it doesn't mean we're just growing up. We have always been in that space, close to each other, just like the people of the British Isles have been close to each other. So when we are now slapped together inside a nation, it's like saying Africans have never had African Union. So the moment we have it, we're just starting afresh. We already know each other, just like the EU knew each other before they formed the European Union. They already
but
knew each other. They knew how to interact with each other.
Technically, they didn't know each other. Technically, they didn't. Technically, they didn't.
No, but
Think about Nigeria, for example.
They knew each other already.
Yeah, but not all of them. Not all of them. Let's take Nigeria, for example. The north and the south. Well, the north and the west didn't know the eastern region. They didn't know them. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No,
You
they
mean
didn't.
the eastern region? They never knew about Hausa people.
How? Where were they going to interact?
They are trading routes.
No, they
all the
didn't.
way to the riverine areas.
No, they on the River Rhine, on the edge of the western side of the River Niger. Yes.
Oh,
they
no.
did not.
Land. River Niger.
I'm saying. Yes. Okay. So take this one.
Nigeria
This is what I'm
wasn't
saying.
isolated. There's DNA mixture between almost every Nigerian tribe.
Yeah. So of course they at some point they would interact, but the interaction was still limited between certain groups of people. Certain groups of people, the interaction was limited. Certain people.
Even for any nation, even the US, some groups don't even interact at all.
Okay, so that's the point. So that's the point. If you say like the eastern region, the east and the north, how were they going to meet each other? They weren't.
Through the waterways.
You think the people in Sokoto knew about the people in Aba? You think so?
Yeah, because they will go. They travel. They like the.
Whoa. No. They traveled. Their travel was also limited. They will travel down south towards the west, towards the Yoruba areas, like not all the way to the extreme.
I get your point.
There's nothing stopping them.
There's no history saying they interacted. They didn't interact. There's no. You cannot pull it up right now.
Because you're making some point that I've never heard before.
What's the point?
I wanted to check the information.
The fact is that they went up and down. What I know about the Yorubas, they were in Mali. They were in Mali.
Exactly. They even went all the way to the Middle East. So it happened everywhere that was under the Oyo Empire. They all would get soldiers and slaves and all that to carry. So those ones interacted with each other. But across to the eastern side, no. The interaction was very, very limited. It was like basically non-existent. You can't find it in history where they linked up.
What do you say? What do you say? What is your history telling you?
They're saying they do. There is a strong historical evidence that Northerners and Southeasterners in what is now Nigeria had interaction. It's impossible.
In what year? What year? What year?
Before colonization.
Yeah, what year?
Okay, what's the point of this argument?
I don't even know. I got sidetracked.
Sorry.
No, because
we were
he
talking
said
about something. He said,
I just find it very peculiar that he said they don't interact with the South.
I don't really believe that it's possible. Even if the Southeasterners don't go to Kanu, does not mean that there couldn't be a meeting point between Northern traders and Igbo traders somewhere in between.
But Steph, okay. So I'm not saying like
between them and the Yorubas. And between them and the Benins.
And the Benins.
So it's
the
impossible
Galas.
There is no contact, but it may not be as deep.
Exactly. So I think people mistaken when I say things like this. People think there were highways and there were trains and there were cars. You could drive and you could take a plane.
They're talking about 11th century here. As way back as 11th century. That's almost 1,000 years ago. That they've been coming all the way down. They have to.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm ever hearing that, and I'm going to go check. And I know it's impossible. And knowing you, I know you just supposedly reading something.
Like that, there's no barrier.
Sorry, guys. I don't want to sidetrack you guys, but I have a quick question. Before Nigeria was colonized, is it possible that the Fulani headsmen were capturing people and that this invasion started way before? And because the colonial people came in and they attacked them, that stopped. I think one of the excuses that the British report said they had to go attack the north because they were capturing people and taking them as slave. So the reason for capturing Nigeria was to end slavery. Am I right? Or
I mean, there were a lot of groups. It wouldn't be out of the question that your supposition is right.
So now,
if you don't know how you say it, they'll say, damn, bro, but you are trying to implicate us. You know what?
No. I'm talking about even the northerners. Some people were invading the northerners and selling them as slaves.
But I would assume they weren't taking them to the British. I would assume they were taking them towards Asia.
I think the truth wanted to throw explanation. Like then allow him to make the explanation. It has nothing to do with how somebody will feel if he hears.
No, we're saying the same thing. Yeah. What I'm telling Simba is, now the whole group is, every group groups enslaved weaker groups.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be out of the norm to assume that didn't happen. But if it did happen, I would seriously doubt that they were being sold to the British. Not saying it didn't happen, because when you take DNA tests, certain people's DNAs here in the United States trace back to the Fulani. A minute number, but it happened. So they did so. But I would assume that if they were getting captured, like Simba is alluding, they would go up north towards the Arabians.
That can be, but that's not my point. The point is that was stopped. The question is, how was that stopped? And do we have documentary to find how that was stopped?
I think it was stopped by the British. If you want to
question, yes, I know.
Let me say this to you. Let me say this, please. If I can. You see, most of the tribes in Nigeria and that part of West Africa, they were all nomadic. All of them were moving up and down. All of them. They weren't just stuck in one place looking at the sky. The Igbos actually came down there. They weren't originally there. They came down to that area. And this is after fighting many wars. All of the southern people possibly accepted each other. I'm not sure, but possibly. But everybody else were all nomadic. The history of the Yorubas I know very well. And the Yorubas, from wherever they were coming from, in the so-called Middle East, they were in Spain. Me that lived in Spain, I've researched it, I've seen it. In La Alhambra, there are Yoruba artifacts in La Alhambra, in there. So all that, the 800 odd years that the Moors had Spain and Portugal, especially in their hands, parts of southern France, we were there. If you go into the Mediterranean, all you'll see is simple faces of what they will call Negro or Negro in the Americans. That's what you'll see, pure. When you go to the Balearic Island, the Balearic people themselves will be telling you that this whole place was black people. That's what they will tell you. You know, the way we look at our history is so bad. We believe what the white man told us, but we've done nothing to really identify these things.
The original point was about whether we already knew each other. I think I remember when we were having that conversation, that's what led to whether...
Simba, I'll answer your question after.
That's what led to the point whether the North and South ever interacted. So that point, I guess, is already made. We already know we've known each other for thousands of years.
Not the North and the South. Not the North and the South. We do know that the North and the South interacted, but what part of the South interacted with the North is what we're saying.
Almost all parts of the South, indeed.
I would say that's not true.
Do you know? Are you aware?
I would say that's not true.
That the Igbos.
But one brain said, why would you believe that there's no barrier?
Because I've studied this forever.
Jagu, your mic is shaky. Now your camera is not. So the point is
no,
that
I'm
there's no
just saying,
barrier.
are
So
you aware that
go ahead.
I was just wondering if you guys are aware that the Igbos were fighting amongst the Kanuri back in the day with the Fulani. Are you aware? And they were put down and down and down. I don't even know if Igbos, a lot of Igbos, I don't even know if you've read this history. It's there.
Did you say they were fighting
You
with
have
the
to dig
Fulani?
deep. What is?
Did you say Igbos were fighting with the Fulani?
They were fighting
Fighting
with the
them
Fulanis
or against
amongst against them with
Okay.
the
Oh my
Kanuri.
God. Yeah. Some
With
people
the
probably
Kanuri.
almost get the
Because
heart
at that
attack.
time they were coming down, they were still coming in. Yeah, yeah.
Which wars? I mean, most of the wars that the North and the West fought are actually recorded, at least in the last like 500-600 years. So which wars did?
I wasn't saying the West. I wasn't saying the West. I was saying the East.
No, that's what I'm saying.
This
Hear
is
me
Igbos.
again. Yeah, I heard you.
It stopped them at the thieves.
I said,
stopped
so
them.
which wars?
They didn't get to the south. The thieves stopped them.
Are you certain about this, or are you making this up?
No, I'm certain about it actually.
So what was the name? What was the name of the? What was the name of the war? No, not you, Jack.
I know.
What was the name of the war, and what year was this war fought, and what were the circumstances that led to this war that you're telling us about?
The person that told me this story was a thief person. He didn't give me the
a thief person told you, so you haven't checked it, so you don't know. So one person told you.
You're assuming. You're just assuming all that.
So what was the war name? Like this is why I said every.
Do I have to know his name?
Well, yeah, you do have to know the name because this is why I said every war, at least in the last 500-600 years, that was fought either between the North and the West, against the North and the West, within the West itself or within the North itself, had names and they're recorded. So if you say the East had interaction with the North to the extent that they fought in wars, I'd like to know what was the name of the war, what year the war happened, and what were the circumstances that led to this said war. That way, I think you would be more credible instead of just saying, "Well, you know, my boy told me."
I can say that the UK fought Germany. It doesn't mean I know the name of the war.
Sorry, Forefathers.
The conversation is definitely changed.
I believe that if it ever happened, it couldn't have been a major conflict because the Igbos in pre-colonial era, to a large extent, if not today, is a decentralized.
There you go.
Group.
That's right.
You understand? There is no.
That's right. They were.
That binds them together.
Are you aware?
So it would be more difficult for such a thing to happen. Most especially because there is a buffer zone between the eastern side and
the western side. Thank you. Exactly.
It would have been easier for Igbos to some part of Igbos, like I said, they are decentralized. So engage in a conflict with a part of middle belt than the Hausas.
So guys, the reason why
that doesn't you know what it is. Everything needs, when you hear things, especially when it comes to African history, and I think what Stephen just said there has given us some level of precision as to how difficult these things are to answer the way Speaks would want it. I understand that you like dates and history and all the rest of it. Well, a lot of these things that I've read, a lot of them, especially when you're talking about the East, they don't come like the information from the West. There will be confirmation of things from the Islamic world, and there will be confirmation, as there is, things from the Yoruba world, even in spoken terms, in terms of their history. And you can get it elaborated.
Okay.
However, what I'm saying is that the East has been in that part of Nigeria, the eastern part of Nigeria, for an awfully long time. They've even been in the western part of Nigeria for an awfully long time. They're decentralized and they've been traveling. There's been relationships between Yorubas and Igbos even before Yorubas and Benin. Even before. So, you know,
But where's evidence? Where's evidence to that statement?
I'm sorry, guys. I have
Well,
to.
you have to read it. You have to read it.
Sorry.
You know, I can bring books.
Listen.
But you're gonna have to read it.
The reason why I brought this topic up was to find out exactly. I know something was stopped. The British stopped some people, the bandits or whatever you can call them. Is there any documentation on how they stopped them? How the resistance was? How long they hid for? Because are you telling me they hid for 60 years and they started popping up again?
What the slavery?
And is there a documentation of what they
Who's
did?
they?
Also, this is what I wanted to answer you. This is what I wanted to answer you. Two things led to this the ban on slavery in the North. Not only before the advent of the colonial masters, it was the advent of Islam. So, long story short, because Islam.
You are coming here with that language. You know I hate that language. You're coming here to use that language. Carry that language out of here, Jerry.
What language? So
people colonial masters here. You know this is a terrible language.
So before the colonial masters came, they before that there was already an edict.
He definitely used that language. He's young enough to know better, but he definitely used that language to get
potato. Leave him now.
No, there are young people. I'm not going to be sitting on a panel where young people are listening and he's there.
So anyway, there was just to cut a long story short.
Are you denying? Are you going to deny history?
Well, we are there,
guys.
No, they are British. They are not masters of our children. Language is master. You can't be using rubbish language. I'm not going to sit here and tolerate that nonsense. If you don't want to be here, go somewhere else.
That's what the case is.
There's a line I will not accept. Because there are young people listening to this nonsense. This is our language grown-ups are using.
That is a documented history.
Yeah, but
Father, I know where you're coming from.
You're a dictator.
You're
a dictator.
You call them European. No, I don't care. If you don't care about your young children, hearing grown men call other people masters. That is unacceptable.
Man.
They were masters to your country.
They were not. They were never mine anyway. Maybe they were yours.
It doesn't
Guys, how
matter.
does this help this conversation?
Deny it if that makes you happy.
You see, that's the thing about you. The Chinese never call them master, but for you, this is the kind of mindset our people have. They believe that they are slaves. Why would you ever free yourself?
What do the Chinese call them? What do the Chinese call them?
When you call other people masters, it means you are a slave.
I speak the truth. Didn't say it as a form of reverence.
Context matters.
It doesn't have to be.
Okay, guys.
Yeah, so in any event, just to keep it short, it's 30 seconds. There was already, with the advent of Islam in the North, because Islam abolished slavery, it was abolished in all the Emirates. So they banned it even way before the British came. Not saying it still wasn't being carried out, but the official rules and laws were that it was banned.
Okay, because I said we should. I just asked this question so that we just look into it real quick.
At that. I don't know what is wrong with our people. You know, just out of spite, they would rather call a white man master. You see how our people behave.
Well, let me
I don't know what's wrong with our people. There's something seriously wrong with us. Out of spite, they will call a woman master. We can't even get a simple baseline of behavior, of decorum, and these are people talking about freedom. Jesus Christ!
Guys,
the thing is, forefather. Wait, please. The thing is, forefather. With everything that you're saying and with the emotion that you're putting into it, it doesn't necessarily make it correct. Your historical points
I don't care
are not
about
correct.
them.
All you're saying is,
young people
all you're saying. Let me finish now. Let me finish, forefathers. Don't talk over me. All you're telling us is that emotionally you're triggered. So what? Who cares that you're triggered? The fact of the matter is, this history took place.
Do you even care what your children listen to? Do you even care? I'm asking you a straight question.
I know how to educate. I know how to educate my children.
Okay, tell me how you educate him by calling.
I know how to educate my children.
Tell me how you educate him. No,
wait, guys. Okay, wait. Can I say something?
You ain't got clue me.
Understand? No. Every single one of us here.
It's about passing a venereal disease to young people.
Yeah, let me answer.
Now, I want you to teach me how to teach a child not to call other people masters when you are using it. Teach me how to do that.
I'm going to teach you now. What is my apology?
Well, my brother, I tell you how I'll do it. I tell you. This is what I'm speaking to him now. I tell you how I'll do it. How it's been done in mine. You understand? The history of the world is a serious thing. A lot of us who grew up with parents who knew history, like mine, they told me about the whole life of slavery, both the Arab slavery that a lot of people need to like to pretend didn't happen, and the Atlantic slavery. These slaveries happened, and in their happening, these things took place in our land. The first time I understood what a Caribbean, Jamaican, American was through my parents. It was them that told me about slavery and what took place. Once I understood what took place with the what was called then colonialism, and how the colonialists held the land, and how many of the Africans, after certain wars and certain frictions, the majority of them had a great preference for the colonial masters as they were known. It took a long time for them to grow out of that. In fact, we are still growing out of it today. But what it is, we can't pretend that it didn't happen and that they weren't seen like that. We can't pretend that.
So
it's the pretense that takes the history.
Let me ask for a quick question, please.
You want to go on? No, my point is that are you going to go on now? So when you want to refer to them, you call them colonial masters. Would you do that?
Oh, okay, Fofa, your point is taken. Let me just ask you. Let me ask you a quick question. Forefathers,
that's what I'm saying. He should not do that. He's not using to describe what they are doing. He's using it as a reference. As a
hold on, Fofa. Have you ever been to court? Have you ever been to court in the United Kingdom? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
When you addressed the judge, how did you address him?
Your Highness, or whatever they use.
You called the judge Your Highness?
Oh, my Lord.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Yeah.
So you called him my Lord?
Yes.
Why did you do that? You don't think that's blasphemy?
The reason why you do that is
absolutely.
No, you don't think that's blasphemy?
Are you going to let me answer? The reason why you do that, because that's the way they treat judges. Just like you call generals in court. That's how you treat them. Yes.
So you take umbrage to someone referring to the former colonials as a colonial master, but you sit down and on Sunday you go beg my Lord, and then on Friday, because you didn't want to pay that $20 ticket, you called a man my Lord. But you have no problem with that.
You are missing the point there. That one, white
people.
Okay. Can you let me speak? White people, everybody calls the judge, due to their profession, my Lord. In court, if that judge leaves the court, it's an honorary person. This one we are talking about something that was born out of oppression and destruction, and it's like N-word really. Then do you know in South Africa they force grown men to call their young boys masters? You guys don't know the implication of what you are saying. You know, they force young men
the example there
to call our old men
you're doing is
call
emotion.
their boys masters.
All you're doing is
no,
emotion.
It's not about emotion.
No,
it's about what you teach the young generation.
But you're not having a.
You have to
no, let me calm down. Please calm down. You're not having a conversation full of emotion in your chest. You can't even get the words out.
Yes, because it's serious. See, you are acting as if
calm down. No, wait, let me. I've said nothing.
You calm down. You be gaslighting me and telling me to calm down as if emotion is a bad thing. Emotion is a driver of logic. If you
No,
don't
I'm not saying emotion is a bad thing. I'm saying that you're using it. Look, you're turning me off. You don't even want to talk.
Yeah, then talk normally.
Let me say this to you.
Patronize me.
No, I'm not trying to patronize you. I'm using words that mean things. By the time, if you listen to what Speaks has just said to you, the word Lord has a meaning. And you are going to a court of law and calling another man, human being, you're calling that person a Lord. A Lord is your God in real terms. So by the time yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There's no getting around it and pretending. It's only the level of ignorance or knowledge that you have that would allow you to know how to deal with a judge. Simple things. It's only that. The rest is just
you don't see the British. Hold on. The British will call each other masters. Why is it for us? Master, if you call some other person master, the other person is a slave. Do you know that?
Forefathers. Let me give you.
How is that even complicated? The fact that we spend a long time defending this shows you the mindset that we have.
Do you know that context matters?
Unbelievable.
When you go to
these
the
are
court,
men.
Context matters.
Is that context? When I speak the truth,
I
was
agree.
talking about
Context matters.
He did not just say masters. He said colonial. Why do
Yes.
you emphasize the colonial? Because
he could have just said
he's afraid.
No, there's no reason why they call them colonized. They don't even call themselves masters. They don't even call themselves masters.
He's not referring to an average white man on the street of London.
Understood.
When he said
What
colonial
does it matter if a white young man hears him saying that? Oh my God, the father that have to explain this, unbelievable. Oh my God.
He was referring to an era. He's not talking about a white man on the street.
My brothers, please, you people are going too far with forefathers.
Forefather will never have to explain this.
Forefather will never.
No wonder we keep passing nonsense to our children. And I spiritually is happy because he knows what he's done. He knows better. He did it, and you all fall for it.
Why will I? Because I don't find anything.
He comes here that's why sometimes I don't appreciate him. He comes better, he knows better, and he comes here and just says this rubbish stuff.
Well, you're the only person on earth I've ever met that took offense to me using that word. Ever. Ever. Nobody has ever.
You have been speaking to fools.
All right, so how are you saying it as if I'm doing it on purpose?
Okay, please. Okay, wait, guys, please. I'm gonna try and say.
Do you know how it feels when you watch?
I think we're repeating ourselves. Guys, we're repeating ourselves.
It's like N-word and all the rest, and you are the one encouraging it and defending it.
Okay, guys,
about this thing.
let's agree.
Oh, how you sleep in London and wake up in the
at this rate,
okay, this is a strategy. This is a financial strategy. What's going on?
I can't live in
Okay,
London.
guys, I don't know the games you guys are playing.
What kind of mentality you have?
Please.
The mentality is that you shouldn't call
Why do you live in that country?
people
You're
that
raising your
oppress
children in that
people
country.
masters. You shouldn't call people that oppress you masters.
Forefathers.
Maybe you should call Tinubu master. Maybe that will help make you. At least Tinubu is even related to you. Maybe it's worthy of being called master because
forefather, is God your Lord?
Oh, you're not happy to call Tinubu master.
Wait. Forefather, is God your Lord? The God you pray to is your Lord.
To Niger, let
no, you don't want to answer. It's God.
Hi guys, let's go to the point.
Just hear me out.
Hold on. Something, mate.
Things can have two meanings.
But is God your Lord? Is God your Lord?
What is wrong with talk today?
Is God your Lord?
Yeah, of course.
Kind of.
I speak the truth.
Yes. You see all these people.
Refer to Britain as colonial lord.
You see all these people, they just like to oppose for opposition's sake.
I speak the truth. Just refer to Britain as colonial lord. That will make Papa happy.
You see, the thing is, all British people call judges Lord. Anybody that goes before the court is Lord. It's just a title in terms of the legal proceedings. But in terms of when people have colonized you and oppressed you and destroyed your kingdoms and all the rest, all the paraphernalia that comes with that, including titles, that even what the title implies, not just like, oh, the L that was ruling Nigeria as the ruler. No, master. It's not. It says something clearly. And if there are young people, do you know that I've watched a young British person hear Africans say that, and you can tell in their head spins, because they are being surprised that we are still that backward. You don't even understand.
Forefathers, you are just lying to yourself.
Because it's like Ribadu. It's like Ribadu going before. In short, let me see if I can find that video. If I find that video, you see Ribadu going to beg Oyibo. You see that they were feeling uncomfortable. He was like begging them, and they were like, "Okay, what do we do with that?" They were uncomfortable because we are so backward.
Forefathers, you are going too far. I just want to ask you a simple question. All this British, please, can you guys allow me to ask a simple question? Forefathers, if Jagu is the director of a company where you work under him, what are you going to call Jagu?
Where I work under him?
Yes,
he's a boss now. Boss, CEO,
and
director,
you have problem with master. And you have a problem with the word master.
No. I don't have any problem with the word master. As a matter of fact, you see what you are doing now. You see what you are doing is what one Nigerian judge did when you asked them. I think it was Zakome actually. When I said, "Why are you using that white headgear, where you stand before a black person judging them with the headgear?" It's just a headgear. It's like we are. Forget it. Our people, we are done. Forget it. What's the point? We are so back. We've not even stopped our brainwashed.
He has just answered that question.
Defending nonsense all the time.
It's not a matter. It's not a matter of defense.
Again, forefather, calm down now. The way you become so erratic. Calm down. It's a discussion we're having. It's not the end of the world.
You are really patronizing. Don't.
No, it's not the end of the world, though.
I'm not going to tolerate it from you anymore. You are doing that too often, and it's becoming a pattern.
I can't speak to you. Is that what you're telling me?
No, you are being patronizing.
I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you.
Just talk to me just now. You're calling me erratic.
Do you know how many times you called me erratic? Do you know how many times you called me erratic?
I've called you erratic before because you are actually being erratic.
Oh, so but when I call you, see, it's something else. Bro, stop your nonsense. I'm much older than you. I'm much older than you, brother.
You are older than me. Doesn't mean you should be patronizing me constantly.
Well, it means something in the terms of where we come from.
Let some other person take over.
Bro, I tell you how it is with you. Okay, calm down, and I'll tell you how you are. You are 100% hypocrite. You're 100% hypocrite. You can't take speech because you want to become erratic and the most annoying. And it's wait, let me finish. Let me finish. You see what you're doing? You're not allowing me to finish because you're erratic. What I'm trying to put to you is that we can have a conversation where you're not going all over the place and not allowed to. Understanding is what is taken. Now, the history that you have learned to bring you to the point where a judge's headdress is the almighty crime. That is not the end of the history. The history goes much further and much deeper than that.
I can't believe
the history goes much further and much deeper. No, it does. It goes much deeper than that. But you want to stop in a place, you want to stop in a certain place where you're comfortable to say, oh, you guys don't know how badly you've been treated. My brother, you're a small boy when it comes to history. Come on. The wig and the gown, the wig and the gown straight back to Egypt. That's where it goes to. So whilst you're confused in the fact that people are wearing wig and gown, it goes much further than where you're taking it. Much further.
We are not wearing.
But you just want to stop where you can become erratic.
Hold on.
You're a child. You behave like a child.
You see that? That's my point. He always wants to talk down to me constantly, but it's okay. See,
no, that's not me. That's not me. I wish that you didn't. I wish that you did not have to be told like this.
See, you shouldn't have
to come and try and explain.
You keep doing that when you calm down. That's how I will associate. I will start associating that with you, because I noticed that for the last 3 or 4 times she came, this same attitude you come with. You come with, oh, you are talking too much.
Why are you accusing me and trying to hang me? Where are you gonna?
No, you shouldn't do that. I don't know why you have to do that. I don't even know why you have to do that. It's unnecessary. It's really unnecessary.
I don't have. No, what it is that we can, as I said, it shouldn't be so strenuous to talk to you. But unfortunately, because you have a certain way of looking at everybody and talking over people when they're trying to make a point, you only allow yourself to talk. The next minute you're going to turn me off.
You made a point.
That's to make a man angry.
You made a point. You won't let me respond to it. The point you made was about Egypt. We are
no,
not Egyptians.
You responded by giving an insult.
We are not Egyptians, and secondly, Egyptians didn't wear that particular white man's head this in the week. There is a big difference.
You know nothing
many
about
African
Egypt.
countries,
You know
even many
nothing about
European
Egypt.
let me finish now. Many European countries have stopped using it a long time ago. South Africa doesn't use it, and look at them. They were the one that. Can I finish, please? They are the one that took Israel to international.
Listen, I don't agree. I don't agree with the way.
You don't agree with it.
I'm just trying to push you forward.
Have a go at it for the sake of it.
No, I can agree with it, is what I'm saying. I don't care about that uniform. I really don't. You know, whether we use it or don't use it, they look like clowns. In the
Do you think we should use our own language?
I can agree with you.
Do you think we should make our own language official language? Do you think we should make our own language official language?
Again, that if we do not, that is our fault. South Africa has about 12 official languages.
So what? See, that's my point. If you want to start reclaiming yourself and becoming authentically yourself, you have to put away all those things, those shackles that came from the vestiges, especially when it comes to the negative ones that puts
somebody
in the negative light all the time.
And
all I'm trying to put you.
And you don't want to reject the positive ones, only the negative you want to reject.
Of course, why would you reject the positive ones? Am I a madman?
Forefather enter house.
The fact
who rejects positive? See, whoever rejects for something positive, you're not a mad person.
Yeah, you're enjoying your life in the land of your masters, and you're complaining.
I'm not. That is a fallacious statement. That is a scandalous statement you just made there. You said I'm enjoying.
And you're training your children in the land of your masters.
No, in a way, there's some truth there. But I didn't come here. No. If you want to put it that way,
bye guys, I gotta go, huh?
Don't run away, my brother. Don't run away, or we are not allowing you to run away right now.
Yo, nice meeting you, man. Try to come back some other time.
Look at that.
Cheers,
You're
man.
the one that drove me away with colonial masters. Yeah. He drove me away with colonial masters using to derail the conversation. And in a way, this was deliberately done. I really don't like it. I noticed that what's his name? Eccentric, I'd like to change the topic whenever he comes. You have a conversation about something to do in Nigeria, straight to something else. I don't like these people that do these things. I'm going to be looking out for that, where you're having some maybe productive conversation about something, then they'll throw something in there just to derail the conversation. And at some time, I'm beginning to see the pattern that is actually deliberate.
The only way
he's not here.
Why would you think I was saying something serious? And then the next thing I decided, let me rattle forefathers and say colonial masters. No, I wasn't. I was speaking.
You said to use that name there, and you know better than to use that term because we've had that conversation.
Why? Because you piece up the name I'm using now?
No, because you chose to use the term that we've discussed before already.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking about. I'm not thinking about that when I'm speaking. Like what's going to affect forefathers? I don't care about.
What affects me? What I thought you know about.
When he mentioned it, why did you take your eyes away from the ball?
Yeah.
No, I think that's a fair point. You see, now this is where you see how Ike is laughing. See, the question they ask the question. Next time,
we shouldn't recruit more soldiers.
Next time, I will learn.
You enter into that one instead of allowing me to.
Next time, I will learn. No. See, some things are important to be fair. Some things are more important than other things. And maybe, if let's say if I started the show, I would not get derailed. But right now it's 8 hours in. Oh, 9 hours in actually. So we can afford to derail ourselves as
Okay,
much as we want.
if I am to advise you,
Forefather, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you these two
as he
questions.
was
Do
saying
you know
something and
do
you
you know
made
where the
mention
word?
of it, you allow me to continue.
I
When
beg
you
your
want to
pardon,
respond,
Steph.
when you want to
Sorry,
respond in passing,
Steph.
you now correct it and continue with the point you want to make, and not make it a topic all over.
Forefather,
I think you are right. I think you are
do
right
you
there.
know?
Yeah, go ahead. You
Sorry,
wanted to add something?
my man. No. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that you were so engaged.
You know, all these people in the chat, you guys are awful, man. They are really awful people. Everybody was taking the side of the colonial masters. You see, it's all good. I think it's a joke anyway, but I just feel like
No. Don't get sidetracked. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know where the term camouflage came from?
No.
The term camouflage came from the Ashantis, because when they used to enter war, they would wear leaves all over themselves, and the Oyimbos couldn't see them, and they were messing them up hardcore. Do you know where the word hijack came from?
No.
It's again the Ashanti. The Ashanti in Jamaica, as they were taken there, what they used to do, they used to line up behind the Oyinbo as they were trailing themselves through the forest in Jamaica. And what used to happen is that one man would be slitting a man's throat, the soldiers behind their back, slitting their throat, until they had the last man left. Jamaica was a territory that the people that landed there were not playing. In fact, they used to send other slaves there from other islands in order to try and break them in Jamaica. So that's why
Where did the
Jamaica is
hijack
the
come
kind of
from?
violent
How is that related to the
of people
hijack?
that you see now. Yeah.
That's interesting.
No, that's what they used to do. Is it hijack? Well, I'm saying to you that words are always shared. Clothing is, this guy said something. Brother Fella, he said to us that when a white man asked him, why are you, if you're so black, if you're so African, if you're so this and that, why are you wearing European clothes? He said, the fact that I'm wearing European clothes is not for you to say, but it's for a symposium discussion in the future. The wisdom in that, you need to catch on to it, because this world is so mangled and we hardly know anything. We boast that we know, we do that a lot, but we hardly know anything. It's
I don't know. I
symposium
never said I
discussion.
knew anything. Every day I'm coming here to learn. I don't know who
No,
said they
all
know
I'm
anything.
trying, you're not understanding the wisdom I'm trying to offer.
No, repeat that again. You
I'm
said something
trying
about symposium of the future. Repeat that again.
Fella was asked, if you're such an African, he was asked by he's actually said it on one of his records. Forgot which one. I'm sure people that used to follow Fella, they know. He was asked, if you're such an African, why are you wearing European clothes, European dresses? He said, the fact that I'm wearing European dresses is not for you to say, but it is for a symposium discussion in the future. Now, what he meant by that is that you telling me that I'm wearing European clothes when I've been wearing clothes whilst you were naked as an Oyinbo, naked under caves. This is the reality of my point of view as being Afrocentric. We
To
can't.
be fair, he was, but you don't see him calling other people masters. See, my point. See,
Sorry to cut you off. Is it true that you were against women wearing wigs?
Oh yeah. I'm against that. Oh, you didn't know that. So are you now for women wearing wigs too? What is he laughing about? I don't know what he's laughing about.
I'm for women doing whatever the hell they want to do with their hair. That's what I'm
You
for.
see my point. You see what is funny about this? Because this same person wants Tinubu to act like a modern leader, a leader that is this thing that puts the people first, but at the same time they themselves are backward. You see, you see the truth of the situation. This has just revealed itself.
Is it by the weeks?
You are backward. You think like a colonialist, and you
How?
think
Because I
leaders,
want women.
hold on. Let me answer. See, now you are getting triggered. Let me finish now. Let me finish. You are getting triggered. You are thinking like a colonialist. You are just as backward as your leaders. You are not that different from Tinubu. That I said.
Okay.
So let me finish, please. That I said grew up under as a British subject. You are not that far removed from him.
Yeah.
Your way of thinking is not that far removed. So
but okay.
Tinubu have banned the use of wigs.
You are just as bad. Maybe just as bad.
Actually. Who's Steph or me?
You just as bad as Tinubu. You are not that far.
Okay. Hold on. All right, hold on. Fine. Let me concede. But let me say something. You're fine. You're right. Okay, so let me just ask you. Based on what did I say? Because I said women are free to do whatever they want with their hair.
No.
So what? That was all I said. So what part didn't you like?
From the earlier statement that you made and defended using colonial masters, that there's nothing wrong with it. One.
Yeah, but we'd already passed that. We started talking about the wig.
No, it's linked, because that was the point I wanted to make even before you talked about the wig. Because
also, you just hate you.
My point is that I was trying to say that if you are thinking like that, because I made an excuse for the people like Tinubu and all that. I said they grew up when Nigeria was still the subject of the British crown. They grew up in that situation. So I said that's the reason why they probably wanted to keep the older groups. But clearly, the younger groups are not that far removed.
Yeah, but based on what I just said now, how is that even related?
Whilst I understand what you're saying about wigs, I understand it because we've all been through. You just come and you're pronouncing all these things. Do you know wigs are first in Africa again? Do you know how long West African women have been wearing wigs? Have you any idea?
Not in the added scale.
What you're doing, you're an African who's behaving like you were born in America. You weren't born in America. You were born in Africa. And being born in Africa, you should know better history. Wait. You should know better history about black hair than they do. But because of their shame, you're carrying that shame along like you were a slave with them. You weren't a slave with them.
Are you telling me that we Africans were wearing wigs at the scale we are wearing it now? In the past, is that what your argument is now?
Bruh,
because you just want to score a point.
Probably.
Let me tell you what I'm telling you. Let me tell you what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that the amount of hairstyles that we had in West Africa, we don't even use half of them anymore.
Because they found a lot of mummified.
Don't waffle around it now. We are talking about.
Okay, so they found a lot of
waffling. I'm telling you how it goes.
Okay, then go ahead.
All right, so they found a lot of.
Sorry, one brain. Let him explain what he's trying to say.
All right, good.
I was allowing him because he was coming from the same root. That's how far back it goes. 6,000 years of wig wearing by black African women. Black African women, my friend.
They found corpses. They found mummies.
That was
because you just bumped into some American.
See, you see what he does again. He's doing it again. That patronizing thing again.
Yeah, just ignore it though. If you're not feeling it,
no, I don't like it because it grinds you down on and on and on. It never stops.
No, it's not that grind you down. It's because of the fervent. You're very fervent.
No, because you can't make me believe what you believe. You are thinking that I have my views from it.
You don't have to believe.
You don't care about what I want to say. You just want to bully and expect people to follow your view. No, I won't. You can say that in 1,000 years, in 10,000 years, I would not change my position except you give me a good reason to. Now, let me finish what I'm saying, please.
No.
If you are saying,
you don't have to change your reason.
See, let me just speak for a second without you interrupting. The wig that they are wearing.
I wish I could turn your mic off. You'll be fair then.
Yeah, because you don't have. I let you finish speaking. Let me finish speaking.
Oh my God!
This is what he does until he gets thrown out again. When this in the wig that they wear, I don't have any problem with people wearing black wigs. Do you understand? Just in case you are confused, if you are wearing an African wig that makes you look African, fine. It's when an African starts looking like a Vietnamese, like an Indian or an Arab woman, that is crazy because you are conditioned. Can you? What is wrong with these people?
I thought you were done, sir.
What is happening there is that you are conditioning your children to prefer those looks. That you can damage your own group because you are raising children to believe that that is the way to go. And that is important because it has an effect. You grow up, that's why many of us grew up thinking white people are angels, white black people are devils. That's how.
But do you agree? Do you agree that there's not one texture of hair amongst black people?
I agree.
So you've seen black people with straight hair, curly hair, in between.
No, not straight hair. Don't twist it. Not straight hair.
I'm asking if you've never seen it. All right, so let's say they don't.
Not like Vietnamese.
All right, okay, so let me concede that and say you're right. How does it bother you how a woman chooses to beautify herself? How does that affect you in any way, what she decides to do with her hair?
See, let me say something. See, because if you dress, like let's say 5% is doing it, it's no big deal. When you put foreign people's hair as a beauty standard, and you put people that look different from your own parents and your own people as what to look up to, you are conditioning the next generation to cherish them. And these people have to compete with those people. Your people have to compete with them eventually. They don't condition their own children to cherish us. Why would you do that? Why would you
do you know
from within?
Do you know that white women actually wear extensions, weaves, and wigs way more than black women?
But they wear white extensions.
I mean, you're not going to expect them to wear a freaking afro.
Now you see my point.
But that's the point.
They don't look black. We look European,
in the 70s,
Vietnamese, and Indian.
In the 70s and the 60s, it was the fad for even white people to put on an afro wig.
For white people,
so fashion changes.
That was a very tiny population.
Thank you. It evolved. Fashion changes.
Forefather. I lived through that. That was my forefather. Calm down. Okay. That was what I lived through. Through that era. I lived that era. Oyinbos were wearing afro and they were putting jerry curls in their hair. That's what they were doing. Good 10 years, bruv.
You mean black people?
So, all the you're super triggered, but you have no idea of the history. You're telling me I'm putting you down, or I'm looking down, or I'm grinding. No, it's not that. It's the fervent way that you come across.
Having this conversation.
Yes, you come across very fervently.
The doo-wop era, the disco era, Afro amongst white people was the civil rights era. They all wanted to be black.
But those are minorities, tiny population. And they don't raise them to become the pinnacle of excellence in the sense that you don't wear afro to walk. You don't do all those things. No, our people literally change themselves to be able to walk. They have to change themselves to become newscasters and all kinds of stuff, especially when they rise. They said if you look at normal people that are poorer in Nigeria, normal women that are poorer, they tend to wear normal hair, many of them. But the moment they have money, they look like Indians.
Where did makeup come from? Where did makeup come from?
Oh my!
Who was the first
I've
thing to
never
wear
been with a woman that
wears
weaves or wigs.
Pardon?
I'm just saying that.
What did you
I
say?
don't know where makeup came from.
Oh, I said I understand. I kind of understand where he's coming from, but most of the women I've always dated always like their natural hair. They cut it or they grow it out. I've never been with a woman in a relationship that wore wigs. But my point is still, regardless of how a woman decides whether she doesn't want dreadlocks or whether she doesn't want her hair short or whether she doesn't want it braided, my point is just, I guess, to each his own. However you feel that you're going to have boost your self-esteem or feel you look good, do it if you're not breaking the law or offending anybody. I guess just make sure the hair police 4-5 doesn't catch you
No,
in a dark alley.
No, but this is serious though, because in life there are very, very few things in life that gives you competitive edge. Sometimes even color. See, in the animal kingdom, even color can make the difference between whether you survive or not. There's a reason why you don't see white lions in Africa, because if they show up in the wild, they'll be gone. Just color alone. Imagine growing up every day, women conditioning their children to cherish white-looking hair, making their skin brighter to cherish white people. Sooner or later, you are going to disadvantage yourself in life. Very, very few things are as important as procreation. And when you are already pricing your people out of that race, Jesus Christ, you are on the path to extinction. And that's wrong.
Nobody is missing your point. All I'm putting to you as a man and an African man of that is that many of these things that you have now learned because you're now in Europe to complain about, because you weren't complaining about any of this when you were in Nigeria. So now that you've learned them, I'm telling you that it goes much deeper than what you're suggesting. Speaks for speaking, and you use that word. I didn't know why. What I was alarmed at is you're shouting. I was wondering why are you shouting? And then I recalled that you don't like that term. But then I was understanding what Speaks was saying, and he was speaking in historical terms. And why you didn't give that any kudos or any relevance, I'm thinking, man, you can't just be triggered in the middle of somebody's sentence. That's wrong. You can't direct somebody what to say. And then when somebody
now we've gone past that stuff and you've gone
back to
all
I'm trying to do is put things in some level of context, because this could have just been
already done it and now you've gone back to it again. This is what they call a form of bullying.
No.
Because if somebody repeatedly come and try to hit you with one thing over and over again,
no, all I'm trying to alert you to,
over and over
you can accuse me of bullying, it's okay. But it doesn't count. It doesn't count in this.
I can't be
discussion.
bullied anyway, even if you tried.
Well, exactly. So just let me speak while I'm speaking.
It's exhausting. I have
you can't be bullied.
You're wasting a lot of time.
No. You can't be bullied. Just stop it at you can't be bullied. That's good enough for me. Yeah, so I can be free.
Why should I hear the same thing again?
I like being free. I like being free when I'm speaking. I don't like to be cautioned the way you're cautioning my man not to speak.
Yeah, but you're forcing me to listen to the same thing we've already talked about.
What is that? You see, forefather, you don't understand that you're the bully.
No,
it's
I'm
a shame.
Just saying that
Forefather, let me ask you a personal question, and you can choose not to answer. Has any woman that you've ever dated or been in a relationship with or married to ever used wigs or weave, things of that nature?
Let me think. Funny enough, let me think about that again.
Mm-hmm.
Shall I tell you who's done it? Your mother. Your mother.
No. She said for somebody I've been in a relationship.
Yeah, like
in family. No. They have not. They've not. And that should tell you something.
Girlfriend, no.
No. I've not.
Okay, because same thing with me. No, I don't know.
I can't remember one. Not that I deliberately did it. It's not like
exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like, even if they chose to, I don't see why I would have a problem with
it. Look at that. I hope some people don't start saying that I was being selective. To be fair, I found our women beautiful even without. It didn't matter whether they had wig at all.
What about straight perm? What about straight perm?
Straight perm? No, I've not been. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but I can't remember it. No, I can't remember it.
Unfortunately, Forefather doesn't even look at women's hair.
He doesn't. I'm sure he doesn't.
Of course I do.
He has to think about it.
No, it's possible. It's actually quite possible.
You can just say, nah, never. Like, no, never.
A lot of women bend their hair, but it must be. Maybe I don't know, but I can't remember clearly. It's always possible now. You guys are trying to.
So, but when you see so this leads to my next question. When you see women with weaves or wigs, how does that make you feel? Does that make you feel like, I just want to snatch it off her head? Or
no, some of them are horrible looking, but that's their own preference. Listen, I don't care as long as for me, I look at it from the point of view of what is good for society. I tend to look at it on a macro level. I don't look at the individual. I think this pattern of behavior, we have to stem it because it's killing us from within.
Even if it makes them feel good and it's not harming anybody, really.
It is harming. That's the problem. If it wasn't, I don't care. It is because I grew up, like I said, being conditioned to appreciate a lighter skin, straight hair, European features. And it's not right. It's really terrible. If you grow up like that, you are from within. You have already destroyed you. You are destroying your own people from within. And if
I guess I can see where you're coming from.
You see, it's logical. No, some people.
No. I didn't say it's logical.
I said you are logical.
Okay. I can see this societal impact if that's what you're saying. But I'm looking on an individual basis, like are they harming anybody? It's like you're not wearing a dashiki, you're not wearing leaves around your waist. You're not there sitting there naked. You're wearing. What if women came down and said, "Well, if you really want to be Afrocentric, why don't you tie a sheepskin around your waist?" How's that going to sound?
Because I would say by wearing this, I'm not saying I'm white, but the other one is advertising your physical self as being European.
Well, I'll tell you this: a lot of Black Americans do have usually one of their talking points when they go against Africans, and they say. Actually, there's a video right now. What's this guy's name? Marquez Devon, or some Nigerian guy, and he was attacking. They're always attacking Nigerians. Like, why don't you wear your traditional clothes? Why are you running around?
Clothes are not natural.
I speak the truth.
Clothes don't go. You don't have children with clothes.
Let's see forefathers, because. What? When somebody think of what you're saying about wig and how it makes them look un-African, and you wear suit.
He came in the other day with a hoodie with it. Like he was.
Look at what he's wearing. Look at what he's wearing right now. Right now.
So you mean you can't tell the difference between Oh, sorry. You mean you can't tell the difference between your hair?
Hypocrisy is of different
wow. At that level, by that level, I shouldn't even speak English. I should not learn maths. I should not do anything because
you also criticize the lawyers that are wearing wig.
Right.
Oh, because the reason why I criticize the wig.
Look at the jacket you are putting on.
No, the jacket I'm putting. Okay, hold on. Are you telling me this jacket is only associated with British?
Okay,
I mean, is it African?
Those wigs are they associated only with white people? That's the question.
Yes, that's the problem. Yes, that is exactly the problem. It's something that comes naturally from the creator. That is on somebody's hair. They go and cut it off and put it on their hair.
You don't
and
even know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Let me finish. Now we are Paul.
You're talking about an aspect of it.
Right.
You're talking about human hair.
See,
right.
The original human hair that they cut from paper and trees is different. But when you just say extension, you're just talking about so many things I don't even know about.
Hear me out. There is no group in this world of 8 billion people that does this on an industrial scale as Black people. There is a reason why. So why? How can you explain that? We are the only one that does it at an industrial scale like this, and it's also financially costly for us too.
Yeah, but forefathers, that's what they
We don't even
like.
have money, and we're spending money for wigs.
That's what makes them feel good.
Look at the jacket you're wearing now. We are the only one
It makes them feel good.
The jacket is not natural. That is just something that can come and go. Your hair texture will remain the same. And that is a natural feature of you. That
mean? The way you put on your jacket and take it is the way they put on their wig and take it out.
No.
Which one is no?
Your jacket, are you telling me that our hair has changed from when they colonized us? The clothes have changed, but the hair remains the same.
They didn't change
the hair. Is natural.
They just put that is artificial. They put it, they take it out.
A lot of them try to use it to preserve their hair.
So let's say you are making a point. So you are going to go out every day. You have a business to run, but you carry some other person's signboard, some other company's signboard every day when you go out. What are the chances that you're going to succeed?
Well, what is the chances you're going to succeed if, let's say,
if you have your own business, you carry some other company's signboard every day to go and advertise them. What are the chances that your business will succeed?
Okay, so let me reverse it. What if the wig they're wearing is going to beautify them, enhance their looks, make them feel more confident, and make them more attractive to potential customers? How about that?
Yes. It might make them do that, but their child that will be born out of consummation, whatever you want to call it, that child will grow up seeing their mother wearing wig like that, thinking, oh, that's the best one. Tomorrow, that child will not want to marry somebody that is like his mother. He will seek the original copy. And we can see that. Black men do that all the time. We can see that happening.
Black men marry. Which? Whoa, hold on.
A lot of people black men marry white women. You know that, or foreign women meet.
Black men on the whole, whether successful, which is actually a subjective term, but whether successful financially or not, the way society grades it, black men actually do marry more black women on average.
Yes, because proximity. But in terms of the best ones, the richest ones, you'll be surprised from Michael Jackson.
Why not preference? Why did you say proximity?
No, I understand preferences too, but that preference is coming from somewhere. It's part of this mindset where we believe that our own features and whatever we call ourselves is inferior to the others. And that comes from this type of behavior. And you have to start stemming it and saying, you know what, my child, your look is as godly, as divine as any other. And you have to set a good example so that they too grow up and see their own fellow women and and treat them like divine people too. Why would
I don't even, you know what, honestly,
we keep saying that we don't value our own people.
I don't even think a lot of women, I know a lot of black women do wear these hair attachments, but I don't think, just thinking of all the women I know, I don't think a lot of them wear it as people say. Because I can think of like 50 women right now.
Are the ones that wear the most, the ones at the top. They wear it a lot.
Can we respect our women and leave the women out of this conversation?
What's the percentage?
This conversation.
Yeah.
If you go to Nigeria, it's quite alarming. If you go to the View now tomorrow, if they are showing it, you are going to see the chance that almost all of them are wearing it this week on the View.
But it doesn't really hurt anybody.
But sometimes they change it to African wig, and I don't have any issue with that. But if they keep wearing all those Vietnamese wig, I just feel like, and it's awful.
How do you even know the difference?
We should not appoint you as a wig police.
Yeah, how do you know the difference between Vietnamese and African?
There's a video online of Vietnamese.
Somebody's trying to tell us something.
Prophet have done a lot of research.
He's trying to tell us something.
There's a video of a Vietnamese child. Her hair is being cut off, and it looks like they are not very, very happy. And you know what worries me is that we are this poor and we are already taking other people's hair and putting on our head. What if we become rich? Are we going to be wearing their skulls?
It's just funny it's just funny when you make forefathers.
No, but it's awful though. We are wearing
forefathers. I'm not going to call them a hypocrite because I'm not going to be harsh on them. Forefathers. No. I said I'm not going to call you that. Because I think it's false nationalism. Sorry, Steph, that I cut you off.
How is it false?
pretend nationalism. Because you're choosing.
I really wish I was pretending. It takes me too much energy to pretend.
You're choosing what to be mad at. Like you're not mad at calling a judge. Look at how you dogs calling judge your lord.
I don't have any problem with that because that is a process, a legal process.
Dude, I will die before I call someone my lord.
No, but it's a court procedure. It's a court process.
I don't care. He'll have to charge me with
you don't even have to. I'm not even sure you have to.
He'll have to charge me with obstruction. I'm not calling him my lord.
Okay.
But I'm not going to fight women over their weaves either. So I don't know.
I don't think it's a legal requirement. So I don't think I've ever called a judge a lord myself because they will just ask me a question and I will just answer. That's what I do.
A young white judge, my lord.
Yeah, 29-year-old judge.
Hold on.
My lord.
You are full of what you are doing there. It's not the same thing at all.
My lord.
I've not done that before. What is wrong with you? That's a court proceeding. If I was a judge, they will call me my lord too. If I was a judge in that court, they will call me my lord too. So it's not race-based, but colonial master is race-based. I've never seen a black person being called colonial master before. Have you? It's race-based.
No, but that's different. You're changing the context. As if I speak the truth wasn't referring to an individual. He's talking about a country. Well, he's a colonial master. He wasn't talking about it. I keep on trying to remind you. It's not a context matter. He wasn't talking about individual.
Yeah, but he's referring to a country. Why not British? Is it not easier? Does that not sound easier? British.
Then why are you having issues with it? Exactly. That's why I said when you want.
Yeah, but why go through the trouble to call them?
No. This is the thing. I interchange them. Sometimes I say colonial master. Sometimes I say colonialist. Sometimes I say the British. Sometimes I say the white people. You know what I mean? So I guess at that point I said colonial master. But I don't think there's anything inherently
even that word. The word.
See, sorry, let me just add this. The woman I saw a South African man said during the apartheid time, they were being made to call the young Europeans, the young boys too. They were calling them masters. And I said, oh, this is really wrong. I started thinking about that. This is quite bad. You know, you are conditioning these people the young people to even think that they are masters of these grown men. And these grown men, young people masters in front of their own children.
The thing is.
I mean, I get what you're saying.
What it is, there's so wait, guys. There's so little understanding. Do you know? My three brothers and I, when we were here, on our names when we were in primary school, we all had master before our names. All of us, Master Olusoji Adamo. That's who I was, and it meant a junior pupil. That's what it meant. These words have different connotations. This is English. It's English language. You're not. Why don't I?
I agree with you. People get master's degree all the time. So I hear what you are saying.
Exactly. There are all these levels.
Steph does not have a master's degree. People say Steph has a colonial degree.
Why don't you just call us slaves then? Why don't you just call us slaves? Please go ahead, Ike. Go ahead.
The English language you are speaking now, is it not your colonial master's language? Is it your language?
Are you trying to trigger me?
No, but
you are calling a man masters.
You're already highly triggered now.
I'm just asking you a question. The English language you are speaking now, is it your language?
No, it's not my language.
Then, your colonial master that taught you how to speak it.
Pardon?
Your colonial master
language of who?
The language of the British.
of your colonial master.
I don't know why you see. Do you know if you go in front of them and call them colonial masters? Now you wonder why you are not that far removed from Tinubu. You are not that far removed from him. I'm sorry. Because if you are still thinking like that, then clearly he is fulfilling the way you think. These actions is fulfilling the kind of mindset you have. Because how can you expect him to liberate himself from these people when you have not even liberated yourself?
Forefathers. I should expect that by now that you live in London, that when somebody speaks English to you in London, you speak your language from River State. Because you said you are from River State. You should have been speaking your local language.
No, I know my local language and I know their language, so I have an advantage over them. So
no. What I'm saying is that you should be having conversation in your local language with a British man.
I know their language, I know my local language. So
Forefathers, this is just history. Between 1861 and 1960, they were the ones running the show. You can't change the history of that period. So when some people talk and make reference to that period, that's what it is. You can change it.
But you have to see it from the point of view, like somebody that has been abused by the abuser, and then when they come out of it, they still refer to the abuser with the kind of name the abuser gave them to call them. You are supposed to call that person an abuser.
What are you going
to call yourself
what is
slaves?
worse? What is worse?
Are you going to say we are still slaves?
I don't
You're not going to call us slaves.
I don't even
Okay. No, wait. What is worse, Forefather? Is it worse for the people that you have learned from this level? What is worse? Is it worse for a black man calling himself a nigger, or for somebody referring in correct connotation as to the historical fact as to the word master? What's worse?
I think the master one is worse.
Okay.
So the reason why I say it because the master one implies slave, while the other one just implied derogative this the language at worst.
Quick question. So if a white man called you the N word, if a white man called you the N word, you're gonna be fine with it.
You are just making it to us.
If you call me the N word versus slave, which one is worse? Which one is worse?
The N word is worse.
Slave is worse. How can you say N word is worse? Slave is worse.
It's more derogatory.
Both are bad, but slave is worse.
I don't know. I think N-word will cause a lot of problems.
N-word is just if like they can call a Pakistani the Pakistani this is a Paki word. It doesn't take it's a derogative term. But calling the Pakistani a slave is worse.
Quick question.
Especially if there is some truth to it to an extent. Sorry, man.
I see Forefather Jago, you guys have been here since morning. I wanted to ask if you guys have eaten. I wanted to
we have not. Jago has got stamina today.
I wanted to see.
Forefathers ran off a few times. I think he went to eat.
Yeah.
Got stamina.
You might get to chuckle. I don't chuckle. I don't chuckle. I don't chuckle yam. You know yam with correct egg stew. Almost with plantain.
I have. It's quite healthy not to eat for that long anyway. It's not.
It's good to fast. It's good to fast actually.
So you guys don't have any other good topic? You are discussing your.
Let me share this one.
Hey, why?
I'm just asking you. I'm asking for a friend that is watching this.
You said you want to share what? Is Forefathers frozen?
I'm not frozen. No, I'm not.
Oh, you said you wanted to share something, right?
Yeah, I wanted to share something. I'm looking for a video that I just saw. It's quite interesting. It's from Nigeria.
I hope it's not.
I don't know whether I've managed to close it off again. No. Okay, that's it. Let me just play it quickly.
Goes. And let's take you to Abuja, where the federal government is ramping up indigenous production of military hardware to enhance the firepower and mobility of Nigerian security forces in combating terrorism, banditry, and other threats to national security. In about 8 months, they will begin producing gunpowder. Tifonesian reports.
Nigeria's persistent security challenges continue to place enormous pressure on the armed forces and other security agencies. From insurgency to kidnapping and rural banditry, the demand for reliable weapons, ammunition, and surveillance technology has grown. But the federal government says it is now closing that gap through local production.
Mandates under the new DACON Act 2023, which empowers the corporation to operate as a modern defense manufacturing entity, regulate the defense industrial sector, promote research and development, and engage domestic and foreign partners to advance sustainable defense capability and technology transfer within and outside Nigeria.
The move is expected to reduce dependence on foreign suppliers.
Out, so it doesn't go too long.
There's our propaganda.
No. They actually are doing it. I saw the Daikon guns. I mentioned it in the comments even last week. I said it. No, they made.
You see them? Is it just a prototype, or are they manufacturing it in?
No, they're manufactured in Nigeria. It's a Nigerian. It's a local made assault rifle.
I said it's in 8 months.
No, they'll start making gunpowder
like a long time,
in 8 months. But the rifle itself, they've made sniper rifles, they've made shotguns, they've made assault rifles. Yeah. They call them Daikon, OBJ something. They gave them all this funny name.
But by the way, I know that Nigerians do produce those things in the past.
Right.
So what happened?
Nigeria
They
happened.
never really manufactured it. They just make prototypes all the time.
No,
they
Nigeria
don't
do manufacture in the past. No, they do.
They used to, eh?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Good
It's a shame.
manufacturing as well.
What type of rifles do Nigerians have? I've not seen the kind of like guns that they own.
No, mostly Russian era AK-47. They tried using the AR-15s, but America didn't
Everything
supply
I
it.
see in Nigeria, it's sometimes what gives me this paranoia is that everything I see in Nigeria just reflects what has already happened in the last 100 years. Like the Benin Kingdom were manufacturing guns and all the rest, but it wasn't exactly the way the British made it. The British one was superior, and that's how I feel like with this Decon one. Until they start making something, okay, it's not so bad what I'm looking at, but they need to make something really compelling.
So you see, right? Yeah, like, it looks good. I don't know how effective it is.
Because if it was effective, they would be arming our soldiers like crazy now. Because if you are manufacturing, you can make
that one. They will fire the thing once. The whole thing will just disintegrate in your hand.
Nah, I don't think so. It'll go through testing. They're gonna test it. We'll know. Like in the future, I say give it 2 years. We'll know how good it is.
We'll know how many that ends up in the hands of the terrorists.
That's the problem. That's what I was thinking. Like they're gonna end up giving all of this to Boko Haram.
Can I ask you all, what is the scenario? Because we know before now the Western, let's put it, the Western powers and maybe even Eastern powers, India and all of them, they don't want Nigeria to see progress. Maybe they prefer black people to remain poor. Let's put it that way.
Right.
But is there any scenario? What kind of scenario can you foresee whereby we don't have to confront any of them, but we emerge, become industrialized, become secure, like we are manufacturing these weapons, we start manufacturing our own things to the point whereby we even have our own missiles and everything. What scenario is going to allow us to get there without any real trouble with any of them?
They need to fight each other as usual.
Then that's fine.
They will, and eventually they will fight each other. They're always fighting. It's their nature.
They didn't fight the Chinese.
No. When I say each other, I mean the Caucasian, the European. Remember, I asked you a question one time, and me, you, and Jide went round and round because you would not agree that the probability of a world war starting in West Africa was lower than it happening in Europe, if you remember. They're going to fight. It's their nature. They're wild. So at some point, they're going to fight. They're going to destroy each other, and hopefully somehow we stay out of it.
I worry that the worst wars are going to happen here. That CIA guy that was online is saying that the Third World War to an extent has already started, and the way they are fighting is through proxy wars. And maybe that's what Trump is looking for. We think it's after Nigeria, or maybe it's after the Sahel nations.
It's a lot of things. I think with people like Trump, they want to reset the world economy. That's one. Then they want
That's
to.
it.
That's it. And in the process, they also have to restart the world hegemony, the governments. They want to be. They have to be the lone superpower, meaning us, the United States. And then they have to continue the old world order while moving into a new one where they
It
have
looks
no
like
challenges.
they are preparing for more war. This Ukraine war may not end, anytime soon. Because they don't seem like they are ramping down. They are not ramping down. They just keep ramping up. And
It
the
would
defense
end.
expert the other day,
The one's got to be.
not anytime soon.
Sorry.
That's what one analyst. I think she did the research as a kind of PhD. She said the West is weaponizing, and the way they are sounding, the culture that they have within there, they are not like people that are looking to ram down, because they feel if they ram down, they are dead. That, according to her, that they feel
But
like
you know what I also think? If they're not careful, this is the West I'm saying. And I think they can see too. If they're not careful, it is not external skirmishes that will be the bane of their existence. It is what can possibly happen within those societies. So the United Yes. So, and I know they're worried. So this is why the powers that be, you can see they're ramping up. We need a common enemy. They're choosing Islam. Oh, the Muslims, they got to go back. They got to go back. It's like here, it's not working as well as they
No,
want.
man. Hear this, brother. Hear this. 3 million people signed the ID, no digital ID thing.
Right.
And then we've come out. There was a lot of march going out that we're not doing this. What I'm happy about in the UK is that people have finally woken up to what's going on around them. After that COVID thing and the lies of COVID, a lot of people keep their belief about what COVID was. But so many people have understood that COVID was a heist. It was a test, a global test. And
To
in
see
England,
conformity.
they've got their eye on it. Yeah. So as they've got the eye on it, things have been happening in the British politics that are telling them that, look, all this is madness. When they looked at what was going on in Israel and Palestine, the amount of people that had changed their mind from supporting Israel to now supporting Palestine, because it's too blatant what they're doing. It's like so obvious. Do you know what I mean? So what you just said is accurate. It's accurate.
But
That's
see,
what's happening.
with regards to the publicity surrounding Palestine and Israel, so what they've now done is with social media, for example, if you ask Grok, right? First of all, they've changed the algorithm, so you barely see anything about Gaza anymore. So what you see, if you talk about Gaza too much, they shut your accounts. Whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitter, Instagram, they'll just shut your account. So they're censoring it. Now, what they've started doing is boosting anti-Islamic rhetoric. And one of the ways they tried to get the world was try to say there was a Christian genocide in Nigeria. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't. I'm just saying
Nigeria.
Abnormally, there was all this focus on Nigeria, like everywhere you turn. Nobody spoke about Gaza anymore. And if you spoke about Gaza, you were shadow banned. So you would think people were seeing your comments, but if you ask someone sitting next to you, they'll be like, I can't see anything you wrote. And they were doing it. You couldn't retweet postings on Gaza, postings on IDF atrocities. And they started, now you go, it's like crazy. You go on and it's like all these bots, and they found out, okay, so this is what Elon Musk did, right? So Elon Musk is a very crafty individual. What he did was he now updated a feature on Twitter, X, that some people call it, whereby your location was going to be shown. It exposed your location. It's still on now. They shut it down for a bit, but it's still on. Guess what? Homeland Security, the United States, the account was being run in Israel, in Tel Aviv. most of these bots that would, most of these people that were Israel first and American and this, about 70-something% of them, guess where they were from? Don't guess too long, Nigeria. So millions of people were being paid in Nigeria, India, Pakistan to pretend to be Israelis or Americans or white nationalists or Christian evangelicals, and they'll give them talking points, excuse me, and they were propagating it. So you would see it and you would think, oh, wow, look at what's going on. But no, they were cheating the algorithm. And what New York State did, they busted a bot farm in, I think, the Bronx. And just one apartment had more than, I think, 50,000 SIM cards that they were operating at the same time, just fooling the algorithm and just, you know, distorting what information. So in essence, people just need to be careful. People have to use discernment. Whatever you see on the internet, be careful, because there's a lot of game playing going on by the governments, by interest invested parties. For example, yesterday or 2 days ago, did you know that Campbell soup, I don't know, I think you guys should have it in England.
Yep.
Campbell soup.
Yep. Yep. Never eat Campbell.
We found out that the meat is really not meat. It's 3D printed.
No, it's not. That's
It was
right.
not. Yes, it was the president of the CEO of Campbell Soup himself that was caught saying that on audio. He didn't know he was being recorded. So it's a lot of nonsense. Like they really poison.
What do you mean by 3D meat?
Man, you're gonna have to check it out yourself. They printed the meat. So it's not real meat. It's just, I don't know how to explain. I'm not gonna pretend. I just know it's killing us.
I know there are lab manufactured meats. They do
3D printed meat. Bread, a lot of bread, a lot of McDonald's food. So
have you not noticed
even with what we're eating.
Have you not noticed? When I was in Spain, I noticed this. We went on holiday for about 2 months. We were away. When we came back, the bread was still fresh.
Was still good. I had an apple here one time for like 8 months, like 7
I just throw it out immediately and never buy that brand
like
again.
8 months. They never went back.
You know, if you eat McDonald's or any fast food meat, you're eating human flesh.
Yes, I was about to say that.
You're eating human flesh.
A lot. They tested them, and a lot of them had human flesh. So it's like, what is going on in the world today?
What do you mean by human flesh?
It's gone upside down, man.
They tested a lot of the meats.
It's no longer 3D meat.
There's 3D meat. That's on one side. A lot of the beef that they use for the patties, for the burgers, it tested positive for human meat.
Can I share a video?
Don't let Mr. Steph to collapse. So.
No,
Stuff like the hell. I just had a Big Mac.
I'm not even a meat person.
Can we? Okay, let me ask people. Let me thank Madam Tokbe. Madam Tokbe, thank you for the donation, and we truly appreciate it, even if it was just to. I can take one for the team. It's all good. Colonial Masters. That's $10 here for Colonial Masters. Another $10 for Colonial Masters. Another $10 for Colonial Masters. Another $10 for Colonial Masters. Then $20 for Colonial Masters. Then Eccentricas. Thank you for the donation, $5. I really appreciate it. It's funny, all the 2 people that donated today, they were against me, but it's all right. It's all good for the
which
channel.
one is better?
I preferred Tokbe's one. Tokbe's one is way better. I guess I shouldn't be preparing actually, because I said they got donated first. There's no better one. I think Senegal
No,
donated
what I mean
first.
is that these people who can send their money at whatever level, they're good people, brother. I'm telling you.
I think you are right. You are probably more correct than I am on that one. I appreciate that one. Thank you all for the donation. And all right, let me see. You guys be there with me because this video, I think maybe we should take maybe 6 minutes of it or so about what is going on. And this lady, from what I gather, she's doing a PhD research and she's researching what is going on. Let me just play so you guys can hear it.
And a prolific analyst online. She's in the process right now of publishing a 3-part series on the fundaments of the Western power projection system, arguing that the West, in fact, is not at all retreating, but just reconstituting its fighting techniques. Part 1 of her series is called Weaponizing Time, Elite Anxiety and the Fight for a Closing Window. And the second part that is out since a couple of days is called Weaponizing Time, the Global Operating System of Western Power. This is what we want to discuss today. So Nell, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for having me back again. Thank you.
Very happy to talk to you again because like both of these articles I think are very much worth reading because you figure you combine a couple of strains of information which I think are very important, and your main argument is very, very important to consider because right now in our part of the blogosphere, ecosphere, the commentariat, it's commonplace to say like the West is going down, the West is collapsing, but you're saying like not so quick. I mean what's actually happening is that they're reconstituting themselves. Can you maybe lay out your arguments, especially of the first article, for us?
Yes. So in Weaponizing Time, part 1, I talk about, you could say, the conceptual, the theoretical background of this concept that the West is restructuring what they are doing in terms of how they will deal with what they consider rising great powers. And it's not exactly just about the West, like a monolithic civilization, but it's about specifically Western, or let's call them transatlantic elites, power elites, ruling strata, that are really seeing, or they are perceiving that countries like Russia, like China, Iran, and so on, they are finding a way to develop themselves economically, technologically, life standards, quality, militarily, of course, and so on. And they are seeing that if this continues, then they will lose their role in the world order, so to speak, as it was in the last 30, 50 years. So they will lose this role. On the one hand, one could say a symbolical role of being at the apex, at a superior place, but also the material role, so to speak, which means the access to resources, to have control over the financial world, over technology, to have technology, an edge in technological development, and so on. So they are seeing these developments, and their reaction is not to say, okay, how can we cooperate, coexist, maybe have what the Chinese government calls the win-win situations, and so on. No, that's not their approach. Their idea is to say, okay, how can we keep our superior or role, our unipolarity, our primacy intact in the world, in our countries, and so on. So, and what I say in this part 1, what I try to explain is that this idea or this reaction doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from history or historical development, from colonial times, so to speak. This idea that there was a standard of civilization, and the West, the Europeans specifically, were on top. They had superior or hyper sovereignty, which means they can not only decide about what their own country's policies are, but they can also decide or influence, manipulate other countries, nations, how they want. And in this standard of civilization, they also had this idea of yellow peoples, black, and so on. And that there were some that could be civilized or brought into civilization and develop like the West does, but not too much. They still had to be contained. And if this process of modernization, so in a way, cultural assimilation didn't work out, then they would even actively wage war against any resistance, or even, which we know happens and still happens, carry out extermination, genocides, and so on. So this is like the ideological backbone of today's reaction. So today's reaction works exactly with this kind of thinking. And one could say, well, what's the proof in it? If one reads these documents from Army War College, NATO Foresight Division, and so on, Rand Corporation, Institute for Security Studies, so on and so on. They use a language, I would even say specifically in NATO and the US Military Intelligence and Security Division documents or sections, they use a language where they say, okay, even there's one specific that I highlight in the part 1 article. It is called, well, it's about Russia. It's about like thinking about what will the country of Russia do in terms of the military going forward. It was written in 2020. So there's a very specific paragraph that talks about, well, we miscalculated. We through our worldview, we thought Russia was European. That's what they write. But after the fall of the Soviet Union, they didn't. Well, I don't think they say they didn't act like we wanted, but it's practically the gist.
Yeah, they did not develop the expected path, which is the European path. They developed into a highly hostile something.
Yeah, and what's the worst? Then they say then they don't classify Russia. They say, oh well, they are Russia. That's that. No, they say so. They are actually a nation apart from Western Europe. They are Eurasian, which means they are something apart, something different. And then in this document, which is from a military intelligence division of the U.S. military, they say, well, this actually means nations like Russia and China, they don't understand concept of peace, of rationality, of order, which means everything they are doing right now, they aren't doing in terms of peace. No, this is war, and we need to respond in the same manner. And all the documents, almost all documents I look at, also in part 2, have exactly this same lens. So.
This is so important, and I think this is why your research speaks so much also to me when I read it, because you also argue that the language deployed gives us a window into the mentality of these people, and the mentality is what then shapes the way how they approach even geopolitics. And what you're outlining is that at the heart, at the core of this conceptual analysis of the people that you look at is still a racialized and spatialized discourse about who's good and who's bad. And good is basically Europe, Western Europe, and North America, because they're enlightened, they understand peace and war and what's right and what's wrong. And the others, the heathens, they don't. And the only language the heathens understand is force. Therefore, we need to gear to protect our values against, well, as Mr. Borrell said, the outside of the garden, against the jungle. And this is so sick. It's sick, but it's also sick because it is deep ingrained in these people. And of course, they would never say yes to this. They would forcefully deny all of that. But if you read the way that these papers are structured, which is what you did, you get a very, very clear sense for how deeply ingrained this colonial mentality still is within those circles. Now, can you elaborate on that a little bit? Give us a couple of more examples also, what you found also from, let's say, the NATO side or the think tanks that you try to analyze.
Yeah, of course. So what I would also add, I added it at the beginning, is that it's not only about it's not only about that they say, okay, these are the barbarians and we are the enlightened West. It's also, even though again in this case they don't say it out loud, they don't write it, but it's about saying, okay, we functional or power elite, we the ruling class of the West are the enlightened ones, because this will become important as we talk about militarization, for example. In their own countries, they are also not looking at the interests of their citizens.
They look down on noble citizens, right? Noble citizens are those who need to be protected from wrong ideas. So obviously, we the elite have the right ideas. But sorry, let's one by one.
Yeah, but this is the way they seem to think, at least. So in the other documents I looked at, for example, in NATO, what I found I was a bit really surprised. So they have a division that is called NATO Strategic Foresight Division, which is part of the NATO Elite Command Transformation. So they have a document about analyzing what will happen in the future. I actually don't talk about it just a little bit, I think, in part 2. So, and what they're basically saying is right now there is a pervasive competition unfolding, spreading across all domains at all times, everywhere. When they say pervasive competition, they don't mean in economic terms or just in development terms. No. What they actually mean, and this then ties back to the U.S. military doctrines document, is in the, let's say, in the doctrines that the U.S. military has laid out in the 2020s, they state competition now means the gray zone, hybrid warfare, which means, and when they say all domains, they mean that every domain from financial, technological, military, even cultural, social, cognitive, everything is part of this warfare, of these operations that are carried out according to the U.S. military against the U.S., for example, according to the European Union against the European Union, and so on. And it's coming specifically from Russia, from China, and so on. And what I also
think I should stop it here because it's gone on long enough. I think we get the gist of what she's saying. That the idea was to just show that people that look into this found that they are not ramping down, they are ramping up, and everything is war to them. Even this in culture and everything, they are using it as a form of they say war. So that is the situation we are facing anyway, and that's why I thought I should just share it so that viewers can see and hear for themselves what is going on out there. At least have a peep over the fence and try to hear what is going on the other side. Because sometimes we talk about these things on our own side and we get bogged down with some of the low level, discussion that we discussed. But while other people are planning like way ahead. this thing of us. And the language she's using, she's talking about genocide. That they are willing to do that in the kind of mindset that they've got right now. You were saying?
Do you think that we have low-level discussions on this subject? Because I reckon that there are at least 3 or 4 people on this channel who have warned seriously about this type of war. That's why I believe that we don't listen to each other. We've said it. I've said it. I know I've said it. Numerous times.
I have said it too. I have said it. It's good to hear it too, so that
yeah,
viewers
I believe you have. I believe you have.
To hear
But
from
you know
them.
the sad thing?
I believe you have.
Most Nigerians, I'd say, if we have 250 million people in Nigeria, I'm just approximating, I'd say 225 million or 240 million will think you're crazy if you brought this up.
Yes. They
They'll
will
be
not
like,
understand.
what? Yeah, but why would the white man harm us? They want to save us. Look at Trump. Trump wants to come save us. What do you mean they want to? They want to
I
kill
would
us?
hope that's not the case.
I'm telling you. You see it
You
online.
know
You
what?
see?
What I'll find. No, you're right. You're right. But what I'll find, what I do generally find crazy, is because Nigeria is a Muslim Christian country. If they're reading their book, it's there, for God's sake. That's where I got it from. I got it from when I was 14 years old. I read the thing twice, and it's blatant. The way I read it, it was so shocking that this is here. And then what happened to me is that I started to see subliminals. Freaking me out in London at
It's
14 years
everywhere.
old.
It's everywhere.
It's
And
everywhere.
If you listen to the
If you don't
discussion,
have to look.
you see that how these people think, they think ahead. Man, our
No,
people, we are too reactive.
They're very smart. You got to give it to the white man. The white man is crafty.
Yeah.
And he's very intelligent. He knows how to fool people. I'll tell you something. There's a guy, his name is, I think, Mark Anthony or Mark Richards or something like that. This guy actually quoted him today. I think it was Dexter. And he said, oh, you know that guy that goes at Renoa Mokri, and he was a mayor, and he was in the army. When this guy speaks on the internet, you can hear the condescending tone.
Mike Arnold. Is it Mike Arnold?
Yes. Yes, that's him. Michael. Yes. He's so condescending, and you could tell that if I saw this guy on a dark and walking towards a dark alley, I'm not a small dude, but I'll try to avoid him because I'll say this guy does not like black people. And the way he speaks, he was actually convincing Nigerians. And they were falling for it, that Trump should come in. It's like, we're all Christians. You're my Christian brothers. You're my Christian sisters. And this is this. And we're going to fight the Islamists. And we're going to fight. And you see them all saying, and he was one of the first people that started propagating and encouraging the invasion of America into Nigeria. And you see tens of thousands of people acquiescing to every crazy nonsense he was saying.
Why are we surprised when Obasanjo is siding with them?
So there was a lot of them they put out like that, and you're like, how are you people falling for this? And we're not saying Nigeria does not have a problem, but if you think that an American white man, a conservative, considering what they do to us in this country and what they've done for almost 500 years, you think they care about you in Africa? I got an ice bridge in the Sahara to sell you for $2.
They don't
Nigeria.
Isn't that what that lady said? They just group people, and even when they are grouping China, like they have China is backward. You just show the way they think. They don't believe that, but they would rather think that way because they know they want to fight them. They don't want to.
They're coming to, and we trying to like they're coming to kill you. They're gonna come. They don't care. These people, most of them don't even believe in God. They come to kill you. They don't.
It's that word genocide. It's been used. South Africa. This is why I really have to salute South Africa for just bringing them through the court, regardless of their power. What we are seeing in Israel, in Palestine, is direct genocide. They brought them through the court. I have to salute them. People will think that it's a small thing that they're there. Oh, you're making terrible. There was so much strange complaint. I'm thinking, you people are so stupid. I can't help. I hate using that word for my people, but what else am I going to do? It looks like damn stupidity to me. Why didn't the rest of Africa back South Africa? Why did they leave them on their own? Why did they leave? Because
they're all scared. They threaten them.
Why did we leave? Wait, please. Why did we leave Libya by itself? Why did we do that to him?
Because the average black African,
they have no power.
It's not about scared. It's not about scared.
They are scared.
I'm sorry to say, the average black African is what you were preaching against with the wigs on how they look at themselves. The average black African is subservient. He has an inferiority complex compared to the white man. He can be cowardly, and he is, pardon me, but I mean this actually with all disrespect, he could be a big coon. So a lot of them don't, and I think also it goes back to first religion. That's first. They brainwashed them with Christianity. That's one. Two, a lot of them have never experienced racism. Even if racism was happening to them, they wouldn't understand it. They wouldn't even know. I mean, you have Chinese people slapping flames out of Nigerians right there in Nigeria. You see Lebanese really beating the crap out of them on the internet, beating them up at work, and they just run around. But I guarantee you, if any one of us on here was to try to hit them, they'll fight back. So
go on.
Yeah, so basically that's just it. The average, let's speak of Nigerians. Most Nigerians, like forefathers were saying earlier, have been brainwashed to think the lighter you are, especially if the person is white or mixed or of a different ethnicity, racial group, that they are superior to them. So if those people bark, they go in a fetal position. This is why you see and it's not just the ordinary poor citizens. It goes all the way to the top. I mean, look at Nuhu Ribadu the other day, basically cowering and begging U.S. officials, please help me. We want to just eat egg and our children go to school too. See what I'm saying? So
I was shocked.
But that's just the mentality. This is why I always say education matters. I know people, well, me and forefathers go at it, but this is why I say, because Nigerians don't have pride in themselves and they don't realize it. Most black people don't have pride in themselves when it comes to.
Is it not racial pride? They have their own.
When it comes to outside forces, yes, exactly. So that's what I was saying. So they have no pride in themselves, you know. And until they start looking at themselves as the best thing since sliced bread, nothing is gonna change.
It has to be earned now. You have to kind of show that you can stand on par with them. If you can't, then they will ensure you are nobody, because you are nobody to them.
And there are Nigerians. Let me. Can I please quickly?
Yes, sir.
There are Nigerians who have great pride and great philosophy
great minds, and they stand up for themselves. Very, very. There are Nigerians like this. My father was very, when we were here back in the 60s, my dad was like the only black man in the whole manor, in the whole area. You understand? My mother, they met here, my parents. My mother was in West London living a king's life. My mother's side was quite wealthy. My dad was here, you know, sweating and studying and making sure. As things move on, we understand what it is to be black. I was quick to understand what it was because of my parents and what they went through. A friend of mine, Onu, just came back from Nigeria about a week ago now. When he was there, he actually phoned me and complained about this, and he spoke about it when he's back. He said, there's a Chinese guy who owns some kind of shop, jewelry shop there in Abuja there. The Chinese guy speaks no English, no Yoruba, no Hausa, no Nigerian language. But the people who work for him, who are all Nigerian, all of them speak Chinese. And he was the one who taught them how to speak Chinese. That's the kind of below par that Nigerian governments are allowing in their country. They're not asking them to speak not even English, not even Pidgin. They're speaking hardcore Cantonese.
Mandarin.
That's us. Now, it's not to say that these people haven't learned a new skill, but it's not their country. It's not their country to be teaching anyone Chinese. You need to learn how to speak hardcore Igbo with the rest of us.
I've seen a few of them that can speak Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, you know.
No, there are those. I'm just saying that there are those who don't bother. They don't even bother with it.
Gentlemen, I have to round up. We've done almost 11 hours, and I think that is quite a marathon for this period of time. It's not even election season yet. Election season, what are we going to be doing? 18 hours each. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. Jagun, your stamina today has been, you know, it's not like you kept quiet, you kept talking.
I need an apology. You're talking stamina. Give me my apology, Joe. You just treated me anyhow.
Apology. You that is giving as much as you are giving more than you get. What are we saying?
To the people sorry for I'm going to say 30 seconds. To the people in the comments, the only reason I generalized was to keep it in context. This is why at first when I started, I presumed a population number. Then I said, based on this, you know, maybe 20%. I'm not saying every single Nigerian. I'm just saying the overwhelming majority are like that.
Yeah, thank you. One brain cell, appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. So good. And AY, as always, you are always welcome here.
We don't even know why AY came. Just to make two jokes. The only way to jokes.
Get to show his face.
Allow me to speak.
Fine boy, AY.
You know I don't like
it. Fine boy, AY.
No, really, AY is represented to a nationalist here. And intellectual, except you are talking about Islam, currency out of Islam discussion. It's all good. See, a Black BT, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. And Tokwe, as always, appreciate you for the donations and the contributions and everybody.
You didn't appreciate Steph.
Yeah, Steph. No, I did actually.
Okay, Forefather. I know now. Forefather.
Long time. No, maybe I didn't. Maybe I missed him. Sorry. Steph, thank you for joining us, and I truly appreciate it. I wish you were joining us a bit more. You know, so because your wisdom is often.
Definitely become fed up with us, so we don't drop us for dustbin.
That's life. Now life happens. Well, more important is came up now. So of course. To be fair, this is not political season. When political season come up, I think people are going to pay more attention to what is going on the ground. I mean, all right. So Alaba, I see you there. Alaba is always very angry. I see you. Thank you for joining us. And Dan Azaya, thank you for joining us. Dan Azaya, Dang 8972. And besides, you know, when I talk about we, it's not because I'm saying we people are evil or anything. You have to advertise for your own business. Don't advertise for other people. They can advertise for themselves just fine. Boom Ray, Thank you for joining us, Queen TA. Queen TA, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. I've never heard Queen TA say one good thing about me before. Maybe when there was one day I was calling out Northerners. She was okay. Thank you.
But forefathers, though. So sorry, let me ask you. Why do you always take pro Russian Chinese stance against I'm coming against the Western ideology, and you are living in the Western country? Do you really think that those people care about you more?
Okay, you just had
an
analyst.
Can I go for them? Because I'm
sorry. You just had an analyst say that.
No, forget about that. Analyst is just one person. He's not better than you or Jago. She's just talking about her perspective.
No, on research, based on research, information she's gathered. She's doing her PhD on it. So for her the point is that she's saying that they think about it like, but yet they come to us. In other words, me being here, just like BPs in Nigeria and all the, so that's the closest to what I can describe myself being here for. If I didn't have any interest being here, I would be in Nigeria straight. And you can't have an advantage and give it up. They came to Nigeria for a reason, to get an advantage. The British, they came to Nigeria for that reason. And so, like the truth is that even when I said it in front of them, I said, if those immigrants were not coming to their country, Nigerians were not made to come to their country or incentivized to come to their countries, Nigeria will be more developed right now. You see that? So what they are doing, they are gaining from it.
What I'm saying is, if you, because most times when you make your argument, it's as if you would want prefer those civilizations to overtake the Western civilization. Because
no, it's about balance. It's about balance.
Can I attempt?
No, sorry.
Can I attempt an answer, please?
I think I missed answering it the first time. I think it's a fair point. Let me take it again. I didn't answer that part of the question because when he said, it feels like I prefer them. The reason why that is because I grew up preferring the West, only to discover that because I prefer them so much, they are now locked into making sure that we never develop. And I grew up throughout my life and seeing our country go backward, and they were our best friend. If you look at what happened in COVID-19, they gave themselves $17 trillion of loans. $17 trillion, barely anything for Africa at all. So you can now see the pattern that clearly
the little that was given to Africa. Do you hear how it was embezzled?
How much was given?
No, you've got to give me my chance. You've got to give me my chance before you close the show. See, I like my brother.
When we make such narratives, we sometimes exonerate ourselves from the problem.
Blaming, but
they are our problem. We are not part of the problem.
You see, you are now defending them again.
Allow me to try.
We are defending them.
Allow me to try and help.
When the West do it, you are defending them.
For me,
listen, I'm defending them because if you put them and put the people that I'm talking about, I will defend them. I will take them because that's where I am. And
I understand. No, we have to understand him. It's a fair question.
Those people didn't kill your forefathers. They didn't colonize you. They didn't enslave people. But you would rather defend the ones that did. Ensure that your people remain poor.
Let me tell you.
But if you're not hypocritical, you shouldn't
living here is neither here or there.
You're not giving me a chance, bro. He's giving you. Thank you. I don't mean to cut anybody off. The show's about to close, and I think it's a very important question. In this world that we're living in today, we really have to understand what is going on in the world and how we as a people are impacted. Now, we've already suffered 400 years to 500 years of them lying to us. What I have found out from a young man in this country, I've seen how conniving the Oyinbo man is in Europe. I've seen that they can lie at any point. I've seen that they can bring you into deep trust and lie in front of your face and just look at you there whilst they're lying. You won't even believe what they can do. They'll take you as a friend, a deep friend. This is our personal one-to-one level. I'm not a hater of Oyinbo at all. Me, I like women a lot. And I've chopped all of them down, if you understand me. Whereby, you know how wicked a woman is. And when I say that, I don't mean all women are wicked. I mean, women have a certain power over a man, and that is the lust thing. So I've been there with all women around the world. So what I realize is that women also tell a lot of truth. And I've seen how the hearts of women, or Oyinbo women, can be won by any black man. But the heart of a white man, bruh, you can't get close to it because it's hardly like he has one. Now, in my experience, in my life's experience, I've dealt with Russians, Chinese, Japanese. The Chinese and Japanese are people that you think at times they don't have heart or spirit, but they are deeply, they're more like us than they are like the Oyinbo, much more. And the more that they know us, the more that they actually realize it. They live in family structures. They have a certain way of living. These people here, they don't believe in anything. They don't have any God or gods. They don't. They have a different way of belief, completely. So that's where I begin in terms of how I know not to trust them. Then when I read what's in their plan for us, the Chinese and Russians have no such plan. They don't really know what they don't have such plan. They don't have plan to take over the whole world. The Oyimbos, they've had that plan for more than 500 years. We, unfortunately, who are black, we've discussed it here today that these people do not like us. However, we love them for some reason. And that is a spell. That's a spell that we have to get out of. And I'm afraid that there are too many of us black people around the world that are under this spell.
I can't believe you're saying that. And we just had. I can't believe you're saying that because you're defending the other one.
Well, you should know me better now. You should know me better.
I know. That's what surprised me. But Steph now is talking about defending them. Nobody is saying that if they mean well for you, you should not defend them. But if they mean harm for you, why would you defend them? Is that logical? If they mean you harm, even they will hate you. If you it's like a dog or an animal, you want to kill it. The animal say, take my neck.
And you know what? Me, I don't hate them more.
I'm not sure I just love us. This one is
I just love us more. I don't hate them. I love us more. And I believe that we are the actual owners of this whole space.
I'm with them everywhere now. I'm with them everywhere. So I don't hate any people in this world in reality. The only culture I would say I hate is the Indian culture that is caste-based system in terms of a culture. But I don't even hate Indians themselves, in the individual human beings, because they could be nice. The ones that are bad, I will hate them, of course. You can't make me hate a human being. But you also have to know when they mean you harm. If somebody means you harm, it's common sense. You reject them. Because if you welcome them, you are inviting destruction to yourself, your children, and your family.
In the context of what you made reference to, that's where my second argument is coming on. Is that I am not going to be part of those people that is going to blame them for everything that has happened to us. Because I believe that every human being should be in the position to take some measure of responsibility for your plight.
Well said.
You can't have a power relationship with person when you feel like that person should provide solution to all your problems.
But sometimes I feel like what you are saying
is not really proper. Because
something
during the time of COVID-19, I agree with you. You know, they had more. I agree with you. They had more funding. They provide funding for themselves to cushion the effect. Fine and good. But does it remove the fact from the little that came to us as Africans? What did we do with it? People were at that period that the whole world is in desperate situation. You see people using the money, lock up warehouses, lock out the goods, and then embezzle the money.
What did you expect when the people are being starved? See, the way you blame the victim, this is what they call victim blamer.
What do you mean by victim blamer? See, it didn't happen.
Somebody's like, what did you do with the body? Like,
didn't it happen?
See,
Did
Chappelle
it not
said
happen, forefathers?
hold on now. It happened. See, it's like Chappelle. Chappelle said, it's like somebody, they will say, oh, that lady was raped. Like, what was she wearing? You know, that kind of stuff.
It's
That's the
not
kind
the
of stuff you're doing.
same. I'm talking
But
of
it's
how
the same.
wicked we are to ourselves.
You see, but that's your problem. You are
They
looking
showed
at the
us
wrong
wickedness
direction.
by giving us little. And when that little came
Oh
down,
my
what
God.
did we do with it?
Did
That's
you
the
ask
question.
how much they did with their own? So you expect us to be more righteous than anything else, like normal human beings. They too stole money. As a matter of fact, just in the last budget that the UK the Chancellor read, she talked about how the Tories were giving each other loans. People that don't have any experience in anything, they just give them contract money that this Labour government had to recover more than 500 million pounds from them. 500 million pounds is about almost $1 billion. 500 million pounds.
Okay.
So that is what we are talking about here.
Okay.
So
Is
sorry.
that justification? They did it, and you that is in UK.
You see what he's doing.
You have to
set a terrible example for us.
Was your life
This
negatively
is kind of
impacted?
that really frustrates me. And let me end the show because you are literally saying we that have little, you are blaming us for it too. You hate yourself. Let's face it. You hate your people because you are setting a terrible example. No, that's what it is. That first he said he's going to defend them, then he blames us even when they give us little. It's not fair. Yeah. That's why these people are the ones that argue that 1,000 soldiers should defend one person. It's tiring. I mean, one person, one soldier should defend 1,000 people. This you set terrible example for our people. And you expect
Can I talk?
It's not fair. Now, I need to end the show.
Can I talk?
Exhausted.
No, you will end the show, please. This is important. This is my brother Steph. This is our brother Steph. He's asking intelligent questions. He's not coming from a moronic point of.
He's not just asking. He's also
however,
said this
the question that what it is. Wait. What it is when the pain that you receive is from your own people. That thing is visceral. You can't even look past it. My mother is on that level right now. She can't look past the drudgery when she knows where she came from and the wealth that was in her family. Where we are now, it's like, well, look at this rubbish. Look at our whole surroundings, everything that we've built up, the whole legacy of our family is gone. Why should I like Nigeria? Why should I go right there? Yes, I built beautiful homes out there, but I can't even sell them to make it make sense in England. As beautiful as the homes are, they don't come up to any money that can do anything here in the UK. Can't do nothing. Nothing. What a man like Steph is going through is a deep thing where he's just saying, why are our people doing wickedness to our own people? Why is that all I've seen all my life? That's my
it doesn't mean
wait,
every time.
No,
So soon you
this
say,
is
oh, you
what-
got
this is
enslaved.
what-
Oh, what were you doing when you got enslaved? It's like sometimes bad things happen to people.
This
and
is
you
the
all-
question he's asking.
Surprised that
And in your question,
considered to you,
Steph,
it was wrong for them not to treat us equal during that period. And I find it disturbing that you can't even also in the same vein understand that it was bad for our people not to even take care of their own people at that period.
I also acknowledge that point.
No, you
but the
said
point that
because
you-
they also invested their
because
own. That
the
it's
reason
okay
why
for people to invest in their
you know
own.
why I don't like that, because I'm exhausted with Nigerians always picking on their own people. Like their people are always like, even when clearly the other side, because the context of the discussion is that why I'm not taking the side of the other people. Then I gave you a clear reason. Then your focus is still on your people.
No, my focus is on my people because I'm trying to remember where my focus is that we cannot be in a position where we cannot accept responsibility. That's the point I'm trying to make.
We accept
They are
responsibility,
back
of
to
course.
us, but we cannot be in a position whereby we cannot accept responsibility and believe that they are all our problem.
No,
That
nobody
we don't
said
love
that.
ourselves, that
No,
we
you
don't
have
care
to
for our people.
prioritize problems. You
That
have to
we don't
prioritize
place emphasis
problems.
on the dignity of human life in our own clime.
So if you are in a room now, you and somebody, they locked you in a room, you people are suffering, they didn't give you any food, and the people that locked you in that room, they are torturing people. Then when they bring a little bit of bread in there, and one person in that room, because they are hungry and starving, decides to eat it, then the person should be judged that, oh, why didn't you share it with the other person?
He wasn't just eating. He didn't witness what happened that period. It's not just that somebody ate. Some people ate that does not eat. Some people just locked it up.
Do you know the reason for locking it up?
Because
maybe
they
they're
locking
locking
it
it
after the whole thing. After the whole thing, they started selling it.
See, we don't necessarily know. Let's say they locked it up because they wanted to go and sell it. Yes, like you said, like the example I gave to that one person decided to eat the bread when they could share it with the other person. They didn't share it, did they? But because that circumstances is like that, somebody could understand. You see what I mean? The circumstances is not ideal. And why our people always focus, like in that context, that is how you are focusing on the person that ate the one bread. You're not focusing on the fact that who jailed them in the first place. Let's break out of the jail.
The context is different. What I'm saying is that one hates me more. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, they don't hate you more. They are also.
No, that's how it will come across. I don't understand. That's the way it will come across.
No reason to care for me. But this is my own
may come
person.
across like, but it's not true, is it? That person too is just as abused as you are.
Let me ask you a question, Paul. Let me ask you a question, and I know you're going to close the show. In terms of a revolution, or in terms of you, me, and Steph coming together, putting our minds together, and creating a new system that we can implement as long as we have power. Now we're constructing how to get power. In our search or battle for power, would you agree that we are going to have to kill a lot of our own people? We're going to have to, because what they are against us.
God bless you.
That's what governments do. Yes,
it's like that.
You put it in a different context,
So,
but that's actually where I'm going. That
no,
in the midst of
are ruling,
this global. No, listen, no, don't tell me what I think. I have to tell you what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that among these two powers, you understand? If I should have a preference, I'll have this one. But I don't have any of them a preference. My major concern is the enemy within that I'm going to deal with first. Because we can survive with it without any of those two, we can survive. But
Correct. Correct.
Deal with the enemy within
Very
first.
good. That's my thinking. Yes.
That's the point I'm trying to make. I wouldn't focus
We
my
have to.
effort trying to find out, is the Chinese going to be better for me, or Russia better for me, or America better for me? When there are enemies within.
Okay, say after you deal with the enemies, what comes next?
You know,
start surviving on your own. You can survive.
What if you
on your own? This is my thinking.
This is what they keep telling me about North Korea.
I don't believe in that.
You are not promoting South Korea.
Absolutely.
They were able to survive on their own. And now you're telling me
no, they didn't. North Korea didn't survive on its own. When they say survive on their own,
you see what it is, forefather. I have to say this. I have to say this quickly.
Let me get somewhere with him because we have to get.
It's not just you and him here. It's not just you and him here now.
Let me just say something to him about this one. When in the case of North Korea, they were not on their own in the sense that everybody left them. They were sanctioned. The West sanctioned them, but the Chinese were trading with them. Russia was trading with them. The same thing with Russia. They sanctioned Russia to the hill, and every other people were trading with them. So that is what I mean by being alone. But every nation that emerged had partners. You can't just assume that you can just do it all by yourself. It's not realistic in the world that we are in anymore.
No. However, what did he see? A country in a nation like Africa, with Nigeria being the biggest country, for Nigeria and for someone like me, I'm not an idiot. I'm not putting myself up against an idiot. I know who I'm up against in this world as a man. And as a man, I'm going to construct my own road forward, as I've always done. I've always done it. I've seen people who try to jump on other people's road and they get nothing here. They don't have experience. They don't have further education within their experience, and they produce nothing. Whereas a nation, a country like Nigeria and an African continent, if I step forward and I build this road would remain built. And as it's remained built, all my forebears, all my children, great-grandchildren, and all my legacy would see what I've done, and they would be the champions of the world. Because I don't want to be an underling. I don't want to be following anybody's backside. So what is it about negotiation? I know how to keep the West ready. I know how to deal. I've dealt with them. I know how to keep the East ready. I've dealt with them. I know
you don't have to be. Personally, I've always said when I was growing up that it made sense to work with them because we already have their language, we have ties.
It's not only them.
We are intermingled in many ways in the world. We are technically in the similar hemisphere anyway, where we can gang up against the other side. But instead, their focus is ensuring that we never see the light of day.
We can work with both. Our problem is our own people.
See,
that's our problem. Can I finish like this? Can I finish like this? Let me finish. I see you're going to like this. You're going to, forefathers, you're going to like this one. Ejo. Please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You know Dangote. You know what he's up to at the moment. Dangote is your friend. I've heard you boast for him many times, and I agree with you.
I just like what he's doing for the country. Yeah.
This is it. This is it. That's what I'm really looking at and understanding. I don't even know how Nigerian people try to block him. They should make his road as simple as possible. What he's doing, the intelligence of what he's doing. Now, after we know he's got the refinery, we know that he now wants to double it, that the size and the production of that refinery to make it the single biggest refinery in the world. Right now, there's India, there's another one in Saudi Arabia, and I think Pakistan. I think we're the fourth largest refinery in the world. We're the largest single trail refinery, which is a different module. He now is built or is building and signed the contract to bring a pipeline into Zimbabwe. This pipeline was supposed to have been built during Mugabe's time. But after his push and the difficulty of dealing with Mugabe and the country of Zimbabwe that time ago, right now is a more opportune time. He was going to push to do it that time, but what happened, it would have costed, everybody now came to bring their hand. And so corruption took it to another level. Now, this pipeline that should have costed 15 billion pounds to make is costing Dangote 1 billion. 1 billion to do everything because they've got every rubbish out of the way and they're going to get it done. Now, what that's going to do for Dangote really, he's going to end up the richest man in the world. He's going to end up the richest man in the world the way he's going. Now, after he's secured that, he's now in India. Do you know India is the largest population in the world? Once everybody's buying one thing of Dangote, his volume is going to go sky high. We, as Nigerians, we've got to be thinking on that level. Everything else is a pile of dump.
Yeah, because if you look at because in terms of the way Steph is approaching it, like he cannot countenance the idea that we don't work with the West. So you have to be prepared for that if they are going to take you seriously. If they can sense within you that you can't do without them, you are done. The deal is over. You are not going to get anything out of them, and you have to be ready to walk away. That is the nature of things. It's not you can't. Your people have to always be first. Your people have to always be first.
I think it depends on the way it's being it's sounding out. I don't know how it's receiving from. I'm the one saying it, so I don't know how it's being received. What I'm trying to say is that I personally don't want to involve in the argument of is Chinese going to be better or Russia is going to be better or West is better. But what I'm saying is that we have our internal problem we're going to deal with. When we deal with it, we can focus on where we want to go. Whichever side, we can play both sides. But in the course of trying to play both sides, whichever one that didn't work, we can work with those that prefer to work with us. But starting when you have a problem you have not even been able to deal with, the argument of whether it's going to be Chinese or after all, Chinese have been around too And
sometimes to deal with that problem, you need the alliance.
The enemies within have not even allowed us to get the benefits of the Chinese. How much do we think you have as loans from China as at present?
The loans, I'm not sure, but my point is that you can deal with anybody. Sometimes even before you deal with the internal problem, you might have alliances. That those alliances will help you filter out the traitors amongst the pile. So it doesn't. It can happen either way. For me,
I wish we can deal with those enemies within first, and have patriotic.
The thing about enemies within is that
claim to be patriotic. Why? Maybe I'm using maybe the wrong term. There are people who are supposed to drive the process, but they are not patriotic, and we know it through their actions, through everything. They are sabotaging it. It's just like
many Nigerians have met here.
What Jabu mentioned now was nearly sabotaged. Maybe the sabotage is still going on.
What I have found is that there are many Nigerians that actually believe that they are patriots, but they are actually not. You can later on hear that the way they think, they have views that conflict with either being a nationalist or putting your country first. In other words, by doing that,
most of them are just after government in power. That's what they think patriotism is.
That's a problem now. In a way, you are right. Actually, they praise Nigeria. They don't care whether it works or not. They just praise
Nigeria. May be here now thinking of what is in the long-term interest of the country. And maybe the government in power is not moving towards that direction. You are against the government, saying, no, this is not where we're supposed to go. But they will see you as an unpatriotic person because you are saying the government is not aligned with what you think is going to be for the best interest of the country.
Our problem is our own people.
Patriotism is not about government in power, even though government in power is supposed to drive patriotism. But most times it's not the same.
We've had this conversation earlier on today about the quality of people we have.
We did.
And that's why I asked that question about whether people come naturally with these things. Because if they don't, then the only alternative is the one that I have before, whereby you have to be forged. The leaders are forged. They have to go through a process whereby they understand life, between life and death. They live between both. They can see between both and nothing faces them from that. Those are the kind of people that lead. They fear nothing. Not that they don't fear. Their level of fear is so limited. And they are willing to do what it is needed to be done. If they want to get something done, their fear of death doesn't stop them. They just get it done because they know they faced it before and they survived it.
I like the fact that you're saying there. Yeah, it's more than one person that we need as to be.
No, it's not one person. Definitely not one person.
That's why.
If one person does it, the next person will knife him in the back because it's always a
group
of
that's
people.
the end.
That's why it is in a crucible, not only one person. It's a group of people that
this is also you're correct. You're correct. And this is why it's important when we're having conversations, because these conversations are not easy. They are rather emotive. And if we get highfalutin and we come across like we don't even want to have the discussion, we will miss keeping people like Steph that we want on side. We have to have a lot of patience with ourselves and for our people. We can't just be triggered. In the way I have these discussions, as I said, I'm not a young boy. I've been here long and I've used all my patience. The only way I add to my patience is the good people I meet on a daily basis. They give me reason because I'm fed up. I'm fed up with all the errors that Black people have made. Fed up. I could give up and just live my own life until I die. However, I believe there's something to fight for. So when the way people look at me, say, I ain't got time for them. I'm looking for intelligent people who have the heart to do a job. You understand? The heart and the mind, they need to work together. Once I see somebody's heart and mind is separated, I'm sorry to swear, but I can't help it. I F them off. Because I'm going to look, your mind isn't working with your heart. I don't even know if you've got a heart. I don't know you got a heart. You got stone there. You're not playing with a heart. How can you be nostalgic? How can you love me? You can't love me. You don't love yourself. You're talking so much rubbish. Your brain doesn't work with your heart. I can't deal with it. Come across people who have heart and they have mind. My brother, it's game on.
Let's get it done.
Let me wrap this up. Let me wrap this up because we've even gone past. Oh my God, time is go rolling on. All right, Obi M40, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Alaba Ferrari, thank you for joining us too. Bobby Grace, I don't think I've seen that name before. Bobby Grace, thank you for joining us. As always, I really appreciate the funds you've contributed to Dr. Damages and A Black Beauty. As always, thank you for joining us. And with your very conscious, that lady is quite conscious, far more conscious than many. Gravy Lumumba, thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it. And Dang, I think I've said that before. 67 Swift. 67 Swift. Thank you for joining us, 67 Swift. I really appreciate you and all the people that donated. I would like to play us out with our people from what do you call it? I think this lady that was singing, this little girl that was singing will be more than good enough, really. It's not very big deal, just little girl singing. And that should be fine. And Steph, I really appreciate you. Thank you. Man, be coming back up and look at all the things you've challenged me on today. I like to I'm trying to find the right word, but I don't know the word I would like to use. But I like to challenge people and let them understand that you have to be ready to divorce the West. You can't say because you love them right now. I've made my mind up that you have to be able to. If you don't, you're done. That's the only time. Are they not trading with China? China was ready to put away from them. They are trading with them now. So you have to be ready. If you're not ready, they will not do business with you. And if they choose not to do business, so be it. It's not by force. If the alternative is death, period. They will treat you like the Red Indians or the Indians. I mean, Native Americans, they call them now. So Jagon, thank you, man. Your endurance today is unbelievable. I really appreciate you for being able to come in here, converse to people, whether we disagree or not, what under the bridge, that's the beauty of guys. They say women, they hold grudge. They will not let it go. But guys don't care. We just get on with it. Quinty, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. And with all the money this thing contributed. So let me play us with this lady out. Thank you all for joining us. Bye.
Excellent, man.
Leave that. Man, to catch me, she will beat me. I'm going under and the summer feels don't want to save me. Drop that phone. Oh, this is nothing really got away with driving me crazy. I need somebody to heal, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. But it's easy to say, it's never the same.